In the era of global beast taming, powerful tamers are renowned worldwide, wielding countless resources and enjoying unparalleled status. Sulu, having traversed into this realm, unexpectedly activated the Pokémon system during his summoning ritual, leading to the immediate conjuration of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Moreover, he possesses the ability to draw more legendary creatures through daily lotteries Mutwo, Ho-Oh, Kyogre. This epic is undoubtedly Sulu's. Chapter 1. Transmigration? Summoning Beasts? Sulu, Sulu, wake up! Zhang Wei exclaimed, shaking him awake. Blinking in confusion, Sulu found himself pondering whether this was truly Zhang Wei, who appeared remarkably youthful. Hadn't this lad gone abroad for studies long ago? As the remnants of sleep faded, a clear realization struck him this was no dream. Glancing at his phone, he noted the year, 2111. He should be 16 now. Had he been reborn? A closer inspection of Zhang Wei confirmed his youthful appearance indeed. He resembled the young Zhang Wei from Sulu's memories. Yet this was unmistakably big Zhang Wei. Can you believe you're still asleep? Did something delightful call to you in your dreams? Zhang Wei teased, a smirk adorning his face. Indeed, I dreamed you gained some weight, Sulu retorted. Zhang Wei, I'm off. The next class is PE. Hurry to the playground. Today is the day we receive our summoning crystals. Sulu, confused by the terms PE class, gathering, summoning, nodded. You go ahead, I'll just use the restroom first and join you shortly. Fine, but I'm not waiting. I'm destined to become the Beast King, Zhang Wei replied, bustling out of the classroom. Beast King? Has this lad found someone special? Perhaps I could assist him, Sulu mused, rifling through the drawer in his desk, uncovering a plethora of books. 3 years of summoning, 4 years of beast mastery, the compendium of beasts, the breeding techniques of piggy pigs. It seems I haven't been reborn, but rather transported. The school bell rang, prompting Sulu to dash to the playground, where 13 classmates awaited his arrival. Why are you so late? PE teacher Li Daming frowned, accompanied by a red-skinned rhinoceros that occasionally exhaled wisps of flame. Many students gazed enviously at him. Evidently, the role of a PE teacher in this world had become quite formidable. Sir, I know, he must have enlarged himself. Zhang Wei raised his hand. Enlarged? Li Daming asked, puzzled. It's a biological skill that ordinary humans can also unleash, Sulu explained. Do you think you're a beast too? Enough with enlargements, get back in line. Li Daming sighed, finally grasping the meaning of enlarged. Understood, Sulu took his place in the line. His curiosity about summoning was piqued. He had quickly searched for information about beasts on his phone. A century prior, this world bore a resemblance to the one he had known, but then a cataclysm unfolded. Rifts began to appear globally, connecting to alternate dimensions. Some contained feeble creatures, while others housed formidable beasts, all collectively termed ferocious beasts by humanity. In these rift-laden worlds, the laws of physics appeared altered, rendering firearms ineffective. Even the areas surrounding the rifts faced disruptions in physical laws, posing a significant threat to humanity from the ferocious beasts emerging through them. However, humanity discovered a means of resistance, collecting crystals near the rifts, which allowed individuals to summon a creature from the alternate realm. These summoned beings often possessed extraordinary abilities. The condition for summoning was reaching the age of 16, which is why the distribution of crystals typically occurred in the final days of the second year of high school, which is today. What might my summoned creature be? The creation dragon? Fairy queen? I wouldn't mind a titan either, Sulu pondered, stroking his chin. As a transmigrant, he hoped for something formidable. Even if he received a weaker creature, as long as it bore potential, he could accept it. Now that everyone has arrived, let's distribute the summoning crystals, Li Daming announced, producing a white bag containing 40 colorful crystals, each the size of a fingernail. Each person may summon only once in a lifetime, so you aren't required to summon immediately. Those who fail may return their transparent crystals to me tomorrow. I will keep your results confidential. Successful summoners must register with the Beast Alliance, where they can receive monthly stipends, Li Daming explained, mindful of his students' pride. After all, possessing a summoned creature is a different matter altogether. After the second year, there would be a class reshuffle into beast classes and cultural classes, each leading to vastly different societal benefits and statuses upon graduation. To become a beast tamer, one must possess a creature with a control rate of 100. After all, summoned beasts need to navigate urban environments, and no one wishes to have a creature they cannot fully control roaming the city. Even a 99 control rate carries a 1 chance that it may turn into a ferocious beast endangering ordinary lives. Fortunately, all summon creatures from the crystals start with a control rate of 100. However, achieving 100 control over beasts captured from the wild is considerably more challenging, which explains the high prices of beast eggs. Many opted to summon immediately, believing it to be a gamble worth taking. If they succeeded, they gained a creature, and if not, they lost nothing, as statistics indicated a success rate of less than 10. Failing to summon was considered normal. "Ah, I failed," one female student lamented, her crystal shifting from vibrant colors to transparent. She returned the crystal to Li Daming, who noted her failure. "I did it. I succeeded," came an enthusiastic shout from the history class representative, Su Xianwei. The colorful crystal he held transformed into a towering 2-meter skeleton. A skeletal creature of the undead? Li Daming, intrigued, approached Su Xianwei, who reveled in the attention. "Alas, I too failed to summon. It seems I am not destined to be the Beast King. What about you, Su Lu?" Zhang Wei, disappointed, gazed at his own transparent crystal. "Don't lose heart. You can still become the man of the Beast King." Su Lu reassured him, patting Zhang Wei's shoulder. As for his crystal, it disintegrated into powder upon reaching Su Lu's hands. Indeed, Su Lu successfully summoned something, though it was peculiar Pokémon system activating. Please wait. While others summoned creatures, he had conjured a system. Chapter 2. System activation. Approximately half of the students chose not to summon immediately, but rather to return home for a more comprehensive preparation, believing that a more thorough approach might enhance their chances of success. Among those who had already summoned, only Su Xianwei achieved success. "All right, this class is now free time," Li Daming announced. Originally, this physical education class was intended to teach fundamental combat techniques and strategies for dealing with ferocious beasts. However, today, everyone was engulfed in the elation or sorrow of summoning, rendering focused training an impossibility. Other students began to engage in animated discussions. "Wu, Su Xianwei, may I touch the bone of your summoned beast? A necromantic summon is quite rare. It is said that their potential is generally low. Have you forgotten about the skeletal emperor of the Necromancer King? That is a formidable summon capable of calling forth thousands of skeletons with a mere wave of the hand. Truly impressive. Though, I believe it was already a skeletal commander upon summoning, wasn't it? Nevertheless, necromantic creatures are resilient. I wish I could have a summoned beast as well. By the way, did you all watch yesterday's Beastmaster tournament? The new king's nickname has been revealed. It is Heaven's Light. Are you referring to the new female king? What a majestic title. I am absolutely enamored," exclaimed a female student, bouncing with excitement. Su Lu listened, feeling somewhat out of place. He recognized the girl, but he distinctly remembered her as an ardent fan of young idols. Had her obsession now shifted to Beastmasters? Upon returning to the classroom, the day of study resumed. Su Lu gazed at the screen before him, which still displayed the message, "Pokémon system activation in progress. Please wait. My crystal stone is depleted, and tomorrow will be difficult to explain." The crystal stones are controlled by the authorities to prevent the misuse and loss of control over summoned beasts. The school issues notifications to clearly identify those who have become beast masters, and those who fail the vetting process cannot even enter the school. However, the current dilemma for Su Lu is that he has exhausted his crystal stone without summoning any beasts, which poses a significant problem. After school, Su Lu returned home. During dinner, even the advertisements featured a beast master accompanied by a summoned beast. "I'm Su Mu, the Cow King, Su Mu. I endorse the super milk. Unleash your raging vitality." A young man brandished a bottle of super milk, while beside him stood a colossal fire cow, towering at 3 meters, letting out a resounding roar. What manner of world is this? At that moment, the system panel before Su Lu finally completed its activation. Back in his room, he meticulously examined the system interface. Before him were merely 3 options: number of Pokémon held, 0, daily lottery, first draw guarantees a divine level Pokémon. Store, current points, 0. I knew it would arrive. Su Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tomorrow, he must provide a response to Li Daming. Either present a summoned beast or reveal a transparent crystal stone. With the Pokémon drawn from the lottery, he should be able to appease the situation. More than a century ago, the world underwent a transformation, rendering the existence of Pokémon and myriad summoning beasts unknown to most. It is not uncommon for individuals to summon unfamiliar creatures. Hence, it is entirely plausible for Su Lu to invoke a Pokémon. This Pokémon system guarantees that the initial summon will yield a creature of divine caliber or higher. Does this not imply the possibility of summoning legendary beasts? Even disregarding the immensely powerful first-tier deities, a second-tier deity would still qualify as a formidable summoning beast. Merely acquiring one, even of semi-divine rank, would make it a breeze to train and dominate the fearsome creatures lurking in the rifts of time and space. With this thought in mind, Sulu glanced around his room, which stood over 3 meters high. Perhaps it would be wiser to venture outside for the summoning. The last thing he needed was for a creature that couldn't fly or a colossal whale to burst forth and fill his room. Sulu murmured to himself, acknowledging that while the odds were slim, one must always harbor dreams. "Mom, I'm heading out," he called. "Oh, come back early," his mother replied. Sulu's family was not particularly affluent, yet they managed to live comfortably, especially under the protection of the Beastmaster Alliance, which ensured relative safety within the city. Nonetheless, humanity had lost vast tracts of land, leading to some scarcity of resources and a noticeable decline in living standards, as Sulu could discern from today's meal. He dashed out of the house. "Little Lu, are you heading out?" inquired the kindly old guard, Mr. Song, who maintained a good relationship with Sulu's parents. Mr. Song was amusing a rather large bird, standing over a meter tall and of a grayish hue, likely a summoning beast. "Mr. Song, your bird is quite large." "Indeed. My late companion had a fondness for me, drawn to my peculiar charm. Alas, she departed this world too soon." Old Song tenderly stroked his cherished bird, which, despite its inability to engage in further battles, still provided a sense of comfort. Suddenly, the bluebird pecked at a strand of Old Song's hair. "Ah, you mischievous creature." Noticing Sulu nearby, Old Song refrained from expressing his irritation. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Well, that is its way of showing affection towards me." Casting a glance at Old Song's receding hairline, Sulu quipped, "It must feel a profound love for you." Old Song, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered the young man's compliments, yet found himself slightly irked by them. "By the way, little Su, you should have acquired a summoning crystal today, right? How did it fare?" Old Song shifted the conversation. "Not yet summoned. I plan to take a stroll before attempting it," Sulu replied. "Is that so? Then take this," Old Song said, producing a shiny coin. "It is said to enhance the success rate of summoning. My father gifted it to me." Sulu accepted the gleaming square-holed coin with a hint of skepticism. "Is there truly such a notion?" Old Song smiled enigmatically and waved him off. "All right, off you go." As Sulu ventured into the bustling streets, he heard vendors shouting, "Buy spirit coins. They can increase your summoning success." It seemed they were aware that the school was distributing summoning crystals that day, hence their vigorous calls. Sulu glanced at a few coins, noting they were identical to the one in his hand. What a thriving trade. After wandering for over 2 hours, Sulu finally discovered a relatively quiet park. Concerned that his summoning process might differ from others, and fearing the potential complications of being observed, Sulu sought a relatively secluded spot. It began. Sulu activated the daily lottery. First day roulette, level 1 divine beast, 5, level 2 divine beast, 10, phantom beast, 10, semi-divine, 75, a 15 chance of summoning a divine beast. Here we go. Sulu spun the wheel. The pointer whirled faster, gradually coming to a stop at the edge of the level 2 divine beast section. At the last moment, it gently leapt into the realm of the level 1 divine. "Let me see my little treasure." Sulu clapped his hands in satisfaction. The ethereal wheel shattered, transforming into a cascade of vibrant light, coalescing into a magnificent dragon. A green caterpillar? It can fly? What a surprise. Summoning result. Rayquaza, level 1 divine beast. Chapter 3, level 1 divine. Rayquaza. Upon Rayquaza's appearance, the surrounding skies fell under its dominion. Any alteration in the weather necessitated its consent. This was the essence of Rayquaza as the dragon of the sky, a manifestation of its innate powers. The instant the skies underwent this transformation, the formidable beings within W City took heed of the extraordinary change, as the clouds dissipated with startling abruptness. Within the Beastmaster Alliance, the personnel responsible for monitoring were utterly astonished. What kind of power is this? The sky over a vast expanse of several dozen miles has miraculously cleared. An unnatural force. It must be of at least king level. Today marks the distribution of summoning crystals. Could it be that someone has summoned a king-level beast? May the heavens bless W City. Conduct a thorough investigation. Do not overlook a promising candidate, exclaimed the minister of the Beastmaster Alliance in City W, his excitement palpable. Today, the distribution of crystal stones sparked a peculiar disturbance, striking him as remarkably coincidental. It is not unheard of for individuals to commence their journey at a pinnacle. After all, the summoned beasts are entirely under the control of their beastmasters. It is said that the founder of the Beastmaster Alliance established a legacy by summoning a star dragon at the outset of his journey. Unbeknownst to Sulu, the appearance of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, had profound implications for City W. With a thunderous roar, Rayquaza lowered its head to gaze at Sulu. Even in its coiled form, it stood an impressive 7 to 8 meters tall. The emerald serpent, approximately 2 meters wide, possessed a strikingly handsome X-shaped ridge along its neck. Sulu felt an exhilarating sense of command over Rayquaza, a divine beast. His excitement was palpable as he instructed Rayquaza to lower its head slightly. Excellent, excellent. It is developing beautifully, he mused, appreciating the sensation as he patted Rayquaza's scaled body. He opened his panel, noting that the number of Pokémon in his possession had changed to 1. Rayquaza, qualification, level 1 divine current level, 5 type, flying. Dragon talent trait, Skylock, controls the weather of a designated area, manipulating atmospheric forces, status, healthy skills, hurricane. Phantom face, qualifications are ranked from high to low as level 1 divine, level 2 divine, semi-divine, champion, king, elite, ordinary, and poor. Mythical beasts are calculated independently. Still at level 5? It is akin to a freshly hatched Pokémon, Sulu pondered, stroking his chin. Before traversing into the realm of the former Sulu, I was already an avid Pokémon enthusiast. While I cannot recite every move and detail about each Pokémon from memory, I can certainly recall a considerable amount of information upon encountering the respective creatures. Currently at level 5, I still require some nurturing for further development. However, even a level 5 Rayquaza is not to be underestimated. Its foundational attributes far surpass those of ordinary summons. Shall we test out a tornado? I suggested, directing my intent toward the sky. A tempest erupted. In a breathtaking display, an area spanning a full 100 meters was ensnared within the swirling vortex. Had I not aimed for the lofty heights of the heavens, even skyscrapers would have been rendered to rubble by this tempest. Nevertheless, many citizens of W City on the ground felt as though a fierce gale was attempting to lift them into the skies. Wow, we are truly formidable. The tornado is an active ability, while the shadowy face serves as a form of oppressive skill, weakening the target and reducing their speed. Presently, the shadowy face ability has transformed into a passive effect, commonly referred to as Dragon Might. It is evident that further leveling up is necessary, achievable through combat. Thus, a venture beyond the city seems inevitable. From my inquiries, I learned that due to the emergence of temporal rifts, various regions are rife with ferocious beasts, leading to a fragmented existence among the cities. The cities are safeguarded by the Beastmaster Alliance, providing a general assurance of safety, while the outskirts are fraught with peril. Typically, only Beastmasters can venture beyond the city limits, and inter-city travel necessitates the guidance of a high-ranking Beastmaster. But truly, do you wish to accompany me for registration? Sulu gazed upon the formidable Rayquaza, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This creature, a Pokémon from another realm, was not conjured through summoning stones. Should it fail any assessments, it might lead to unforeseen complications, perhaps even unwelcome scrutiny. Roar. Are you hungry? Sulu surmised the sentiment Rayquaza wished to convey. As he beheld this colossal being, he was astonished to realize that he might be unable to afford its upkeep. He knew that Giratina required an entire mountain for sustenance. What on earth would Rayquaza consume? Even if it subsisted solely on meat, with such a grand physique, wouldn't a single meal demand the flesh of numerous pigs? Suddenly, a thought struck Sulu. Could it be that it needed to absorb energy from meteorites? This realization made Sulu feel as though his already modest household finances were about to face an even greater burden. The system store. He hurriedly accessed it. Available points: 0 Fairy Plate, 100 million points Rock Plate, 100 million points Diamond Gem, 10 million points Ho-Oh Feather, 1 million points Heart Water Drop, 600 000 points Mega Stone, 100 000 points Pokeball, 100 points Potion, 50 points Sakura Fruit, 2 points Lingyu Fruit, 2 points Pokémon Feed, 1 point Killing Fierce Beasts grants store points. Upon viewing the top-tier items, Sulu exclaimed in disbelief. Even the plate of the creator llama had been claimed by the system? Yet, a staggering 100 million points seemed an unattainable goal. Even the most basic Pokémon feed required points, indicating that hunting outside the city was now imperative. The resounding roar of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, echoed once more, conveying an unmistakable message: I am hungry. Sulu, taken aback, retrieved his phone and opened a payment app, only to realize he was merely 16 and devoid of funds. What can you eat? Should I ask my mother to prepare something? With a playful growl, Rayquaza responded, Oh. It turns out that certain components of the atmosphere can be consumed as well. Though lacking in nutrition, I suppose they can only serve as emergency sustenance. Specialized energy cubes would be necessary. Hearing Rayquaza's words, Sulu felt a slight sense of relief. After all, this was his cherished companion. What would he do if it went hungry? Thankfully, it could survive on the winds of the Northwest, making Rayquaza relatively easy to care for. On the first day of living off the Northwest winds, can you take me up to the skies? Sulu exclaimed excitedly. Who wouldn't yearn for the experience of flight? However, Rayquaza shook its head. Was it still unable to fully master its atmospheric shield? Sulu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to soar alongside Rayquaza. Without the protective barrier, ascending to the stratosphere would likely prove fatal for him. Go on. Be cautious of any dangers. You are still young, so do not venture too far. And please, avoid causing any disturbances. You need not shield the weather either, Sulu instructed, gazing up at the twinkling stars. Lacking shot points meant he couldn't even exchange for Pokeballs. To ensure Rayquaza's safety, it was best to remain within the atmosphere, for the skies were indeed its domain. In the atmospheric realm, few creatures could pose a threat to Rayquaza. With Sulu's consent, Rayquaza adjusted its form, preparing for ascent. Transformed into a radiant green luminescence, it surged towards the heavens. Observing this emerald light, Sulu momentarily lost his focus. Was this the essence of artistic brilliance? Chapter 4. The diligent Rayquaza. Sulu hastily accessed the attributes of Rayquaza. However, the unique skill, the essence of artistic brilliance, had yet to manifest. Rayquaza, being an apex divine beast, still possessed the potential for evolution. It could indeed undergo mega evolution. By mastering its exclusive skill and possessing the so-called Mega Stone, one could transform into a Super Rayquaza. It appeared to be merely a nascent form, yet the future held promise, even in its embryonic state. The manifestation of this artistic brilliance translated into an astonishing velocity of flight, swift enough to evade even the surveillance cameras within the city. In fact, they failed to even catch a glimpse of the green light. Homeward bound, Sulu could peruse Rayquaza's panel at any moment, and with a mental image of its approximate location, he felt assured that no harm would befall it. Meanwhile, a near-Earth satellite hovered above W City, where the weather exhibited unusual phenomena, attracting the attention of several observers. The city's Beastmaster Minister even deployed a satellite for reconnaissance. Ground personnel scrutinized the unfolding visuals with utmost seriousness. There was not a trace. The ominous clouds seemed as if they had been erased, only to reappear abruptly. Our assumptions were underestimated. This was not merely dispersing, it was cloaking. This might not just be of the king level, but potentially of the champion tier. Should others become aware of a champion-level presence in W City, chaos would surely ensue. Subsequently, the Minister of the Beast Alliance in W City decisively issued an order. Today's information is strictly forbidden from being disseminated. Meanwhile, in the atmosphere, the majestic Rayquaza was enveloped by a thick layer of air, surrounded by a veil of white mist. The boss desires to ascend to the heavens. I must fulfill this wish. Rayquaza commenced its training for the atmospheric shield. To be precise, the atmospheric shield is not merely a skill, but rather an application of Rayquaza's innate abilities. It is precisely due to the existence of the atmospheric shield that near-Earth satellites are unable to accurately capture Rayquaza's silhouette. Even if they manage to do so, they can only observe a dense vapor of atmospheric nitrogen. Sensing Rayquaza's continuous shifts above, Sulu felt a sense of relief. The most perilous moment is during the ascent. Should interception occur, exposure would be inevitable, leading to a mandatory level inspection. If all checks are passed, everything would be harmonious. However, if the inspection fails, Sulu would find himself in a predicament, considering he has his own home here. Would he resort to wreaking havoc with Rayquaza? That seems rather unfeasible. Yet, this is merely the first day of his journey. If he could avoid such drastic measures, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. Perhaps he could attempt to capture a more ordinary Pokémon at dawn to navigate the situation. This was the plan Sulu devised. Should Rayquaza be exposed, parting ways with it would be out of the question. Thus, acquiring a common Pokémon to scout the detection methods of the Beast Alliance seemed wise. If the inspections were easily surmountable, there would be no cause for concern. After all, with the multitude of available beasts, Sulu felt that Pokémon were not vastly different from those creatures. Time is on my side. I can afford to take it slow. With a clap of his hands, Sulu headed straight home. The gatekeeper, Old Song, cast a few glances at Sulu and noticed the absence of a summoned beast by his side. Yet, Sulu's demeanor did not reflect disappointment. It seemed he had yet to fully commit to the act of summoning. Little Su, you haven't summoned yet? It must be a lack of confidence. Come. Let me provide you with some magical artifacts. These are all heirlooms from my father, guaranteed to ensure your success in summoning. As he spoke, Old Song produced a large bundle of items. There were beads, cards, small statues, and even a USB flash drive. A sense of familiarity washed over Sulu. These items seemed reminiscent of those he had encountered at street stalls. Except for one item, he picked up the USB drive. Is this also an inheritance from your father? USB drive. Old Song quickly grasped the situation, calmly seizing the drive. Indeed, it contains ancestral knowledge, quite precious. he grumbled, shoving the other items into Su Lu's hands. Thus, Su Lu returned home, burdened with an assortment of trinkets. His parents had long since retired for the night. After some contemplation, he ascended to the rooftop, gazing at the heavens, sensing the position of the rift. As the clock struck midnight, Su Lu promptly accessed the system. Daily Lottery Wheel, Level 1 Divine Beast, 0, 1. Level 2 Divine Beast, 1. Illusionary Beast, 1. Semi-Divine, 3. Other Pokémon, 30. Consumables, 60. A total probability of 35. One to draw a Pokémon? That seems quite feasible. My expectations are modest. I only need one to serve as a makeshift solution. Pointing towards the sky with his right hand, Su Lu exclaimed, "Come forth. Heed my summons." As he spun the lottery pointer, it whirred and whirled before finally landing within the realm of other Pokémon. Success. A familiar glow enveloped the space, though it was rather modest in size, indicating that it was unlikely to be a large Pokémon. Suddenly, a yellow figure materialized before Su Lu. Its short yet powerful limbs, vibrant yellow fur, and endearing expression revealed it to be none other than Psyduck. With its head tilted in confusion, Psyduck clutched its head and gazed curiously at Su Lu. "Excellent. Psyduck, you've been acquired," Su Lu declared. "Are you perplexed? I am to be your trainer, or rather, your beast master from this day forth. You shall be my main partner." Su Lu patted Psyduck's shoulder with satisfaction. Surely, as his prominent ally, no one would dare to pry into their bond. Tomorrow, he planned to take Psyduck to the Beastmaster Alliance for some trial runs. Upon hearing Su Lu's voice, Psyduck seemed to be ignited with determination. After 30 seconds, it bent its short arms and quacked, "Quack. I shall strive with all my might." Observing that it took Psyduck 30 seconds to regain its composure, Su Lu pondered whether there might be an issue. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, acknowledging that Psyduck was meant for trial runs anyway. With a flick of his wrist, Su Lu accessed Psyduck's attributes. Psyduck, qualification, elite current level, 5 type, water innate ability, damp, can generate moisture, reducing fire attacks. Condition, healthy skills, scratch, confusion ray, hypnosis, telekinesis. Elite? That seems acceptable, Su Lu mused, considering that Psyduck had already attained a moderate level of qualification. Suddenly, Psyduck's potential soared to the level of a champion. Is it truly possible for one's potential to fluctuate? Su Lu gazed at Psyduck, who was clutching its head and shaking it incessantly. Perhaps noticing Su Lu's attention, Psyduck ceased its frantic motions, and its potential reverted to the elite level. Quack? What is happening? Su Lu suddenly recalled the information on Psyduck. When it experiences intense headaches, it unleashes formidable psychic power, yet afterward, it forgets everything completely. Could this be the reason for the constant changes in Psyduck's potential? Su Lu gently patted Psyduck's head. You needn't force yourself to have a headache. After all, the true mainstay is your elder brother. Quack? Why is Ducky here? Oh, right. Ducky is the mainstay. All right, let us head back and rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to register. Psyduck wobbled along, following Su Lu with a carefree gait. Meanwhile, in the atmosphere, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza cast a glance at the city where Su Lu resided. Chapter 5. The forgetful Psyduck. At the moment when Su Lu summoned Psyduck on the rooftop, his parents were, in fact, still awake. They had merely turned off the lights. Thus, when Su Lu returned earlier, he mistakenly believed they were asleep. Today was the day for distributing summoning crystals, a fact that even the gatekeeper, Old Song, was aware of. Naturally, Su Lu's parents were even more informed, yet they chose not to press him, wishing to avoid adding any pressure. At this moment, Su Lu returned home with the newly summoned Psyduck, gently closing the door behind him. Our son is back. He must have summoned it, right? Should we go out and see? If our son truly becomes a beast master, we ought to take care of his summoned creatures. Yet, perhaps it's best to refrain. It is already midnight. Tomorrow, we shall know the outcome. Venturing out now might only serve as a blow to him if he fails. In the confines of their room, Su's parents whispered to each other, ultimately deciding to feign sleep. Regardless of whether Su Lu succeeded or failed in his summoning, the truth would be unveiled by dawn. Carrying his clumsy Psyduck, Su Lu returned to his room, noting that his parents appeared to be asleep. Without a Pokeball, you'll have to find a place to rest, he remarked. Psyduck stood at the door, cradling its head in contemplation. The following morning, Su Lu was astonished to find that his parents had not awakened him. Upon entering the living room, he discovered them laughing and embracing Psyduck, which stared vacantly at the newly risen Su Lu. Son, is this your summoned creature? Though it seems, well, rather amiable, it undoubtedly possesses great potential. If you aspire to pursue the path of a beast master, your father wholeheartedly supports you, Su's father declared with evident pride. Both he and Su Lu's mother were ordinary individuals without summoned creatures, yet they were elated to have a son with the potential to become a beast master. Even if Sulu's summoned creature lacked combat abilities and could not venture forth to battle fierce beasts as a star-level Beastmaster, he could still register with the Beastmaster Alliance and receive a stipend. Summoned beasts possess varying strengths. Participation in battles against formidable creatures is not obligatory. However, in this realm, engaging in combat with monstrous entities is indeed the most efficient and expedient method to ascend as a star-ranked Beastmaster. Is it possible that my father regards Psyduck as a mere pet-type summoned beast devoid of combat prowess? The duck is my main force. Understood. I shall take Psyduck to register today. Is its name truly Psyduck? Mother Su contentedly caressed the soft fur of Psyduck, finding its texture quite pleasing. The two were unsurprised by the name mentioned by Sulu. Upon a successful summoning, all beast masters receive information about their summoned beasts. After dining, Sulu departed for school, intending to register Psyduck. Little Su, summoned beasts harbor infinite potential. The 5 imperial dragons of the Dragon Emperor were formed from the fusion of the 5 weakest dragon species. Never underestimate any summoned beast, remarked the venerable Song. With utmost seriousness, upon seeing Sulu's duck, Sulu thought to himself, it sounds encouraging, yet it seems everyone believes Psyduck lacks combat capability. He glanced back at the duck trailing behind him, which appeared to be oblivious to the situation, tilting its head in curiosity towards Sulu. As for the opinions of others, Sulu could only concede. Indeed, he proceeded down the street with Psyduck. Given that summoned beasts originate from other realms and often possess remarkable intelligence, humans have refrained from imposing privileges that would restrict their movement within the city. After all, it would be unfortunate to hurt a summoned beast's feelings. However, summoned beasts lacking 100 mastery are prohibited from entering urban areas. Any incidents involving summoned beasts causing harm are the responsibility of their respective beast masters. Indeed, students possess absolute dominion over their summoned entities, bearing full accountability for their well-being. Consequently, the sight of individuals promenading with their summoned companions is a common occurrence. As for Psyduck's countenance amidst the menagerie of summoned beasts, it exudes an endearing charm, captivating the hearts of many children who eagerly seek to caress it. With Psyduck's assent, Sulu graciously acceded to the children's entreaties. While traversing the thoroughfare, Psyduck's gaze was drawn to the towering edifices and billboards adorned with advertisements showcasing various summoned creatures and their respective tamers. Quack quack, it exclaimed, conveying its aspirations to emulate their success alongside its master. Sulu, you've succeeded as well. Zhang Wei remarked with envy upon beholding the yellow-feathered duck trailing behind Sulu as they entered the school premises. Indeed, Sulu affirmed, a tinge of trepidation lingering in his heart. Despite its reputation as a potential mishap, Psyduck remained a cherished Pokémon acquired through the system. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he contemplated unleashing Rayquaza to quell any disturbances. Upon entering the classroom, Li Daming was already present, diligently fulfilling his duty of registering information. Matters pertaining to Beastmasters were of paramount importance, as the presence of unregistered individuals within the city could incite considerable chaos. He meticulously collected each transparent crystalline core. Sulu, what is the name of your summoned beast? Li Daming inquired as Sulu entered the classroom accompanied by Psyduck, a novel creature he had yet to encounter. Psyduck, Sulu responded. Sulu, aspiring Beastmaster, summoned Beast Psyduck. He promptly declared, recording the information in the registry. As for whether the summoned creature behind Sulu was indeed summoned by him, we shall soon ascertain this at the Beastmaster Alliance. Initially, the Alliance encountered instances of deceit, but after a few stringent crackdowns, no one dared to engage in such practices again. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the classroom. What is happening? How loud it is. Everyone turned to gaze out the window, where, in the distance, a colossal entity resembling a creature formed of coral floated in the air, radiating a soft blue luminescence with long, flowing ribbons trailing behind it. This magnificent being stood an impressive 6 meters tall. We have discovered the truth. It is the summoned creature of Gusiki, the flower of Class 6. It seems to be called an angel. An angel? Another summoned creature bearing the name angel? Over the past century, individuals have summoned a myriad of beings from various realms, leading to a high recurrence of certain commonplace names. However, while the term angel is widely recognized, only formidable creatures are worthy of such a title. This must be at least a king-level summon, right? Is this what they call peak performance from the outset? How enviable. Why was I unable to summon successfully? Oh heavens. Oh earth. Gusiki's entry into the Beastmaster class is surely guaranteed. Why must she be so beautiful and summon such a powerful creature? The crowd buzzed with discussions regarding Gusiki's angel, completely indifferent to Psyduck. Yet, Psyduck's appearance hardly warranted any concern. Quack. One day, everyone shall recognize the worth of Psyduck. A silvery light seemed to emanate from Psyduck's eyes. Then, quack? Duck was just pondering what. It turns out that large summoned beasts are rather scarce, at least in Sulu's class. Only 5 individuals successfully summoned their creatures, all of which were small enough to fit within the confines of the classroom. After gathering, the physical education teachers escorted the successful beast masters from each class to the Beast Master Alliance. Meanwhile, those who had not succeeded could only envy their peers who were granted an additional day of holiday. Chapter 6. The Beast Master Alliance in Sulu's class. 5 individuals achieved successful summons. Sulu summoned a Psyduck, Su Xianwei summoned a skeleton, and the others summoned a wolf of ordinary size, a bird the size of a fist, and a glowing orb the size of a head. The group traveled to the Beast Master Alliance by school bus, with each class occupying a separate vehicle for the convenience of transporting their summoned beasts, while a Rayquaza soared above Sulu's head in the atmosphere, providing protection. Before arriving at the Beast Master Alliance, I would like to remind everyone once more that the inspections at the Alliance are exceedingly strict. Only summoned beasts that one has personally conjured can pass the assessment. Should any instances of cheating be discovered, the offenders will face severe penalties. Moreover, even blank crystal cores will be subjected to inspection, revealing the essence of their user. If any deceitful individuals are present, they may choose to come forward now for leniency. However, once we reach the Beastmaster Alliance, the consequences may be dire. Li Daming stated gravely. Seeing that the 5 showed no reaction, he nodded, concluding that there were no audacious students in his class. Observing the 5 individuals, Li Daming currently holds the skeleton summoned beast of Su Xianwei in high regard, as this fearless creature possesses a significant advantage in the early stages. As for the others, it remains to be seen whether these beasts possess extraordinary capabilities. The crowd chattered animatedly as they approached the Beastmaster Alliance, situated conveniently near the outskirts of the city for the acquisition and processing of ferocious beast carcasses. However, the area was far from desolate. Luxury vehicles occupied nearly every parking space, and most individuals entering and exiting were clad in exquisite attire, exuding an air of authority. Numerous breeding companies and opulent restaurants were established in close proximity. In many respects, this locale surpassed the city center in vibrancy, attracting a multitude of beastmasters, thereby ensuring a heightened sense of security. With direct access to raw materials, the restaurants found it easy to procure supplies. Reflecting on this, Sulu let out a sigh. Yesterday marked the day he received his summoning crystal, and his family had prepared a fine meal, though it was not particularly lavish. Comparatively, it paled in comparison to the abundance he had known before his journey through time, as the emergence of the time-space rift had profoundly impacted this world, more severely than he had anticipated. Initially, Sulu had simply intended to venture outside the city to level up, but now, witnessing the splendor surrounding him, he felt a burgeoning desire to enhance his quality of life. Moreover, possessing the ability of the Rift Seed indeed afforded him such potential. Purchasing a residence here and relocating his parents nearby seemed to be the safest option. Not only the second high school where Sulu studied, but beast masters from across the city gradually gathered here. Many hunting companies had already set their sights on these promising individuals. If one possesses a discerning eye and promptly recruits promising beast tamers into the company, it could indeed prove to be immensely beneficial. Numerous individuals gathered around those extraordinary summoned beasts, with the most striking among them being a singular angelic creature. Meanwhile, Sulu's rather unassuming duck was devoid of admirers. Although summoned beasts may possess extraordinary powers, it is the beast tamers who truly comprehend their capabilities. Others can only infer their combat potential from outward appearances. Quack! What are they doing? The duck nudged Sulu's pant leg. They are soliciting support. Much like Sulu's concerns regarding the sustenance of his latios, many students are ordinary individuals who, upon suddenly acquiring a summoned beast, face the daunting challenge of not only nurturing, but also providing for their creature, which indeed requires a substantial financial commitment. The Beast Tamer Alliance's monthly subsidy of 1,000 yuan for ordinary beast tamers is, in fact, a reflection of this consideration. For a typical summoned beast, this monthly allowance barely covers the cost of sustenance. Quack? Does the duck also require support? You need not worry. With Latios, a simple trip outside the city will yield ample provisions. Sulu, how formidable is your summoned beast? Do you aspire to pursue a career as a beast tamer? Su Xianwei inquired. His summoned beast, a skeleton, had already attracted invitations from several companies. Although undead creatures face challenges in upgrading, they are less prone to issues, ensuring stable returns for the company. Indeed, my ambition lies in becoming a beast tamer, Sulu replied. In the future, I intend to summon a plethora of peculiar Pokémon, and possessing the identity of a beast tamer is essential for nurturing these extraordinary beings. Very well. It is time to proceed with the test. Having made all necessary arrangements, Li Daming stepped out of the Beastmaster Alliance and addressed the 5 individuals. Each participant entered individually. To accommodate the larger summoned beasts, the Beastmaster Alliance in every city is quite expansive. It appears that, in this world, there are no commonly available items akin to Pokeballs for the convenient storage of summoned creatures. Excuse me, could you please come with me? A friendly female staff member, possessing an appealing appearance, inquired. Those who enter this place are at least aspiring Beastmasters, so she would not exhibit any airs of disdain. Even if someone were to do so, it would not be her, a mere employee. However, having worked at the Beastmaster Alliance for a considerable time, she could discern certain traits of the summoned beasts. Are you Sulu? She asked. You can call me Zhu Qin. Zhu Qin picked up Sulu's basic information. Summoned beast, Psyduck, not yet recorded. Is this the first time this summoned beast has appeared? Without any predecessors to pave the way, the progress of this creature's development will be quite slow. If it were a previously known summoned beast, there would be established methods of advancement and even evolution pathways, making the nurturing process significantly easier. For instance, at Northwest Dragon University, the founding president, Song Changming, was the originator of the Beastmaster Alliance. Having completely developed the progression and evolution path of the Starry Dragon, he possesses extensive knowledge regarding dragon types and fusion evolution. Northwest Dragon University has even proclaimed that if anyone can summon another Starry Dragon, they could cultivate it to its peak within 5 years. Yet, even someone as formidable as Song Changming took a full 40 years to develop the evolution of the Starry Dragon. This illustrates the advantages of having predecessors to guide the way. Thus, the esteemed Beastmaster universities have increasingly favored those summoners possessing detailed records of their summoned beasts. She cast a few more scrutinizing glances at the Psyduck, which appeared rather dazed, aimlessly surveying its surroundings while emitting a series of quacks. It seems, no. It truly does look rather dull. Its intelligence appears quite limited. Its potential is concerning, Zhu Qin mused internally. What a pity it was. This young companion was undeniably bright and handsome, and had it possessed a stronger summoned beast, it might even have harbored the potential to become a Star Beast Master. Yet, fate had dealt it a less favorable hand. Nevertheless, Zhu Qin remained diligent in her duties, leading Sulu to a chamber that housed a colossal crystal orb. This device, known as the coordinating instrument, would determine the degree of control one had over their Psyduck by requiring both to touch it simultaneously. For non-summoned beasts, even achieving a control level of 100 would result in fluctuations between 99 and 100. However, a true summoned beast would lock in at a perfect 100 control. Sulu inhaled deeply, momentarily oblivious to the underlying principles of the instrument's summoning tests. Should he fail, he might indeed have to call upon Rayquaza. With a steady hand, Sulu placed it upon the crystal orb. 100. No fluctuations whatsoever. Chapter 7. Out of the city. The dragon descends. The touch must be maintained for 60 seconds. A full 60 seconds elapsed without any variance. Well done, Sulu. Your test is complete. Congratulations on becoming an official Beast Master. Zhu Qin remarked with a smile. Although she deemed Psyduck's potential lacking, it still possessed a certain charm. Thank you for your assistance. Sulu's worries dissipated entirely. Perhaps Rayquaza could also be registered? However, he swiftly shook his head, prioritizing safety above all else. Safety first. Zhu Qin led Sulu into the hall, and after completing the necessary formalities, handed him a white badge. This is your Beast Master badge. By donning this emblem and summoning your beast, you may freely venture beyond the city. However, since you have yet to hunt any ferocious beasts, it is a blank badge. You will need to hunt ferocious beasts worth 100 points to attain the rank of a 1-star Beast Master. Ascending in rank will grant you access to the time-space rifts for hunting, and your subsidies will increase. Here are the detailed instructions. Sulu, feel free to peruse them at your leisure, Zhu Qin explained to Sulu, adhering to the standard protocol. Sulu nodded and accepted the badge. Ordinary individuals are not permitted to leave the city at will, as the wilderness is teeming with ferocious beasts, and time-space rifts may suddenly materialize. Even possessing firearms does not guarantee safety. Only those who carry summoned beasts, the Beast Masters, possess the capability to safeguard themselves in the wild. Generally speaking, students like Sulu, who have just acquired this privilege, would not venture outside the city without caution, for they are acutely aware of the strength of their summoned beasts. Beast Masters are the frontline defenders against ferocious beasts, and the Beast Alliance does not prohibit novice Beast Masters from leaving the city. They simply stipulate that those with blank badges must refrain from approaching high-risk time-space rifts. Sulu adorned himself with the badge. The others were also concluding their tests. Yet Su Lu chose not to join Li Daming and the others. Li Daming had previously mentioned that there might be numerous matters to address today, and it would be best to discuss things with their parents, thus they need not gather to return to school. In fact, the matters Li Daming referred to were the various headhunters in the vicinity. Most of their classmates hailed from ordinary families and were in dire need of initial funding from large corporations. This is a matter of personal concern for others, and even Li Daming would find it inappropriate to comment. Therefore, Su Lu headed directly towards the outskirts of the city, a move he had meticulously planned. The Beastmaster Alliance stood conveniently at the city gates, flanked by towering walls that ascended 20 meters, reputedly constructed by the summoned beast of the Celestial King. While other Beastmasters ventured into the wilderness in rugged vehicles, armed with firearms, Su Lu possessed only an 11 root and was accompanied by a rather simple-minded duck. At the entrance, a considerable number of Beastmasters had gathered to form teams. However, upon glancing at the insignia on Su Lu's chest, they shook their heads in disapproval. Lacking any familial ties or acquaintances, not everyone was inclined to welcome a novice. Only a few kind-hearted Beastmasters approached him, suggesting that he seek out a reliable team for companionship, reminding him that the perils of the wilderness were not to be faced alone. Nonetheless, Su Lu opted to venture outside the city alone, emboldened by the presence of his Skyripper. What did he have to fear? Shortly after Su Lu's departure, a raucous group arrived at the city gates. Floating above them were angels, with Gusiki also intending to journey alone into the wilderness. However, her angel was too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Numerous companies were eager to extend invitations to her, thus she brought along a contingent, preparing to observe. Although none of the summoned beasts known as angels possessed potential below the elite level, many were keen to ascertain the capabilities of Gusiki's angel, which would facilitate negotiations. Unbeknownst to Su Lu, a grand entourage followed closely behind him. Beyond the city lies not merely wilderness and forests, but rather the remnants of urban decay. A century ago, humanity thrived, its activities sprawling across nearly all terrestrial expanses. However, with the emergence of temporal rifts, vast regions were ravaged. Although verdant flora has begun to reclaim these crumbling edifices, the vestiges of civilization remain indelibly etched into the landscape. Moreover, as human cities continually rise and fall, even the most formidable beast tamers may petition to establish new settlements amidst the wilds, resulting in an abundance of urban ruins. Within these desolate remnants, numerous ferocious beasts roam freely, for not every temporal rift has been subdued or sealed by mankind. Many of these creatures have also reproduced on Earth. As Su Lu ventured further, he cast a glance back at W City. After half an hour, he came to a halt, not from fatigue, but because he encountered over 20 formidable beasts. These creatures, resembling wolves and measuring a full 2 meters in length, were indeed fearsome. Had Su Lu scrutinized the bestiary, he would recognize them as ordinary-level ferocious beasts known as howling wolves, capable of sprinting at speeds rivaling that of automobiles. Should these howling wolves gather in numbers, they could potentially give rise to an elite leader among them. The instant Su Lu beheld the howling wolves, his Psyduck instinctively positioned itself in front of him. While an ordinary student accompanied by a summoned beast might have succumbed to panic in such a situation, Su Lu, being a man of divine beasts, remained utterly unperturbed. The Psyduck, determined to protect its tamer, clutched its own head in an attempt to induce a state of confusion. It is aware of its limited water-based abilities, and the only solution to confront these ferocious wolves lies in harnessing the immense mental energy generated during its headaches. Tornado, murmured Su Lu softly. A terrifying vortex surged forth. Even the nearby trees and the already dilapidated ruins of the city were violently torn apart. Everything surrounding them seemed to have been ravaged by colossal, spiraling blades. Had it not been for the small tornado swirling beside Su Lu, who stood at the eye of the storm, he too might have been swept away. Roar. Psyduck lifted its head in confusion. Gah? Is there a dragon? Psyduck could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. The constant presence of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, imposed an overwhelming pressure that exacerbated its headache. You've arrived. How does the atmosphere here suit your taste? Su Lu inquired with a smile. With Rayquaza guarding him, he felt relatively secure. Roar, are you still not satisfied? Is the energy in the atmosphere insufficient? Su Lu nodded. It appeared that sustenance was still necessary. His gaze shifted towards the scattered corpses of the ferocious wolves. I've heard that the meat of these beasts is both nutritious and delicious. Let us procure some. Su Lu declared with enthusiasm. Rayquaza nodded in agreement. With its might, Rayquaza could indeed hunt for itself, yet it obediently followed Su Lu's command, patrolling the atmosphere without descending to hunt. Meanwhile, Psyduck continued to shake its head, alternating its gaze between Su Lu and Rayquaza, utterly bewildered. Su Lu gently patted Psyduck's head. This is your elder brother. Gah. Psyduck, with its hands raised behind, exhibits an expression of sheer fright before retreating into his self-imposed solitude, drawing circles on the ground. Chapter 8. The shop opens, redeeming Pokeballs. Ha ha, do not lose heart. I shall cultivate you into the world's strongest duck, Sulu proclaimed, gently patting Psyduck on the shoulder. Indeed, Psyduck possesses commendable potential, having previously displayed a king-level aptitude on the system panel. If it were to fully harness its headache-inducing psychic powers, it would undoubtedly achieve at least the status of a king, with the possibility of becoming a champion. What does it mean to be a champion? In the realm of Pokémon, champions are known to possess Pokémon of divine caliber. The mightiest champions can even confront legendary beasts head-on, showcasing truly remarkable potential. Quack. It's a promise. Is Psyduck merely self-assured, or has its potential development led to newfound intelligence? Sulu glanced at the system once more, and to his surprise, Psyduck's potential had evidently transformed into that of a king. Presumably, it is currently in a state of headache. Poor Psyduck. Meanwhile, Rayquaza was eagerly yearning to feast. Thus, Sulu directed Rayquaza to seize several fearsome wolves, selecting only their meaty thighs, which he skinned and roasted. Today's excursion beyond the city was meticulously planned by Sulu, who had brought along a lighter, though regrettably, he had forgotten the seasoning. Oh well, next time for sure. Nevertheless, even without any seasoning, the roasting emitted an enticing aroma. It is no wonder that the meat of fearsome beasts is renowned for its deliciousness and nutritional value. It is said that consuming such meat can enhance one's physical constitution. Being merely a mortal still, Sulu found himself replete after consuming but a morsel of the beast's flesh. His appetite waned despite his desire for more. A comforting warmth suffused his being, a sensation of inexhaustible vigor permeating his very core. As an omnivorous Pokémon, Psyduck partook of the meat as well, albeit in smaller quantities due to its diminutive stature. Yet, upon hearing Sulu's claim that the consumption of such meat would augment its strength, it valiantly seized another piece, uttering a resolute quack as it crammed it into its beak. Of the 4 legs roasted, Rayquaza devoured 3.5, leaving Sulu with a sense of contentment. Have you had your fill? Sulu inquired of Rayquaza. The sky-high Pokémon nodded in affirmation, emitting a low growl. Satiated, yet the energy is somewhat lacking. Given its divine nature, Sulu understood its higher demands. Even the pseudo-legendary Pokémon Larvitar and Beldum in their nascent stages required rare minerals, let alone a deity. Thus, the options were either to consume superior beast meat or to indulge in the sustenance of an energy cube. Energy cubes? The thought struck Sulu, prompting him to access his system shop. His previously barren store points had now burgeoned to 181. Having vanquished 23 ferocious wandering wolves, each beast yielded approximately 9 points. Sulu elected to display only purchasable items. Pokeball, 100 points. Berries. A Pokeball was undoubtedly essential to ensure Rayquaza's safety, sparing it from the perpetual isolation of the upper atmosphere. Without hesitation, Sulu expended 100 points to acquire a Pokeball, the familiar red and white sphere materializing in his hand. He wondered if other ferocious beasts could be subdued with such a device. Sulu felt that it was highly unlikely. The objective of a Pokeball is to capture Pokémon. If it were indeed possible to arbitrarily capture other beings, theoretically, humans could also be contained within. However, Sulu had never heard of anyone capturing a human. The functionality of the Pokeball is intrinsically linked to the biological nature of Pokémon. Among the other purchasable items in the shop were some ordinary berries. While these berries were effective and could be used to manufacture energy cubes, the minimum cost for producing energy cubes was 3,000 points. Consuming the berries directly seemed wasteful. Hence, Sulu opted to exchange all remaining points for energy cubes. The Pokémon food, which merely satiated hunger, was not within Sulu's consideration. With 81 shop points, he managed to acquire 81 energy cubes. It appeared that he would need to devise a method to cultivate berries and establish a production chain for energy cubes, as continually purchasing from the system would impede his ability to exchange for other items. Sulu then distributed the energy cubes to Psyduck and Rayquaza. However, Psyduck, who lay on the ground rubbing its belly, weakly waved a hand, indicating its inability to consume any more. Quack. Psyduck can't eat, not even a morsel. Thus, all the energy cubes were given to Rayquaza, who devoured them in one go, its eyes narrowing in satisfaction. What the system produces is assuredly of exquisite quality. Sulu found himself curious about the taste of the energy cubes, pondering whether he should indulge in one during his next exchange. Surely, humans could consume energy cubes as well, couldn't they? Now, Rayquaza was sufficiently satiated and energized. Subsequently, Sulu produced a Pokeball, and Rayquaza, understanding his intent, nodded in agreement. It lowered its head and gently tapped the Pokeball with its claw before transforming into a beam of white light and entering the sphere. Rayquaza captured. As Sulu surveyed the surrounding carnage of twisted wolf corpses, he couldn't help but reflect on the meal awaiting him at home. Yesterday was a special occasion, hence the presence of meat. But this morning, the household provisions had reverted to their usual modest standard. Sulu noted the near absence of meat in the refrigerator. The flesh of formidable beasts, which could enhance one's physique, seldom fell into the hands of ordinary individuals. Such delicacies were typically acquired by beast tamers for the purpose of training their companions. In urban environments, where land is scarce, the possibility of raising livestock is severely limited, resulting in a scarcity of common meat as well. Perhaps he should take some home. Glancing at the array of distorted wolf carcasses, Sulu sighed with a sense of regret. To earn points within the Beast Tamer Alliance for slaying a fearsome beast, one must provide evidence, either in the form of the creature's head or its complete body. Once authenticated, the remains still belong to the owner. Thus, many hunting beast tamers venture out of the city, often preparing several empty vehicles for transporting their spoils. However, Sulu found himself alone without a vehicle, and he surmised he could only carry a small amount of prime meat back with him. While he had no doubt that Rayquaza could transport all the wolf corpses, having just registered for Psyduck, revealing Rayquaza would be rather inappropriate, as it might raise suspicions about his own circumstances. In this world, no one possessed the ability to summon a creature twice. Unbeknownst to Sulu, after Rayquaza vanished, Psyduck let out a bewildered quack, pondering, "What has transpired? My tummy feels quite full." Under the imposing presence of Longway, Psyduck's incessant headache showed no signs of abating. Yet, the moment Rayquaza vanished, its symptoms began to alleviate. Struggling to turn over, Psyduck caught sight of the troubled expression on Sulu's face. "Quack, quack, quack. Sulu, what troubles you?" "I am pondering what to do with all this meat," Sulu replied. Suddenly, Psyduck patted its now round belly, its eyes shimmering with a silvery glow. To Sulu's astonishment, all the remaining wolf corpses began to levitate. "Is this psychic power? How impressive, Psyduck." Psyduck seemed somewhat bashful at Sulu's praise, its cheeks tinged with a hint of pink, proudly puffing out its belly in a playful manner. "Quack, don't jest. Psyduck is the main force. Let us return home." Together, the duo ambled back towards the city. Chapter 9. The true strength of Psyduck. The distance to City W was merely a half-hour journey, making the path relatively easy to traverse, with several well-trodden routes offering a sense of safety due to the presence of fellow travelers. Sulu followed the road, preparing for the return trip. However, before he could venture too far, he encountered a group of individuals approaching him. In the sky above, a remarkably striking figure caught his eye. Gusiki, if he recalled correctly. "Quack? Oh, it's nothing. Just a classmate from the same school, if all goes well. We might be in the same class next semester," Sulu explained to Psyduck. The success rate of summoning was approximately 10. If both parents were beast masters, the likelihood would increase slightly. In the second high school where Sulu resides, there are a total of 800 students in the second year, which suggests that approximately 80 beast tamers will emerge. However, among them, fewer than half are resolute in pursuing the path of a beast tamer or possess the requisite qualifications. Consequently, the beast tamer class has traditionally consisted of only one individual. A classmate? Perhaps a comrade, pondered the clever Psyduck, tilting its head in contemplation. Meanwhile, Gusiki and her companions drew nearer. The jubilant Psyduck quacked excitedly, waving at Gusiki. In the Psyduck's perspective, it was only polite to greet its master's classmates, right? The raucous quacking of the Psyduck captured the attention of the crowd. As they approached, they were met with the sight of nearly 20 wolf corpses levitating in midair. Were these summoned beasts of the psychic type? This seemingly simple-minded duck turned out to be a psychic summon of rarity, second only to the dragon type. Moreover, these were 20 ferocious howling wolves, each weighing over 70 kilograms. In total, that amounted to over a ton. The ability to lift such weight solely through psychic manipulation indicated that this duck possessed formidable strength. Gusiki's gaze shifted to Sulu. With 800 students in the second year, they were bound to cross paths, and she was somewhat familiar with Sulu, whose appearance ranked among the most memorable in the entire school. "Is it trying to greet me?" Gusiki asked Sulu in surprise. "Indeed. It seems this child has taken quite a liking to you." Sulu offered a faint smile as he gently patted the head of the Psyduck, choosing not to engage in further conversation or seek familiarity. Although the angelic creature was indeed formidable among the summoned beasts, to Sulu it was merely an ordinary presence. "Thank you. Do you require assistance in transporting these wolf carcasses back?" he inquired. "Can it truly carry all these wolf bodies?" Gusiki glanced at the Psyduck. "No need. This serves as a form of training for it. It can manage," Sulu replied, waving his hand dismissively, rejecting the offer without hesitation. The Psyduck nodded vigorously, affirming its capability. Then I shall see you next semester. Gooseki said no more, judging by the strength the Psyduck had displayed. Entry into the Beast Master class was more than assured. Indeed, see you next semester. With an air of nonchalance, Sulu departed alongside the Psyduck. Miss Goo, is this your classmate? Inquired a company employee who had accompanied Gooseki. We are schoolmates. Next semester we should be in the same class. Numerous representatives from different companies followed Gooseki. However, with the involvement of larger corporations, the smaller companies had lost confidence in their ability to attract Gooseki, lacking both financial resources and advantages. Their continued presence was solely to witness the true prowess of Gooseki's summoned beast. Yet now, they had unexpectedly encountered a newly minted Beastmaster, appearing to possess considerable potential, prompting many to contemplate the prospect of courting Sulu's favor. He approached from that direction. Gooseki remarked, glancing toward where Sulu had come from. In this new generation of Beastmasters, she had initially believed that only the esteemed Song Xia from First High could rival her prowess. However, she was astounded to witness an unexpected spectacle. Indeed, one must never underestimate any summoned beast, for they possess boundless potential. Now, Gooseki yearned to ascertain the true strength of Sulu. If he had indeed summoned 20 ferocious howling wolves, there would undoubtedly be remnants of their fierce battle. Thus, she made her way to the site of Sulu's previous confrontation. A few minutes later, the onlookers beheld a smoldering pile of ashes, still radiating warmth. Alongside the scattered ruins of towering edifices, the ground resembling a landscape ravaged by a colossal blades tempest. The devastation extended over 100 meters. A combat range of 100 meters? What kind of prodigy is this? That seemingly ludicrous yellow-skinned duck exhibited such terrifying might? Could it be that he stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity? One member of the team gulped audibly, remarking that such power transcended the capabilities of mere elites. It was entirely the realm of those above the king level. And what does it mean to be at the king level? It signifies the authority to expand territories and to safeguard the reconstruction of cities. Gooseki squinted thoughtfully. If this were indeed the feat accomplished by Sulu, he was far mightier than she had envisioned. It is said that summoned beasts, to a certain extent, mirror their beast masters. Thus, after receiving the finest education, she had summoned an angel that harmonized perfectly with her essence. Yet, the traits exhibited by Sulu's summoned beast, a hidden genius, appearing somewhat daft, yet brimming with infinite potential, Gooseki contemplated with a composed expression. At that moment, a chorus of howls echoed from afar, signaling the approach of wolves. A horde of ferocious wandering wolves gradually converged towards this location, encircling the crowd, their numbers exceeding 100. These fierce creatures had actually gathered long before Sulu began roasting meat, as it is universally acknowledged that wild beasts possess an acute sense of smell. Consequently, few would dare to engage in such an act in the wilderness. However, due to the presence of the rift seat, the beasts were evidently affected by the ghostly visage, instilling in them a sense of fear that kept them at bay until Sulu departed. So many ferocious wandering wolves? What is happening? This place is so close. Could it be that a new space-time rift has emerged? It is certainly possible. Let us take action. 100 ordinary-level beasts, with the likelihood of elite-level ones hidden among them, could pose a significant threat even for a small team of hunters. Additionally, the speed at which the wandering wolves could surge forth rivaled that of a speeding car, posing a potential danger to life. Fortunately, those who came to invite Gooseki were not weak. No need. This is the perfect opportunity for you to witness my prowess. What other purpose could there be for you accompanying me? Gooseki interjected, halting the group. Angels, purify them, she commanded. As the angels hovered in the sky, radiant points of light began to coalesce around them. Subsequently, luminous needles forged from light shot towards the ferocious wandering wolves. This was her summoned entity, resplendent, much like herself. The onslaught cleared all the wandering wolves, though the angels appeared to falter, for they were newly summoned. Nevertheless, their display was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, at the moment when the crowd was in shock, a distant howling of wolves echoed, suggesting that their numbers were likely in the thousands. Flee. Surely, a new rift in space-time has manifested nearby. Chapter 10. An increase in funds naturally. Sulu, who had already departed, was oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. By the way, Psyduck, can you harness your psychic abilities to lift us into the air? Sulu desired to fly, but his Latios had yet to master the atmospheric barrier. At the speed of Latios, carrying himself could very well result in a painful strain on his back. Nevertheless, Psyduck's psychic prowess seemed a promising means of flight. Gah! Psyduck let out a dejected cry. It appeared that exerting psychic control over a living target required a greater concentration of mental energy. Alas, it seemed they would have to continue on foot for the time being. Sulu sighed. After all, Psyduck was merely a water-type Pokémon, and its ability to learn psychic skills was a testament to its exceptional talent. Not every creature could unleash psychic power simply due to a headache. Most would merely be rendered dazed. After 20 minutes of travel, the duo arrived at the city gates of W City. Many onlookers regarded the unconventional Sulu and Psyduck with curiosity. It was not uncommon for summoners to utilize their summoned beasts to carry the corpses of ferocious creatures, but employing a psychic-type summoner to transport a body seemed somewhat excessive. The strength of summoned beasts was best reserved for confronting the potential threats posed by ferocious creatures at any moment. Was there truly no vehicle? Could it be that he was a novice? Such formidable psychic energy. He must at least be an elite beast master, wouldn't you think? Should they extend an invitation? Glancing at his chest, they noted the plain white badge. Upon witnessing Sulu's remarkable achievements, numerous individuals flocked to him, eager to enlist him in their respective teams. This is a pragmatic reality. Every team requires formidable allies. Sulu, however, gracefully declined their invitations and proceeded to the Beast Master Alliance's acquisition point with the carcass of a ferocious beast. Registered beast masters at the Alliance can bring the remains of savage creatures here for appraisal and settlement. Sulu's arrival incited a minor commotion, as the use of mental energy for transport is quite rare. The commotion reached the ears of those within the Alliance's premises, including Zhu Qin, who, during her break, couldn't resist peering out of the window. Her usual pastime involved observing the various ferocious beasts at this acquisition point. Is that Sulu? A Psyduck? Zhu Qin found herself momentarily stunned. It seemed she had misjudged the situation. She had even contemplated passing the Beastmaster examination. How could such a powerful summoned beast be mistaken for a mere weakling? Clearly, any newly emerged summoned beast warrants attention. Oh, what if I were to compose a thesis on Psyduck? Might that enhance my chances of passing the assessment? Zhu Qin pondered, stroking her smooth chin. Like many professionals, she was continuously striving for self-improvement. After some contemplation, she concluded that her idea held merit. If this newly appeared beast were to unveil some extraordinary potential, she would strike gold. Once her paper gained traction and she garnered a modicum of fame, her aspirations of becoming a qualified Beastmaster examiner would become significantly more attainable. As for how to obtain Sulu's consent, considering one's decent appearance and considerable expertise, one might propose to offer unconditional assistance in training. The body was placed on the conveyor belt. A staff member, clad in a mask, remarked. Behind the conveyor was a colossal scanner, reputed to detect the energy contained within the carcasses of fierce beasts, thereby assigning corresponding point values. Additionally, it could extract genetic information from the beasts, preventing the same corpse from being used to claim rewards multiple times. All fierce wolf corpses, totaling 36 points. Keep up the good work, young man. You are not far from becoming a stellar beast master, the staff member in charge of registration said with a friendly expression. Observing the details on the screen, he was aware that Sulu had registered today, specifically a little over 2 hours ago. While 20 fierce wolves may not pose a formidable challenge, achieving such results on the very first day, and in such a brief span of time, indicates considerable potential in this beast master. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the corpses were purchased to exchange for points, though this seems unlikely. After all, there is little merit in that. Unscanned beast corpses typically command higher prices, and anyone with such disposable income would hardly be interested in the meager subsidies offered to low-tier beast masters. As for the corpses needed by high-tier beast masters, relying solely on purchases would likely bankrupt a company. The funds required could instead be used to cultivate several genuinely high-tier beast masters. Sulu nodded, collecting the monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan, followed by engaging in the trade of beast meat. At the acquisition point of the Beastmaster Alliance, a throng of eager individuals awaited the conclusion of the scanning process, hoping to procure the flesh of fierce beasts. Only after undergoing the Alliance's rigorous testing, confirming its safety for consumption, could they confidently utilize such meat. However, due to the brutal methods employed by the powerful Pokémon, the corpses of the fierce howling wolves brought back by Sulu were not particularly appealing in appearance. Nevertheless, these wolf carcasses still commanded a remarkable price of 100 yuan per kilogram. Thus, Sulu made a staggering profit of 150,000 yuan from a single outing. He finally grasped the lucrative nature of being a beast master. A sum of 150,000 yuan could sustain a family of 3 for 2 to 3 years. And yet a beast master merely needed to venture outside the city for a short while. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing the requisite strength. With newfound wealth, He contemplated enhancing his household conditions and purchasing a vehicle, as transporting the beast carcasses would otherwise prove challenging. Sulu glanced at the panting Psyduck, who appeared somewhat fatigued from the journey. As he exited the acquisition point, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was Zhu Qin, the staff member from the Beastmaster Alliance who had previously registered him. If memory served him correctly, her name was indeed Zhu Qin. It seems you remember me. Sulu, she said with a smile. Do you think I am a Psyduck? Huh. Zhu Qin responded with a puzzled look. Miss Zhu Qin, is there something you need? Sulu asked politely, as he was not very familiar with her. Well, I have a keen interest in Psyduck and would like to write a paper about it. I was wondering if I might observe it closely. Please, Zhu Qin pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Psyduck is my first companion. It's so adorable. It's so powerful. It has become akin to family. Sulu replied sternly. Gah! Psyduck moved, clung to Sulu's leg. Meanwhile, Zhu Qin appeared dejected. Indeed, many beast tamers held their summoned creatures in high regard, often viewing them as kin, refusing to allow outsiders to study or observe them. It's merely observation. I won't engage in any inappropriate conduct. Furthermore, I possess some nurturing experience that could aid Psyduck's growth. Zhu Qin explained, lacking confidence. Sulu nodded. Yet even so, Psyduck remains my family. Can family be observed at will? The youth was utterly unyielding, leaving Zhu Qin's plans in shambles, and she sighed. Then she heard Sulu's next remark. So, additional funds are required. Zhu Qin. Psyduck. Chapter 11. Let us go. We shall conquer all. The mention of extra funds left Zhu Qin utterly bewildered. However, she quickly regained her composure. This could be interpreted as consent. Even if it meant parting with some money for her future, she might have to draw from her savings for a dowry, despite the fact that she currently had no boyfriend. All right, but how much do you require for the research expenses? Sulu stroked his chin thoughtfully. In truth, the money was secondary. What Sulu truly sought was to discern whether there were distinctions between the Pokémon and the summoned creatures of others. Only through research and publication could Pokémon better assimilate into this world. Indeed, Duck's primary task is to tread cautiously. This is the principal objective of Sulu, for he intends to continue summoning Pokémon. If possible, Sulu wishes to bestow a rightful status upon each Pokémon he calls forth. Thus, it is imperative to first ascertain the prevailing attitudes of the populace towards Pokémon, as well as the influence Pokémon wield over others. After all, based on Sulu's knowledge, this world is not entirely tranquil. While the cities may exude harmony, the wilderness is rife with threats to summoned beings, as the creatures possessed by others may very well serve as essential materials for the evolution of their primary Pokémon. Should the biological nature of Pokémon prove to be extraordinary, early research would enable Sulu to prepare psychologically. As for funding, 70% of the research profits, along with a monthly stipend of 10,000, must be accounted for under my supervision, Sulu stated. A monthly allocation of 10,000 would significantly diminish my salary. But Zhu Qin, having misjudged once before, resolved to trust her instincts this time. Thus, she readily replied, All right. Surprised by her agreement, Sulu inquired, How will you observe Psyduck? Let us arrange a location. I can come after work each night, and on my days off, I can observe as well. Very well. It is settled then. By the way, aren't you supposed to be at work now? Why are you out? Sulu asked. The busiest period has already passed. She responded, Oh, then please continue. Call me when you need assistance. With that, Sulu departed with Psyduck. However, rather than heading straight home, he ventured out to procure some supplies. The household is replete with antiquated items that necessitate replacement. A budget of 150,000 is merely the beginning. The working hours of Su's father and mother are indeed quite extended. Yesterday marked the customary holiday known as Awakening Day, thus they returned home earlier than usual. Under normal circumstances, an average individual labors for over 12 hours a day, often not returning until 9 in the evening. This relentless schedule is a consequence of the oppressive presence of the fierce beasts, which has greatly restricted human activity, compelling the populace to toil incessantly. Nevertheless, there are no grievances voiced, as the threat of these beasts looms large. Employment is, however, assured under the vigilant oversight of the Beastmasters Alliance. While the toil may be arduous, it is still preferable to the peril of wandering outside, exposed to the beast's predation. Yet, the situation alters significantly if one possesses a Beastmaster in the family. Upon returning home, Su's parents were astonished to find their abode transformed. The old bulky television had been replaced with a sleek LCD screen, and numerous antiquated furnishings had been exchanged. Have we entered the wrong house? They pondered, shutting the door and glancing at the house number, which confirmed it was indeed their residence. The layout remained unchanged. Yet disbelief lingered until Sulu emerged, ultimately reassuring them that they were, in fact, home. After Sulu elucidated the situation, they grasped that today marked a significant achievement for Psyduck. The sum of 150,000 represented the fruits of their labor over 2 to 3 arduous years. Psyduck is truly remarkable, Sue's mother exclaimed, unable to resist caressing Psyduck's head, to which Psyduck responded with a delightful tilt of its head. Sulu, shouldn't they be praising me? Even Sue's father exclaimed about his son's accomplishments, while also advising Sulu to diligently train his Psyduck and to be particularly vigilant about safety when venturing outside. As the day passed, Sulu was undoubtedly in high spirits. However, the minister of the Beast Alliance in W City was far from cheerful. For the day's assessments had concluded without the emergence of that formidable beast suspected to possess the ability to manipulate the weather. In fact, the coordination device also contained a covert energy detection feature, accessible only to the minister himself. Among all the newly appointed beast tamers, only 3 beasts exhibited king-level energy fluctuations. Yet, possessing such energy did not guarantee king-level combat prowess. Moreover, the creature he envisioned as capable of weather manipulation should possess champion-level energy fluctuations, but it remained elusive. As for the hidden summoning information, that was something he had not contemplated, considering that the summoning crystals were entirely under the control of the Beast Alliance. Could it be the work of outsiders? A thorough investigation was warranted. If it were a wild beast, the situation would indeed be dire. The thought of the information received that afternoon, indicating the potential emergence of a significant space-time rift near W City, only added to his distress. Shortly thereafter, the exploration team dispatched to investigate reported back. A space-time rift had been discovered, preliminarily assessed as elite level, located 3 kilometers from W City. Elite level. It appeared that I too must make an appearance. If I cannot resolve this matter, I will have no choice but to notify the city lord. As night fell, Sulu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. It was the second day since he arrived in this world, where he beheld countless wondrous creatures and his beloved Pokémon. Unable to sleep, Sulu suddenly declared, "Let us venture out to accumulate shop points." Within the newly acquired duck nest, a Psyduck startled awake with a quack, having been roused by Sulu. With the prowess of Rayquaza, vanquishing fierce beasts was astonishingly effortless, allowing him to amass a substantial number of shop points in a brief period. The shop was replete with enticing treasures. Upon meticulous examination, Sulu was elated to discover the psychic talent and aura talent. The psychic talent could be exchanged for a mere 10,000 points, igniting a fervent desire within him. Furthermore, numerous recipes for energy cubes also piqued his interest. A single tornado from Rayquaza could yield nearly 200 shop points, with a few more. Reaching 10,000 points would not be an unattainable dream. Resolute in his decision, Sulu donned his attire and, accompanied by the groggy Psyduck, stealthily left his home. Meanwhile, his parents, exhausted from work, had retired early to bed, entirely oblivious to their son's nighttime escapade. In W City, there was no curfew, let alone restrictions on Pokémon trainers venturing out at night, as many creatures thrived in the darkness. After distancing himself a bit, Sulu retrieved Rayquaza's Pokeball. Roar. Let us embark on a rampage. Quack. Is there a dragon? Chapter 12. The dragon Rayquaza re-emerged. And Psyduck once again became the epitome of a befuddled creature. GAA, the dazed Psyduck, gazed blankly, while Sulu adeptly patted its head. Do not be so astonished each time you see your senior brother. One must grow accustomed to it. GAA? Observing Psyduck's bewildered demeanor, Rayquaza released 2 jets of nitrogen mist from its nostrils. Roar, what a fuss. GAA, roar, roar. Have you two begun to communicate? It would be best to seek out some wild Pokémon first. There will be ample time for your exchanges later. Sulu interrupted the conversation between the 2 Pokémon. Rayquaza lowered its head, indicating Sulu to climb aboard. Will it be safe for me to ascend? Although we are merely flying at a low altitude, without any protection, the strong winds and acceleration could still pose a danger. Roar. Has the atmospheric shield begun to take shape? Rayquaza's response illuminated Sulu's thoughts. Indeed, the day when he would soar through the stratosphere was drawing near. Truly, a legendary beast, it never fails to impress. Sulu was placed upon Rayquaza's head, while Psyduck seemed hesitant to join him. In truth, Sulu was the master of Rayquaza, and being perched atop its head elicited no objections, even some delight. However, as for Psyduck, even though it was one of their own, Rayquaza's proud nature prevented it from allowing any Pokémon lacking equal strength to ride upon it. Thus, Psyduck found itself cradled in Rayquaza's claw, curling up against the cold wind. GAA, the tides of fortune may turn. Do not underestimate the humble Psyduck. Roar. GAA. Senior brother is valiant and dashing. We are taking off. Thick, heavy mists gathered near the sky pillar, ultimately coalescing into a hazy sphere. Standing atop the sky pillar, Sulu felt not even the slightest breeze. Such was the power of the atmospheric shield enveloping the sky pillar. If fully harnessed, it could even withstand the impact of meteors. This was a technique unrecorded in any Pokémon Pokédex. In truth, the potential for Pokémon techniques remains vast. For this realm is not a mere game, but reality itself. To accommodate Sulu, the sky pillar flew with remarkable steadiness. It accelerated from a standstill to its maximum speed in mere fractions of a second, capable of enduring the immense pressure from the acceleration, unlike Sulu. As the sky pillar soared, the atmospheric shield before Sulu appeared somewhat translucent, allowing him to catch glimpses of the outside world. A peculiar thrill accompanied this experience. Though Sulu had traveled by airplane before, the sensations of flying with the sky pillar were entirely different. Meanwhile, the Psyduck, ensnared in the claws of the sky pillar, remained curled up in a ball. In response to the excitement, it emitted a unique wave of energy, leading to the emergence of a new skill, Endure. On its skill panel, as the sky pillar traversed the landscape, wild beasts trembled in fear, some so overcome that they lost control of their bladders, scurrying to hide with utmost caution. This was the awe-inspiring effect of the dragon's might. However, the very fact that these wild beasts were concealing themselves posed a dilemma for Sulu. He had come out to encounter these creatures, yet they now avoided him, making it impossible to engage in battle. The prolonged absence of any wild beasts suggested that something was amiss. Sulu opened the panels of two Pokémon. Rayquaza had leveled up, while Psyduck unexpectedly acquired a skill called Patience. Could it be a ghost face? Roar? Indeed, you must temper your intimidation, otherwise we shall struggle to encounter any creatures. Roar. This is what the grandeur of a divine beast truly entails. What merit is there in a divine beast devoid of its imposing aura? Once the pressure was subdued, the ferocious creatures ceased their evasion. Upon spotting the fierce beasts, there was no need for descent. Rayquaza could effortlessly reap them with a long-range tornado. As for the corpses, they would be left for other ferocious beasts to claim. As the slaughter continued, Sulu's points in the system shop began to surge rapidly, reaching 400 points within a mere half hour. However, Sulu furrowed his brow. It was still too slow. These beasts appeared one by one, and although each fell with a single strike, the search proved cumbersome. It was said that there were numerous beasts around the spatial rifts. If only he could locate one. Alas, as a starless beastmaster, the Beastmaster Alliance would not divulge the precise locations of these rifts to him. Yet, just as Sulu was engulfed in frustration, a wolf's howl echoed from afar, followed by a chorus of howls. The deep resonance indicated a considerable number. Sulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A grand opportunity has arisen. Rayquaza, let us depart. The green dragon accelerated, soaring through the skies. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Beastmaster Alliance was rallying its trainers to resist the surging pack of wolves. Hurry. Defend the beasts at the forefront. Healers, we require healing. The wolf pack from the west began its advance. Minister of Rock Peak, we have identified our target. This is the photograph we captured. In the frontline defense camp, Dong Yanfeng, the minister of the Beastmaster Alliance, received the image. The photograph depicted a pale giant wolf with gleaming red eyes. Indeed, it was the Tsanyua, fierce howl wolf. This formidable creature possesses 4 ultimate evolutionary forms, with the Tsanyua fierce howl wolf being the most challenging to confront, exhibiting a propensity for slaughter and wielding king-level combat prowess. Moreover, when bathed in moonlight, it gains tremendous enhancements. A chilling, elongated howl resonated through the air. This is not good. These wolves are preparing to attack. I will intercept the Tsanyua Fear Howl Wolf. You contact the city lord. In light of the urgency, summon the Beastmasters within the city to engage in battle, Dong Yanfeng declared decisively. The current stature of the Beastmaster Alliance has been forged by the bravery of Beastmasters and their summoned beasts who dared to fight. Furthermore, his family resides within the W City district. Yanhua Butterfly, it is our turn to take action. Dong Yanfeng commanded. A fire-red butterfly with a wingspan of 3 meters descended from the heights, landing atop Dong Yanfeng's head. This was the Yanhua Butterfly, the sole beast of the minister of the W City Beastmaster Alliance. In the distance, groups of fierce howl wolves stood upon the ruins of the city, seemingly cloaked in silver shrouds. This is the ability of the Tsanyue Fear Howl Wolf, which can bestow the blessing of the moon upon its allies. The emerald eyes of the wolves gazed into the horizon, revealing an endless multitude. There were thousands of these fearsome beasts, thousands of ordinary-level ferocious creatures. Yet, I must still engage. Yanhua Butterfly, unleash your brilliance. With a wave of his hand, Dong Yifeng commanded. The scales of the Yinhua butterfly began to fall, each fragment transforming into a fireball the size of a human head. The sheer quantity of fireballs amassed into the thousands, densely packed together. As the fireballs descended upon the wolf pack, a cacophony of explosions erupted, yielding some success, yet failing to deliver a fatal blow to the ferocious wolves. The formidable creatures, unharmed, quickly healed their wounds under the protective influence of the moon. Dong Yifeng inhaled deeply. He was confident in his ability to contend with a lone Sanyue ferocious wolf. But against the pack, his chances were slim. It seemed he must delve into the heart of the wolves and engage in a duel with the Sanyue ferocious wolf to temporarily halt their advance. However, such a move would nearly guarantee his demise. Just as he prepared to enter the fray alongside the firework butterfly, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. As if something had descended, obscuring the moonlight. Dong Yifeng looked up. It was a dragon. Chapter 13. The Overwhelming Sky Dragon. This was an aura of dominance. Everyone could palpably sense the immense pressure emanating from the dragon in flight. The Sanyue ferocious wolves stood rigid, their fur bristling as they fixated on the arrival of the Sky Ripper. The moment the Sky Ripper appeared, the protective moonlight aura surrounding the ferocious wolves instantly disintegrated. The moonlight aura of the Sanyue ferocious wolves was derived from the condensation of moonlight, which cascaded from the heavens and was converted into energy by the wolves. Any force that traversed the sky could be effortlessly severed by the Sky Ripper. This was the inherent trait of the Sky Ripper, the celestial lock. It has appeared. There it is. Dong Yifeng gazed with fervor at the dragon that obscured the moonlight. It was an instinctive perception, a long-honed intuition cultivated over years as a beastmaster. Moonlight. Indeed. Uncertain whether this can be classified as belonging to the fairy type, Su Lu stood upon the head of the sky pillar, furrowing his brow. The fairy type is indeed a bane to the dragon type, yet the potency of the sky pillar, a legendary beast, is indisputable. Sky pillar, rend them asunder. A thunderous roar reverberated across the land. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a tempest arose. Massive tornadoes spiraled, ensnaring the ferocious howling wolves and lifting them into the heavens. The howling wolves cried out in agony as they were torn to shreds. Even the elite howling wolf leader met the same fate, obliterated in an instant by the ferocity of the whirlwinds. The crimson glow in the eyes of the Sanyue howling wolf intensified with the demise of its pack. Initially, the aura of the sky pillar had indeed instilled fear within it, to the extent that it would have retreated to the rift in time and space with its pups had the sky pillar remained passive. However, spurred by the overwhelming scent of blood, the bloodthirsty Sanyue howling wolf lost all semblance of reason. With a long howl, it began to ascend towards the sky, propelled by the pale moonlight beneath its feet. The notion of a Sanyue howling wolf leaping into the skies was a fearsome concept. Dong Yifeng stood transfixed, observing this scene. The ability of the Sanyue howling wolf to navigate the heavens contrasted starkly with the terrestrial bounds of its kin. Dong Yifeng had initially harbored confidence in his ability to contend with the Sanyue howling wolf, relying on the aerial advantage of the firework butterfly to evade capture. Yet, it became apparent that should he engage, he might be shredded within mere moments by the soaring Sanyue howling wolf. However, if it were the sky dragon. As the howling wolves fell one by one, Su Lu instantaneously accrued a vast amount of shot points. Su Lu also noticed that Sanyue fierce wolf charging swiftly towards the sky splitter. The Sanyue fierce wolf plunged directly into the swirling tornadoes that obstructed its path, the razor-sharp winds even tearing at its fur. Yet, the wounded Sanyue fierce wolf was not deterred. Instead, its speed increased remarkably. This was the innate characteristic of the Sanyue fierce wolf, a bloodthirsty trait that significantly amplified its attributes when injured or inflicting damage. It was getting closer. Closer. If it could just reach its target, victory would be assured. In the primal instinct of the Sanyue fierce wolf, it perceived the beings hiding in the sky as incredibly fragile. Once captured, they would be easily torn apart. Sky Splitter used the tornado to restrict its movement. Then unleash the primal force, Su Lu calmly instructed. A peculiar wave emanated from Sky Splitter, triggered by the additional effects of the primal force, enhancing all its attributes. Simultaneously, a 1-meter diameter energy sphere coalesced, crashing forcefully towards the Sanyue fierce wolf. While Sky Splitter effortlessly dispatched the fierce wolf, Su Lu meticulously observed its attributes. This series of eliminations elevated Sky Splitter's combat experience to level 20. With this upgrade, Sky Splitter effortlessly acquired the instinctual skills inherent in its bloodline: Primal Force, Bite, Dragon Claw, and Mighty Roar. The speed of the Primal Force was astonishing, striking the Sanyue fierce wolf in an instant. The wolf, mid-leap, fell heavily into the ruins of a building. What a powerful blow. Dong Yinfeng compared this attack to that of the fireworks butterfly and found it utterly incomparable. Yet the onslaught of the sky splitter did not cease. The primal energies surged forth in an almost unbroken line, relentlessly bombarding the position of the Tsangyue fierce wolf as if it were a fleet of bombers. Enough, sky splitter, it is already dead, Su Lu remarked, observing the rising score. It was only after Su Lu's prompt that the sky splitter exhaled a dense mist, halting its relentless assault. The sky belonged to it, and without its consent, who dared to encroach upon its realm? Following the demise of the Tsangyue fierce wolf, the sky splitter's level ascended once more, reaching level 26. In a single battle, it had surged from level 7 to 26. Such is the efficiency of a divine beast in leveling up. Su Lu cast his gaze downwards. The atmospheric shield rendered the view slightly hazy, yet he could still discern the presence of life below. Never mind, let us not engage further. Psyduck, take the remains of that wolf's corpse. We shall depart. With an effortless motion, Psyduck manipulated the shattered carcass of the Tsangyue fierce wolf using its psychic powers. Initially, Su Lu had intended for the sky splitter to draw closer, allowing Psyduck to act, but he was astonished that such distance could still facilitate telekinetic control. Ever since the sky splitter's appearance, Psyduck's headaches had been relentless, its turbulent mental energy nearly overflowing. Even from this distance, Psyduck's psychic prowess was sufficient for manipulation. Minister, the corpse of the Tsangyue fierce wolf, a beast of the king rank, holds a value of at least several million. Not to mention this particular one possesses the unique skill King Wolf Rush to the Moon. Numerous beast tamers possessing ferocious wolf-like creatures yearn to acquire such a corpse, for consuming it might bestow the extraordinary skill of celestial wolf chasing the moon. Silence is golden. Those who wish to remain unscathed should refrain from speaking. This is the hard-won trophy of a formidable warrior. As Dong Yinfeng gazed upon the dragon soaring above, he discerned a figure standing atop its head, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of immense power. This dragon was unlike any he had ever encountered, a new beast of mastery. Caution was paramount. It appeared that the enigmatic powerhouse harbored benevolent intentions, as evidenced by their intervention in the recent upheaval caused by the ferocious beasts. At that moment, Su Lu had no desire to engage with anyone else. He would contemplate matters once Juqin had discerned the peculiarities of the Pokémon. As for the corpses of the ferocious wolves, they could be temporarily relinquished to these individuals, for he had already secured the most valuable prize. Moreover, even if he were to take action himself, he could not claim all the spoils. He had already forsaken a considerable number of beast carcasses during previous encounters. His greatest gain from this outing was the points accrued at the shop. Su Lu glanced at the shop, noting a total of 341 points. This indicated that the appearance of the sky splitter was tantamount to vanquishing over 5,000 ordinary ferocious wolves. He could purchase more than 50,000 energy cubes with such a sum. The substantial points served as essential capital. Training Pokémon required considerable investment, and the tide of ferocious beasts did not occur at every turn, necessitating the establishment of his own enterprise. Sitting atop the sky splitter, Su Lu stroked his chin in contemplation. Subsequently, he instructed the sky splitter to descend onto a clear patch of land to commence the processing of today's spoils. Chapter 14. The gift. The most significant item was the carcass of the Tsangyue fierce wolf, a creature towering at 2.5 meters and stretching 4 meters in length. Should it have approached the Sky Ripper, it might have inflicted considerable damage, for it was a beast suspected to possess fairy attributes. Su Lu understood that the fairy type was effective against dragons, though he was uncertain of the underlying principles. If a chain of countering types indeed existed, its revelation could ignite quite a stir. There might be an opportunity to investigate whether such a chain was real. Subsequently, Su Lu retrieved several bottles of seasoning. Having previously suffered from the lack of seasoning, he had made it a point to bring his home spices on this outing. With the assistance of the Sky Ripper, the Tsangyue fierce wolf was easily dismembered and placed upon the fire. The primary sustenance of the Sky Ripper was energy. Typically, it sustained itself by absorbing atmospheric elements and consuming meteorites. However, after experiencing Su Lu's roasted meat, it had developed a keen interest in carnivorous fare. Furthermore, the extensive use of its skills had depleted much of its energy, necessitating replenishment, and the beast's flesh was rich in energy. The Psyduck, too, was not one to overlook the opportunity for fierce meat, driven by an intense desire to grow stronger. Slow down. Leave some for me. If you keep sneaking bites, you can do the roasting. Content. The duck and the man reclined on the ground, while the Sky Ripper barely touched the earth. Suddenly, Su Lu realized it was past midnight. Time for the lottery. With this thought, he activated the lottery system. The wheel spun and ultimately landed on the items section. Though Su Lu felt a tinge of disappointment at not encountering a new Pokémon, he was not surprised. as the probability of obtaining a Pokémon was merely 1 in 3. Soon, a bell fell into Sulu's hand. An appeasement bell? Sulu gently shook the bell, which was tied with a white string. The appeasement bell possesses the abilities to induce sleep, alleviate emotions, and enhance affection. It was reasonably priced at 5,000 points in the shop. Sulu glanced at the Psyduck. Psyduck, come here. Quack. He patted the Psyduck and then hung the appeasement bell around its neck. This should help ease your headache, allowing you to sleep soundly. Quack. Psyduck let out a long cry, seemingly touched as it embraced Sulu. While casting a sidelong glance at Rayquaza, it appeared to convey, the boss gifted me something. What about you? Gur? Rayquaza extended its claw and nodded towards Sulu. All right. You shall have one too. Sulu, ever mindful, could not neglect Rayquaza, especially since Psyduck had received a gift. He meticulously browsed through the shop's offerings. Life Orb for 30,000 points, Leftovers for 10,000 points, and Choice Scarf for 20,000 points. The array of items was diverse. Based on his current budget, the Life Orb would be the most effective and would best utilize Rayquaza's characteristics. However, the Life Orb bore a negative effect. While it could amplify any attack, it would also sap the Pokémon's vitality. In a game, this might be inconsequential, but in reality, Sulu was unwilling to see his Pokémon's life force drained. In the end, Sulu opted for the 2,000-point Choice Scarf. According to its specifications, once donned, a Pokémon can only utilize a single attacking move, yet the potency of this move is significantly amplified. However, in reality, there are no stringent rules imposed, so the impact of wearing it is rather negligible. It allows for the enhancement of one specific move's power, which ultimately depends on which move Rayquaza favors. The scarf is somewhat large, yet it appears a tad awkward on Rayquaza, resembling a diminutive neckerchief, which somewhat diminishes its fierce aura. Well, this is your gift, Sulu declared. The remaining points will be allocated for operational purposes. Additionally, Sulu exchanged for a Pokeball and handed it to Psyduck. Psyduck nodded and pressed the button on the Pokeball, transforming into a beam of white light as it entered the orb, only to bounce back out moments later. Don't fancy the Pokeball. No need to worry. Barring any unusual circumstances, you can remain outside, Sulu reassured. After dealing with the Tsanyue fierce wolf, Sulu felt disinclined to continue hunting for the day. The points amassed from this venture were equivalent to what would typically be earned from a month's worth of hunting, rendering the scattered fierce beasts less appealing. He decided to wait for another wave of fierce beasts before taking action again. For now, the points should suffice. Just as he was about to head back, Rayquaza let out a roar. Do you wish to ascend into the atmosphere? Sulu nodded in affirmation. Every Pokémon has its preferred environment. Psyduck thrives in environments that Sulu can readily provide, yet Rayquaza's preferred habitat lies within the atmosphere. It is hardly feasible for Sulu to fabricate a low-altitude stratosphere, is it? Go on, there is no need to venture too far. Return as soon as you sense danger, Sulu instructed. Rayquaza nodded and soared into the sky, finding the sensation of flight far more exhilarating than that of being confined within a Pokeball, while Sulu could indeed impose his will upon it. Granting Rayquaza the freedom to fly filled it with profound emotion. I must hasten to cultivate the atmospheric shield successfully, for then I can take my master along for the flight. Psyduck, let us head back. Observing Rayquaza's distant flight, Sulu gently patted Psyduck's head. Truth be told, upon summoning Rayquaza for the first time, Sulu was overwhelmed with joy. However, as time passed, his concern shifted to how he might assist Rayquaza in its development. If he, as a trainer, could not contribute to the growth of his Pokémon, he would feel a deep sense of disappointment. Hence, Sulu recognized the necessity to elevate his own abilities. He resolved to devise a comprehensive training regimen for Rayquaza. Yes, Psyduck shall have one too. The carcass of the Tsanyue fierce wolf was substantial, yet Rayquaza, starved and ravenous, consumed a significant portion, leaving behind a piece of leg meat that Sulu had intentionally reserved to savor at home. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards merely cast a glance. As long as there was no registration, no one would discern that this was indeed the flesh of the Tsanyue fierce wolf. By the time they returned home, it was already 2 o'clock. Duck returned to its cozy nest and fell into a delightful slumber. Previously, due to intermittent headaches, Duck could only achieve a shallow sleep. However, with the soothing bell now in place, it finally entered a deep sleep. Observing the swiftly slumbering Duck in its room, Sulu smiled, thinking how carefree Duck truly was. Afterward, Sulu lay on his bed, contemplating the training methods for the 2 Pokémon and the specific utilization of shop points. It was only after pondering for some time that he drowsily closed his eyes. Chapter 15. Immutable Type, Fusion Type, and Evolution Type. The next day, Su's mother awakened him. The previous day had been registration day, granting the aspiring beast masters a day off. However, today it was back to school again. With only 5 days remaining until the final exams, Sulu suddenly realized that he had only traversed into this world a few days prior. It seemed he had yet to learn anything of substance. With a drowsy Duck in tow, Sulu made his way to school, the bell around Duck's neck jingling melodiously. The soothing bell had alleviated Duck's headaches to some extent, which was a positive development, yet it rendered Duck even more daft. Duck only appeared less foolish when it furrowed its brow in pain. Nevertheless, Sulu felt that this version of Duck was the most endearing. Duck needed to harness its mental power, with the goal of controlling that formidable force without suffering from headaches. As Sulu walked, lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hey, buddy, you've changed. Have you forgotten your friends now that you have a summon beast? Let me give your Duck a little rub." Zhang Wei suddenly emerged. The two individuals resided not far from each other, having been neighbors in their childhood. Although Zhang Wei's family eventually moved away, their connection remained unbroken. Observing the camaraderie between them, Psyduck remained docile, allowing Zhang Wei to approach without hesitation. "What are your plans for the future, Zhang Wei?" Sulu inquired, gently patting Psyduck's head. It seems I cannot become a beast master, so I shall pursue the path of a breeder instead. My ambition is to become a food breeder," Zhang Wei declared with determination. The role of a beast master primarily revolves around combat, whereas breeders are tasked with nurturing summoned creatures, with food breeder being a specialized branch within that profession. Although breeders do not enjoy the societal status of beast masters, they certainly hold a higher position than the average person. Keep at it. By the way, what about you? Have you decided on your specialization? The final class placement exam is in 5 days, Zhang Wei queried. Indeed, there are various specializations for beast masters, and some summoned creatures, unsuitable for combat, may possess other attributes that contribute significantly to society. The end-of-term examinations in the second year serve as a means of sorting students. Those who choose the combat specialization and pass the assessment will be directly placed into the beast master class. Other classes will depend on academic performance. While the third year focuses on intensive study, combat specialization, Sulu replied without hesitation. He believed that the combat specialization would not require him to memorize an excessive amount of knowledge, making it the most suitable choice for him at present. Unlike others who had studied for over a decade, Sulu was not naive enough to think he could master everything in just 5 days. Upon entering the school, Psyduck would accompany him to class, provided it did not cause any disturbances. The naive Psyduck was unlikely to create any trouble. After a day of study, Sulu found himself rather overwhelmed. His knowledge of culture was satisfactory, having been previously educated, yet the information regarding fierce beasts genuinely left him perplexed. Nevertheless, Sulu earnestly endeavored to learn. After all, one could gain wisdom from the stones of other mountains. And he hoped to uncover methods for nurturing Pokémon from the knowledge of this world. After school, Sulu rubbed his temples, while Psyduck mirrored his actions, also massaging its head. In the distance, Gusiki, observing Sulu, revealed an understanding expression, truly, as expected of a summoned creature. The gestures of headache and head rubbing were identical. "You've finally finished school. I've been waiting for you," said Zhu Qin, dressed in casual attire, as she approached Sulu with a cheerful demeanor. "Is the Beast Alliance closing so early? I work the day shift, 9 to 5. What about Psyduck?" Quack. Psyduck emerged from behind Sulu. "Why is it wearing a little bell?" Zhu Qin inquired curiously. "Psyduck likes it." Let us go. I've already arranged a meeting place." Zhu Qin paid no mind to the comforting bell, as adorning one's summoned creature was not an unusual occurrence. Sulu nodded in agreement. Watching Sulu depart with Zhu Qin, Zhang Wei appeared utterly bewildered. This lad promised to become a magician together. Yet, he has fled first. How do we assess it? Sulu asked. "Today, we will conduct a physical examination to determine which type of summoned creature Psyduck is, along with its potential and characteristics. Are there even categories for these?" Sulu questioned. "Did you not study properly in class?" Zhu Qin replied, wearing an expression of exasperation. Summoning beasts can generally be categorized into 3 types: the immutable type, the fusion type, and the evolution type. The immutable type cannot evolve or fuse. It can only grow stronger through training. Typically, their strength is predetermined upon summoning, resulting in relatively low potential. The fusion type, as its name implies, allows for multiple fusions to create a more powerful entity. Within the fusion category, there exist numerous unique fusion methods. However, due to the inherent nature of fusion beasts, competition is fierce, and instances of competing for fusion beasts can even arise. As for the evolution type, it can evolve into an entirely new and formidable creature as long as specific conditions are met. This type is particularly favored, as a single summoning beast can achieve great heights. Zhu Qin elaborated. "Is that so? Psyduck must belong to the evolution type, as it can evolve into Golduck." "Indeed," she replied, The material beasts within the fusion type are the most tragic existence. Even when they undergo fusion evolution, they cannot serve as the primary entity. Zhu Qin sighed. As they spoke, the two arrived before a laboratory building. Given Zhu Qin's background, she naturally did not possess her own laboratory. This one was rented externally, costing a considerable sum for each use. However, today marked the first day of research, and it was essential to instill confidence in her clients. Zhu Qin understood that such expenditures were unavoidable. Upon entering the laboratory, they found it clean and orderly, equipped with all necessary yet ordinary apparatus. They donned their lab coats. Let us begin. A brand new species of summoning beast requires a thorough examination. Su Lu instructed Psyduck to cooperate with the assessment. After spending half an hour placing all the examination materials into the testing apparatus, the two individuals and the duck finally relaxed. You seem quite adept at this, Su Lu inquired. Well, I have spent some time in the laboratory, came the reply. So, what led you to work for the Beastmaster Alliance? Su Lu asked. I ended up with a rather wise mentor. Zhu Qin replied somewhat dejectedly. No wonder you decided to go solo. While the apparatus continued its analysis, Su Lu turned his gaze towards the other instruments in the laboratory. Could you enlighten me about the functions of these devices? Just last night, Su Lu had spent 1,000 points to exchange for extensive knowledge on crafting energy cubes. Initially, he had intended to procure the instruments for himself, but now that ready-made devices were available, he was eager to test their efficacy. Since we have some time, I might as well share, Zhu Qin casually replied, thinking that even if Su Lu understood the instrument's functions, he would probably not conduct any experiments. After absorbing all the information, Su Lu nodded, retrieved his backpack, and extracted 3 tree fruits before approaching the experimental table. He commenced his attempts at crafting the energy cubes. He can't possibly be improvising. Can he? If he damages the equipment, I will be held accountable. Zhu Qin, who had initially thought Su Lu was merely fooling around, gradually adopted a serious expression as she observed his actions. Every step taken by Su Lu appeared to hold significance. Chapter 16, Energy Cubes. Zhu Qin's astonishment. This step is material separation. This step seems to involve screening and filtering, but why is it being filtered in this manner? Is this step perhaps energy fusion? Zhu Qin stared blankly as Su Lu conducted the experiment, marveling at the other's proficiency, which surpassed her own. Indeed, Su Lu exhibited a remarkable familiarity with this experiment, demonstrating a clear understanding of the next steps without the slightest hesitation. After 15 minutes of meticulous effort, Su Lu poured the semi-transparent liquid from the beaker onto the tray. In an instant, the liquid solidified into a compact mass, covering the tray completely. Su Lu then wielded a small knife to slice it into cubes, and to her astonishment, the originally rough edges of the cube smoothed into rounded forms. A testament to the concentration of energy. Success. Gazing at the array of energy cubes, Su Lu exhaled in relief. Even in this new world, the energy cubes could still be produced. The tree fruit had been exchanged on the spot, and retrieving it from her backpack was merely a guise. Meanwhile, Psyduck seemed to catch the enticing aroma, drooling as it gazed at Su Lu, drawn by the scent of the energy cubes. Ah, you gluttonous duck. Do you know how the 8 treasure duck is prepared? Su Lu remarked with a mischievous expression as she offered an energy cube to Psyduck. Psyduck cast a disdainful glance at Su Lu, but as she began to describe the preparation of the 8 treasure duck, its frantic foraging for food gradually ceased, and sweat began to bead on its forehead. The duck didn't want to become a meal. Yet, why did it smell so delectable? Tears streamed down Psyduck's face as it continued to rummage. All right, I was just teasing you, Su Lu chuckled. Compared to purchasing energy cubes from the system, making them herself was undoubtedly far more economical. If she could devise a tree fruit mixer, mass production might even be feasible. What is this? Beast feeding supplies? Zhu Qin gazed at Su Lu with a hint of confusion. Initially, she assumed Su Lu was merely an ordinary beast tamer, but it now appeared that he harbored numerous mysteries. You could say that, Su Lu replied, casually popping an energy cube into his mouth. Ah, quite refreshing. Reminiscent of ocean waves. This was the energy cube specifically crafted for Psyduck, designed to enhance its overall attributes. Humans could consume it as well, though the strengthening effect was rather paltry. Have you studied this? Zhu Qin inquired cautiously. If Su Lu were a more adept expert than herself, what would she do? Self-taught, I suppose. May I examine the beast-feeding supplies you've created? Although she recognized that prying into another's recipe was rather audacious. Witnessing Psyduck's sheer delight made her irresistibly curious about the effects of Su Lu's concoction. Su Lu pondered for a moment. The raw materials were solely in his possession, and he alone knew the method for creating the energy cubes. Even if others wished to replicate it, it would be nearly impossible. Moreover, Su Lu intended to profit significantly from the energy cubes, allowing him to comfortably support even more Pokémon in the future. Here, You may take it for testing, Sulu said, retrieving another energy cube from Psyduck's plate and tossing it to Zhuqin. Psyduck rolled its eyes, turning away to continue feasting. All right, then, Zhuqin responded, gingerly accepting the energy cube and locating an analyzer in the laboratory. After placing the energy cube inside, a series of indicators in various colors appeared on the screen. Universality 93, remarkably potent water attribute enhancement, other attribute enhancement effects. Zhuqin exclaimed in astonishment as she read the data. A universality of 93 implies that this particular beast feeding formula is suitable for 9 out of 10 summoned beasts. The potent water attribute enhancement signifies that prolonged consumption of this formula could lead to substantial growth even for ordinary water-type summoned beasts. What divine sustenance is this? While there are indeed foods available on the market that can enhance the physical attributes of summoned beasts, the widely sought-after beast meat is often utilized to create beast-feeding formulas. Yet, those capable of achieving such effects typically require at least the flesh of a king-level beast for their creation. And this youth managed to achieve the same result using merely a handful of fruits. Wait, fruits? Could they perhaps be exceedingly precious? However, fruits indicate they are from plants, which can be cultivated. Some grass-type summoned beasts can even expedite their ripening. With this thought, Zhuqin swallowed hard and glanced at the composed Sulu beside her. She suddenly recalled her own predicament, her accomplishments overshadowed by her mentor. If she were to present research results on such a formula, it would surely serve as a striking blow to her mentor's arrogance. Yet, Zhuqin resolutely shook her head, decisively pressing a button, causing a disc to eject from the machine. She then tossed the disc into the high-temperature incinerator. What are you doing? Upon hearing Sulu's inquiry, Zhuqin took a few deep breaths. Do you realize what you've created? If those large corporations were to find out, you could be in grave danger, Zhuqin cautioned. Sulu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the results seem quite promising. Are you still contemplating mass production for sale? Your Pokémon's food is derived from fruits, whereas the majority of available rations are made from fierce beast meat. Such actions would disrupt the market, and the companies producing Pokémon food would certainly oppose you. I believe what I create should benefit the Pokémon trainers, shouldn't it? Sulu retorted. Yes, but this encroaches upon the interests of others. Not to worry. The Pokémon Alliance will support me in matters beneficial to the trainers. Sulu waved dismissively, inwardly adding, I possess the strength to protect this interest. Should I surrender the technology to the Pokémon Alliance? Perhaps this would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Just this achievement alone could warrant the Alliance bestowing upon this young man the title of Doctor, Zhuqin pondered. Consequently, she ceased her inquiries regarding the energy cubes. Recognizing the complexity of the matter was beyond her scope. Half an hour later, the report for Psyduck finally appeared. The two approached the machine, and Sulu felt a surge of nervousness as the report concerned the uniqueness of Pokémon in this world. Zhuqin scrutinized the data meticulously, noting the water type, evolution category, and physical strength. She recited Psyduck's attributes one by one. Is there any issue? Sulu asked casually. Absolutely none. All metrics are above standard. Psyduck possesses immense potential. It is also a summonable creature capable of evolution. Congratulations! Once you uncover the conditions for Psyduck's evolution, a transformation will occur. Zhuqin exclaimed joyfully. The greater the potential of Psyduck, the more her published papers will garner attention. In the future, should anyone summon Psyduck, the papers she authored will be prioritized for review. However, there shouldn't be any anomalous data concerning Psyduck, right? Sulu continued to inquire. Meanwhile, Zhuqin calmed her excited demeanor and resumed her meticulous analysis. Half an hour later, her brow furrowed in concern. Several data points were excessively high. Sulu also took note, realizing that the peculiarities of Pokémon and other summoned creatures must lie within these data points. Chapter 17. Pokémon and Bonds. The energy levels within Psyduck's body are remarkably active, placing it among the foremost of all registered summoned creatures. Alongside an exceptionally stable mental particle configuration, Zhuqin addressed Sulu directly, elucidating the potential implications. Sulu interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Wishing to simplify the jargon, high-energy activity indicates an enhanced capacity to learn skills and a more effortless pathway to evolution. As Sulu pondered, she stroked her chin, contemplating that the high distribution of energy within Pokémon might explain why they can be contained within Pokeballs. If it were a tangible piece of meat, it would be impossible to compress it into a Pokeball, much like a human cannot be confined within one. Thus, it appears that the ability to be housed within a Pokeball is not an exclusive trait of Pokémon. Other summoned creatures with elevated energy levels could also be contained within Pokeballs. Thus, at this juncture, Pokémon will not incite turmoil in this world. Rather, it merely attests to their exceptional talents. Conversely, it is the Pokeballs that are more likely to stir up a commotion. As for the stability of psychic particles, It possesses both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the unwavering trust and amiability of the Psyduck, which, under your guidance, can even surpass its inherent capabilities. However, the downside is that this amicable demeanor is uniformly extended to all, rendering them vulnerable to those who might exploit the stable summoned beasts, as Zhuqin remarked. Initially, the stability of psychic particles was widely acknowledged as a positive attribute, even serving as a form of permanent assessment. Yet, as time progressed, the Beast Tamer Alliance dismantled numerous underground organizations, unearthing some horrifying truths, namely, the predation of summoned beasts. While the summoned creatures are indeed entirely loyal to their beast tamers, the latter are mortal. Although many summoned beasts choose to perish alongside their tamer, a considerable number opt to survive. These creatures, having frequent interactions with humans, are far easier to subdue than the wild beasts of the wilderness. Consequently, the underground hunting organizations have set their sights on these summoned beings. The more stable the psychic particles, the friendlier the creature becomes, thus rendering it more susceptible to deception. These poachers often target the beast tamers themselves, attempting to control the summoned beast for their own gain. As a result, the Beast Tamer Alliance ceased to conduct proactive psychic assessments of summoned beasts, lest they fall victim to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. In other words, the more gifted and psychically stable the summoned beast, the more likely it is to attract the attention of others. Sulu furrowed his brow and inquired. It can be said that any powerful summoned beast will inevitably attract attention, and the stability of mental particles serves as a ranking for those poachers. However, rest assured that detecting the stability of mental particles requires tissue from the summoned beast. With a little caution, major issues can be avoided, especially with the presence of the Beastmaster Alliance. Thus, generally speaking, the stability of mental particles is beneficial, Zhuqin remarked. Yet, that benefit does not seem substantial enough. Sulu replied, shaking his head. The might of divine beasts is sufficient to tempt any poacher to take risks, even in the relatively safe Pokémon world. There are many who dare to gamble for the sake of divine beasts, let alone in this perilous world. Although the tissue of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, is difficult to obtain, the display of formidable strength will invariably attract those with ulterior motives. As for why such occurrences transpire, Sulu speculated it might be related to the inherent traits of Pokémon, beyond their extraordinary abilities. One term frequently associated with Pokémon is bond. In the realm of Pokémon, bonds do not signify constraints or bindings, but rather an irreplaceable emotional connection. It is said that Pokémon possess a certain degree of sensitivity to human emotions, thereby forging these bonds. Under the influence of such bonds, Pokémon can even unleash powers far exceeding their own, and may even undergo the legendary bond evolution. In the Pokémon world, the connection between Pokémon and humans is an inescapable topic, and it appears that the Pokémon summoned by oneself is no exception. However, is the relationship between oneself and the summoned Pokémon truly a bond, rather than mere system control? If one day I were to pass away, perhaps the Pokémon I leave behind would forge bonds with the right individuals. Psyduck gently patted Sulu, who was lost in thought. Indeed. What am I musing about? All I need to acknowledge is that you are my family now. Sulu released the burdens of his heart and joyfully stroked Psyduck's head. Every encounter gives rise to new beginnings. The connection between humans and Pokémon births the essence of bonds. The establishment of these bonds is what renders Pokémon truly invaluable. Nothing can sever the ties willingly forged between them. Should anyone attempt to disrupt this, then we shall sever them. Roar, then we shall sever them. Thus, we shall sever them. Zhuqin gazed at the young man before her. In that fleeting moment, she perceived his eyes to be remarkably sharp and resolute, an aura that weighed heavily upon her breath. Apologies. I was lost in thought for a moment. Aside from that, Psyduck has no other issues, does it? Sulu reigned in the aura surrounding him. After exchanging for the mental power talent seed, Sulu would naturally emit fluctuations of mental energy due to intense cognitive waves, which was the source of the pressure Zhuqin felt. Once Sulu subdued his aura, Zhuqin returned to her usual self, though she harbored no suspicions, attributing her astonishment solely to Sulu's imposing presence. Of course not, it is in perfect health. With this data, I can assist you in analyzing the direction of Psyduck's strengthening, Zhuqin remarked. The potential of Psyduck is indeed formidable, thus, the significance of one's research and papers will be further recognized. If Psyduck can achieve a certain level of fame in the future, that would be even more splendid. Please, continue speaking. It has been demonstrated that Zhuqin possesses some genuine expertise, providing Sulu with a wealth of meaningful information. This includes suitable ingredients for Psyduck, as well as discovered enhancement materials, and even appropriate training locations, all knowledge that Sulu was previously unaware of. The two engaged in discussion until 9 o'clock, after which Sulu returned home with Psyduck. In the dead of night, he stealthily ventured out again, arriving home at 2 in the morning. Despite the impending final exams in 5 days, Sulu, having only recently traversed into this world, did not hold much hope for passing the cultural subject examinations. Consequently, he spent the following days dozing off in class. However, the teachers were aware that Sulu was essentially a prodigy of the Beast Master class, so they did not interfere excessively. After 5 repetitive days, the time for the final exams finally arrived. Chapter 18. The air above seemed to grow increasingly frigid. The cultural exams lasted just a day. Although Sulu had chosen the Beast Master class, achieving a certain standard in cultural subjects was still necessary for the entrance examination. Thus, he reluctantly sat for the exam. Sulu, how do you feel about the test? You still have the Beast Master assessment tomorrow, right? Zhang Wei inquired with a relaxed expression after finishing his exam. What else could it be? A disaster. I can only wait for tomorrow's Beast Master assessment, Sulu replied, having come to terms with the situation, shrugging off his shoulders nonchalantly. Beside him, Psyduck quacked in agreement, having witnessed Sulu's gradual transition from a desire to strive to a complete surrender. While 5 days might yield miraculous results on summer assignments, they could not bridge the gap of over a decade of knowledge deficiency. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Sulu turned to Zhang Wei and inquired, by the way, didn't you mention last time that you aspire to become a culinary breeder? A culinary breeder specializes in cooking with fierce beast meat to achieve therapeutic effects through diet. You may not know it, but I have already enrolled in the new Oriental training class for the summer, and if all goes well, I might even obtain a junior culinary breeder certification. Is that so? I have a product concept you might want to explore. It could potentially be quite lucrative. Sulu remarked with an air of mystery. A product concept? Zhang Wei looked at Sulu, bewildered. Having grown up together, he knew Sulu well. He had never been one to step into the kitchen, and now he claimed to have a product idea related to culinary breeding? Was he jesting? What is the matter? Is your kitchen not sufficient for your endeavors, and now you wish to exploit mine? Or do you possess a new dark culinary recipe that you dare not try at home? Enough. I genuinely have an idea. Seeing that Sulu's expression was earnest, Zhang Wei became serious. Is it true? Indeed. Then do share. Well, it essentially involves a nutritional ratio plan. I was thinking you could find fierce beast meat with similar properties to those described and then blend them to create a dish, Sulu explained slowly to Zhang Wei. The content is derived from the research materials on energy cubes. Although Sulu can effortlessly manufacture energy cubes and intends to utilize them as his primary source of revenue in the future, he is currently reluctant to reveal the existence of tree fruits, nor can he cultivate them in this world, particularly in W City. If the tree fruits were to be exposed, it would be easy for others to discern their significance, and their appearance necessitates a justification. Thus, Sulu contemplates that even if he were to sell energy cubes in the initial stages, he could only offer those remnants consumed by his Pokémon, given the limited supply of energy cubes. Therefore, aside from seeking tree fruits as raw materials, Sulu is also exploring alternatives. This leads him to consider Zhang Wei. Sulu wishes for Zhang Wei to investigate whether he can discover some beast meat that could replicate the effects of tree fruits. Initially, Zhang Wei was indifferent, accustomed as he was to his childhood friend's penchant for extraordinary feats. However, after hearing Sulu's perspective, he felt optimistic about the endeavor. All right. I will return and research some dishes, and I shall inform you of the results, Zhang Wei stated with a rare seriousness. Intrigued, he pondered as he departed. Sulu harbored no concerns regarding the potential leakage of the energy cube formula, as he alone possessed the genuine raw materials. Let Zhang Wei conduct his research. Regardless of the outcome, Sulu would either gain a substitute for tree fruits or simply move on. As for why he did not involve Zhuqin in the research, it was merely a matter of their relationship not having reached that level of trust, unlike the deep understanding he shared with Zhang Wei. After bidding farewell to Zhang Wei, Sulu made his way to the previously rented laboratory. Although humanity is currently confined within urban landscapes, each city ardently supports research and development, as evidenced by this communal laboratory. Naturally, Zhuqin lacks the financial means to rent the laboratory daily, but Sulu does. In recent days, Sulu has ventured out each evening, employing the efficient action of his, which allows him to easily locate prey. While the number of beast corpses he brings back may not be substantial, he earns a respectable income of 30 to 50,000 each day, sufficient to cover his expenses. Sulu has also become adept at donning a lab coat and entering the laboratory, where Zhuqin busily conducts various tests. Sulu, you're here. Guess what I've discovered? Zhuqin exclaimed with excitement. The compatibility of Psyduck with the Mingbo crystal is remarkably high. Mingbo crystal? Sulu inquired. It is a material that can stimulate mental prowess and is highly compatible with Psyduck. I personally purchased some, Let us have Psyduck give it a try. Has he finally found a material suitable for Psyduck in this world? Sulu nodded. Although there is an abundance of materials available in the shop, the points are limited. In Sulu's mind, points are far more valuable than money. For any substitute that can be acquired with currency, he prefers to purchase it in reality whenever possible. Zhu produced a piece of pale blue crystal, its aura shimmering like rippling water. This is what we call the Mingbo crystal. Psyduck, give it a try. Sulu took the Mingbo crystal in hand. Having already acquired the talent for mental prowess, while he may not compare to the extraordinary psychic Pokémon like Nasi, it suffices for his needs. Sulu could perceive the mental fluctuations emanating from the Mingbo crystal. In Sulu's hands, the Mingbo crystal exhibited almost no fluctuations. However, once it fell into the possession of Psyduck, a pale blue halo gradually flowed towards it. Psyduck, in a daze, held the Mingbo crystal, feeling a soothing vibration and a refreshing coolness within it, as if utilizing its mental power at that moment would not induce a headache. Yet, as the halo within the crystal faded, Psyduck reverted to its original state. It's effective. How much does this cost? Sulu inquired. 5,000 each, boss. Could you possibly reimburse me? Zhu responded, now realizing that Sulu was indeed quite affluent. A single outing of his could match her earnings from 1 to 2 months. Other beast tamers lacked such efficiency in their hunts. Could it be that Psyduck's mental prowess was particularly suited for reconnaissance, making it easier to locate suitable prey? Continue your research. At 5,000 each. It seemed that Psyduck could absorb one in just a minute, leading to considerable expenses throughout the day. Indeed, training Pokémon was inextricably linked to financial resources. With that said, Sulu produced some berries to begin crafting energy cubes. The daily rations for both Psyduck and Rayquaza had now transitioned to energy cubes. One of Sulu's reasons for renting the laboratory was to facilitate the creation of these energy cubes. After completing his daily tasks, Sulu plucked a few feathers from Psyduck to provide Zhu for her experiments, and then he departed without delay. As Psyduck ambled along, scratching its head, it couldn't shake the feeling that the top of its head was growing increasingly chilly, a sensation that might merely be a figment of its imagination. With ample time remaining before the onset of summer vacation, which would commence the day after tomorrow, it seemed prudent to purchase a vehicle, thereby facilitating opportunities for earning. Chapter 19. The Veteran Driver Training Program. Due to the demands of school, Sulu had found himself rather occupied in recent days. However, once the examination concluded tomorrow, he would find himself with a newfound abundance of free time, allowing him to contemplate the possibility of bringing back all the spoils that had previously seemed unattainable. Accompanied by Psyduck, Sulu arrived at the car dealership. Upon noticing the one-star badge adorning Sulu's attire, the staff greeted him with remarkable enthusiasm. Throughout the past 5 days, Sulu had diligently returned with various beast corpses, accumulating enough points to qualify as a one-star beast master. With this new rank, he had unlocked numerous privileges, such as a 10% discount on city purchases. Esteemed Beast Master, what type of vehicle do you require? What purpose shall it serve? To transport beast corpses out of the city, it should be durable and possess a significant cargo capacity. Please make your recommendations. Transporting corpses, you say? That certainly aligns with the style of a star-tier Beast Master. Ultimately, Sulu opted for a Wuling Hongguang priced at 300,000. Essentially, it was an enlarged version of a high-clearance off-road van, a popular choice for transporting goods in the wilderness. Its cargo capacity reached an astonishing 6 tons, categorizing it as a truck-level vehicle. Once purchased, Sulu could drive it freely. The procedures for a Beast Master acquiring a vehicle were notably expedited, as it was commonplace for them to misplace their vehicles while out in the wild, rendering cumbersome paperwork impractical. With Psyduck in tow, Solix dashed towards the outskirts of the city. As for a driver's license, what was that? In a past life, he was an experienced driver. The soldiers guarding the city merely glanced at the badge Solix presented, inspected the contents of the vehicle, and promptly allowed him to pass. Sitting in the car and observing Solix's adept maneuvers, Psyduck appeared to be quite fascinated. Psyduck, do you have an interest in becoming a driver? Quack. Your bright yellow exterior suggests you possess the qualities of an exceptional driver. Surely, you will become a master on the road. Solix pondered a possibility. Come, let me enlighten you on the art of driving. Solix meticulously explained the driving techniques to Psyduck, perhaps due to the influence of the Mingbo crystal. Psyduck seemed to absorb the knowledge rapidly. Quack! The duck has learned. The duck has learned. Psyduck exclaimed with excitement. The reason for Psyduck's exuberance was that this was the first skill it had learned of its own volition. Has it truly mastered it so quickly? Could it be that the yellow exterior offers some sort of enhancement? Solix muttered, then pressed the brake pedal. Now, let us switch places. You take the wheel. Quack! Psyduck chirped joyfully as Solix placed it in the driver's seat. Psyduck extended its little hands and feet. Quack! A cry of distress erupted from Psyduck. Its short arms could not reach the steering wheel. Its tiny legs could not press the clutch. In fact, after plopping down in the driver's seat, it couldn't even see the ground beneath. Its short limbs flailed helplessly in the air. After much effort in mastering a skill and finally grasping the opportunity to take on a pivotal role, one cannot help but ponder the reasons behind such an incident. The duck, in a moment of surprise, found itself pressing against the horn. Quack! Startled, it lifted its gaze towards Sulu, exclaiming, "How can you still be laughing at a time like this?" "Well, you see," Sulu replied, "I am a trained Pokémon trainer, and under normal circumstances, I wouldn't mock my Pokémon unless I truly couldn't help it. Moreover, perhaps, just perhaps, you could harness your psychic abilities to drive." Quack? Oh. Indeed, the Wuling Hongguang was ignited once more. This was, in fact, a training method conceived by Sulu. If the duck could learn to control its psychic powers to the extent of driving, it would significantly enhance its mental fortitude. Manipulating the clutch and steering wheel with psychic energy might not pose much difficulty, but the challenge lay in precision. Furthermore, if the duck could hone its abilities to navigate using psychic perception, without relying on visual cues, it would greatly develop its psychic control and awareness. What else more? The duck exhibited a genuine interest in driving, for passion is the finest motivator for training, and it seemed that the duck possessed a natural aptitude in this regard. The Psyduck effortlessly grasped the art of driving. Nevertheless, to ensure safety, Sulu retook the driver's seat, while the Psyduck perched on the passenger windows. Using its psychic powers to observe the road, should any issues arise, Sulu was prepared to take over. Consequently, the large van meandered along the road in a seemingly erratic manner, stopping and starting, its rear bouncing intermittently, as if lacking decorum. Sky pillar, tornado, roar. 3 deer, resembling trident horns, met their demise at the hands of the majestic Rayquaza with remarkable ease. Ordinary ferocious beasts proved too feeble for Rayquaza, offering scant experience in return. "Well done," Sulu remarked. Rayquaza squinted its eyes in acknowledgement. Psyduck, utilizing its psychic abilities, levitated the carcasses into the van. Observing its elder brother, Psyduck placed its hands on its hips and let out a couple of quacks. Psyduck felt a newfound buoyancy. Having embraced the veteran driver training program devised by Sulu, aspiring to become a seasoned driver, it aimed to overthrow its current elder brother, to emerge as the mainstay and ascend to the pinnacle of its duck life, a dream within reach. Rayquaza glanced at Sulu, seemingly inquiring, "What about me?" While Psyduck's training regimen was already established, Sulu contemplated the training direction for Rayquaza, which was rather straightforward. As a mythical Pokémon, Rayquaza possessed exceptional qualities and undeniable talent. The task at hand was not to direct Rayquaza's training, but rather to furnish it with resources, enabling it to reach its peak strength in the shortest possible time. This entails leveling up and unlocking Mega Evolution. Sulu meticulously perused the shop, discovering that neither the Emperor's Organ nor Rayquaza's Mega Stone was available for purchase. According to the lore, for Rayquaza to undergo Mega Evolution, it merely needed to master the signature move, Dragon Ascent. However, in practice, the process also required the Emperor's Organ, which served as both the Mega Stone and the key. In the world of Pokémon, Rayquaza had been consuming meteors and absorbing their energy for billions of years, ultimately coalescing into the Emperor's Organ. The enhancement of Rayquaza ultimately hinges upon the meteorites, or rather, the unique energies they harbor. Meteorites, notoriously expensive, serve as a catalyst for Sulu's financial aspirations. Naturally, you too. Sulu meticulously elucidated the concept of Mega Evolution to Rayquaza, who nodded in understanding. Thus, your tasks are twofold. First, to soar swiftly through the skies, striving to master the art of precision. Second, to intercept meteorites. Of course, I will assist you in acquiring these meteorites, after which you must discern the specific components you require. I shall endeavor to analyze and procure them in abundance, aiding you in swiftly consolidating your divine attributes. Sulu remarked. Rayquaza nodded in agreement, finally possessing a clear objective for its enhancement. As time passed, a new day dawned. Sulu was once again eligible for a draw. Chapter 20, A New Pokémon, Walking Grass. After extracting the soothing bell, Sulu found himself devoid of high-value items, obtaining only trinkets worth under 50 points. After 4 consecutive days of mundane items, surely a Pokémon was due to appear. With a flick of the wheel, it spun and eventually settled on the ordinary Pokémon category. Here it comes. Sulu watched as a moderately sized Pokémon materialized before him. With a petite body and elongated leaves, beneath the deep blue plant bulb lay 2 round little feet. It was none other than Walking Grass. Sulu cradled the adorable creature, its diminutive stature likely due to its low level. Walking Grass seemed to sense Sulu's affection, joyfully nuzzling against him. Psyduck trotted over, glancing curiously at the walking grass. With a sudden gah, Rayquaza turned its head to observe the walking grass as well. The walking grass appeared somewhat intimidated by the aura emanating from Rayquaza, shrinking back nervously towards Sulu. All right, these are all your seniors, Sulu reassured, gently patting the head of the walking grass. While the walking grass may not be a primary Pokémon, it is certainly one of the most numerous species in the Pokémon realm. Sulu examined the attributes displayed on the panel. Walking grass, qualification, elite current level, 5 type, grass. Poison innate ability, run away, nearly 100 chance of successful escape, condition, healthy skills, absorb, growth and deed, possessing elite level potential. Sulu understood that it was unrealistic to expect every Pokémon he drew to exhibit the potential of a champion. Moreover, the walking grass has relatively low base stats. Achieving elite potential among its kind is commendable. Most importantly, this particular walking grass possesses a hidden ability, as its ordinary innate ability is chlorophyll. No wonder this little creature seems so timid. Cautiously, the walking grass tilted its head to take a careful glance at Rayquaza. Roar! Rayquaza nodded proudly, indicating its commitment to look after this junior. Sulu retrieved an energy cube identical to Rayquaza's from his backpack and offered it to the walking grass. With joy, the walking grass devoured the energy cube, its face reflecting pure satisfaction. Now that we have acquainted ourselves, there remains but one final question. Are you willing to engage in battle? The future is long, and with the system at his disposal, Sulu will encounter numerous Pokémon. He will not force the reluctant Oddish to engage in battles or training. Oddish gazed enviously at Rayquaza, then resolutely shook its head. It understood its own limitations. Had it not seen Rayquaza, it might have aspired to grow stronger. However, with Rayquaza's protection over Sulu, it felt content to avoid causing trouble for its trainer. Sulu comprehended Oddish's sentiments. If you can help me with other tasks within your capabilities, I would be grateful. Oddish. With that, Sulu produced a Pokeball and aimed it at Oddish. Oddish. Caught. The hunt was successful, and the rewards were plentiful. Sulu's van was filled to a considerable extent, marking the end of the day's endeavors. By the way, Rayquaza, while you soar through the skies, keep an eye out for suitable locations. Perhaps we can establish a secret base. Rayquaza nodded and transformed into a green light, vanishing before Sulu's eyes. Sulu intended to cultivate berries outside the city for ample space and to create a haven for Pokémon. The probability of capturing a Pokémon stood at over 30%, potentially allowing him to summon more than 100 Pokémon within a year. In time, as he summoned additional grass-type Pokémon, they could assist in berry cultivation. Perhaps, many years hence, Pokémon might take root in this world like fierce beasts. Such a world would undoubtedly be a beautiful one, Sulu mused thoughtfully. Very well, let us return. Psyduck, you shall take the wheel. Quack. Let's leave it to the duck. Have we detected it? Indeed, we have, though we have yet to capture detailed photographs. In the Beastmaster Alliance of City W, Dong Yefeng scrutinized the images relayed by the satellite. Due to the elusive nature of the legendary Pokémon, lotteriesThis, and its remarkable speed, coupled with the atmospheric shield, even satellites struggle to capture its silhouette. The challenge of locating lotteriesThis amidst the vast expanse of sky remains considerable. Although we lack precise imagery, we have discerned that this enigmatic dragon, temporarily dubbed the Sky Dragon, possesses an astonishing flight velocity, generating detectable fluctuations that allow us to tenuously trace its path. Oh, bring it forth for me to observe, Dong Yinfeng inquired with intrigue. Subsequently, the staff presented the suspected traces of lotteriesThis's movements. Its range of activity spanned an impressive 1,000 miles around City W. However, it primarily roams in the vicinity of City W during the night. Such a trajectory indeed suggests it still lingers within City W, Dong Yefeng sighed. I wonder what the intentions of that Beastmaster are. Since learning that lotteriesThis is a tamed creature, Dong Yinfeng's apprehensions have diminished significantly. After all, this Sky Dragon has yet to display any malice towards City W. Engaging in discourse with a sentient being is far preferable to confronting a ferocious beast. By the way, have there been any updates from the City Lord? Dong Yefeng inquired. The last time we communicated, the City Lord returned briefly before departing once more, and there has been no news since. Please inform him once more that the new sovereign is set to arrive in City W, and it is likely that her city intends to establish a presence nearby. This matter requires the City Lord's decisive input, Dong Yinfeng remarked. Although he was affiliated with the Beastmaster Alliance, it was evident that the City Lords possessed greater strength, as they were, after all, the true conquerors of their domains. New sovereign? Are you referring to the Tianguang sovereign? Indeed, the very same prodigy at the tender age of 19. Chapter 21. The registration of walking grass. Meanwhile, Sulu observed that Psyduck claimed to have completely mastered the art of automobile driving and insisted on taking the wheel. However, it seemed that Psyduck was merely eager to showcase its abilities in front of the newly arrived walking grass. Unable to dissuade Psyduck, and after verifying its driving skills, Sulu ultimately consented to let Psyduck position itself at the driver's seat, while he seated himself with walking grass in the passenger side. Typically, most grass-type Pokémon prefer slumber during the night when photosynthesis is not feasible, yet walking grass was an exception. Its leaves could even absorb moonlight to facilitate photosynthesis, allowing it to remain lively even after sunset. While walking grass could be contained within a Pokeball, Sulu intended to take it along for registration as his own beast and to subtly probe the workings of the Beastmaster Alliance. Hence he refrained from confining it within a Pokeball. Psyduck expertly maneuvered the vehicle, swiftly approaching the city gate. Some Beastmasters have returned. Let's conduct a check. The city guards typically announced, but before they could draw near, a sense of unease washed over them. Surely, I'm not imagining things? What is the matter? Another city guard inquired. This Beastmaster seems to possess quite a distinct personality, resembling a duck in some ways. Upon hearing this, the other guard began to scrutinize closely. As Sulu's vehicle approached, the two guards finally confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed a duck driving the car. Both wore expressions of utter disbelief. It was their first encounter with a duck behind the wheel. Beep. Seeing the guards in a daze, the Psyduck pressed the horn. Sulu remarked, "You must be the Beastmaster of that Psyduck, right? You truly dare to let it drive? Does it even have a license?" After completing the registration, the guard, with a pained expression, replied, "Understood. I'll ensure it takes a driving test in a few days." Sulu nodded, relieved that the guard did not inquire about his own driving credentials. "Well then, just make sure your beast doesn't drive in the city," he advised. Opening the trunk, a thorough inspection for contraband commenced. Sulu revealed a trunk full of ferocious beast carcasses. Quite an impressive haul. Observing the collection, the guards' expression softened slightly as they scanned the contents with their devices, confirming Sulu's compliance. Additionally, there was the walking grass in Sulu's possession. Many Beastmasters, aside from their initial summoned beasts, often capture ferocious creatures, as not all initial beasts can keep pace with their master's progression. Although the walking grass appeared harmless, upon realizing it was not merely a plush toy but rather a ferocious beast, the two guards decisively escorted Sulu to the Beastmaster Alliance. After all, bringing ferocious beasts into the city requires stringent approval. Prior to this, Sulu had dealt with a cartload of ferocious beast carcasses, resulting in a remarkable increase of 500 points in his score. The sale of the beast corpses yielded a staggering revenue of 600,000. He was greeted by an elderly man, accompanied by a peculiar beast resembling a seahorse. Was this an unfamiliar ferocious beast, perhaps a variant species? The old man fixed his keen gaze upon Sulu, who cradled the lethargic walking grass in his arms. "You must be Sulu. I have retrieved your records. This should be the ferocious beast you encountered today?" the old man inquired. Sulu glanced at the identity badge on the man's chest, identifying him as Lu Changqing, Deputy Director of the Beastmaster Alliance's W City Research Department. "Indeed," Sulu affirmed with a nod. "Does it harbor any hostility towards you?" Suddenly, Sulu comprehended Lu Changqing's heightened interest. Most ferocious beasts in the wild are inherently vicious, and even those brought back to the city are typically captured with the intent of taming them. It is rare for someone like Sulu to return with a ferocious beast without any precautions. This situation resembled a specially cultivated quasi-beast from a breeding facility. Although walking grass did not appear particularly ferocious, it was still a brand new type of beast. The emergence of a new beast species could indicate a potential hybridization, but more likely it suggested the opening of a new spatial rift. "No hostility. This little one is quite friendly," Sulu remarked. As the curious walking grass also observed Lu Changqing and Sulu. "Friendly? That could very well indicate it is a newborn." However, even a newborn ferocious beast must achieve a mastery level exceeding 99 to be registered as your beast. Lu Changqing inquired. "Where are those ferocious beasts that do not achieve a mastery level of 99 or above typically kept?" Sulu responded. "The observation zone provided by the Beast Taming Alliance is where all untamed ferocious beasts and quasi-beasts reside." Lu Changqing elaborated. The observation zone also serves as the official area for the sale of live ferocious beasts, while transactions conducted in other regions are often illegal. "Then, could you assist me in conducting a mastery test?" Sulu requested. Lu Changqing raised an eyebrow, patiently explaining, "Registration incurs a fee, and should you fail, further payments will be required for subsequent attempts. Moreover, the price for the same beast increases progressively. Given that this is your first encounter with the beast, Are you certain you wish to proceed with registration today? I feel a profound connection with this little fellow. Our compatibility may be quite remarkable, Su Lu replied. As the walking grass nestled in his arms seemed to agree. Very well, Lu Changqing conceded without further comment. After Su Lu paid the requisite fee, Lu Changqing led him back to the coordination device. The walking grass touched the device with its leaf. 100. 100. Still 100? Could it be a perfect summoned beast? Lu Changqing's eyes widened in astonishment at the displayed data. Had it not been for Su Lu registering Psyduck as his destined summoned beast, he might have assumed that this peculiar little creature was indeed Su Lu's summoned beast. The tamed beasts are not devoid of a control level of 100, yet maintaining this maximum control at all times is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Has this peculiar ferocious creature placed its complete trust in the young boy? Or is it perhaps a characteristic of this strange beast? Lu Changqing stroked his beard thoughtfully. With the emergence of the spatial rift, certain factions have also gained dominion over some relatively benign species of ferocious beasts. Perhaps this unusual plant-like creature belongs to a more gentle lineage. If it possesses commendable abilities, it might well be worthy of large-scale cultivation, Lu Changqing mused. How about it? Do you require any additional items? Su Lu inquired. All is well now. You may proceed with the registration. By the way, as this is a new species and you are the first to successfully tame it, you hold the privilege of naming it. Let us call it walking grass. Thus, in Su Lu's records, alongside his primary beast, the Psyduck, an additional entry for the beast walking grass was added. Chapter 22. The first light of summer. After completing the necessary examinations, Su Lu departed from the Beast Taming Alliance. Minister Lu, are you still pondering over that walking grass? A staff member asked. Given that it is a new, ferocious beast, it is only natural for me to harbor some curiosity regarding such a creature. Lu Changqing replied with a nod. Shall I contact that young boy? No need. Our primary objective remains the study of the blood of fury. Su Lu returned home with the walking grass, finding his parents already fast asleep. After he began earning money, he had suggested to his parents that they take a break from work to enjoy life, but both of them were restless individuals. Hence, they had yet to resign from their positions at the company. On the following day, Su Lu emerged from his room, accompanied by his adorable walking grass, astonishing both individuals once more. In just a few days, his son had brought home yet another beast companion. While others might spend years, perhaps even decades, taming wild beasts, his son had accomplished this feat in mere days. The two adults exclaimed in admiration of the prodigious talent exhibited by the offspring of the Su family. After their meal, Su Lu made his way to school. Following today's assessment, he would be granted a respite of 2 full months for summer vacation. The students of the Beast Master class were gathered together, led by their respective beast instructors, who also served as physical education teachers. Li Daming noticed with surprise that Su Lu had yet another beast companion at his side. Many gazes of envy were cast his way. Their own summoned beasts were still in the early stages of nurturing, while Su Lu had already captured a new one. Is this your new beast companion? Li Daming inquired. Indeed, Su Lu replied. How long did it take to tame it? About a day, he responded. A day? Li Daming stared at Su Lu in astonishment. The sheer talent this young man possessed for beast mastery was nothing short of remarkable. To transform a ferocious creature into a companion in such a short span was an enviable gift. With this singular ability, Su Lu had already earned the status of a natural beastmaster in Li Daming's eyes. Had he been born into a prominent family, with access to potential tameable beasts from an early age, he might have already ascended to the ranks of a high-level beastmaster by now. Does it possess combat capabilities? Who do you intend to send into the fray? Psyduck, Su Lu replied. Li Daming nodded in acknowledgement. Once all were assembled, the head instructor commenced the announcement of the assessment details. The assessment for the beast taming class is rather straightforward. It involves a contest against one's physical education teacher, with instructors from other classes evaluating the participants based on their combat abilities, potential, and the tactical skills of the beast tamers. As long as one aspect meets the criteria, the candidate may opt to enter the beast taming class. It is a rather direct and unrefined test, considering that there is no standardized method for evaluating beast tamers. Moreover, those who manage to defeat their physical education teachers will be rewarded with provisions for their beasts valued at 100,000. Over 60 individuals participated in this examination, with some lacking potential still eager to give it a try, especially since one of the assessments involves the tactical direction of the beast tamers. Meanwhile, at W City No. 2 High School, Principal Xia Hai is accompanying a short-haired young lady, both observing the ongoing battles on the field. The girl possesses a delicate countenance, seemingly radiating a gentle glow under the sunlight, adorned with a colorful crystalline butterfly that appears to be a decorative piece atop her head. Muyu, how swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, you have turned 19 and even ascended to the status of a king. Grandfather, my parents expressed their longing for you and asked me to inquire when you will return. Return? Naturally, I shall retire in due time. The old principal shook his head. By the way, since you are here, help me identify any promising talents. With great enthusiasm, he addressed his granddaughter, Xiaomu Yu. Although he is not a beast tamer himself, nor does he possess the aptitude to be a cultivator, he resolutely chose the path of teaching. The greatest joy for him is witnessing the emergence of genius. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Xiaomu Yu turned her gaze toward the playground. Her ascent to the throne at the tender age of 19 is intricately linked to her extraordinary talents. Humanity, as a species, is devoid of superhuman abilities. However, among the summoned beasts, there exist humanoid guardians capable of leaving behind a lineage with humans. It is said that Xiaomu Yue's great-grandfather wed his summoned beast. Yet it was only with Xiaomu Yue that her family awakened the extraordinary talents embedded within their bloodline. Under the influence of this unique heritage, Xiaomu Yue finds it notably easier to gain the recognition of fierce beasts, and she possesses the remarkable ability to perceive the spiritual bond between humans and their guardians. Harnessing this capability, she effortlessly develops her guardian's powers and successfully tames numerous suitable beasts, thereby achieving the esteemed title of Celestial Radiance. The battles commenced with Class 1, and the outcome was scarcely in doubt. The teachers were virtually guaranteed victors. After all, every guardian trainer among the instructors is at least a 2-star beast master, endowed with rich combat experience, far surpassing that of students who had only recently summoned their beasts. Many students have yet to fully grasp the capabilities of their own guardians, let alone command them in battle, resulting in performances that were nothing short of dismal. Xiaomu Yue, however, observed with serene detachment. To her, combat experience and innate talent are secondary. The true path to longevity lies with those beast masters capable of forging profound connections with their guardians, regardless of the strength of their primary beasts. Although beast masters can exert forceful control over their summoned creatures, the true potential of these beings cannot be unlocked through mere control. At present, she perceives that the spiritual connections between the beast masters and their guardians during combat are exceedingly tenuous. It was akin to a gamer skillfully maneuvering their character in the midst of battle. What are your thoughts? Do you believe there is potential for greatness? Xiaomu Yue shook her head in response. Is that so? Xiao Hai understood that his granddaughter had exceptionally high standards. Thus, they continued to watch until Gusiki took the stage. The Beastmaster teacher from Gusiki's class wielded an armored wild boar. The armored boar was utterly powerless against the angel soaring in the sky, its ironclad body effortlessly shattered by Gusiki's angelic beams of light. She became the first student to receive a reward of Beastmaster nourishment. As she listened to the cheers of her classmates, Gusiki's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She relished the attention she commanded. Yet, a fleeting image of a certain individual crossed her mind. Surely, he would be astonished by my strength. Wouldn't he? Gusiki glanced at Su Lu, only to find that his expression remained unchanged. He was preoccupied with interacting with the Psyduck. She was the top student of her cohort, summoning an angel, which bore some resemblance to Xiaomu Yue's own destined Beastmaster abilities. Her potential should not be underestimated, right? Xiao Hai inquired of Xiaomu Yue with satisfaction. If possible, he even contemplated introducing the two. However, Xiaomu Yue coldly remarked that she was inferior to other Beastmasters. While she could sense some faint connections during battles with others, she felt not a single ripple of mental energy from Gusiki. This indicated that, aside from issuing a few commands, there was no connection between the Beastmaster and the summoned creature. As for the reasons behind such occurrences, both the summoned beasts and their tamers bear responsibility. The intersection of their two haughty natures results in an extreme sense of independence and exclusivity. A relationship akin to a dormant thunderclap, poised to unleash chaos upon the slightest provocation. Now, Su Lu, it is your turn, Li Daming instructed, simultaneously signaling his flame rhinoceros to step forward. Psyduck, it is your time to shine. At that moment, Xiaomu Yu perceived a brilliant glimmer of light. Chapter 23. Very well. Let us engage in battle. Quack. This marks Psyduck's inaugural battle. Psyduck must emerge victorious. Such was the simplistic yet fervent desire of Psyduck. Compared to Su Lu, Psyduck appeared more eager for triumph, exhibiting considerable spirit. Li Daming nodded in approval, clearly recognizing the remarkable synergy between Su Lu and Psyduck. The clash commenced as Li Daming initiated the assault. Prior to the match, he had cautioned the flame rhinoceros to avoid inflicting severe injuries upon the opponent. Telekinesis. A silvery light shimmered in Psyduck's eyes. The charging flame rhinoceros, towering at 2 meters, suddenly slowed its pace. This colossal creature weighed no less than 6 or 7 tons. And even at present, Psyduck's mental fortitude had yet to reach the level necessary to lift such a target directly. However, creating obstacles for the opponent was well within Psyduck's capabilities, especially given that Psyduck's training had focused on precise manipulation. Unlike ordinary telekinesis, which typically affects the whole. Under Psyduck's control, the telekinetic force was adeptly distributed across the various parts of the flame rhinoceros. This caused the already charging flame rhinoceros to drastically reduce its speed. Such formidable mental prowess. Li Daming displayed a look of astonishment. The ability to directly restrain his flame rhinoceros was quite impressive. Although his flame rhinoceros was merely an elite-level beast, it still posed a considerable challenge for a student. Seizing the moment, Psyduck employed Tail Whip. Restricting the movements of the flame rhinoceros, Psyduck was granted a brief interval to unleash its skills. The little tail of Psyduck began to sway, emanating peculiar waves. Witnessing this scene, the flame rhinoceros, once filled with fury, exhibited a slight relaxation in its gaze. Tail Whip can diminish the target's vigilance, thereby reducing its defensive capabilities. Functioning as a form of unique hypnosis. This was a skill Psyduck acquired upon leveling up. With the disruption caused by Tail Whip, the aggressiveness of the flame rhinoceros appeared to diminish significantly. Now is the moment. Water Gun. The opposing flame rhinoceros was evidently a fire-type creature, which naturally necessitated the use of water-type moves for counteraction. Water Gun was another skill Psyduck learned upon leveling up as a water-type Pokémon. Mastering this ability was only to be expected. Moreover, the energy cubes that Su Lupu regularly fed to Psyduck were custom-made to enhance its mental strength and water-type energy. Although Psyduck possessed high mental potential, it was solely a water-type Pokémon, and Su Lupu would not be so one-dimensional as to solely focus on psychic-type battles. With the enhancement from the energy cubes, Psyduck's water-type energy was also formidable. Unaware and in a daze, the flame rhinoceros was directly struck on the head by the water gun unleashed by Psyduck. The effect was remarkable. The blazing rhinoceros rolled its eyes and lay motionless on the ground, prompting Li Daming to exhale in relief. Blazing rhinoceros, are you all right? Upon closer inspection, Li Daming noticed that the creature was even snoring. This was the result of Su Lu's Psyduck being put into a daze and subsequently casting hypnosis upon it. Thus, the blazing rhinoceros was rendered unable to rise again. Realizing that the blazing rhinoceros was merely asleep, Li Daming breathed a sigh of relief. In a direct confrontation, the blazing rhinoceros would indeed hold the advantage, but considering the opponent's psychic abilities, employing such tactics was a wise decision. Furthermore, they can utilize water-type skills, which is commendable. The other teachers should certainly award Su Lu a high score, he pondered. Indeed, the strategy was commendable, and Psyduck exhibited considerable potential, Li Daming remarked with a smile. So, have I passed? Su Lu inquired. Without a doubt. You have defeated his blazing rhinoceros. How could you not pass? Psyduck quacked joyfully, seemingly vying for recognition from Su Lu. The bouncing grass danced beside Psyduck, and Su Lu patted the little creature's head. Well done. Tonight, we shall feast. From a distance, Xiaomu Yue observed Su Lu, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. Amidst that surge of psychic energy, she felt a resonance reminiscent of the thrill she experienced 3 years ago when she acquired the glimmering butterfly. That emotional connection was remarkably steadfast. If anyone is destined for greatness, it must be him, Xiaomu remarked, pointing toward the smiling Su Lu. But his summoned creature doesn't seem as formidable as an angel. Xiaohai questioned, furrowing his brow. It has been less than 10 days since they summoned their own familiars. Xiaomu remarked that her grandfather, after all, is not a beast master and is not particularly knowledgeable about this. Moreover, without having truly engaged in battle, who dares to assert whose familiar is superior? At that moment, Xiaomu's phone rang, displaying the emblem of the Beastmaster Alliance. Upon answering, her expression reverted to the calm demeanor she usually maintained in front of others. Rarely does she reveal her emotions in public. Most often, a smile graces her face only in the company of her familiar. After conversing for a while, she bid farewell to Xiaohai. The iridescent butterfly wings above her shimmered, forming a magnificent luminous wing that lifted Xiaomu into the air. As she set off to discuss the establishment of a new city with the Lord, as she ascended, she finally captured the attention of the onlookers. Wow, look, isn't that the illustrious Xiaomu? She has actually come to W City, right at our school? How infuriating, if I had noticed sooner. I could have asked for an autograph. She's so beautiful, even more so than on television. Su Lu also lifted his gaze. Is that the Celestial King? The Celestial King possesses the authority to fly freely within the city, while other flying familiars must obtain permission to soar. I wonder what brings the Celestial King to W City. A vacation? I suspect she is here to expand her territory. The eastern part of W City is ripe for reclamation. Expand her territory? Are you jesting? Such endeavors are typically reserved for the seasoned celestial kings. While I acknowledge Xiaomuyue's prowess, it is unlikely she could dominate an entire region. Who knows? The fleeting appearance of Xiaomuyue caused a tremendous uproar. Yet the tests must persist. Ultimately, Su Lu naturally excelled in the assessment, achieving high scores and winning a prize of valuable beast food worth 100,000. However, armed with energy cubes, Su Lu found their effects far superior to that of the beast food, prompting him to voluntarily request a conversion to cash. After attending to matters at school, Su Lu made his way back to the laboratory, where he produced today's rations for the Dialga. Yu Qin expressed a modicum of curiosity regarding the walking grass Su Lu brought back. Yet, with her current focus on the Psyduck research, she had no intention of investigating the walking grass further. The study of Psyduck had already exhausted her, and the addition of a walking grass would likely reduce her daily sleep to a mere 5 or 6 hours. Subsequently, Su Lu embarked on his departure from W City, loaded with a multitude of items. Chapter 24. Atmospheric Shield. The edge of Earth having left W City, Su Lu, along with Psyduck, drove for over an hour, distancing himself from the city's confines. The roads nearby began to vanish, and delving deeper led to perilous territories seldom trodden by humanity. Not every locale has been reclaimed by humankind. Some space-time rifts have remained open for over a century, rendering those regions as unequivocal danger zones. To the east of W City lies a vast expanse of perilous land, while there have been instances of kings attempting to establish cities in the east. Such endeavors typically faltered within a decade or so, only to succumb once again. Su Lu halted his vehicle, gazing into the treacherous expanse ahead. The surroundings ahead appeared increasingly primal, with even the collapsed skyscrapers completely cloaked in verdant foliage, transforming into a paradise for fierce beasts. Typically, only formidable beast tamers dare to hunt in such locales. The reason Su Lu ventured so far was that the ferocious creatures near W City had dwindled significantly. He wondered if news of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, had spread among the beasts, as he observed their numbers diminishing day by day. Thus, he brought Rayquaza deeper into the wild. The remnants of civilization. Su Lu shook his head. Once again, Rayquaza descended from the heavens. Su Lu maintained a faint connection with all the Pokémon he summoned, which explained why he could consistently call upon Rayquaza whenever he left the city. This bond appeared to strengthen further after he acquired the seed of psychic power. Su Lu casually offered a large bag of energy cubes from his backpack to Rayquaza. With a delighted roar, Rayquaza squinted its eyes after consuming them, clearly savoring the treat. After its satisfaction, Rayquaza roared at Su Lu, inquiring if there was news already. Su Lu perked up, and Rayquaza conveyed that it had located a place that met Su Lu's requirements. Previously, Su Lu had mentioned to Rayquaza to search for a flat and fertile land while soaring through the skies, which would serve as his secret base for planting trees and fruits. The meager earnings from hunting ferocious beasts could barely sustain him. To support a family of Pokémon, he needed a more substantial livelihood. Thus, securing a suitable piece of land became exceedingly significant. Finding suitable land for cultivating fruit-bearing trees is indeed quite a challenge. And Su Lu did not anticipate that Rayquaza would locate it so swiftly. Is it far? He inquired. Roar. Approximately 400 miles, came the response. That was indeed a considerable distance. Rayquaza suddenly tapped its chest with its claw. Have you fully mastered the atmospheric shield? Su Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that Rayquaza had mastered the atmospheric shield implied that he could now soar through the atmosphere alongside it. And Rayquaza's speed surpassed that of any modern aircraft, making the 400-mile journey seem trivial. Let us set aside today's hunt for the moment and check on our base. Su Lu exclaimed with delight. As for the large van they had driven, there were some nearby ruins, and Su Lu casually chose one to serve as a temporary parking area. There was little of value in the vehicle, so theft was not a significant concern. Return, lurking grass and Psyduck. Su Lu recalled the remaining 2 Pokémon into their Pokeballs. Let us depart. Rayquaza gently lifted Su Lu onto its head, gradually ascending. The speed increased little by little, yet even so, Su Lu felt the pressure of acceleration, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Had he not been consuming beast meat and energy cubes over the past few days, he might have fainted. It seemed that if he wished to stand atop Rayquaza for battle, he would need to continue his training. Su Lu mused. The speed intensified. It was as if a streak of green light sliced through the sky. In the midst of the ominous eastern territory, Xiaomuyu raised her head. And with her extraordinary vision, she discerned a green streak in the sky. Have you discovered something, Summer King? Inquired an elegantly dressed elderly woman beside her. This woman was Hu Yunji, the venerable lord of City W, accompanied by a serpentine creature of vibrant emerald hue. The two were en route to the perilous land to investigate a region deemed suitable for expansion, as confirmed by satellite imagery. It appeared there was a formidable presence, powerful and terrifying. Perhaps this locale was not conducive to the establishment of a city. Xiaomuyu furrowed her brow as she observed the green line slicing through the sky. Would such a potent entity permit humanity to settle here? Establishing a city within the territory of such formidable beasts without the requisite strength would undoubtedly be an act of provocation and a gross irresponsibility towards migrating humans. Following Xia Muyu's gaze, Hu Yunji scanned the vast expanse of the sky, but saw naught but an endless blue. A thought struck her regarding the legends of the Xia family. Could it be that she sensed something? Truly, she was a remarkable individual, possessing the bloodline of beast tamers. Might you share what you perceived, Summer King? Hu Yunji inquired. Grandma Hu, I could not discern it clearly. It was too swift. I merely glimpsed a green line racing across the sky. Yet, even that speed is beyond what any king could rival, Xiaomuyu responded earnestly. Should Hu Yunji fail to provide an explanation, she would promptly return and insist on taking Xia Hai away from City W. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Yunji resolved to discuss the matter of the sky dragon with Xiaomuyu, for City W was the sole significant human settlement in the vicinity. Her busyness stemmed from the absence of a vigilant king and city to rely upon. Nearly all threatening spatial rifts could only be quelled by her alone. Yet, as time has worn on, she is uncertain how much longer she can safeguard City W. Should even Xiaomuyu depart, no one could predict when the next ambitious king would arrive. She must retain this potential ally. If the sky dragon is indeed a wild beast, it would naturally attract scrutiny and chaos. However, a tame sky dragon, once disclosed, should not incite too much trouble. That green hue must signify the sky dragon. The sky dragon? It is undoubtedly a beast commanded by a beast master. Su Lu, unaware that the whereabouts of the rift seat had been discerned by the naked eye, felt an exhilarating thrill, for they had ascended beyond 700 kilometers into the exosphere, the very edge of Earth's atmosphere. At the current velocity of the rift seat, they were on the verge of breaching Earth's atmospheric limits. Su Lu could distinctly sense the changes in gravitational pull. Had it not been for the atmospheric shield of the rift seat, he might have succumbed to the lethal effects of pressure and temperature in mere moments. Gazing downward, the ground appeared as a curved expanse, and with Su Lu's vision, he could only discern patches of green. This vast perspective evoked a profound sentiment within him. This was the sky, the domain of the rift seat. In the sky, the rift seat sensed their arrival and began its descent. The distance of 400 miles across the land was merely a pretext for the Lycong seat to allow Su Lu to savor the exhilarating sensation of soaring at the edge of the atmosphere, ascending an additional 700 kilometers. This significantly extended the journey. The Lycong seat, akin to a cloud-chasing vehicle, offered an unparalleled thrill. Only those who have experienced it would truly comprehend its excitement. The destination of the Lycong seat was a region shrouded in dense layers of clouds. Chapter 25, The Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone, the Pillar of the Sky. The elevation of the clouds in this area surpassed that of any other. Upon reaching this point, Su Lu finally recalled the identity of this region. It was one of the Forbidden Zones, the land of celestial clouds. With the emergence of the space-time rift, what flowed into Earth was not merely ordinary ferocious beasts. If the rift remains unaddressed for an extended period, it will gradually become ethereal, and everything within it will materialize on Earth as the rift becomes increasingly intangible. The world that descends will alter the laws governing Earth in a manner akin to the rift itself. This effectively renders the use of technological power by humanity permanently forbidden in this region, thus earning it the title of Forbidden Zone. Moreover, some immensely powerful beasts, unable to traverse the rift, would fully manifest in this space. The celestial cloud Forbidden Zone is entirely enveloped in thick fog, rendering even satellites incapable of detecting its conditions. It is said that many beast tamers have ventured forth to explore, yet few have returned, and even those who did brought back little significant information. A Forbidden Zone, you say? How did you discover this place, Lycong's seat? Su Lu inquired. Roar. I was merely flying about, and out of curiosity, I ventured into this area thick with fog. Casually discovered. Well, this is quite the Rayquaza. How dense is this mist? After seeing Rayquaza flying for a minute or two, Su Lu curiously inquired. Roar? Rayquaza rolled its eyes, seemingly wishing to gauge Su Lu's expression. The boss is questioning my capabilities. How could the illustrious Rayquaza, sovereign of the skies, be thwarted by such trivial mist? This is merely a form of weather. Su Lu had previously advised Rayquaza not to recklessly employ its innate abilities while in the outside world, which is why Rayquaza refrained from dispersing the fog. But now that the boss has spoken, Roar. Boss, I comprehend now. Su Lu, what have you come to understand? Rayquaza gradually reduced its speed. slowly raised its head and let out a mighty roar. In an instant, the fog within a radius of 50 to 60 miles dissipated like bubbles, revealing the sky once more. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the earth below. The ground was adorned with patches of lush green grass. At the very center of this heavenly expanse stood an enormous pillar. This pillar, when observed, spanned 400 to 500 meters in width, its height beyond the limits of human perception. Atop the pillar rested a colossal palace of yellow stone. Such a structure could not have been crafted by human hands, not to mention the massive rift in space and time that hovered above the palace. Gazing at this pillar-like edifice, Sulu was reminded of the sky pillar in the Pokémon world. It was constructed by a group of humans who had venerated Rayquaza as a deity since ancient times, serving as a sanctuary for the legendary creature. Its form resembled that of this celestial pillar. However, Sulu was entirely certain that this could not possibly be the sky pillar from the Pokémon world. After the awakening of the Pokémon system, Sulu diligently searched online and discovered that this world lacked even a single Pokémon, let alone the architectural marvels found within the Pokémon realm. Were there any similar structures? No, the heavenly cloud Forbidden Zone, once shrouded in mist, finally revealed its full visage to the world. This forbidden area is a focal point for human observation, as none can predict the formidable beasts that may emerge from its depths. Thus, at the very moment the heavenly cloud Forbidden Zone was unsealed, the gaze of the entire world converged upon it. Sulu quickly grasped this notion, and with a sigh, he commanded, "Rayquaza, cease the heavenly lock." Rayquaza appeared puzzled, having just been instructed to expand its vision, only to be told to halt. Nevertheless, it complied and ceased utilizing its innate ability. In an instant, the previously vanished mystery emerged, enveloping the area once more. "This place is quite suitable. Let us investigate the situation." Before the fog enveloped everything, Sulu cast a few glances at the ground. The terrain was level, covered in soil, and it was said that prior to the appearance of the space-time rift, this land was a vast expanse of cultivated crops. Thus, it was indeed appropriate for planting fruit-bearing trees, though the dense fog may hinder sunlight, making it unsuitable for crops that require abundant light. "Let us proceed to the sky pillar," Sulu remarked. Rayquaza seemed equally intrigued by the sky pillar. In the Pokémon world, the sky pillar serves as a sanctuary for Rayquaza to receive worship and rest, suggesting that it aligns with Rayquaza's preferences. "If it is not too much trouble, should we claim this land?" Sulu contemplated. As the majestic Rayquaza gradually approached the sky pillar, Sulu discerned that the flow of nitrogen mist upon the atmospheric shield diminished in velocity, signifying the seemingly vanished wind surrounding them. Indeed, had there been a breeze, the sky pillar could not have been constructed to such towering heights. Regardless of the material's quality, it would inevitably bend under the force of the wind. Sulu pondered thoughtfully. Rayquaza appeared to sense something, its gaze sharpening with intensity. A roar erupted. Startling Sulu, was the sky here influenced by a being possessing similar powers to its own? Rayquaza, the supreme deity governing the skies, had been safeguarding the heavens since the inception of the Pokémon world, and now it was attuned to a force akin to its own. Could it be that another entity, worthy of the title Sky God, existed in this vicinity? However, Rayquaza only detected this power upon nearing the sky pillar, suggesting that the opposing force likely exerted its influence solely upon the pillar itself, compared to the vast expanse of sky that Rayquaza could affect. This rival's strength should be somewhat lesser. Regardless, a closer examination was warranted. Rayquaza soared alongside the sky pillar, which was not a sealed structure but rather adorned with intricate, hollowed architecture. The absence of wind around the pillar was crucial. Otherwise, even if it stood tall, stability within its chambers would be impossible. Riding atop Rayquaza, Sulu ascended in a spiraling flight around the sky pillar. The layers within the pillar were connected by spiraling staircases, yet each level contained no living beings, only numerous stone tablets. Thus, Rayquaza carried Sulu to the pinnacle of the sky pillar. The altitude is approximately 9,000 meters, surpassing even the former highest peak in the world. At the pinnacle of the Pillar of Heaven, an astonishing garden unfolds, where clusters of trees thrive upon a vast circular platform, interspersed with peculiar, rune-engraved cubic structures. This place is enveloped in a mysterious aura. Despite the expected scarcity of oxygen and the biting cold at such heights, it feels surprisingly warm, akin to being at ground level. Due to the elevation, the clouds and mist are notably less dense than below, allowing sunlight to pour in abundantly. It is indeed a prime locale for cultivating fruit-bearing trees. Were it not for that entity, Sulu gazed upward at a colossal rift in space-time. Chapter 26, The Sky Garden. A base for fruiting trees, this marked Sulu's inaugural encounter with a space-time rift. The rift manifested as a pale blue, swirling sphere, serving as a conduit between two realms. Numerous space-time rifts have been discovered by humanity, with reports suggesting their presence both underground and in the skies above. This particular rift appeared ethereal, seemingly beyond use, as the majority of its contents had already been transmuted into reality, becoming forbidden zones. With only a few remnants still residing within, their transformation irreversible and unstoppable. At the heart of the Sky Garden, directly beneath the rift, lay a stone slab. Sulu leaped from the apex of the rift's throne. Should a battle ensue, remaining atop would only hinder the throne's combat efficacy. Positioned on the ground, the atmospheric shield of the throne could still function effectively. Sulu turned his gaze to the stone slab, which stood 30 meters tall, and was astonished to find that it too was intricately carved with the image of a dragon. The dragon etched upon the slate bears a slight resemblance to the legendary Rayquaza, yet it is adorned with majestic wings and features sharp spines along its sides and head, as if it possesses a fearsome double row of teeth. Is it a relative of yours? Sulu inquired, glancing back at Rayquaza. In response, Rayquaza exhaled 2 jets of nitrogen, seemingly dismissive, and shook its head. It appears not. It has yet to descend, and I am uncertain if such a ferocious creature exists. Sulu mused, shaking his head. However, this entity remains a perilous threat. Sulu's expression turned grave as he gazed at the nearly dissipated rift in space-time. Despite Rayquaza's presence, he dared not venture into it, fearing that should he enter, the rift might complete its transformation, leaving him trapped. With such intensity of aura, do you believe you can triumph against it, Rayquaza? Sulu queried. Rayquaza responded by confidently thumping its chest. This particular Rayquaza had not yet endured the eons that its counterpart in the Pokémon world had, thus lacking that profound composure. To Sulu, it resembled a mischievous child proclaiming its capabilities. In truth, apart from the potential emergence of a formidable beast, Sulu was quite content with the heavenly cloud forbidden zone. Yet, this great beast might indeed alleviate numerous troubles for me, he pondered, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Rayquaza extended its claw and tapped Sulu, and upon catching Sulu's attention, pointed towards the fertile land within the Sky Garden. Do you wish for me to sow the seeds? Sulu asked, to which Rayquaza nodded affirmatively. It began, as Sulu suggested, to seek a suitable location for cultivation. Sulu approached the soil within the Sky Garden, where only a few completely desiccated tree stumps remained. At such an elevation, it was naturally impossible for any creatures to transport plant seeds. Sulu retrieved several prepared fruit seeds from his backpack, starting with the seeds of the prism melon, a vital ingredient for the energy blocks of the rift seat. The prism melon itself could enhance the energy of flight-type beings, in addition to a plethora of other fruit seeds. However, Sulu was not particularly well-versed in the cultivation of these fruits, so he could only experiment. Miraculously, once the seeds were buried in the soil, a transformation occurred almost instantaneously. A tiny green sprout burst forth from the earth. So swift? The energy here is indeed potent, thus the rapid growth of the plants. Through the explanation provided by the rift seed, Sulu grasped the principles behind the growth of the fruits. Yet, this revelation made it even harder for Sulu to abandon this area. The presence of the stone dragon belonging to the site's master left him in a state of hesitation. Eventually, he let out a sigh. It seemed that the fruits in the Sky Garden would have to be left to grow freely. He decided to designate this place as the primary cultivation base for the first fruit. Originally, Sulu had intended for some Pokémon lacking combat prowess to tend to the fruits, allowing them to sustain themselves. However, given the current circumstances of the Sky Garden, it was evident that Pokémon could not remain here. Come forth, Oddish and Psyduck. Dodo, the walking grass, joyfully sprang forth, seemingly attuned to the surrounding energy, almost ready to take root in the soil to absorb its nutrients. Sulu handed the seeds from his backpack to the 2 Pokémon. Together, we planted the berries. Yes, just like this. Sulu demonstrated, pressing the seed into the earth. Quack. Psyduck held the seed, appearing somewhat bewildered. Dodo. Suddenly, the walking grass halted Sulu's actions. Using the leaves atop its head to excavate the soil, retrieving the seed, and then remarkably redigging to an appropriate depth to bury the seed anew. Walking grass. Do you know how to plant berries? Sulu inquired. Dodo the walking grass nodded happily, seemingly pleased to assist Sulu. As a grass-type Pokémon, walking grass could sense the grass energy within the seed, selecting suitable seeds, and utilizing its roots to discover nutrients in the soil, thus making the task of planting plants considerably easier. However, Sulu was aware that an ordinary walking grass would not possess such abilities in the Pokémon world. Walking grass was historically regarded as a harmful Pokémon that merely usurped nutrients from crops. Therefore, the one he summoned must be exceptionally gifted. No wonder it harbored elite potential. In the wild, It could very well ascend to the role of a leader among its kind. I will rely on you for these seeds. Psyduck, can you assist? Sulu produced a small pouch containing the seeds, which Psyduck levitated using psychic power. Quack. Where should we plant them? The whimsical sounds of do echoed as a duck and a blade of grass engaged in a lively exchange. With the assistance of the Psyduck, the planting progressed at an astonishing pace. Shortly after, all the seeds had germinated and sprouted into saplings. The sky garden was even more expansive than anticipated, and despite having planted over 1,000 seeds, Sulu had yet to fill the entire area. At this rate of growth, it seemed plausible that the trees might reach maturity in just a few months. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he had been troubled by the lengthy maturation period of the fruits, but now, having discovered this fertile land, he anticipated a more efficient timeline. After completing the tree planting, Sulu recalled his Pokémon and, riding on Latios, descended to the base of the sky pillar. Below the sky pillar lay a lush, verdant plain, which, a century ago, had been farmland. Sulu could faintly discern some dilapidated cottages in the distance. Approximately 10 miles from the sky pillar, Sulu stumbled upon a valley. With a mighty roar, Latios sent the ferocious beast residing in the valley fleeing in terror. This would henceforth be our second base. Sulu nodded in contentment. With the imposing presence of Latios, ordinary beasts posed little threat. Meanwhile, the walking grass leapt with joy, aware that this would be its stage to shine. Chapter 27. The cloud storm of Tianyun. The mists of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone have dissipated. Goodness, what is this? Such a towering structure. How could it be possible, with a width of 400 meters and a staggering height of 9,000 meters? What kind of material could possibly withstand such magnitude? A treasure. There must be a treasure within. Quickly, send someone to investigate. As the mist suddenly dissipated, everyone became aware of this extraordinary pillar reaching towards the sky. Even Hu Yunji and Xia Muyao, who were conducting an expedition outside, received the news promptly. After all, the nearest city to the Tianyun Forbidden Land is W City. Should any significant changes occur in the Tianyun Forbidden Land, W City would be the first to feel the repercussions. Thus, Hu Yunji and Xia Muyao hurriedly returned to W City. This incident also greatly impacted Xia Muyao. The expansion was not solely her endeavor, as there was a substantial backing of companies supporting her for the sake of new territorial interests. Now that this situation has arisen, clarity is imperative, otherwise, the expansion initiative would certainly come to a halt. Xiaodong, have you ascertained the cause? Hurry back to the Beastmaster Alliance. Hu Yunji inquired of Dong Yanfeng, urging him on. However, Dong Yanfeng wore a rather peculiar expression as he glanced at Xia Muyao, who stood beside him. Speak plainly. Summer King is not an outsider. With her talent, she cannot possibly be part of an underground organization. Moreover, if Summer King succeeds in her endeavors, she will become the new city lord who will rise alongside us in W City. Hu Yunji understood Dong Yanfeng's perspective. Although Dong Yanfeng belonged to the Beastmaster Alliance, he was currently the head of the W City branch. Despite the vastness of the alliance, it was not a monolith. The heads of various cities and regions often had their own interests to consider. Seeing that the city lord had no objections, Dong Yanfeng nodded. I suspect that the recent anomalies in the Tianyun Forbidden Land may be caused by the Sky Dragon. We have detected traces of movement from the Sky Dragon, indicating that it has entered the forbidden realm of the celestial clouds. The Sky Dragon? Xia Muyue furrowed her brow, recalling the glimmer of green light she had previously encountered. The Sky Dragon is a beast belonging to a master. What could that beast master possibly desire? Hu Yun murmured. Sky? Clouds? Coupled with the abilities of the Sky Dragon observed earlier, could it be that this Sky Dragon was originally a formidable beast of the Forbidden Realm, merely subdued by some predecessor? Or perhaps that predecessor resides within the Forbidden Realm itself? Dong Yanfeng suddenly interjected. Hu Yun trembled slightly, contemplating. It is not without merit to consider this possibility. After all, the Beastmaster Alliance conducts their inspections with utmost rigor. If it were a summoned creature, it would have been discovered long ago. Thus, the return of the Sky Dragon to the Forbidden Realm could be akin to a homecoming. This aligns with the abilities of the Sky Dragon, and it seems we have found the reason behind the mist that envelopes the Forbidden Realm. If this is the case, then it is highly plausible that the Forbidden Realm belongs to that enigmatic Beastmaster. Hu Yun nodded, feeling that everything began to make sense. The mysterious appearance and movements of the Sky Dragon, along with the anomalies in the Forbidden Realm, all seemed rational now. This is a fortuitous development for City W. For where there are humans, there are needs. Dealing with humans is certainly easier than with those irrational beasts. Yet, why has the other party not approached us? Dong Yanfeng questioned, visibly perplexed. Since the emergence of the temporal rift, the world has been fragmented. Perhaps they are merely observing us. Hu Yunji's gaze profoundly reminded him, while Dong Yifeng exhibited an expression of sudden enlightenment. A century ago, with the emergence of certain forbidden zones, modern technology had become utterly obsolete. Due to the isolation imposed by ferocious beasts, some regions had even cultivated unique cultures. Could it be that the environment of that formidable being was similarly affected? The sky dragon possessed a strength exceeding that of a champion, and naturally, we were required to pay a visit. Perhaps the recent dispelling of the mist was a signal directed towards us. Should we report this to the Alliance? Dong Yifeng inquired. No need. The anomalies of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone have likely been detected by numerous factions. However, the information regarding the Sky Dragon remains concealed. It matters little if the Alliance becomes aware, but we must prevent other factions from learning of this development. I shall personally report to the governor. Hu Yunji responded with seasoned composure. The potential gains from a Forbidden Zone are unimaginably vast, and not all within the Alliance are benevolent. Should certain organization spies catch wind of this information, they would undoubtedly offer a higher price to procure the Sky Dragon's Beastmaster. This would severely undermine the precarious order that the Beastmaster Alliance has worked tirelessly to maintain. Thus, employing the most primitive means of communication is the safest course of action. With this thought in mind, Hu Yunji felt an urgent need to depart. She turned to Xiaomu Yu and said, King Xia, while I am away, I kindly ask you to oversee W City. Xiaomu Yu contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Her relationship with Hu Yunji was not particularly special, forged merely out of her intention to establish a city in the vicinity. However, if she could forge connections with the master of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous for her. After Su Lu had attended to various matters within the valley, he instructed the Rayquaza to leave behind its aura before departing from the Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone. It was merely the first day, and many preparations remained incomplete. Even the seeds for the tree fruit were insufficiently stocked. However, based on the information perceived by the walking grass, the conditions in the valley appeared quite favorable for the growth of the tree fruit. Upon returning to the parking spot aboard the Rayquaza, another massacre ensued, with a plethora of ordinary-level ferocious beasts being loaded into Su Lu's van. Meanwhile, the Rayquaza ascended back into the sky, as it required practice in the art of precision strikes. Only the heavens served as a suitable training ground for the Rayquaza. Given the speed required for its training, it was impractical for Su Lu to accompany it, lest his mind be rattled. Once again, it was duck behind the wheel, while Su Lu sat beside, cradling the walking grass and deep in contemplation. The cultivation of tree fruit should pose no challenge. The primary concern now is their sale. Perhaps he would establish a small shop to gauge the popularity of the energy cubes. Additionally, it was essential to move beyond conducting experiments in rented laboratories. He needed a space of his own. With ample funds, a change of residence would also be in order. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Lu felt a headache coming on. The expenses seemed boundless. Yet, sufficient capital was vital for nurturing his Pokémon. For he was not a super rookie who could simply shout commands like show your determination, stand up, or dodge to enhance a Pokémon's abilities. Strengthening Pokémon necessitated the consumption of corresponding resources. Loading ferocious beasts into his vehicle seemed a paltry income. Perhaps acquiring additional vehicles was warranted. Upon returning to the city gate, it was somewhat coincidental that the guards from the previous night were present, along with the familiar main driver and the well-known duck driver. The two exchanged knowing glances and once again cautioned Su Lu before granting him entry into the city. That evening, the guards observed an unusual convoy departing from within the city. For vehicles were present, yet only one was driven, and it was piloted by none other than the duck. The main driver, Psyduck, displayed a profound and weary gaze. Quack? Such is the fate of seasoned drivers, perhaps. Chapter 28. It's you. Childhood of the legendary Pokémon Psyduck navigated the four vehicles into the wilderness, and with the assistance of the legendary Pokémon, he returned to W City at the stroke of midnight, transporting an entire load of beast carcasses. The guards were left astounded. While other beast tamers ventured outside the city for hunting, this duck's excursions could only be described as procurement. Due to Su Lu's actions, hunters began to take notice. After all, one individual venturing beyond the city and consistently returning with 4 full vehicles of beasts was rather extraordinary. On the third day after discovering the tree fruit plantation, Su Lu once again took to the skies with the legendary Pokémon, arriving at the aerial garden. The altitude was already impressive. Su Lu gazed at the soil of the aerial garden, where seeds that had sprouted just 3 days prior had remarkably grown into a 1-meter-tall sapling. With no other weeds or plants competing for nourishment, it appeared exceptionally healthy. Dodo, the walking grass, remarked nearby. Having just planted the last patch of land in the aerial garden with tree fruit, totaling approximately 3,000 saplings, Sulu had nearly exchanged all his accrued points for tree fruits. Seeds are naturally intended for planting. While the fruit flesh has been tirelessly transformed by Sulu into energy cubes, sufficient to sustain 3 Pokémon for approximately a month and a half. Indeed, the abundance of energy here is remarkable, likely due to the continuous release of energy from the space-time rift. Sulu gazed upwards at the rift and inquired, "How long will it take for these fruit trees to bear fruit?" Currently, Sulu had only 3 Pokémon, with just one grass type, the walking grass. The walking grass gently tapped a young sapling with its leafy head. "A month, perhaps. That would be quite swift." "Rayquaza, let's go," Sulu called to Rayquaza, who was intently observing the space-time rift. It seemed that Rayquaza had a particular interest in the mysteries within the rift. Upon hearing Sulu's words, Rayquaza shifted its posture, allowing Sulu to perch atop its head. Sulu reached out, grasping the horn that served as a handle. "Have you grown a bit?" Rayquaza's body had indeed elongated. The true length of Rayquaza can reach 100 meters, yet Sulu's Rayquaza was only about 20 meters long, coiling up to roughly 7 or 8 meters in height, still with ample room for growth. Hearing Rayquaza's response, Sulu paused momentarily. "You consumed the energy from a meteorite. Did you bring back any fragments?" Sulu asked, astonished. Rayquaza had progressed from level 5 to its current level 41 without any increase in body length. Yet after consuming meteorite energy, it had noticeably expanded. How could Sulu not be intrigued? However, Rayquaza shook its head in response. Its response indicated that it had sensed a meteor poised to collide with Earth's atmosphere. However, by the time it arrived, the modest meteor had already disintegrated into gas and energy within the atmosphere. Consequently, the celestial beast did not retrieve a physical meteorite, but merely absorbed the energy. What a pity. Nevertheless, I recall that the meteorite I asked Zhu Qin to procure will arrive in the next few days, at which point we can commence profound research and training, said Sulu, seated atop the celestial beast. For the past few days, the celestial beast had been engaged in self-directed training, with Sulu unable to assist, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing Sulu's remarks, the celestial beast nodded in delight, for as a divine creature, it yearned even more than other Pokémon to attain its utmost potential. Diving from the pillar of the sky, Sulu arrived at the Pokémon Valley, a name he had settled upon. However, in contrast to the already flourishing Sky Garden, the Pokémon Valley was merely dotted with cleared patches of land. A hat-wearing Psyduck seemed to sense the commotion, lifting its head and waving enthusiastically at Sulu. Meanwhile, the Budew, returned to its Pokeball by Sulu, hopped out to greet Psyduck. Then, puffing its cheeks, it gestured with its leaf towards a piece of land, communicating something to Psyduck. It turned out that Psyduck had failed to fully clear the grass while using its psychic powers. Budew displayed an expression of exasperation and then employed its absorption skill to tidy up the remnants of land that Psyduck had neglected. "Gah, life is challenging," quacked the duck with a sigh. Currently, Psyduck has not only become an experienced driver, but has also transformed into an adept farmer, thanks to its exceptional psychic abilities. With the presence of Latios in the valley, no fierce beasts dare to intrude, allowing Psyduck to cultivate the land without a care. Train its psychic prowess. "All right, Psyduck, I appreciate your assistance." Sulu gently patted Psyduck's head. Quack. Upon hearing Sulu's encouragement, Psyduck felt a resurgence of determination. Statistically speaking, today should yield the summoning of a new Pokémon. Sulu began today's draw. He felt that conducting the summoning in the wild carried certain risks, with the potential for discovery, so it was more prudent to perform the summoning within the confines of the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Should he summon Pokémon unsuitable for battle, they could simply be raised in the Pokémon Valley. However, it is worth noting that the valley has yet to be cultivated and lacks even basic housing, rendering the conditions quite harsh. The pointer spun, and once again, Sulu summoned a common Pokémon, a slender figure with green skin. It appeared, a juvenile Latios. Upon hearing this, Latios gradually clenched its fists. A normal Caterpie stared vacantly at the floating Latios nearby. Then, as if realizing something, it squinted its eyes and wriggled over to Latios, seeking a closer connection. Subsequently, Latios disdainfully lifted the Caterpie with its claw and placed it before Sulu. "Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance, Caterpie." The green caterpillar glanced back at the Rayquaza and then at Sulu, seemingly nodding with a hint of pride, suggesting that the caterpillar might indeed be a girl. "So, green caterpillar, do you wish to fight alongside me, or do you prefer a life of peace?" Sulu inquired. Not only with the green caterpillar, but even with the legendary beasts he summoned later, Sulu would engage in such inquiries, for in his eyes, every Pokémon possessed its own essence of life. The green caterpillar nodded vigorously, its gaze fixed intensely on Rayquaza. perhaps genuinely aspiring to see if it could undergo a super evolution. However, Sulu was reluctant to register the green caterpillar for the time being, as it had only been 4 days since he registered the walking grass. If he were to register another creature with a mastery level of 100, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions about his secrets, inviting unwarranted scrutiny. Moreover, with the presence of Pokeballs, revealing his secrets wouldn't be so straightforward. After managing the cultivation of 4 Pokémon for a while, Sulu returned to W City. It was then that a group of beast masters clad in trench coats entered the Tianyan Forbidden Zone. Chapter 29. Psyduck. Roll up in the Pock Mountain Valley. Sulu refrained from planting for the moment, as the time required for the fruit trees to mature was excessively long. It would be more prudent to wait for the fruits in the Sky Garden to ripen before transplanting them. Sulu, accompanied by Rayquaza, resumed his hunt against the ferocious beasts, although today's bounty was not as plentiful as in previous days. The larger groups of feral beasts in the vicinity had already been largely frightened away by Rayquaza, leaving only 3 out of 4 vehicles filled. W City had become recognized by the sense-sensitive beasts as the territory of Rayquaza. The formidable beasts had long sensed something amiss and had migrated with their clans. In the past, the beasts that had dealt with the Celestial Kings had managed effortlessly, but the presence of the surpassed their comprehension. Even a mere hint of its aura was sufficient to instill terror within them. Observing the 3 carts laden with spoils, Sulu shook his head in disappointment. It seemed preparations for the shop needed to be expedited, or perhaps a hunting expedition near the time-space rift was in order. As Psyduck drove them back to W City, Sulu was once again halted, but this time not by the city guards, who had grown accustomed to him. It was the traffic police who stopped Sulu. Neither he nor Psyduck possessed a driver's license, and this oversight had finally caught up with them. Psyduck, stunned at being stripped of its driving privileges, wondered if one truly needed a qualification to drive. After assuring the officer that they would certainly take the driving test the following day, the traffic police finally allowed the duo to proceed. Phew, it was fortunate that he was already a beast master. Otherwise, today would have been quite troublesome. Sulu wiped the sweat from his brow. This is all your fault, he chided, glancing at Psyduck. Quack. Psyduck replied, bewildered that the blame could fall upon it. I told you on the very first night that we needed to get a license, and yet here we are without one? Sulu questioned. Quack. Did you really mention that? You must have forgotten due to your headache. You should have the driving test app one taught you to download on your phone, Sulu reminded. Psyduck nodded, using its psychic abilities to retrieve a new phone from Sulu's bag, which Sulu had purchased for it. Psyduck adeptly powered it on and brought up the driving test software. Quack. Is it really there? By the way, how has your studying progressed? Psyduck discreetly glanced at the screen, which displayed a score of 68. Noticing the grade, Psyduck quietly set the phone back down, realizing that perhaps it had been overly zealous during the exam preparation. Quack. Psyduck confidently thumped its chest, though beads of sweat had already begun to form at the back of its head. All right, it seems secure. You shall take the exam tomorrow, Sulu remarked with satisfaction. However, Psyduck tilted its head in apparent confusion. Quack? Why are you looking at me? Unless something unexpected occurs, you'll be the one driving. I won't have to drive at all. Psyduck responded with a startled quack. Sulu, holding a walking stick, ambled along with Psyduck trailing behind, phone in hand. Some onlookers appeared intrigued, wondering why this particular creature was so earnestly engrossed in its mobile device. They peeked over curiously. Goodness, even the ducks are taking driving tests now. Has it really come to this in the city? Upon entering the laboratory, which had once been pristine, it now appeared somewhat disordered, cluttered with boxes of various sizes. These boxes contained the energy cubes that Sulu had manufactured over the past few days. Meanwhile, Zhu Qin was still engrossed in her research. She had resigned from the Beastmaster Alliance, joking that being an ordinary employee there hardly compared to the earnings she could make working for Sulu. Boss, you're here? The meteorites you ordered have arrived, Zhu Qin announced, gesturing towards a heavy box nestled in a corner of the lab. It was too cumbersome for her to lift, so it had remained undisturbed. Excellent. Sulu's eyes brightened as he approached the meteorite, which was over 1 meter in diameter and seemed to contain some peculiar crystals embedded within it. The mere acquisition of this meteorite cost Sulu a staggering 1,200,000. Were it not for his daily haul of 4 carts filled with the carcasses of ferocious beasts, he would scarcely have the heart to spend such a sum on a meteorite that might prove to be utterly ineffective. However, with the absence of the Rift Sky seat, Sulu found himself unable to ascertain the meteorite's potential utility directly. He chipped off a fragment of the meteorite, intending to present it to the Rift Sky seat for confirmation later. By the way, Zhu Qin, are you well versed in the intricacies of running a store and selling beast nourishment? Sulu inquired as he rose. At this moment, Zhu Qin, engrossed in her experiments, felt a jolt of realization. Had the time finally come? Ever since Su Lu had revealed the existence of energy cubes in her presence, she had been mulling over this matter intermittently. If Su Lu intended to engage in sales, did that imply he had indeed discovered a method for mass production? She remained unaware of the origins of Su Lu's daily harvest, which might have been sourced from the wilderness. However, to establish a store for selling, one would either need to find a substitute for the raw materials or ascertain the feasibility of producing them. I possess some knowledge on the subject. But prior to any sales, all beast nourishment must undergo approval from the Beast Alliance before entering the market. Following that, one must register a company for the purpose of selling, which, in your capacity as a beast master, is not a complicated endeavor. Very well, lead the way. Let us strive to accomplish this today. Today? Zhu Qin ultimately set aside her current tasks and accompanied Su Lu to the Beast Alliance. After all, she intended to follow Su Lu, and after several days of contemplation, she realized that her current financial resources were utterly inadequate to sustain her ongoing research. Aligning herself with this rising star of a youth promised a brighter future. Thus, Su Lu's greater wealth was tantamount to providing her with a more conducive environment for her future studies. In truth, Su Lu held some regard for Zhu Qin, as she was the first researcher in this world to delve into the study of Pokémon. Regardless of the outcomes Su Lu might achieve or the future of Pokémon, Zhu Qin was destined to gain renown. However, she was still unaware of the profound significance of her current research. Once again, Su Lu found himself at the Beastmaster Alliance. This grand edifice was not only designed to accommodate the inspection of colossal summoned beasts, but also housed numerous departments. This time, Su Lu did not visit the combat department, but rather the business registration department, where Zhu Qin adeptly managed all pertinent affairs. Su Lu merely needed to occupy himself with his phone while he waited, perhaps underscoring the importance of a secretary. He even contemplated whether to grant Zhu Qin a salary. As for the new Pokémon feed, might it merely be another variant that altered only the flavor? The efficiency of the Beastmaster Alliance was commendable. Within mere minutes after the project was submitted, a staff member arrived to collect the samples. However, the inspector appeared rather indifferent, for the Pokémon feed market was vast, with new products being registered almost every few days. Most of these offerings brought no substantial change to the feed, and many could not even withstand long-term storage, rendering them rather insignificant. The development of long-lasting and energy-rich beast food is by no means a simple endeavor. Even large corporations require over a decade of substantial investment to yield any significant results. Moreover, the individual conducting this inspection is not even a researcher. The inspector carelessly tossed a non-attribute energy cube into the machine. Naturally, the inspection instruments of the Beast Alliance are far more advanced than those found in rented laboratories, boasting a wider range of projects and greater detail. A shelf life of 10 years, such an extended duration, energy intensity at the pinnacle level, an applicability rate of 93. The inspector exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 30. The Emergence of the Energy Cube. Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, you must come and see this. The inspector hurriedly sought out Lu Chongqing, who was seated before a microscope. While there is a minister in the research department, due to the hazardous nature of the minister's research, he typically conducts his work in remote field laboratories. Consequently, the deputy minister, Lu Chongqing, is generally responsible for management, often being the last to leave each day. This explains why the inspector encountered Lu Chongqing a few nights prior. Lu Chongqing set aside the blood-red microscope slide with a frown. In such a fluster, have you lost your basic composure? Upon hearing Lu Chongqing's admonition, the inspector straightened his demeanor. Minister Lu, please take a look at this. The inspector presented Lu Chongqing with a data sheet. Although Lu Chongqing primarily focuses on enhancing beast medications, his position as Deputy Minister of the Research Department indicates that he possesses profound insights into various beast-related subjects. After carefully reviewing the data, a look of intrigue crossed his face. Such remarkable effects, easily preserved, high in energy, and widely applicable. It serves as an exquisite sustenance for beasts, whether utilized as training food or as a supplement. However, I remain curious about the origin of the raw materials. Has any master cultivator come to our city for registration? Lu Chongqing inquired. No, it is not a master cultivator, but rather a young lad. A young lad? Lu Chongqing furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe that such a high-caliber beast food could be developed by a mere youth, or perhaps it was pilfered. Take me to see it, Lu Chongqing commanded. Regardless of whether this technology was appropriated, if this beast food were to become widespread, it would undoubtedly benefit the beast mastery system. Su Lu spent over an hour browsing the beast shopping website, purchasing several smaller meteorites and some miscellaneous items that might prove useful. Meanwhile, two figures appeared within the Beast Alliance, namely Lu Chongqing and the Inspector. Upon spotting Sulu, Lu Chongqing momentarily lost his focus. Despite his advanced age, he had not forgotten the events of 4 or 5 days prior. His impression of Sulu remained vivid, as not everyone could so effortlessly master a second beast shortly after becoming a beast master. Furthermore, the walking grass that Sulu had brought back piqued his interest. 4 grass-type beasts are rare, and gentle beasts even rarer. Those that embody both qualities are exceedingly scarce. The walking grass also recognized Lu Chongqing, squinting its eyes while waving its little short legs, as Psyduck stared intently with its large eyes, fervently solving problems. It seems that the young lad's beasts are imbued with a gentle aura. Beside Lu Chongqing, the green serpent appeared to exhibit a certain curiosity towards the walking grass, extending its head to sniff at the peculiar plant. The serpent, too, was a beast of the grass type. "Young man, we meet again," the vice minister remarked. "Is it customary for the vice minister to receive guests in the Beastmaster Alliance? Much like sales personnel, it seems any random individual could be a manager." "Minister Lu, what are the results of the examination?" Sulu inquired as he rose. "Energy cubes? Your beast's sustenance is referred to as energy cubes, is it not? They yield remarkable effects. Is this your innovation?" Lu Chongqing asked with a serious demeanor, his gaze seemingly piercing through Sulu's expressions. Sulu shook his head. "I produced them, but they are not my invention. Energy cubes are more accurately the result of my esteemed predecessor's endeavors," he replied candidly. Sulu was truthful. He merely possessed the skill to create them, while the actual research behind energy cubes was attributed to a respected doctor from the Pokémon world. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Zhu Qin, breathed a sigh of relief. The notion of a mere youth achieving such a feat was indeed astonishing and could incite considerable upheaval, regardless of its veracity. However, if it were the accomplishment of his elders, the matter would be more easily digestible, as it was not uncommon for senior researchers to present their findings through their juniors for promotional purposes. Lu Chongqing believed that Sulu belonged to this category. This also clarified why Sulu managed to bring back such a unique beast merely days after becoming a beast master. Perhaps this walking grass had been cultivated like the exclusive beasts of various academies, having its ferocity tempered to become a quasi-beast. Is that so? Can energy cubes be produced in bulk? That is a trade secret. A phrase of commercial secrecy momentarily left Lu Chongqing at a loss for words. Subsequently, he posed several inquiries, to which Sulu provided answers for those he could address, while deflecting the others with the veil of commercial confidentiality. The gentleman who devised the energy cube truly possessed remarkable talent. "May I inquire as to their identities?" Lu Chongqing ultimately asked. "They are no longer in this world." Sulu replied, "No longer in this world? What a pity. Fortunately, their brilliant contributions endure." Lu Chongqing lamented somewhat regretfully. Sulu successfully completed the registration of the energy cube, and due to the high regard in which the Beastmaster Alliance held such evaluations, Lu Chongqing granted Sulu the privilege to operate a trial store within the Alliance for 2 months. The manufacturing process had not been reported, thus lacking intellectual property protection. But Sulu was unconcerned, as the fruit of the tree now belonged solely to him. After Sulu departed, Lu Chongqing summoned the inspector who had previously submitted the report. This matter must not be publicized, should he encounter any misfortune. It would tarnish the reputation of our Beastmaster Alliance. The inspector nodded in understanding. Lu Chongqing then personally encrypted the information regarding Sulu and the energy cube. Although he was uncertain how long this action would safeguard Sulu, it would at least alleviate many unnecessary troubles for him. This world had only recently found peace, and individuals such as Lu Chongqing were reluctant to witness the resurgence of conflicts among Beastmasters. Decades ago, humanity paid an exorbitant price to eradicate the darkness of the Beastmaster realm. Now, he is left with only a single injured green serpent yet to heal. He yearns for a luminous future for the world. To think that one can open a shop directly within the Beastmaster Alliance. How splendid! Zhu Qin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Is this truly exceptional?" Sulu inquired. "Just look at the shops within the Beastmaster Alliance. Are they not all renowned corporations? Only individuals with a deputy ministerial rank or higher are permitted to open a shop within the Alliance. Once a shop is established, there is no need for promotion. Everyone knows that it offers quality goods endorsed by the Beastmaster Alliance." Sulu nodded, possessing unwavering confidence in the energy cube. He believed that even without the Alliance's promotion, the energy cube would undoubtedly thrive. However, with the support of the Beastmaster Alliance, it would indeed be even better, akin to an officially supported initiative. "When can we open?" "Tomorrow." The next day, after a simple decoration, a previously vacant shop on the first floor of the Beastmaster Alliance opened its doors, its sign merely an electronic display provided by the Alliance itself. Standing guard at the shop were two middle-aged individuals, along with Su Lu and his two Pokémon. The middle-aged couple were none other than Su Lu's parents. Psyduck and Oddish donned little red hats, holding trumpets at the entrance. Quack, quack, quack. The energy cubes are on sale. Do. Delicious and affordable. Clean and hygienic. Chapter 31. How could one be so swift in seizing opportunities? Two lively Pokémon frolicked, capturing the attention of the Beastmasters coming in and out of the Beastmaster Alliance. This was a newly opened shop, and many Beastmasters curiously glanced over. Due to the hurried nature of the establishment, even simple decorations were absent. Son, can this truly be profitable? And isn't your pricing a bit excessive? Su's father asked hesitantly. The night before, Su Lu had urged them to resign from their demanding jobs and assist him in managing the store. In truth, Su Lu merely sought an excuse to relieve his parents from their burdensome schedules, as he could have simply hired ordinary employees. Selling Pokémon food was quite effortless. Given the current low production levels, Su Lu was merely experimenting with the idea of opening a shop. Look at you, son, embarking on a venture. We must support you. How can you utter such discouraging words? Su's mother interjected, cutting off Su's father. The foremost Beastmaster entered the establishment named Pokémon Nourishment, accompanied by a towering 2-meter-high gorilla. Do you sell Pokémon food here? The man inquired. Su Lu nodded. Indeed, the prices are displayed above. He gestured towards a small blackboard nearby. Grass-type energy cube, 600 each. Physique energy cube, 800 each. Observing the price list, the Beastmaster nodded. While it seemed somewhat steep, operating a store within the Beastmaster Alliance assured authenticity. 600 was a reasonable price for a satisfying meal for his Pokémon. Are there different effects with each type of energy cube? Long-term consumption can provide corresponding enhancement effects. Upon hearing Su Lu's words, the Beastmaster's eyes lit up. The prospect of enhancing in a specific direction was indeed rare, considering that the subpar beast feed available in the market could only provide basic nutrition. Even the premium beast feed struggled to focus on specialized training. The Beastmaster carefully selected, "Please provide me with a physical energy cube." Certainly, Su Lu replied, opening a plain cardboard box that surprisingly contained only a simple plastic bag. Inside the bag were cubes, each approximately 2 centimeters in diameter. The Beastmaster felt an ominous sensation upon seeing such a rudimentary packaging. Was this a mere afterthought? Yet, Su Lu effortlessly picked up a white energy cube with tongs and placed it before him. The Beastmaster gazed at the diminutive cube, gradually sinking into contemplation. Is this truly one? Indeed, it is, Su Lu affirmed. The Beastmaster glanced back at his powerful gorilla, contemplating how many of these cubes would satisfy its appetite. Surely, it would consume hundreds in a single meal. 100 cubes would amount to 80,000. In one day, that totals 200,000. Only the highest quality beast feed, crafted from the flesh of formidable beasts ranked above king level, could fetch such a price. Is this not robbery? The Beastmaster exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. However, recalling that he was within the confines of the Beastmaster Alliance, where such transactions were permitted, he tempered his frustration. Yet, he was taken aback when Su Lu casually remarked, "Of course, it's not robbery. Robbery doesn't yield such quick profits." The Beastmaster was left utterly perplexed. After calming his emotions, he decided to test the effects. The Beastmaster handed the cube to his beast. The ferocious gorilla casually tossed the cube into its mouth. However, in the next moment, its eyes narrowed with delight. It chewed and swallowed the cube, then looked back at its Beastmaster with eager anticipation. Could it truly be this delicious? Observing the expression of his beast, the Beastmaster's irritation subsided somewhat. Setting aside other considerations, the flavor alone warranted the price, serving as a delightful treat for his beloved creature. Should he consider purchasing more? He pondered. Young man, please pack all the energy cubes of the grass type. An elderly voice resonated behind the Beastmaster. He turned to find it was none other than Lu Chongqing, the deputy director of the Beastmaster Alliance's research department. He was well aware of the effects of the energy cubes sold by Su Lu. Given his status, he had no intention of disrupting the market by purchasing all the cubes, but he was quite willing to ensure that his green snake enjoyed a better diet. The emerald green snake hissed, fixated on a box, having already caught a whiff of a sin it relished. A total of 600 cubes, 360,000, Su Lu stated, handing over the cardboard box to Lu Chongqing. The green snake eagerly coiled its tail around the box, pouring the cubes into its mouth. Take your time eating. Lu Chongqing chuckled, shaking his head as he scanned the payment. You are selling them too cheaply. If it were a promotion, that would be acceptable, but if not, you should consider raising the price. Otherwise, you might attract unwanted attention, Lu Chongqing advised. Upon hearing this, whether it was a newly initiated Beastmaster or the Su parents, they all swallowed hard. Was this price not sufficient? How much does Minister Lu believe is an appropriate increase? Su Lu inquired. Perhaps double, Lu Changqing replied, stroking his little mustache. Su Lu nodded in agreement and casually added a 1 to all the prices on the small chalkboard, doing so with an air of nonchalance. Upon witnessing the revised prices, although still cheaper than the equivalent quality beast feed, they now approached the tier of premium feed. Indeed, the previous pricing was excessively low, to the extent that Lu Changqing believed it could disrupt the market. Observing the energy cubes that had suddenly doubled in price, the beast masters fell into contemplation and regret. Why had they not purchased them all? I want all the physical energy cubes, declared the first beast master, gritting his teeth. Just like that, the price surged from 800 to 1800 in a mere moment, and he feared that if he hesitated any longer, the leading digit would shift from 1 to 2. Thus, the esteemed feed shop opened its doors. Many beast masters hesitated due to the price. However, a greater number, having heard the news from unknown sources, hurriedly rushed to make their purchases. After all, this was premium beast feed. It is essential to note that premium beast feed is typically crafted from the flesh of beasts ranked at the king level and above, which are not common commodities. Consequently, acquiring premium beast feed often relies on connections for internal distribution. Yet now, this shop openly sold it, leading to an extraordinary surge in business. Had it not been for Su Lu's realization to limit each person to a maximum purchase of 100 energy cubes per day, it is likely that all would have been acquired at once. Chapter 32. The learning endeavors of the Dragon Star Cluster after liquidating all the energy cubes. Su Lu glanced at his account balance. The sale of these few boxes had netted him over 3 million. His parents stared in astonishment at the figure. How could such a sum be amassed in such a brief moment? Even an ordinary beast master venturing out for a hunt would likely require over half a year to earn that much. Su Lu casually transferred today's earnings to his father. Mom and Dad, please take a look at houses nearby. I need you to help me keep an eye on this shop. Why do we need to buy a house? You should keep it for yourself and perhaps purchase some items for Psyduck and the others, his mother replied. You see, I can earn this much in a single day, and I will only earn more in the future, so there's no need for you to worry. Moreover, living near the Beastmaster Alliance ensures safety. Upon hearing the word safety, his parents ceased their objections, not because they were swayed by the prospect of security, but because they understood that only when they were safe could Su Lu venture out with peace of mind. Su Lu departed once more from W City. In the aerial garden, he retrieved a fragment of meteorite, the Sky Splitter. He wondered if this meteorite contained what he needed. Upon sensing the fragment in Su Lu's hand, the Sky Splitter nodded in affirmation. Is it feasible? That's wonderful, Su Lu sighed in relief. It appeared that the energy required by the Sky Splitter was not as rare as he had initially thought. Simultaneously, the extensive procurement and research of meteorites should commence, marking the official onset of the growth of Rayquaza. Su Lu eagerly anticipates the day when Rayquaza will ascend to become the sovereign of the skies, stretching over 100 meters in length. Subsequently, they arrived at the Pokémon Valley, where Su Lu released his Caterpie. It seemed that after being confined for so long, Caterpie was slightly irked, turning its head away in a haughty manner, refusing to look at Su Lu, while curiously gazing at Rayquaza. It was inquiring how it might strengthen itself. However, Rayquaza merely shook its head and lifted Caterpie, placing it in front of Su Lu. Roar, he is your trainer. Only he can help you grow stronger. I cannot. Upon hearing this, Caterpie nodded in acknowledgement towards Su Lu. Haha, with diligent training, you too shall grow stronger. Su Lu gently patted Caterpie's antennae, which resembled prominent eyebrows. You currently possess the ability to tackle. Focus on honing that skill. Who knows? One day you might even soar through the skies using your tackle. At this, a glimmer of aspiration shone in Caterpie's eyes. It yearned to fly, just like Rayquaza. Consequently, Psyduck cheerfully led Caterpie towards the small grove beyond the valley. Roar? Rayquaza tilted its head in inquiry. They can fell trees while simultaneously training, and the timber harvested can be utilized for constructing shelters. However, tree felling will not enhance your abilities, Su Lu replied. As for the two of us, let us first patrol the Cloud Sky Forbidden Zone, to see if there are any other space-time rifts and to assess the situation regarding the fierce beasts here. Rayquaza nodded and took to the skies, carrying Su Lu aloft. In the jungle, Psyduck and the green caterpillar cast their gazes towards the direction of Rayquaza. Invigorated in their training, Psyduck quacked earnestly, correcting the green caterpillar's posture during its collisions. Meanwhile, Lurantis was tending to the newly planted exotic flora within the Pokémon Valley. Rayquaza soared through the mist, while the ferocious beasts on the ground could only vaguely perceive something traversing the cloudy sky, subsequently swirling the clouds and leaving behind a lingering, curling vapor. Rayquaza first ventured into the territory of a beast with a strength akin to that of a champion-level Pokémon. This creature, a rock-type monster, though a being of stone, exhibited a fierce and savage demeanor. It relished in smearing its body with blood, its original hue now obscured, replaced by a dark crimson stain. Is this the essence of a ferocious beast, pure brutality and a thirst for bloodshed? Sulu shook his head. Most ferocious beasts share this nature, particularly those that have recently emerged from the rifts in time and space. Only through prolonged reformation can these creatures revert to their original state. In contrast, beasts wandering in the real world gradually shed some of their ferocity, becoming relatively easier to tame. However, this place is a forbidden zone, where the savagery of the beast diminishes at a slower pace. Due to the influence of summoning crystals, beast tamers can reform these creatures at a significantly accelerated rate compared to ordinary individuals. Champion-level beasts are often those that many tamers are reluctant to slay. They would prefer to attempt taming, even if it requires additional time and effort. Yet, Sulu harbored no desire for such a brutal beast to linger near Pokémon Valley. Due to the brutal influence, this bloodstone monster has lost its sanity, seemingly immune even to the pressure exerted by Rayquaza. With a furious roar, it found itself utterly helpless against Rayquaza, which soared far too high, despite its immense power. Capable of effortlessly gathering boulders exceeding 2 meters in diameter and hurling them with ferocity, it could not reach Rayquaza at all. In Sulu's eyes, this monarch-level beast was even inferior to the Tsangyue fierce wolf, which possessed a modicum of intelligence, enabling it to lead a pack and take flight. Rayquaza. Let us try that move, Sulu said. Upgrading Rayquaza would grant it innate abilities, yet certain formidable skills could not be awakened through bloodline alone. In the world of Pokémon, Rayquaza's learning targets could include other Pokémon, but in this realm, it could only be guided by Sulu. Rayquaza nodded, opening its mouth as radiant halos emerged around its form. However, with a sudden snap, the halos dissipated into energy. Rayquaza appeared somewhat disheartened. This was a rare failure for it, perhaps indicative of its youth. The skill Sulu wished Rayquaza to master was Draco Meteor, harnessing dragon-type power to coalesce into countless meteors that rained down from the heavens, delivering catastrophic damage. If the finishing touch of a painting is Rayquaza's unique aerial move, then Draco Meteor is the signature attack of dragon types. One is singular, the other is collective. Mastering both would signify a remarkable proficiency in Rayquaza's abilities. Not only Sulu, but even Rayquaza yearned for these two techniques. Failure is but a natural part of the journey. Sulu sat atop the majestic sky ruler, stroking his chin in contemplation. The dragon star clusters summon meteors. Perhaps we might adopt a different perspective and first devise a method to condense meteoric matter. The bloodstone golem roared on the ground, emitting a sharp sound reminiscent of grinding stones. Stones. An epiphany struck Sulu. The primal force. Indeed. Sky ruler. Harness the primal force and give it a try. The primal force gathered by Sky Ruler manifested as a concentrated orb of energy, a true embodiment of its essence. However, certain rock-type primal forces coalesced into a massive boulder, which could then be hurled forth. Thus, the energy of the primal force could be transmuted into stone. Sky Ruler nodded in understanding and embarked on a new endeavor. This time, upon the release of the energy orb, it gradually transformed under Sky Ruler's guidance into fragments of stone. Chapter 33. Visitors from the Forbidden Land. Boom, boom, boom. What was that sound of something plummeting to the earth? Cloaked in a hood, Xiaomuyue lifted her gaze, noticing the droplets of moisture accumulating on her trench coat. She peered into the depths of the thick, white mist, using her superhuman hearing and perception to detect the resounding echoes of that formidable noise. There was something lurking there. She murmured softly. The champion governor had dispatched individuals for exploration, and now only two knew of the Sky Ruler's secrets, the aging Hu Yunji and Xiaomuyue, whose bloodline could diminish the scrutiny of ferocious beasts. Consequently, Xiaomuyue volunteered to venture alone into the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Amidst the fog, it seemed something had caught the scent of Xiaomuyue's presence. A shadow suddenly descended, colliding with her as it struck the shimmering barrier surrounding her. Once again, it was a beast lord of the king level. Xiaomuyue furrowed her brows. Upon entering the forbidden realm of Tianyun, it became evident that nearly every minor domain was governed by a ferocious beast of the Heavenly King level, truly deserving of its name as a forbidden land. Ordinary Heavenly Kings could hardly venture far within, unless a champion were to arrive. Delving deeper into the mysteries would prove exceedingly difficult. However, each champion serves as a governor of a province, making it improbable for them to be dispatched at will. The risk of becoming ensnared within the forbidden land would be a considerable predicament. Only individuals like Xiaomuyue, who possess a unique bloodline, could traverse such distances within the forbidden territory. Engaging in combat with the beast lords, Other ferocious creatures would perceive this as a territorial dispute among kin. Yet, should an ordinary human intrude, they would undoubtedly face a concerted assault. Glimmering with vibrant hues, the seven-colored butterflies encircling Xia Muyu refracted light into a dazzling spectrum, ultimately coalescing into a searing black radiance that surged towards the Beast Lord hidden within the dense fog. After the Beast Lord fled in haste, Xia Muyu exhaled deeply. The compass proved futile amidst the pervasive mist, so she relied on her memory to navigate towards the pillar of heaven and the source of the thunderous roar. With each relentless assault of primal power, the bloodstone creature of the ruptured void, impervious to any form of attack, was reduced to a true stone. Simultaneously, Sulu's system store points surged by 5,000. Although fragments of stone began to intermingle with the primal energy, they had yet to reach the caliber of meteoric debris. Nevertheless, Sulu generously offered his praise. Well done, Ruptured Void. The Ruptured Void nodded in satisfaction, having finally unearthed a path forward, and resolved to engage in relentless training henceforth. The fragments of the Bloodstone Beast's carcass were dragged back to the Pokémon Valley. Being a monarch-level ferocious beast, even its stone remains were imbued with an abundance of energy, which might later serve to nurture certain Pokémon or directly act as nutrients for cultivating berry trees. The Bloodstone Beast is presumably a creature of both dark and rock attributes. How splendid it would be to devise an attribute detection instrument. The Sky Pillar began training and methodically eliminating threats in the vicinity of the Pokémon Valley. Meanwhile, a resounding roar akin to the sound of meteorites crashing echoed in Xiamuyu's ears, guiding her like a compass. However, the sound was distant, and she was uncertain of the time it would take to reach it. Yet, an instinctive feeling whispered to her that the source of the sound might hold the answers she sought. Lioli, Tongyu, can you still endure? Xiamuyu inquired. The colorful butterflies fluttering around her responded with a gentle flap of their wings. Within her perception, the Lioli-colored butterfly signaled its ability to continue the fight. From the depths of her originally pitch-black shadow emerged glimmers reminiscent of starlight and a pair of soft eyes. Within her shadow resided her second monarch-level beast, the Tongyu Light Shadow Beast. In truth, Xiamuyu had captured far more than two beasts, but at merely 19 years of age. The short span of just over 2 years was sufficient only to elevate the Tianguang Lioli butterfly and the Tongyu Light Shadow Beast to monarch level. Consequently, she refrained from summoning her other beasts. Is it truly a forbidden zone, where even a small area's lord is of monarch level? She mused, furrowing her brow. After driving away a fierce beast of considerable strength, akin to a lower-tier monarch, she pressed onward. As she traversed the territory of these ferocious creatures, she faced relentless assaults from lord-level beasts, including the Celestial Butterfly and the Shadow Beast. Even Xiamuyue herself began to feel an overwhelming fatigue. Through her inherent bloodline abilities, she could nearly perfectly command her summoned beasts. However, this deep connection also meant that she expended significantly more energy than an ordinary individual while directing them in battle. The sole piece of good fortune was that the beasts yet to encounter her recognized her as one of their own, thus after she claimed a territory. Other Lord-level beasts typically refrained from initiating attacks unless under exceptional circumstances. Yes, Rayquaza, you found your rhythm. Just like that, you can do it. Continue to condense larger meteors. In the brief span of just half a day, Rayquaza advanced from being able to conjure stones the size of fists amidst primal energy to producing stones as large as basins. At this rate, perhaps in 2 or 3 days, Rayquaza would successfully create a qualified meteor. Roar. Rayquaza also rejoiced at its gradual mastery of the new skill. Yet, in the subsequent 2 hours, the meteors it attempted to condense showed no further progress. Rayquaza's once soaring enthusiasm seemed to wane. Meanwhile, Sulu, observing the process of meteor condensation, began to glean some insights. Regrettably, without the energy of Pokémon, he could not unleash any skills himself. Sulu yearned to convey this sensation to his Pokémon, Rayquaza, yet found himself at a loss for words to articulate it. This feeling weighed heavily upon him. As the day's training drew to a close, Sulu offered some words of solace to Rayquaza, reassuring it that mastery of skills is not achieved overnight and that there is ample time ahead. Rayquaza nodded in understanding and resumed its training. After the session, Rayquaza escorted Sulu back to W City. During the journey, Sulu pondered how to express his insights to Rayquaza. Although his psychic abilities allowed him to communicate directly with Pokémon, the exchange was ultimately limited to text or imagery. The elusive feeling he experienced seemed particularly challenging to convey. That night, Psyduck and Oddish had already retired for the evening, while Sulu lay awake, staring at the ceiling. It was no wonder so many Pokémon trainers trained alongside their Pokémon. Perhaps the purpose was to share their own feelings with them, Sulu mused. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he accessed the system's shop. although he had only a few thousand points left after purchasing berries a couple of days prior. Thanks to Rayquaza's diligent efforts and contributions from formidable creatures in the Forbidden Zone, his points had surged to 20,000. Points? Just enough. Su-Lu confirmed the purchase. In an instant, a faint golden energy began to emanate from his being. This was the new item he had exchanged for. Power Seed of Transcendence. Chapter 34. The Power of Transcendence. The power of Ultra Transformation is a unique ability within the Pokémon realm, mastered by but a select few among humanity. It is said to be derived from the strength of Arceus itself. Those who wield this power are capable of establishing a profound connection with the minds of Pokémon, allowing for a form of telepathic communication that can transcend both time and space. In the absence of verbal or mental exchanges to convey my feelings, I sought to engage in a deeper spiritual dialogue, enabling the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, to perceive my thoughts. With a gentle smile, Su-Lu turned his gaze toward the slumbering Psyduck nestled within its plush abode. A faint golden hue of Ultra Transformation connected with Psyduck, and in that fleeting moment, Su-Lu sensed the essence of Psyduck's innermost desires, to grow stronger, to be by his side, and to encounter countless delightful experiences. Su-Lu then established a similar connection with his Oddish, witnessing a vibrant sea of flowers where the Oddish danced joyfully under the enchanting moonlight, accompanied by a group of its kind. He also glimpsed the Caterpie within its Pokeball, envisioning it as a grand creature soaring freely with Su-Lu upon its back. Such pure and benevolent minds and thoughts epitomize the essence of Pokémon, with the ability to directly perceive their hearts. Su-Lu embarked on the next phase of his endeavor, imparting his own thoughts and emotions to the Pokémon. Suddenly, Psyduck awoke with a start from its dream, which had transformed from a blissful reverie into an unexpected culinary tutorial featuring the legendary Bao Duck. Observing Psyduck's reaction, Su-Lu realized that the power of Ultra Transformation had indeed met his expectations. The power of Transcendence seems to suit me even more than super abilities, as it has automatically developed to a level where it can be of significant use. The following day, Su-Lu once again ventured into the forbidden realm of Tianyun. Licanswo, let us continue our training. Today, I have devised a new training method. Licanswo glanced at Su-Lu with a hint of surprise, pondering what new antics the trainer might be up to. However, in the next moment, a mental connection was established between Su-Lu and Licanswo under the influence of transcendental power. Now, regardless of the distance, Su-Lu's thoughts could be conveyed accurately to Licanswo. Unlike before when he could only manage a feeble call, he could now effortlessly execute remote control. With this realization, Su-Lu contemplated that he might have possessed the potential for transcendence all along. After all, he had always felt a faint connection with all Pokémon. Could it be that he bore the essence of an alpaca? Yet, this thought was fleeting, and he promptly communicated his insights to Licanswo. Licanswo trembled with a sense of enlightenment. Roar! Licanswo felt an overwhelming urge to unleash its abilities. Let us train outside the valley. We must not ruin this hard-won sanctuary. Licanswo swiftly lifted Su-Lu and soared beyond the Baoqiao Valley. After consuming the meteorite that Su-Lu had purchased, Licanswo began to grow in size. Moreover, after defeating a monarch-level beast the previous day, Licanswo's level had risen to 45. Naturally, it had awakened several skills: biting, dragon claws, thunderous roars, the dance of dragons, slumber, air slash, soaring, divine speed. Numerous skills abound, yet most are merely supportive buffs. The actual destructive capability of air slash pales in comparison to the formidable dragon meteor, which likely explains why Rayquaza yearns to master the latter. As it soared through the heavens, Rayquaza opened its maw once more, channeling primal energy. This time, however, the gathering of meteoric force was guided by Su-Lu's intuition. The primal energy transformed from a chaotic blend of energy and rock into a colossal boulder, measuring 2 meters in diameter. Success! Su-Lu felt a surge of excitement. The once weightless primal energy had now taken on a substantial form, and under the influence of gravity, the impact would be significantly more powerful. The boulder plummeted from a height of 200 to 300 meters, reinforced by Rayquaza's dragon-type energy, crashing violently into the ground before erupting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves dispersing through the mist. Yet, with only a single boulder, the names Dragon Meteor and Primal Energy seemed somewhat mismatched, so for now, it shall be called Dragon Falling Star. With a satisfied nod, Rayquaza acknowledged its progress. In its mind's eye, vivid images of meteors crashing into the earth unfolded. Let us continue our training. Once you have mastered the transformation of energy into meteors, you should be able to unleash a barrage of dragon meteors. Rayquaza, in harmony with Su-Lu's spirit, pressed on with its training. As the meteors it conjured grew ever larger, The sound of meteors striking the ground began to echo once more in the celestial abyss. Not only did Xiao Muyao notice the disturbances caused by the Latios, but the beast monarchs, who had regained some semblance of rationality within the Tianyun Forbidden Land, also sensed its presence. The monarch-level beasts possess power comparable to champions, and only the demigod-level leaders of the beast-taming alliance would dare claim an assured victory in a one-on-one duel. Yet, within the confines of the Tianyun Forbidden Land, there are several such entities. Despite this, these monarch-level beasts dared not approach the Pokémon Valley instinctively. They recognized the aura of Latios as reminiscent of the deity they so feared. Xiao Muyao, who had embarked on her journey the previous day, now bore a weary visage. Each foray into the territory of a beast lord necessitated a battle, and even in a secure resting environment, she remained utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, Xiao Muyao was reluctant to pause, for she was uncertain whether the source of the disturbances awaited her. Should she delay, it was entirely possible that she would glean nothing of significance. Presently, she found herself perilously close to the heart of the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Despite the dense fog enveloping her, she could discern a vague, towering pillar amidst the mist. Yet, she hesitated to advance further, as both she and her companion, the twilight glass butterfly, sensed several overwhelmingly powerful presences nearby. Upon becoming a king, one is granted the opportunity to challenge a champion governor directly. Should one succeed, they may ascend to the rank of champion and assume the governorship. Conversely, failure relegates one to participate in the national championship held every 5 years, where they must battle against the kings from across the nation to earn the true title of champion. Without a doubt, Xiao Muyue faced an overwhelming defeat, one that shattered her with a force akin to a tempest. This marked her first catastrophic failure in life, as the reigning champion effortlessly vanquished her entire team using but a single formidable beast. Now, she sensed the powerful aura reminiscent of a champion surrounding her. Approaching the pillar of the sky was perilous. She needed to exercise caution. Xiao Muyue cast a glance toward the pillar of the sky before directing her attention to the source of the sound. Fortunately, the noise emanated from a location not too close to the pillar, sparing her from a return devoid of accomplishment. She hoped that the origin of the sound harbored the treasure she sought. Thus, she ventured toward the direction of the Pokémon Valley. However, before she could traverse far, she found herself targeted by a colossal beast resembling a gorgon. This area was perilously close to the heart of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, where the beast overlords possessed peak celestial prowess. This was their territory. Chapter 35, The Tactics of Beast Tamers, or a Nightshade Butterfly. When it comes to ambushes, beasts are often far more elusive and cunning than humans, as such tactics are among their essential means of survival. Just as Xiao Muyue became aware of the gorgon-like creature, it unleashed its full force assault in that very instant. 2 grayish-white beams shot forth from the creature's eyes, aimed directly at Xiao Muyue. The Tian-light-glazed butterfly and the ethereal shadow beast immediately released their powers in a bid to counter the onslaught. A vibrant barrier interspersed with starlight clashed against the grayish-white beams. Yet, it was apparent that the beams held the advantage, gradually eroding the barrier. Even the splintered gray-white light could effortlessly taint everything around it into a stone-like hue. The gorgon slithered forth from the dense fog, inching closer to Xiao Muyue. Dubbed a gorgon, it would be more fitting to describe it as a human-faced serpent. This particular creature possessed no human form. Instead, a head adorned with serpentine hair was affixed to a serpent's body, which measured a terrifying 2 meters in diameter. Its malevolent intent was to petrify all beings daring enough to trespass upon its domain, converting them into a reserve of sustenance. The peak of a celestial king. Xiao Muyue's complexion paled. Confronting a beast of such formidable caliber, even summoning all her tamed beasts would yield a slim chance of victory, especially since she had only brought 2 primary companions. The serpent seemed to realize that its adversary was not particularly strong, and without hesitation, it launched an attack, moving with alarming speed. Its tail struck Xiao Muyue, who was enveloped in a luminous barrier, sending her hurtling away and creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Flee. This was a forbidden zone, teeming with numerous lord-level beasts, which typically refrained from invading one another's territories. If she could reach another beast's domain, there might still be hope. The radiant butterfly of light transformed once more into shimmering wings, preparing to lift Xiao Muyue into the air. However, before she could ascend, a dreadful pressure descended from above, and the serpentine hair of the gorgon opened its eyes. Compared to the petrifying rays emitted from the human visage, the gaze of the serpentine hair was far more insidious. While its lethality was minimal, each piercing glance ensnared Xiao Muyue like a taut steel cable, ensnaring her in the protective barrier conjured by her beasts. Flight was rendered impossible. Although there exists a certain constraint within the Tianyun Forbidden Land that restricts the flight of living beings, had it not been for the limitations imposed by the serpent creature, Xiaomuyu would still be able to ascend a short distance from the ground. Yet now, she found herself unable even to lift off. With a pallid complexion, Xiaomuyu turned her head. It seemed that evading this serpent creature directly was futile. She must sever its serpentine locks. At long last, Xiaomuyu reached a resolute decision. Liuli, Tongyu, prepare for synchronization. This time, we must succeed. Her eyes glimmered with determination as she extended her hand. A peculiar wave emanated from her palm, enveloping her two summoned beasts in radiant light. Synchronization evolution represents a sophisticated form of advancement. Although it cannot amalgamate two entirely unrelated beasts into a novel entity as fusion evolution does, it can blend similar powers to achieve a metamorphosis. This formidable strength is typically beyond the grasp of the summoned beasts themselves. It necessitates the support of a beast master, emphasizing the significance of their involvement in battles. Advanced evolution is a specialized technique that only champions and above can proficiently command, even with Xia Muyu's exceptional talent. She could only be considered a novice at this juncture, and her successful instances of true synchronization evolution are exceedingly few. This was her ultimate trump card. As her spiritual fluctuations radiated outward, the ethereal shadow beast, previously concealed within her shadow, unveiled its true form, resembling a starry slime. The focal point of this synchronization evolution was the Tianguang Liuli butterfly, as the ethereal shadow beast surged forth in a stream of white light, merging seamlessly into the Tianguang Liuli butterfly. Once a delicate glass butterfly, its wings were gradually elongated by a radiant white light, transforming into an immense, pitch-black pair of knight-like wings adorned with flowing ribbons, stretching several dozen meters in length. The Aurora Night Butterfly. Let the battle commence. With a powerful flap of its wings, the once obsidian wings illuminated like a multitude of colorful stars, while the elongated tail feathers shimmered in a spectrum of colors akin to the ever-changing auroras. Simultaneously, beams of vibrant light emanated from the stars on the butterfly's wings, countering the venomous gaze of the serpent monster. Xiaomuyu finally sensed the shackles around her being lifted. Although the Aurora Night Butterfly possessed the strength to contend with the serpent monster, Xiaomuyu instinctively guided it to grasp her and swiftly ascend into the distance to escape. The synchronization of the Aurora Night Butterfly was maintained by her, as she had harmonized the fluctuations of her two summoned beasts to near perfection. In the case of flawless synchronization, their abilities would align seamlessly, allowing them to maintain such forms indefinitely. However, without perfect synchronization, the Beast Master must continuously coordinate, which demanded a significant amount of mental energy. Already fatigued, Xiaomuyu felt that she could not sustain this for long. As Xiaomuyu fled, the serpent monster grew increasingly ferocious. Although it initially mistook her presence for that of a beast from a distance, the moment they clashed, her human essence became evident. The monster's instinctual thirst for human blood was deeply ingrained, and it would only relent upon realizing its own defeat. The serpent monster swiftly propelled itself in pursuit of Xiaomuyu's fleeing form, relentlessly following her. Chased by the Aurora Night Butterfly, Xiaomuyu's complexion grew paler, and her breaths became increasingly labored. Could it be that she would perish within this forbidden realm? It was no wonder that all beast tamers spoke of it with trepidation. Even she, possessing a unique bloodline, found it arduous to progress, let alone others of her kind. Yet, she refused to surrender. For the thunderous roar echoing in her ears grew ever louder. She could even vaguely discern the presence of another. The serpent beast was closing in. Under the pressure of death, Xiaomuyu's abilities seemed to flourish. A blue wave suddenly unfurled in her vision, allowing her to perceive every movement around her. Dodge. Under her command, the Aurora Night Butterfly narrowly evaded a lethal petrifying ray. Time and again, she sidestepped the deadly beams, flying towards the figure radiating a golden glow that her abilities had locked onto. Meanwhile, Su Lu felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone were observing him. The direction was over there. Su Lu gestured towards a point shrouded in mist. The sky-splitting beast, which had been spewing meteors, halted its actions. Let us investigate that way. With a roar, the sky-splitting beast surged forward towards Su Lu's indicated direction, leaving behind a vast expanse of ground crushed by meteors. As Su Lu consumed more beast flesh and exchanged for 2 ability seeds, his physique strengthened, enabling him to withstand the pressure generated by increased speed. 2 minutes later, during the rapid flight of the sky-splitting beast, Su Lu spotted a figure emanating a faint blue glow, seemingly fleeing from a large moth-like creature. Although the visage of the other party was exceedingly pallid, Su Lu still recognized him, having seen him reported on television recently. and having encountered him in person once before. He was the new king, Tian Guang Xiaomuyu. Let us give it a try, Rayquaza. Use your new move. With a roar, the fleeing Xiaomuyu sensed the formidable presence she had long been pursuing had arrived above her in the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Xiaomuyu stood transfixed, gazing at a colossal meteor hurtling towards the earth. Though the target was the serpent monster behind her, she unhesitatingly commanded the Aurora Night Butterfly to erect a barrier. Chapter 36. Who on earth is he? A brilliant light pierced through the pale mist, the heat and shockwaves dispersing the water vapor. In the sky, a massive meteor, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, hurtled towards the ground with tremendous force. Within this meteor, Xiaomuyu sensed an immense surge of energy. The serpent monster, confronted with this impending strike, realized that this was a power far beyond its capacity to withstand. However, the meteor descended with such swiftness that it struck the creature before it could react. The tremendous impact cleaved the serpent monster in two, yet its vitality was robust, allowing it to persist even in such a state. As long as its head could escape, it could eventually recover given some time. But before the serpent monster could flee, the meteor emitted a powerful wave of energy, radiating a blinding light as it erupted. Though meteors are tangible entities, they ultimately represent the energy matter condensed from the rift seat's power, easily susceptible to detonation. The combination of physical and energy impacts rendered the serpent-like creature utterly voiceless, disintegrating into dust amidst the radiant light. Summermuyu had activated her protective shield in advance. Yet even so, she was violently hurled away by the shockwave. The Aurora Night Butterfly, which had undergone synchronized evolution, was also thrust back into its primal state, losing consciousness. Instinctively, Summermuyu reached out to cradle her two spirit beasts in her arms. Alas, at such a height! Just as she braced for a harsh fall to the ground, a peculiar gust of wind swept around her. The speed of her descent began to diminish, and she ultimately landed gently on the earth. It was Sulu manipulating the rift seat to ensure her safe arrival. Once on solid ground, Summermuyu cast a worried glance at her palm-sized Tongyu and the small, exquisite Liuli nestled in her embrace. Both exhibited signs of life. Thank goodness. You are unharmed. Her attention soon shifted to the dragon of the sky soaring above. During her prior escape, she had further awakened her abilities, allowing her to distinctly perceive the fluctuations and emotional connections of other beings. Now, before her lay an overwhelming force, a beast lord so formidable that she could do naught but flee, unable to withstand even a single attack from it. This power evoked memories of her initial confrontation with the champion. No, this is not merely the strength of an ordinary champion. It surpasses that by far. Even the champion governor of your could not evoke such formidable tremors. Thus, the opponent must be at least a pinnacle champion, if not something greater. Who could he possibly be? Xiaomuyu gazed at the silhouette standing atop the sky pillar. Having located the sky dragon and its master, she deemed her task halfway accomplished. The next step was to initiate contact. However, should the individual turn and depart now, her journey would be rendered futile. Consequently, Xiaomuyu called out fervently, "Mighty Beastmaster. I come representing the Beastmaster Alliance. I wish to converse with you." Cough, cough. Mid-sentence, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing, a testament to the toll taken on her body by the prolonged battle and the recent shock. Meanwhile, standing atop the sky pillar, Sulu took note of the peculiar aura surrounding Xiaomuyu. It was a faint azure ripple. What is this? Aura? Sulu had already contemplated reaching out to Xiaomuyu, and now, witnessing what appeared to be the manifestation of aura power within her, he was even more resolute not to let this opportunity slip away. The sky pillar parted the clouds and approached Xiaomuyu, gradually revealing Sulu's figure to her. He is far too young. There exists a stark contrast between him and the image of the sky dragon beast master that resided in Xiaomuyu's mind. In her imagination, one capable of commanding such a powerful beast would, at the very least, be a weathered middle-aged individual, if not a venerable elder. Yet, the figure before her was an exceptionally handsome youth, and there was something oddly familiar about him, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. You appear to be injured? Sulu gazed at Xiaomuyu's pallid complexion and remarked, "You are not severely harmed." Cough, cough. Never mind, let us find you a place to rest. Should Xiaomuyu perish before him, it would only incite further scrutiny from the Beast Master Alliance and other factions. Moreover, Sulu could not bear to witness a young woman, willing to expand the boundaries for humanity, succumb before his eyes. "Thank you," Xiaomuyu replied, her ashen face recovering a hint of color as she clutched her beast tightly. Sulu utilized his transcendent power to instruct Rayquaza to carry Xiaomuyu. In that moment, Xiaomuyu once again perceived the golden energy radiating from Sulu, a force that pierced straight to her soul. It was profoundly intense, delivering yet another wave of awe to Xiaomu. This was a power far superior to her own perception. Possessing such strength would undoubtedly empower all beasts effortlessly, wouldn't it? It was no wonder that Su Lu, a beast master commanding such formidable creatures, might only be revealing the tip of the iceberg of his extraordinary abilities. However, as Xiaomu delved deeper into her exploration, Su Lu furrowed his brow. I do not appreciate others probing into me with their aura, he stated. Previously, he had sensed a vague presence scrutinizing him, and it now became apparent that it was Xiaomu employing this seemingly aura-based power to search for him. If it were indeed the specialized ability of aura perception, it was no surprise that the Beastmaster Alliance had dispatched someone to locate him. Aura? Xiaomu felt a twinge of confusion. What is aura? Is it the perceptive ability I am currently utilizing? She realized that her power had a name, and that the other party was aware of it. In Xiaomu's mind, Su Lu's status was suddenly elevated significantly. The awareness of one's own extraordinary abilities is sufficient to attest to the fact that the other possesses knowledge that far surpasses one's own, even exceeding that of the Beast Alliance. Such knowledge exudes the essence of heritage, suggesting that the individual is likely backed by a formidable organization. I apologize. I have only just acquired this ability and am still unpracticed, Xiaomu expressed regretfully. Su Lu nodded in acknowledgement. When Xiaomu was probing her own powers, she was enveloped in an aura of waves, and had there been any intention to pry, one would not be so foolish as to reveal it in such a manner. Let us proceed then. The Rayquaza extended its claw, inviting Xiaomu to leap onto it. An atmospheric shield enveloped the claw of the Rayquaza, rendering her impervious to even the slightest breeze despite the rapid ascent. After several days of nourishment from meteorites, the Rayquaza had grown significantly, and now, even a solitary individual perched upon its claw would not appear cramped. The Rayquaza ascended swiftly, transforming the surrounding landscape into a blinding white expanse, causing Xiaomu to lose her sense of direction. Even with her wave powers, she found it impossible to ascertain her location without any coordinates. Upon reaching their destination, as the Rayquaza descended, Xiaomu beheld the Pokémon Valley. In that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, for there, she encountered an unexpected sight, a yellow-skinned duck standing upright, adorned with 3 tufts of feathers. A duck? How could it be this duck? In that moment, Xiaomu finally grasped the source of her familiarity. Chapter 37, The Transaction. Previously, she had felt a sense of recognition towards Su Lu, yet she had never associated it with any of the students she had encountered on campus. After all, one is a formidable entity, the most powerful champion, while the other is merely a student who has recently acquired his first familiar beast. In Xiaomu's subconscious, she believed that the two could not possibly be the same individual. Yet, circumstances compelled her to reconsider. In that moment, she realized that her current mission should not pose any significant challenge. The other party, being a student in W City, likely has family and acquaintances within the jurisdiction of the Alliance of Familiar Beasts, suggesting that he harbors no ill intentions towards human settlements. Her objective in entering the celestial cloud Forbidden Land was to ascertain the stance of the Sky Dragoness envoy. With this thought, her previously furrowed brow relaxed. If her memory served her correctly, the teacher at school had referred to him as Su Lu that day. The legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, gently set the two down. Su Lu's remaining 3 Pokémon gathered around him, having been summoned by his psychic powers prior to his return. As the first guest of Balka Valley, they appeared quite delighted. Even without the aid of aura, Xiaomu could sense the profound bond between Su Lu and the trio. Not a trace of malice or rebellion emanated from the Pokémon. Psyduck, have you prepared the healing potions? She inquired. With a cheerful quack, Psyduck extended its little arms, holding 2 bottles of healing potions. Su Lu had already constructed a small shelter in Balka Valley with the help of Rayquaza and Psyduck, storing some essential items. Although they had the protection of Rayquaza, unforeseen events could still occur. Thus, it was prudent to stockpile supplies, ensuring that even in Su Lu's absence, the other Pokémon like Oddish and Caterpie could manage on their own. Su Lu brought Xiaomu to a quaint little cabin, where a fire pit and some rudimentary furniture made from shattered trees, courtesy of Psyduck and Caterpie during their training, awaited them. Sitting by the flickering flames, Xiaomu finally felt a sense of warmth, as the temperature in the mist-laden sky cloud Forbidden Zone was decidedly chilly. The healing ointment is for your Pokémon, Su Lu reminded her. Xiaomu nodded and promptly administered the ointment to her 2 Pokémon. She was unperturbed by the possibility of toxins, after all. Given the strength of her opponents, they would not need to resort to such measures to incapacitate or control her. Her primary concern lay with her 2 companions. While she had previously administered medications to them in the outside world, each Pokémon hailed from different realms, necessitating tailored treatments according to their specific injuries. Thus, even medications required careful examination and customization. The ointments Xiaomu carried were specifically designed for external wounds. The healing salves produced by the system were rather extraordinary. Although they could not eradicate abnormal states, they were effective in restoring health as long as the Pokémon had lost blood. After applying the ointment, her previously subdued Pokémon began to regain their vitality. The Lioli butterfly took to the air, while the timid and shy Shadowlight beast trembled slightly, seeking refuge within Xiaomuyu's shadow, as the oppressive aura of the Rayquaza was overwhelming. Once it regained some semblance of mobility, it instinctively wished to conceal itself. Seeing that her two Pokémon were no longer in distress, Xiaomu let out a sigh of relief. Such a rapid recovery must surely be attributed to exceedingly precious medicines. She gazed intently at Sulu, utterly perplexed as to why a youth even younger than herself could exude such mystery and strength. "Are you feeling well?" Sulu inquired. The medication used for Pokémon could potentially be applied to beasts, yet he remained uncertain of its efficacy on humans. If the situation were not dire, it would be prudent to refrain from experimentation without prior trials. Xiaomu nodded. "My bloodline is unique, significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. I have already overcome the worst of it." "I see. Now, please elucidate your purpose for coming here," Sulu requested. "I sought you out to ascertain your stance. For your power is unparalleled. I have seen you at school. Currently, I am the only one aware of your true identity, and I shall keep it confidential." Xiaomu volunteered. "Is that so?" Sulu mused, stroking his chin, recalling that Xiaomu had indeed been present at school. "Then it is settled. I trust you to keep my secrets, and I hope you will not disclose the circumstances here." Xiaomu refrained from urging Sulu to join the Beast Alliance. Given the formidable prowess Sulu had displayed, he would rank among the elite even within the alliance. Such powerful individuals do not require persuasion. They are free to come and go as they please. To wield the influence of such a strong character necessitates considerable sacrifice unless the individual possesses a self-sacrificing nature. Thus, the best news would simply be to avoid hostility. "How should I respond?" Xiaomu inquired directly, accepting Sulu's request, without delivering a definitive message in return. Resources from both the Beast Alliance and other organizations would continue to be allocated until clarity was achieved or until the cost became sufficiently substantial. No one desires to be accompanied by a powerful individual who remains noncommittal. Naturally, Sulu swiftly grasped this notion and remarked that the essence of the person she sought had ventured into the spatial rift at the pinnacle of the sky column. Xiaomu nodded, gazing vacantly at the flickering flames. Tentatively, she inquired, "Sulu, what are your thoughts on territorial expansion? Even the beast masters of the dark world are still human and care about the domain of humanity. Regardless of being black or white, territorial expansion serves as a shared topic, and she wished to engage Sulu in discourse. Moreover, she intended to pursue expansion in the vicinity, and now the area around the heavenly cloud forbidden zone could be regarded as Sulu's territory. Thus, she felt compelled to consult him. Yet, Xiaomuyu's words evoked other thoughts in Sulu's mind. She had agreed to keep his request confidential, yet her words seemed to suggest her own demands. Since it was a request, the credibility of her intentions could be significantly enhanced, for a transaction inherently serves the interests of both parties. Furthermore, should she construct a city, it would allow for more rapid development without exposure, as the inability to utilize technology within the Forbidden Zone posed a considerable inconvenience. "Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties during your construction, feel free to call upon me." As he spoke, Sulu extended his hand, a glimmer of golden light emanating from it as he employed his transcendent power to establish an indistinct connection with Xiaomu. Chapter 38. The Enchanting Valley Though Faint. Xiaomu sensed a unique power coursing through her body. Sulu, on the other hand, was somewhat astonished, for it appeared that his transcendent power was more effective upon Xiaomu than upon others. Before departing, Sulu had employed the power of transcending on his parents. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. The primary function of this extraordinary ability is to forge a connection between humans and Pokémon, achieving merely a positional effect concerning humans. However, regarding Xiaomu, Sulu astonishingly discovered he could convey simple messages. Although this communication was unilateral, it sufficed for his purposes. Recalling Xiaomuyu's earlier remarks about her unique bloodline, he pondered whether her possession of a summoner's lineage might account for this additional capacity. Or perhaps it was the influence of the wave guidance. Once ensnared by this force, Xiaomu realized she had no avenue for retreat. This connection served both as their means of communication and as a form of restraint upon her. Should she dare to betray him, Sulu could utilize this power to locate her. Nevertheless, She was somewhat taken aback by Su Lu's willingness to assist her in expanding her territory. Of course, minor inconveniences would need to be addressed by them independently, Su Lu stated. Xia Muyu nodded. Su Lu's readiness to aid her was indeed an unexpected boon. She was also quite intrigued by the wave Su Lu mentioned, yet given the nature of their current relationship, she refrained from probing further into the matter. Despite Su Lu's superiority, she possessed her own pride. The two then began to discuss various other topics, such as the state of the Beast Master Alliance and the unique evolutionary traits of different academies. These subjects were familiar territory for the genius Xia Muyu, and coincidentally, they piqued Su Lu's interest as well, leading their conversation to extend well into the evening. It was only then that Su Lu realized how late it had become. Noticing that Xia Muyu's complexion remained pallid, Su Lu expressed concern that hastily sending her away might exacerbate her injuries. You should rest here for the night. I will escort you away once you feel better tomorrow, he suggested. As dusk settled, Su Lu retired to a room within the wooden cabin. After its construction, he had thoughtfully brought along some necessities as daily trips back to W City proved to be quite cumbersome. He had also informed his family that he might not return home that evening, a common occurrence for beast tamers engaged in hunting or training expeditions. The cabin boasted numerous rooms, each allocated for the various Pokémon, anticipating future summons that would necessitate further expansion. Naturally, there was a room designated for Xia Muyu's use. However, she did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, she wandered through the Pokémon Valley. Su Lu did not mind her perambulation in the valley. The evening mist rendered the surroundings even more obscure, yet Xia Muyu could discern her environment with clarity. As she strolled, she arrived at a patch of vividly colored grass. A refreshing aroma wafted into Xia Muyu's nostrils, seemingly replenishing her depleted mental energy and hastening the recovery of her physical injuries. What is this? An unusual plant? She pondered. Within the Forbidden Zone, the abundance of energy and alterations in rules might give rise to flora with extraordinary effects. These herbs, reminiscent of mint, must surely be a rare and peculiar species. Could it be that Su Lu ventured here specifically for these extraordinary plants? Xia Muyu contemplated. At that moment, a cluster of taller grass blades suddenly emerged from the mint thicket. Then, something pushed its way through the mint, and the satisfied walking grass, having scattered its seeds, stepped out from among the mint blossoms. Although the fruit trees had yet to be transplanted, Su Lu had exchanged some mint seeds for the walking grass to tend to. These mint plants indeed possess special effects, even capable of enhancing the attributes of Pokémon. The lush appearance of the vegetation allowed the walking grass to feel a sense of purpose. Dodo? The walking grass tilted its head as it stepped out of the mint thicket, gazing at Xia Muyu. Within Xia Muyu's aura perception, the walking grass emanated an exceptionally gentle wave, akin to that of a friend. Was this still a summoned beast or a fierce creature? Even those tamed over generations retained a trace of ferocity, yet from this peculiar grass-type being, Xia Muyu felt no hint of aggression. This indicated that its gentleness was inherent. Contemplating this, Xia Muyu found it somewhat astonishing. Such a gentle and friendly disposition in a creature truly existed. However, a pang of sadness washed over her. Such a nature might not always be advantageous, as beings of this temperament could be more susceptible to harm from humans. Thankfully, its master was Su Lu, a warm and formidable individual. Xia Muyu crouched down, smiling as she addressed the walking grass. Dodo? Dodo. Although the walking grass did not comprehend why Xia Muyu said such things, it understood that praising its trainer meant they were friends. Making friends requires gifts. This was the walking grass's thought, recalling how Su Lu had also presented it with a gift upon summoning. The walking grass nodded, and then dove back into the flower bed. Then the walking grass brought back a delicate blue flower, squinting its eyes as it handed it to Xia Muyu. This is the cheerful mint. Any Pokémon that catches a whiff of its fragrance will become enlivened and gradually bolster its defenses. A gift? Thank you. With that, the walking grass returned to its duties, needing to scatter seeds. As the moon ascended, it marked the active hours for the walking grass, fostering the growth of more plants and gradually infusing the Pokémon Valley with vitality. Truly, it was a remarkable creature. It would be difficult to encounter such untainted beings elsewhere. Subsequently, Xia Muyu ventured into a small grove within the valley, where she heard peculiar thumping sounds. Following the noise, she discovered a green caterpillar incessantly bumping against a large tree, surrounded by uneven, gnarled trunks, while a nearby Psyduck wore an expression of exasperation. Quack! I am the elder brother. I must keep an eye on my little brother to ensure he doesn't get hurt. In truth, upon witnessing the caterpillar's antics, Xia Muyu felt her heart race. Could this be the initial form of the sky dragon? As for the Psyduck, it seemed merely to be an ordinary psychic duck. Continuing her stroll through Pokémon Valley, she gradually encountered more scattered, unusual flora. She was not surprised. Many factions, after conquering forbidden lands, often repurposed them as agricultural bases, given that technology could not be employed within such locales. She also observed that this area had not been entirely developed. Once it was fully cultivated, it would likely become even more enchanting. Perhaps this was the very reason he wished to keep this place a secret, to prevent disturbances to these delightful beings. Xia Muyu believed she was gradually comprehending Su Lu's intentions. He must share her fervent affection for his beast companions, which illuminated the bond they shared. The following day, Xia Muyu's health had nearly returned to normal. She was escorted to the outskirts of the Tianyun Forbidden Area by the legendary Pokémon, Likongzhuo, and waved farewell to Xiaolu and Su Lu. Chapter 39. Remnants of the Ancients due to alterations in the regulations. Xia Muyu's satellite phone had remained devoid of signal within the confines of the Forbidden Area. However, the moment she stepped beyond the boundaries of the Tianyun Forbidden Area, the satellite, which had long been locked onto its coordinates, signaled Hu Yun and her companions, granting them immediate communication with Xia Muyu. "How are you, Summer King?" inquired Hu Yun from W City. Despite her advanced age, she had once endeavored to enter the Forbidden Area in her youth. Yet, as a pure human, she was swiftly detected by the fierce beasts upon entry, ultimately forced to retreat after barely advancing a mile. Aware of the perils that lay within, she hoped fervently for Xia Muyu to acquire some news. If Xia Muyu could not glean any information from the Tianyun Forbidden Area, it seemed that only the champion team or the alliance leader could intervene. "I detected the aura that day. However, it ultimately vanished into a spatial rift at the peak of the sky pillar," Xia Muyu responded, adhering to the prearranged communication plan set by Su Lu. "The aura has disappeared?" Hu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to inquire about further details. After concluding the call, she promptly dialed the number of the champion responsible for that region. This information need not be concealed. Rather, it may be more advantageous for other forces to be aware of it. On the other end of the line was the voice of a middle-aged man who, after Hu Yun concluded his report, merely replied with a simple acknowledgement. "By the way, Governor Song, will Xia Muyu continue to expand her territory here?" After a moment of contemplation, the man sighed. Within the governor's mansion, Song, who let out a sigh, "Has yet another elder departed?" The Beast Taming Alliance did not initially exist. It was only after the alliance fully took control of various regions that demographic and beast statistics began to proliferate. Since then, even the formidable entities of the underworld have come under the complete awareness of the alliance. However, among humanity, there still remain numerous powerful individuals who elude the alliance's statistics. These individuals are invariably among the earliest batches of beast tamers, most of whom, at present, are nearing the end of their lifespan, having reached at least 80 years of age. This is the juncture at which their lives draw to a close, and the majority of such beast tamers tend to choose to challenge forbidden grounds to unleash their remaining vigor. Such occurrences have transpired several times in recent years. In Song Hu's mind, a tremendously powerful beast tamer who has not been registered by the Alliance can only be attributed to this singular possibility. He is left wondering what fate ultimately befell that elder. While others may be unaware of what lies within the Tianyun Forbidden Ground, he is well informed. Each forbidden ground located in proximity to cities has indeed been verified by a heavenly king or the alliance leader, and the Tianyun Forbidden Ground is no exception. On that day, within the spatial rift of the Tianyun Forbidden Land, there resided an extraordinarily formidable beast. This was the very reason why, despite its proximity to the city, the Tianyun Forbidden Land had not yet been eradicated. However, if the strength of that esteemed elder was indeed as formidable as reported from Dongyan Peak, he could at least inflict a significant blow upon the beast lurking behind the rift, thereby delaying its emergence into reality. During this interval, the nearby human settlements could experience a measure of growth. This also elucidates why Song Hu did not oppose Xia Muyu's ambitions to expand and establish new territories. The events gradually reached a temporary conclusion, underscored by the sentiment that this is the last flicker of light from the older generation of beast tamers, with only Xia Muyu privy to the full truth. Beyond the Tianyun Forbidden Land, Xia Muyu harnessed the power of the Tian Guang Liuli Dai to soar through the skies, allowing her to return to W City to meet Hu Yun within a mere 3 hours. "I have received the information from above, Xia Muyu. You may choose whether to continue your expansion," Hu Yun stated. "If you decide to proceed, I shall lend you my utmost support." Indeed, she harbored the hope that someone would establish a new city to the east of W City, which currently lay in a wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts. The pressure on W City, or rather her own burden, was considerable. Should Xia Muyu succeed in her endeavor, the primary threat from the beasts would no longer rest upon W City. Thus, this was why she resolved to offer her full assistance. Xia Muyue nodded in affirmation. I choose to continue. Oh, you wish to persist. What compelling reason do you have for this expansion, Muyue? Hu Yun inquired, no longer addressing her as Xia Tianwang. For this moment was not bound by duty, but rather a reflection of a senior's curiosity. This was a pact, a responsibility. Xia Muyu spoke in a calm manner. Hu Yunji merely nodded, inquiring, when shall we commence? Tomorrow, she replied. Is it truly so urgent? Gathering people in such a short span is quite challenging. There is no need to assemble a large group. Dear mother-in-law, your focus should solely be on fortifying the city and managing the transport of the beast carcasses. Xia Muyu elucidated. Are we the only two primary forces? In the face of those formidable beast lords, we may not suffice. Hu Yunji questioned, perplexed. The territories of the beasts generally remain unchanged, provided that no spatial rifts appear. It could even be said that humanity has intentionally allowed the beasts to dominate certain regions. Due to the existence of spatial rifts, beasts are inexhaustible. Eliminating one beast lord merely invites another from a different area to seize the unoccupied territory. Moreover, in the absence of humans, beasts engage in mutual slaughter. Hence, the territories surrounding the city serve not only as a threat, but also as a protective barrier. Rather than continuously vanquishing beast lords and facing relentless assaults from various beast lords, it is wiser to retain the beasts we are familiar with, allowing them to assist humanity in repelling some of their kin. Even if a beast lord were to launch a siege, having prior knowledge would facilitate our response. Humanity, most often, need only maintain this delicate balance, such as our wisdom. However, to disrupt this equilibrium demands a significantly greater force. I possess a solution. All beast lords will pose no challenge. Xiaomiyu declared with unwavering confidence. With Su Lu's presence in such formidable power, what fear do we have of certain beast lords? Haha, it seems my old bones shall have to stretch a bit, she chuckled. Hu Yunji smiled and remarked. How much time does she have left? Before the end, she wished to ensure that the city she had labored to build could provide a relatively safe environment. As the two exited the Beastmaster Alliance's conference room and approached its entrance, Xia Muyu suddenly turned her head, directing her gaze toward the Pokémon feed store. Out of curiosity regarding Su Lu, she had utilized her king-level authority to investigate his information on the way back. To her surprise, she discovered that Su Lu owned a Pokémon feed store, conveniently located within the Beastmaster Alliance, which piqued her interest. Thus, Xiaomiyu had taken the initiative to visit the Alliance and discuss matters with Hu Yunji. One of her motives being to assess the condition of Su Lu's feed store. Are you interested in this little shop? Hu Yunji inquired. Noting that individuals of their stature typically procured Pokémon feed through established channels and seldom made purchases in stores. The shopkeeper is a former student of my grandfather's school. Xiaomiyu explained. Hu Yunji was somewhat familiar with Xiaomiyu's grandfather, a respected principal. Likely the one who had requested that she look out for Xiaomiyu. As they approached the Pokémon feed store, the surrounding beast masters gradually recognized the two. One was the recently celebrated new king, the enchanting Xiaomiyu, and the other was the formidable elder king, well known for guarding City W for decades. Their presence together caused quite a stir. What extraordinary qualities must this little shop possess to attract two esteemed kings? As Su father and Su mother concluded their day's work, they prepared to tidy up and close the shop. There was no alternative. Su Lu had informed them that they were permitted to sell only a limited quantity each day, a strategy known as hunger marketing. Although the couple did not fully comprehend the concept, they adhered to Su Lu's arrangements. Consequently, they were wrapping up before noon, which left many beast masters astonished, as other companies would eagerly embrace the opportunity to operate around the clock within the Beastmaster Alliance. While this establishment operated for merely about 24 minutes each day, feeling the commotion outside, Su father and Su mother turned to see the imposing figure of Lord Hu. They were familiar with Hu Yunji, having seen him frequently on television. His personal visit brought them great surprise. Greetings, I am merely accompanying King Xia. There is no need for formality, Hu Yunji said with a nod. At over 70 years of age, he was a generation older than Su father and Su mother, which naturally made them somewhat apprehensive. Su father and Su mother cast their gaze upon Xiaomiyue. Their first thought was how stunningly beautiful she was, followed by a wish that she could be their daughter-in-law. Their final realization was that she appeared to be the recent sensation on television, the esteemed king. Uncle, aunt, could you sell me some beast food? Xiaomiyue inquired gently, recognizing that these two were Su Lu's parents. We have sold out for today, Su father replied directly, only to be lightly chastised by Su mother. Of course we have some left, dear Su. Don't we still have stock in the shop? Oh, yes, indeed. By the way, what type of energy cubes does King Xia require? Su mother asked. Just call me Xiaoxia, Summer Mu Yu shyly inquired. What does system mean? Of course, came the reply. These concepts were all concocted by my little Su. He mentioned that attributes could be categorized into 18 types, and energy cubes can enhance the corresponding attributes, which include categories such as elemental, fire, and dragon. Initially indifferent, Hu Yunji's expression gradually turned serious upon hearing the term system. Could you elaborate on the distinctions and significance of each category? He asked. Su's mother shook her head. That child merely mentioned a few things offhand. I only remember the names of the categories. What a pity. Summer Mu mused, contemplating the attributes of her two primary spirit beasts. Judging by their names, both the celestial glass butterfly and the ethereal shadow beast could be considered spirits, right? However, the celestial glass butterfly likely belonged to the flying category, possibly with some insect traits, while the ethereal shadow beast probably had psychic or ghostly attributes. Thus, Summer Muyu decided to purchase 4 energy cubes representing different categories. Upon detecting the scent, her 2 spirit beasts immediately emerged, with the previously shy ethereal revealing its true form as a starlight slime devouring the cube eagerly. Under Summer Muyu's perception, her 2 spirit beasts slowly began to undergo transformation. The effect was astonishing, even surpassing her customized rations. Yet, thinking of the owner of this quaint shop, Summer Muyu could only remark on the quality befitting his establishment. Initially intending just to browse, Hu Yunji's interest was piqued by the theoretical framework of the categories, leading him to purchase several energy cubes. The 2 individuals initially intended to continue their conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Su, but upon realizing their limited knowledge, they decided to take their leave. Their son is indeed a remarkable talent. Should he refine his theoretical framework, he could potentially attain a doctorate. By the way, Muyu, do you know what their son's name is? Hu Yunji inquired. Su Lu. Su Lu, you say? I understand now. Hu Yunji began to take a keen interest in Su Lu, considering he was a local prodigy. However, Xiaomu Yu pondered that since Su Lu was from W City, in order to completely conceal his identity, they must first navigate past Hu Yunji. Furthermore, as she might encounter Su Lu in the future, it would be prudent to let others believe that their acquaintance stemmed from this opportunity. With 2 esteemed figures in attendance, the once obscure treasure shop, which had been discreetly operated by a handful of beast tamers, suddenly attracted a plethora of attention. Yet, the willingness of Mr. and Mrs. Su to sell from their inventory was solely due to the presence of these 2 dignitaries. As for other beast tamers, they were overestimating the situation. There were only so many available each day. If they sold too much, their son had mentioned that there would be no immediate means to restock. After their departure, Xiaomu Yu began instructing her liaison to reach out to various companies as the expansion was about to commence. The first step of this expansion involved clearing out ferocious beast hordes, eliminating beast lords, and collecting the bodies of these creatures, along with exotic plants, ores, and urban relics, all of which promised substantial profits. Following Xiaomu Yu's official announcement of the expansion plan in the morning, national media outlets quickly seized upon this significant news by the afternoon. Although expansion was no longer a novel concept in the past decade, Xiaomu Yu was the 3rd new generation monarch to embark on such an endeavor. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Xiaomu Yu, being a young female superstar, naturally attracts a considerable amount of attention. Nearly every news channel is abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Even her recent whereabouts have been scrutinized, with fleeting glimpses of a Pokémon-themed store appearing on the screen. Meanwhile, Su Lu activated the system, preparing for a lottery draw, eager to return home and perhaps acquire some delightful Pokémon. With his hands clasped in prayer, he summoned forth the magic. The roulette spun once more, ultimately landing in the Pokémon realm. Regrettably, he did not reach the legendary Pokémon tier, as it settled within the realm of ordinary Pokémon. In fact, the odds of summoning a Pokémon of semi-divine status are not insubstantial, totaling a modest 5. If fortune smiles upon him, it suggests that he could summon a Pokémon of formidable strength in approximately 20 days. According to the probabilities, within the next 10 days, he should be able to summon a Pokémon of semi-divine caliber. He hoped for a stroke of good luck. At this moment, the Pokémon summoned by the system materialized before Su Lu. To his astonishment, it was not one but 2 large-eared mice, one purple and one blue. Chapter 41. The Arrival of the Champion? Is that Nidoran and Nidorina? Su Lu pondered, gazing at the 2 mouse-like Pokémon before him. Nidorina and Nidoran are Pokémon capable of evolving twice. Although their final evolutions, Nidoking and Nidoqueen, may not be classified as semi-divine with proper training, they could exhibit impressive combat prowess. The 2 Pokémon looked up at Su Lu, their eyes filled with curiosity. In an instant, Su Lu connected with the latent power of the 2 Pokémon, swiftly comprehending their intentions. They were akin to siblings, belonging to the same species, and their unwillingness to part ways had summoned them together. The two little creatures exhibited no particular desire for strength. I look forward to your companionship, Nidoran and Nidorina, Sulu said, squatting down to address them. The two Pokémon nodded in acknowledgement. If you wish to refrain from battle, you may assist the walking grass and tending to the Pokémon Valley. However, if you desire to engage in combat, you can seek out Psyduck and Caterpie to learn some battle techniques, Sulu continued. He did not wish to compel ordinary Pokémon to fight, especially since he already possessed a divine beast and anticipated summoning more in the future. After arranging for Nidoran and Nidorina, Sulu exchanged for 2 additional Pokeballs, ensuring he carried all his Pokémon with him as he prepared to return to W City. Observing the growing collection of Pokeballs at his waist, he realized it was impractical to carry them all. He anticipated summoning even more Pokémon, and a single belt might soon prove insufficient. I hope to encounter a stronger Pokémon soon, allowing me to leave all my Pokémon at Pokémon Valley with peace of mind, Sulu mused. Considering that the Beast Alliance might send individuals into the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden Zone, it was plausible that other humans had infiltrated as well. While fierce beasts might retreat from the aura of the legendary Pokémon, humans often acted without regard to protect his Pokémon from potential harm. Sulu decided it was prudent to take all his Pokémon with him each time he departed. Seated atop the majestic Latios, Sulu retrieved his powered-down mobile phone. The Forbidden Zone rendered technology ineffectual. This was both a blessing and a curse. While it served adequately as a nurturing and cultivation ground, certain research endeavors remained unattainable. The energy derived from Latios meteorites could not be studied within the confines of this restricted area. Merely consuming meteoric matter would be insufficient. One must consider that the Latios of the Pokémon world had consumed countless meteors over eons to amass the energy required to condense its celestial organs. Thus, he could only await developments from Xiaomuyue's side, Sulu mused. This was also one of the reasons he contemplated assisting Xiaomuyue in establishing a city. Having contributed his efforts, constructing a research facility in that vicinity ought to pose no significant challenge, should it? Upon returning to W City, Sulu powered on his phone, discovering 2 new messages. The first was from his parents, who had already selected a residence near the Beastmaster Alliance and had moved in with their belongings. They sent him the location of their new home. This was reassuring, yet he felt a lingering need for Pokémon protection. He glanced back at his companions, Psyduck and Oddish. Though their dispositions were amiable, Sulu deemed them insufficient for his peace of mind. It appeared that he would need to wait a while longer. Thus, he set forth towards the location of his new abode. The second message was from Zhang Wei, indicating that after days of diligent research, he had finally devised some applicable recipes and wished to invite Sulu to sample them. When? Sulu inquired. You finally responded, came the reply. Let us do it tomorrow. I'll prepare the ingredients today to surprise you. Certainly, it is settled then. Sulu was not expecting that Zhang Wei would achieve results so swiftly. Perhaps this was partly due to the detailed information Sulu had provided regarding the ratio of fruit energy efficiency, which made it relatively simple to replicate by locating materials with similar effects and mixing them in the appropriate proportions. Following the address given by his parents, Sulu arrived at an upscale residential complex. Upon seeing the address, he shook his head. They were still trying to save money. Not only did he share a portion of the profits from the first day with his parents, but he would have easily been able to purchase a villa if he had chosen to use all of it. However, his parents opted for a modest home instead. Upon entering, Sulu did not require any formalities, as his identity had been registered when his parents purchased the property. After the surveillance scanned him, the entrance to the complex opened seamlessly. Yet, he found himself pondering their whereabouts. Weren't they supposed to pick him up? Sulu scratched his head in confusion. Noticing Sulu's bewildered expression, his companion, a Psyduck, mirrored his sentiment. It was only when Sulu knocked on the designated door that he finally understood why his parents had not come to greet him. Inside the living room sat a lovely young woman, engaged in casual conversation with his parents. Son, you're back? We have a guest. So we couldn't come to meet you, his father remarked. Isn't he old enough to return home on his own? Our son is quite capable. Oh, by the way, this is Xiaomuyu. She met us at the Beast Tamer Alliance and left her contact information, mentioning she had something to discuss with you. His mother kept casting meaningful glances. Previously, she had been contemplating how wonderful it would be if her son could marry such a daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, it seemed there was little opportunity for them to intersect. But now, has that opportunity finally arrived? Xiaomuyue approached with the pretext of wanting to understand the attribute system, which was undoubtedly a consequence of being captivated by her son's talents. Although Xiaomuyue was 2 years older than Sulu, this age difference posed no issue in their eyes. Moreover, the other was a formidable beastmaster. If she truly took a liking to her son and they could progress together, the Su family could flourish splendidly. However, Su Lu wore a rather dismal expression. Xiaomu and nodded obediently at him, devoid of the fierce demeanor one would expect from a beastmaster during a battle, instead resembling a charming neighbor girl. Since she had come knocking, it seemed fortuitous. "Oh, my son, I understand you might find it uncomfortable to be with us. So I have purchased a flat for you, right across from us. You two young people can discuss whatever you wish over there, and we shall not intrude." Su's mother smiled as she handed the keys to Su Lu, her eyes conveying a message of "We have done all we can. Now it is up to you to seize this opportunity." Su Lu, "Xia, come with me," he said helplessly. Upon hearing the title of Beastmaster, Xiaomu Yue trembled slightly, like a startled creature. While she could graciously accept being called a Beastmaster by others, when Su Lu addressed her thus, she detected a hint of dissatisfaction. Was it because she had interacted with his family? Rising to her feet, Xiaomu Yue followed Su Lu into the flat across the way. "Hey, old Su, do you think our son is capable?" Su's mother inquired. Xia, though a good child, gives me an odd feeling. It seems she harbors a certain apprehension towards our little Su. Ah, do you understand? Others possess both knowledge and grace, their temperaments gentle, never wielding their status as a sovereign to overshadow us. What a splendid girl she is. Chapter 42. The theory of 18 attributes. "I have officially announced my intent to expand our territory," said Xiaomu Yu, seated opposite Su Lu. "Is that so? For how long?" "We shall commence tomorrow." How long will it take to begin construction in the new city?" Su Lu inquired. "Clearing the beast lords, eradicating spatial rifts, along with leveling the land and collecting the remnants of lost documents, will require at least 2 months at the earliest." Upon hearing the 2-month time frame, Su Lu furrowed his brow, finding it rather slow. "I would like your assistance in constructing some facilities," he stated. Xiaomu Yu nodded in understanding. She had anticipated this request. After all, merely relying on a conservative identity would not suffice to elicit cooperation. Not just Su Lu, but every sovereign involved in expansion is intertwined with vast interests. "Certainly, I can connect you with the best construction teams. The equipment can also be procured directly from the Beastmaster Alliance at original prices," Xiaomu Yu replied earnestly. Only then did Su Lu nod in satisfaction. Research must employ technological means. Profound discoveries cannot emerge from the forbidden lands. Not only the Rift Void, but the divine beasts I summon in the future will likely not manifest in their complete forms immediately. They will require substantial resources for cultivation and study. "How much will it cost?" Su Lu inquired. "Then it depends on the scale you need and the specific research equipment required." Xiaomu Yu continued. "In fact, I currently have a small research institute at my service, dedicated to studying the beasts I possess and providing optimal upgrade pathways and nutritional formulations. Thus, I comprehend Su Lu's intention behind establishing a research facility. Moreover, once I understand the direction of Su Lu's research, I can ascertain the inclinations of the beast he possesses." However, Su Lu did not ponder too deeply, for research indeed necessitates appropriate equipment. His primary focus remained on divine beasts, particularly on devices for energy research. Other aspects could be approached more leisurely, but ultimately, they must all be acquired. As for the scale, let me discuss the specifics of the location with you. Research in the realm of energy? Xiaomu Yu recalled the terrifying meteorite unleashed by that green dragon and contemplated the potential for further enhancement. Moreover, did he require all the top-tier research apparatus? Just how many formidable beasts did he possess? Xiaomu Yu responded with a soft hum. Su Lu felt considerably relieved. Acting in the capacity of a boundary-expanding sovereign certainly afforded many conveniences. How much would that approximately cost? Su Lu casually asked. He understood this was a significant undertaking. If it were to meet his specifications, it might very well deplete Xiaomu Yu's fortune, perhaps leaving him to cover the excess. Regarding the laboratory, Xiaomu Yu extended 4 fingers. Not including equipment, approximately 400 billion. Su Lu, for 100 billion? He rubbed his forehead in disbelief, resembling a perplexed Psyduck. Although Su Lu had long been mentally prepared, the quotation still took him by surprise. After all, he aspired to establish a research institute akin to Dr. Oki's courtyard, a sanctuary for Pokémon of all types. "I will find a way, you just need to make the arrangements," Su Lu stated. Once the energy block industry reaches full maturity, the sum of 4 billion should not pose a significant challenge, though this will require time to develop, as the growth of fruit-bearing trees takes considerable patience. Thus, for the initial funding, alternative strategies must be devised. After discussing Su Lu's requirements, Xiaomu Yu appeared noticeably more at ease. After a thorough negotiation, she was convinced that Su Lu was earnest in his intentions, planning to construct a vast research facility within the city she was about to establish. This was undoubtedly welcomed, as it essentially meant enlisting a champion to help safeguard the city. By the way, won't this direct contact expose us? Su suddenly inquired, this last question being his foremost concern. He certainly did not wish for his parents to be entangled with some inexplicable individuals due to the revelation of his secrets. Not at all. I am approaching you for other reasons. No one else will know that you are the Dragon Master of the Skies, Xiaomu clarified. The Dragon Master of the Skies? He had unexpectedly acquired such a flamboyant title. Very well, let them think what they will. I heard from uncle and aunt that you classified the attributes of fierce beasts, and I used that as a pretext to seek you out. By the way, Lord Hu is also quite interested in your classification studies. Is that so? Su mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Allow me to elaborate. So you may have a clear understanding, and indeed, we require a suitable reason for our interaction, Su remarked. Summer Muyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she unearthed something extraordinary within Su. How many more secrets lay hidden within this young man? The notion of attributes is a common topic, and many have attempted to categorize them. However, due to the chaotic nature of the energy associated with each beast, a vast array of attribute races has emerged, resulting in a lack of consensus on the concept of attributes. Yet, through the method I employ, these intricate attribute races can be expressed via fundamental attribute combinations, thereby elucidating the relationships of dominance and resistance. Su gradually recalled the discourse on attributes. This was not merely a fanciful notion. The 18 attributes in the Pokémon realm correspond to the 18 creation tablets of the deity Arceus. In essence, a complete world is composed of these 18 foundational energy attributes. In Sulu's perspective, this world is indeed complete and should encompass these 18 attributes. Consequently, the concept of attribute resistance is equally valid, as it originates from the deity's teachings on attributes possessing profound universality. As Sulu narrated, Summer Muyu felt a sense of exhilaration. She even leaned closer, drawn to him. What about the relationships of resistance? How can one discern the attributes of a beast? What are the characteristics of each attribute? Summer Muyu inquired eagerly. Hu Yunji was indeed correct. This could be a doctrine that changes the world. If one were to comprehend the attributes of their summoned beasts, the journey of nurturing them would be significantly less convoluted. And even the techniques and evolutions could be derived from this very theory. Yet, Sulu merely responded that further research was necessary. Xiaomu took a moment to calm her excited heart, while simultaneously yearning to assist Sulu in establishing his research facility. Subsequently, she departed, briefly mentioning the notion of 18 attributes to Hu Yunji, who harbored no suspicions, for he too was intrigued by this concept. Meanwhile, Sulu procured a collection of meteorites and various Pokémon nurturing supplies from the rented laboratory. The following day marked the commencement of the Expansion Initiative. Chapter 43. The Surge of Expansion. As the Expansion Initiative unfolded, the media seemed to revel in a newfound era of prosperity. Numerous programs and television stations flocked to W City, with many intending to venture directly to the main battlefield for coverage. The newly crowned champion, Xiaomu Yu, joined forces with the seasoned champion, Hu Yunji, to officially announce the initiation of the Expansion Initiative. Everyone understands the implications of expansion. It signifies the re-establishment of human territory. Typically, expansion begins with the occupation of a small area, followed by the construction of towns, which gradually evolve into cities. However, through our interviews, it has become evident that the goal set by the Heavenly Light Champion this time is an expanse comparable to the current size of W City. This indicates that this undertaking necessitates the eradication of 4 substantial territories inhabited by ferocious beasts, along with the countless spatial rifts concealed within. Presently, a number of individuals are apprehensive that the prowess of Champion Xia may fall short in meeting the demands of this expansion initiative. Let us await the unfolding events with bated breath. Breaking news! Breaking news! In an astonishing turn of events, both the Summer King and Lord Hu have audaciously declined the assistance of their allies, opting instead to embark on their ventures independently. Is this sheer arrogance, or do they possess an abundance of strength? Stay tuned as the revelations unfold. News of varying significance began to grace the screens of households everywhere, and it appeared that the whereabouts of Xiaomu Yu had been unearthed. Particularly noteworthy was her recent visit to a residential community, which did not go unnoticed. Ultimately, it was revealed that Xiaomu Yu's purpose for entering the community was merely to meet a young man. This development has ignited a flurry of speculation regarding the nature of their relationship, prompting her fanbase to nearly confront Su Lu in protest. Meanwhile, those familiar with Su Lu expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "No way, it's this kid." The footage of Su Lu broadcast on television was actually a still from his Beast Master certification, showcasing him alongside his obedient beast, a rather oblivious duck. In the snapshot, Su Lu and the duck posed playfully with a V for victory gesture. As is often the case, the creature mirrors its master. leading many to conjecture that Su Lu may indeed share characteristics with his beast, perhaps resembling a clueless duck. However, the narrative shifted when Xiaomu made an inquiry about whether Su Lu's attributes could be disclosed, prompting a change in public opinion. What was once regarded as a possible association with being a simpleton duck transformed into the more flattering notion of a clever simpleton duck. Observing the sensational reports on television, the Psyduck could not contain its glee, emitting joyous sounds, believing that the commentators recognized the similarity between its master and itself. What are you so happy about? Su Lu feigned distress, retorting, they are talking about your foolishness. However, Psyduck suddenly froze in place. It dawned on him that despite finally appearing on television, he had been portrayed as a negative example. Now, Psyduck sulked in the corner, drawing circles. Su Lu approached and gently patted Psyduck's shoulder. They think you are dull. They simply have not seen your inner brilliance. Quack. Really? Su Lu nodded earnestly. You will certainly have another chance to shine on screen. When that time comes, Psyduck, you will astonish everyone. Quack. Absolutely. Psyduck regained his spirits. Quack. Something seems off. Aren't we supposed to be comforting the master? Why has the situation reversed? Just then, Su Lu's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Wei. Upon answering, he heard Zhang Wei's voice, filled with excitement and tremors. You little rascal. How could you quietly hook up with a superstar? Su Lu replied. Do you still want the other formulas? Come on, my good fellow. It's time for a meal. Now that sounds more like it. Su Lu, accompanied by Psyduck and Oddish, made their way to Zhang Wei's home. The television in the living room was on, broadcasting news about the recent territorial expansion and the life of Xiaomu Yue. Zhang Wei then brought out a series of delectable dishes made from ferocious beast meat. You truly are remarkable. Following your proportions, I managed to concoct several exquisite dishes. And even humans have experienced certain effects after tasting them. What do you plan to do with this? Zhang Wei inquired earnestly as he took a seat. Su Lu took a bite and indeed found it delectable, feeling warmth radiating through his body. He could now confirm that, at least in terms of energy, the Pokémon world and this world shared similarities. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce comparable results using identical materials. Well done, Xiaoweizi, your skills have improved. Do you think we can pull this off with these formulations? Su Lu inquired. Zhang Wei nodded seriously. Of course we can. Then I leave everything in your capable hands. There are still over 30 energy formulation lists, Su Lu casually remarked. Isn't that rather precious? Zhang Wei was taken aback. More than 30? Each of these could easily serve as a flagship product for any catering company or beast food supplier. How could you just hand them over to me? Fortunately, these are not the main products. You know I've recently opened a small shop, right? Su Lu replied. Zhang Wei nodded. The television had been incessantly airing gossip about Xiaomu Yue, which inevitably brought Su Lu into the limelight, making it impossible to keep his new venture under wraps. Those are the flagship products. What I'm giving you are merely derivative ones, so feel free to proceed with confidence. Yet even with Su Lu's reassurances, Zhang Wei still felt the weight of their value but ultimately agreed. As the two indulged in their meal, the television broadcasted breaking news regarding the territories of ferocious beasts, prompting them to turn their attention to the report. It detailed that 4 formidable beast lords inhabited the land set for development, and their information had long been uncovered. Among the 4 fearsome beast lords, 2 possessed their own clans. The primary objective for Xiaomu Yue and Hu Yunji is to conquer these formidable creatures, specifically the spike-crazed crocodile clan residing by the river and the crystal rock gluttonous bear clan hidden within the forest. A city, after all, cannot thrive without a reliable water source. Both construction and daily life hinge upon a stable supply of water. It is essential to acknowledge that the wilderness is no longer as secure as it once was, and even established water routes can be abruptly severed by these ferocious beasts. Thus, a natural water source becomes even more critical, making the spike-crazed crocodile clan the foremost target for conquest. The spike-crazed crocodile is a creature of ordinary strength, yet its ability to dive and launch spikes from its back renders it more challenging to contend with than other beasts of similar rank. Furthermore, among every 30 spike-crazed crocodiles, there exists at least one of a higher tier. The clan consists of nearly 1,000 members, with its lord being a mid-tier monarch, accompanied by no fewer than 3 early-tier monarch guards. Consequently, the spike-crazed crocodile clan firmly holds dominion over the river. Despite W-City's repeated attempts to probe their territory, no fruitful outcome has emerged. Nevertheless, this clan presents the most manageable challenge among the lords of beasts slated for extermination in this territorial expansion campaign. Following the report, the scene shifts to the wilderness. The 2 monarchs prepare to commence their mission. Chapter 44. The spike-crazed crocodile clan. Su Lu, do you believe they will succeed? Zhang Wei inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on the images flickering on the television screen. His concern was shared by many, The entire populace of W City harbored trepidation. Should their attempt at expansion fail, it could very well incite a violent upheaval among the beasts, placing W City in grave peril. They are bound to succeed, Sulu asserted confidently. Indeed, they will surely prevail. After addressing the matter concerning Zhongwei, Sulu ventured out of the city once more. With the fervor surrounding territorial expansion, the number of beast masters in W City has significantly increased. The two kings, combating the ferocious beast lords, naturally incite a considerable number of ordinary beasts to scatter in disarray. While common beast masters may struggle against swarms or advanced beasts, they can seize the opportunity to gather spoils. With a stroke of luck, they can achieve substantial gains, thus contributing to the cause of expansion. However, Sulu directed his Psyduck to drive towards the direction of Xiaomu Yu and her companion, encountering a multitude of convoys along the way. These convoys included those preparing to collect the carcasses of beasts, as well as those poised to conduct field studies after the two kings had cleared a specific area. Before long, Sulu arrived at the first combat zone. Beyond this point lay the territory occupied by the spiked crocodile. The area ahead had already been designated with a warning line by members of the Beastmaster Alliance, as there existed an open spatial rift within the river inhabited by the spiked crocodile. Due to the effects of the rift, the more sophisticated the instruments, the more susceptible they become to malfunction. Advancing further could potentially lead to the breakdown of vehicles. The creatures within the spatial rift exhibit varying strengths, formidable clans, such as the ferocious wolf pack, number in the thousands and can produce lords at the pinnacle of king level. However, in general, king-level beasts emerging from typical spatial rifts remain relatively rare. The spiked crocodile, capable of evolving at a ratio of 30-to-1, is indeed a rare and formidable beast, attracting the attention of numerous beast tamers. However, due to its gregarious nature and inherent danger, most tamers have returned empty-handed, some even falling victim to the ferocious packs of spiked crocodiles. These creatures sustain themselves by preying on other ferocious beasts that emerge from spatial rifts, resulting in the formation of a colossal colony numbering nearly 1,000. The remnants of their hunts are often consumed by other beasts, and the abundant energy surrounding the spatial rift reduces their need for food, thus establishing a fierce territorial domain. In a sense, the spiked crocodile colony has managed to suppress a spatial rift, yet the limited food supply from the beasts within the rift has constrained their expansion, maintaining a delicate equilibrium for the time being. However, this balance has been disrupted with the arrival of a multitude of humans. A tremendous roar resonates from deep within. Yet due to the proximity to the spatial rift, technological means are rendered ineffective, preventing any form of reporting. One by one, the ferocious beasts, sensing the immense energy fluctuations, begin to flee, only to be swiftly hunted or captured by the waiting beast tamers. Meanwhile, Sulu observes the unfolding drama, finding little interest in the ordinary beast before him. Just as he is engrossed in the spectacle, the thunderous sounds grow increasingly closer. In the distance, a colossal crocodile, towering at 4 meters, crashes through the remnants of buildings as it charges toward the border. Above, a striking figure adorned with starry wings rushes forth. Who is this celestial being behind the King of Summer? It seems that this is not her original beast, is it? The fluctuations indicate a synchronized evolution. Could it be that the Radiant Monarch has actually grasped the ticket to the championship? Is it possible that such a young individual has already achieved a special evolution? The wings behind Xiaomu Yu continuously emitted radiance, forming a luminous prison that enveloped the spike frenzy crocodile lord. A larger group of beasts was temporarily held back by Hu Yunji, while she focused on swiftly eliminating the solitary king-level spike frenzy crocodile that had strayed far from the riverbank. In the interest of time, Xiaomu Yu decided to reveal her trump card. The fleeing spike frenzy crocodile stirred up a substantial cloud of dust. Yet it seemed aware that escaping the vicinity of the spatial rift would lead to a technological onslaught. After fleeing for so long, the ferocity of the spike frenzy crocodile had been ignited. The creature, trapped within the luminous prison, emitted a red glow, entering a state of frenzy. Its dense scales stood on end, radiating the crimson light in all directions. Meanwhile, Xiaomu commanded her beast to summon a multitude of light shields. The nearby spectators watched in trepidation. Although they had witnessed high-level Beastmaster battles during the King-level championship, experiencing it firsthand was a first. The roars of the King-level ferocious beasts echoed deafeningly, and the collapsing ruins caused the ground to tremble slightly. All Beastmasters contemplated the notion that if they were to join such a battlefield, even a mere ripple could result in immediate demise. Meanwhile, Sulu observed the vehicles encircling the area. It appeared that these vehicles were equipped with modern weaponry. Once the ferocious beast steps beyond the confines of the spatial rift, technology becomes an indispensable ally. It is no wonder that there is no need to assemble a massive force. The key lies in eliminating the beast's leader. Without the guidance of their commander, the ordinary beasts can be easily driven away from the rift's vicinity, followed by the application of advanced weaponry for their extermination. The century-long struggle against these creatures has accelerated the development of lethal armaments, a natural consequence of the survival pressures faced by the species, and one of the crucial pillars in safeguarding human territory. The thunderous roar subsided as a starry blade, extending several meters, pierced the skull of the spiked crocodile. Xiaomuyu took a few deep breaths, feeling somewhat fatigued. While defeating a sovereign-level beast is not an insurmountable task, the energy required to slay it is considerably greater. This was merely a spiked crocodile on land. One could only imagine the challenge it would pose underwater. With this thought in mind, she swiftly ascended towards the interior, where City Lord Hu Yunji was undoubtedly bearing a significant burden. The area under siege was off-limits, and the Beast Tamer Alliance was wary of potential disruptions. Thus, the populace remained oblivious to the events unfolding deeper within. Hu Yunji caught his breath, facing a formidable wall of thorns. This time, he had brought forth all his beast companions, 19 in total, all of the plant variety. It is a testament to Hu Yunji's esteemed status as a veteran sovereign that he could command such a multitude. As a plant sovereign, all his beasts were naturally of the botanical type. Although plant-based companions are lacking in agility, their defensive and regenerative abilities are commendable and fortuitously. The spiked crocodile relies on water currents to unleash its full potential. The riverbanks remain steadfast, allowing Hu Yunji to engage in a war of attrition against the spiked frenzy crocodiles, a battle in which she excels. The entire stretch of the river has been nearly engulfed by a chaotic thicket of thorns, effectively preventing several king-level spiked frenzy crocodiles from breaking free. The thorns have stifled the movements of the spiked frenzy crocodiles, while a multitude of ordinary level ones have been interspersed among them. Yet, 3 formidable king-level spiked frenzy crocodiles remain beyond her control. These colossal creatures gnash their teeth violently against the thorny prison, yet Hu Yunji remains unperturbed within its confines. This girl claims she could handle it effortlessly. It is exhausting for my aging bones. Just as she has slain a spiked frenzy crocodile guardian, Hu Yunji finally returns to the main battlefield. Chapter 45. They need to see Hope's synchronic evolution? Is this the girl's trump card? Yet, even that falls short. Hu Yunji shook her head. If Xiaomuyu's secret weapon is merely this, then perhaps it is time to reconsider after this battle. The remaining beast lords are not to be trifled with. As a king who has successfully expanded her territory, Hu Yunji is acutely aware of the strength required to achieve Xiaomuyu's initial objective. Having secured this area, it is feasible to withstand the subsequent beast siege and eliminate the temporal rifts, thereby establishing a modest township. However, aspirations for a larger domain are mere fantasies. Lord Hu, let us commence, Xiaomuyu stated. Hu Yunji nodded in agreement. The spiked frenzy crocodile horde was the weakest target they had chosen, and with prior knowledge of the spiked frenzy crocodiles, they were aware of their vulnerabilities. Upon the arrival of Xiaomuyu, a flurry of sharp spikes, enveloped by the currents of the water, suddenly erupted from below. The speed of these spikes was astonishing, and their impact was formidable. Xiaomuyu swiftly evaded the onslaught, hastily seeking refuge within the thorny fortress constructed by Hu Yunji. The 3 early-stage king-tier spike frenzy crocodile sentinels seemed to sense the demise of their master, their eyes now burning with an even more intense ferocity. After reuniting with Xiaomuyu, the duo commenced their counterattack, using the thorns as a barrier. Xiaomuyu's summoned beast became the primary source of offense. This time, Xiaomuyu had brought along a greater number of summoned creatures, all of which were relatively petite. Among them were winged orbs of light, as well as concentric circles of luminescence. Had Su Lu been present, he would likely conclude that Xiaomuyu specialized in the fairy-type summoning arts. Beams of light surged forth, targeting the spike frenzy crocodile lord. Interestingly, neither Xiaomuyu nor Hu Yunji had anticipated that the spike frenzy crocodile, being a water evil attribute beast, would be countered effectively by Xiaomuyu's signature summon beast, the radiant glass butterfly, which belonged to both the insect and fairy categories. The energy from insect fairy types possesses a 4-fold advantage against evil attributes. This implies that the radiant glass butterfly could inflict quadruple damage upon the spike frenzy crocodile. Such an enhancement reached an absurd level. Were it not for the fact that the spike frenzy crocodile was in its home territory and that there were 3 king-tier beasts present, it might have succumbed to just a few of Xiaomuyu's assaults. Observing Xiaomuyu's fervent suppression of the spiked frenzy crocodile, Hu Yunji felt a twinge of surprise. She recalled the earlier conversation with Xiaomuyu regarding the concept of attribute restraint. Following Xiaomuyu's involvement, the spiked frenzy crocodile began to falter, succumbing to a state of frenzy. The crimson rage enveloping its form transformed into a menacing black aura, prompting reckless assaults. Even the formidable and regenerative thorny domain was torn asunder by the onslaught of these three spiked frenzy crocodiles. Several of Hu Yunji's beasts, concealed within the thorns, sustained injuries. In the wake of the spiked frenzy crocodile's rampage, although Xia Muyue found it easier to strike, she also became more vulnerable to the creature's attacks. After the last of the mid-tier king spiked frenzy crocodiles was vanquished, Xia Muyue herself felt an overwhelming fatigue. Do not relax. There is one final wave. Hu Yunji called out emphatically. Despite her exhaustion, Xia Muyue steeled herself for the challenge ahead. With the demise of the regional overlord, the spatial rift was effectively liberated, potentially unleashing a horde of ferocious beasts, with the risk of drawing in powerful beasts from other areas as well. If luck were to run awry, they might even attract several king-level beast overlords, which would be exceedingly difficult for the two of them to confront in their current state. In such a scenario, retreat would be their only option. Yet, suddenly, an idea sparked in Xia Muyue's mind as she began to summon Sulu. Sensing Xia Muyue's call from the periphery, Sulu willingly harnessed his transcendent power, attuning himself to her mental state. So, that is the case? How convenient. Sulu recited softly. Soon, a subtle wave rippled through the sky, emanating a faint aura of dragon might. While humans were oblivious to this phenomenon, the ferocious beasts sensed something amiss, causing a multitude of weaker creatures to halt in their tracks upon detecting the presence. Consequently, the onslaught of beasts was not as formidable as anticipated. Even those reckless enough to advance were intercepted by the peripheral beast tamers. By the riverbank, Hu Yunji, who had been waiting for some time, felt perplexed. It was a universally acknowledged fact that the slaying of a lord would trigger a beast tide, yet it had not yet materialized. Could this be the strategy of Xia Muyue? Even so, it seemed insufficient. Leaning on his staff, Hu Yunji summoned forth his concealed beasts, revealing creatures that walked like trees, beings resembling fruits, and entities akin to withered grass. These were his tamed beasts, though most bore varying degrees of injury. King Xia, might you divulge your true intentions? What hidden cards do you possess? If you lack formidable strength, then perhaps this is where our journey concludes. For even if we expand our territory, we shall not be able to defend it, Hu Yunji stated with solemnity. The challenge of building an enterprise is daunting, yet maintaining it proves even more arduous, especially as the successful establishment of a city leads to an increase in human numbers and a denser aura, inevitably attracting mightier beasts to launch assaults. If even the strength to expand is tenuous, how could one hope to defend against such threats? Meanwhile, the figure of Su Lu continued to flicker in Xia Muyue's mind. Initially, her intention was to commence from a small town, much like the veteran kings such as Hu Yunji, gradually expanding her territory in tandem with her burgeoning strength. However, if it were up to him, even large cities would merely signify the beginning. Thus, Xia Muyu resolutely declared, "Indeed, I possess an immensely powerful trump card. This region poses no challenge." That's good to hear. Hu Yunji had intended to add a cautionary note, hoping she wouldn't be overly ambitious. But upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Xia Muyu's eyes, she refrained from voicing her concern. Such a gaze is not one that emanates from those lacking absolute confidence. Eliminating the Lord was merely the first step. It was imperative to eradicate all the ferocious beasts in the area, for without this, ordinary individuals would be unable to undertake construction and assessments. Go and summon your partners, Hu Yunji instructed. The arduous challenges had been tackled by the two of them, leaving only the succulent rewards. This bounty belonged solely to Xia Muyu, while Hu Yunji's share of the profits would be settled through cooperation between their two cities post-establishment. Xia Muyu nodded. Typically, after slaying the Lord, a hunting company would conduct a thorough sweep to capture the beasts, as they inherently represented profit. Given the vast expanse of the area, a single king of expansion would likely be overwhelmed. Subsequently, an exploration team would meticulously scour the remnants of the original city, unearthing all valuable artifacts. Finally, they would demolish the ruins and reconstruct the city. However, Xia Muyu had now forsaken collaborative hunting ventures with all hunting companies, as the profits from this region had already been ceded to one individual, a cost of their engagement. Compose yourself. Do not let others perceive your weariness. Hu Yunji offered a reminder, prompting all her beasts to stand tall and proud. Even though her creatures would require at least a month or two of recuperation to regain their peak combat strength following this battle, it remained essential to present the best face to ordinary people, for they needed to witness hope. This is the true essence of expanding territories. Xia Muyu nodded in agreement. As the two stepped beyond the influence of the spatial rift, a tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd. Chapter 46. It is time for Su Lu to take action. Beholding the two, unscathed, everyone began to cheer in unison. Although this was merely the initial step towards expansion, It was undoubtedly the most arduous one. If even the fearsome beast lords could not be vanquished, the construction of towns would be but a distant dream. Once they had exited the area affected by the spatial rift, journalists accompanied by their beasts immediately surrounded them, eager to conduct various interviews, only to be halted by members of the Beast Alliance. Huyunji entered the temporary residence established by the Beast Alliance, seemingly issuing some commands. Next, a sweep of ordinary beasts was likely on the agenda. Surely, some workers would be needed to handle the carcasses, with the spatial rift in place. Vehicles could not access the area. Should manpower prove insufficient, perhaps we would be called upon, allowing us to earn some extra income. The king would hardly expend time slaying common beasts. Might they allow us to enter and hunt instead? This is indeed a possibility. The spiked frenzy crocodile, known for its inherent brutality and vast numbers, dominates the surrounding area, preying on other species due to the relatively weak energy of the spatial rift. As such, the territory of the spiked frenzy crocodile harbors fewer beasts, likely rendering it unattractive for larger corporations. Ultimately, everything hinges on the newly crowned champion's intentions. As the onlookers surmised, numerous companies are eagerly awaiting Xia Muyue's signal, poised to rush in at her command. However, Xia Muyue did not immediately acquiesce. After exiting the spiked crocodile territory, her aura detection sensed a familiar presence. Although she refrained from actively investigating, she knew it was Su Lu's arrival. Simultaneously, Su Lu's voice echoed in her mind. Xia Muyue was not surprised by Su Lu's telepathic communication, given her awareness of the extraordinary abilities he possessed. In full view of the crowd, Xia Muyue took flight, eventually converging with Su Lu after approximately 10 minutes. Su Lu scrutinized Xia Muyue and her tamed beasts, in the presence of others. Both she and Huyunji had maintained a facade of strength, as typically, a champion leads the charge, with soldiers facing soldiers and kings facing kings in the eradication of ferocious beast territories. However, this time, only she and Huyunji, two champions, confronted an entire ferocious beast clan. Upon seeing Su Lu, she revealed the extent of her tamed beast's injuries. Su Lu could discern that Xia Muyue's victory had been hard-earned. However, this initial battle was one she had to confront independently. Even though Su Lu had offered his assistance, Xia Muyue had refrained from immediately summoning him, driven by a desire to prove her own capabilities. If Su Lu were to handle everything, what would differentiate her from an ordinary individual? This was a scenario Xia Muyue was unwilling to accept, perhaps fueled by her pride, not wanting to be merely a decorative figure. Having accomplished this feat, she would have no reservations about Su Lu's intervention in subsequent battles. Su Lu casually retrieved several bottles of healing medicine from the backpack he carried and tossed them to Xia Muyue, aware of the efficacy of the healing potions. Xia Muyue accepted them without hesitation and immediately administered them to her several spirit beasts. What do you intend to do next? Su Lu inquired. In this battle, Liu Li and the others will require at least half a month's recuperation, so it falls upon you to take action, Xia Muyue replied. Su Lu nodded in understanding. Are the remaining regions equally formidable? They are somewhat stronger, she responded. Only somewhat stronger? In Su Lu's assessment, if they were merely slightly more powerful, they would still not pose a challenge against his formidable opponent, the sky-splitting Seat. Then we shall aim for a swift resolution, Su Lu declared. Xia Muyue nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. By the way, how much do you think the ferocious beasts within the territory of the spiked crocodile are worth? Excluding the spiked crocodiles that have already been slain by me and Lord Hu, the remaining ferocious beasts would amount to nearly 10 million in value. However, it will take time to locate and hunt them. If not for the pressure exerted by the sky-splitting Seat, even more beasts would likely flood into the territory. Xia Muyue elucidated. Originally, she had intended to leave these beasts for Su Lu. 10 million? Su Lu suddenly recalled the 400 billion figure Xia Muyue had previously mentioned. In contrast to this 10 million sum, he found the remaining ferocious beasts in the spiked crocodile territory rather unimpressive. Are the other targets valued similarly? The energy emitted by the space-time rift occupied by the spiked crocodile is minimal, necessitating predation. The number of beasts in the territories of other beast lords is significantly greater. In other words, they are indeed more valuable, correct? Allow the beast masters to clear the territory of the spiked crocodile. We shall venture directly to other ferocious beast domains. Su Lu remarked, expressing his disinterest in wasting time searching for ordinary beasts in obscure corners. After all, how long would it take to accumulate sufficient funds in such a manner? Shortly thereafter, Xia Muyue returned, leaving the others puzzled as to her sudden departure and swift return. However, the keen-eyed Huyunji discerned that Xia Muyue's beast-taming condition appeared to have recovered with alarming rapidity. An injury that typically necessitated 10 days to half a month of recuperation now seemed poised for a complete recovery by the following day at the latest. Moreover, A young boy with a yellow-skinned duck stood beside Xiaomuyu. Sulu? So, this hurried departure was merely to meet him? Could the rumors hold some truth? Despite his advanced years, Hu Yunji found himself intrigued by such matters. It seemed that Sulu possessed considerable knowledge regarding the attributes of ferocious beasts and their sustenance, perhaps prompting Xiaomuyu to seek him out for the healing of her injured beasts. Hu Yunji formed his own deductions. However, the other individuals remained unaware of Sulu's true identity, leading to a stir among them. After a brief interaction with Hu Yunji, Xiaomuyu expressed her intent to continue the assault on the ferocious beast's territory today, stating that the territory of the spiked crocodile would temporarily be granted to ordinary beast masters for hunting. Upon learning that ordinary beast tamers could venture into the territory of the spiked crocodile, a chorus of exuberant cheers erupted among them. If fortune favored them, they might even capture one or two of these formidable creatures, which, with proper nurturing, possessed the potential to ascend to the ranks of kings. The crowd jubilantly entered the domain of the spiked crocodile, reveling in the splendor of this grand occasion. Meanwhile, Hu Yunji and Xiaomai were traveling afar in Sulu's vehicle, not unnoticed by those who were aware of the trio's movements. Given that the two kings had recently conquered a territory, it was only natural for them to seek respite. Surprisingly, however, no one anticipated that Xiaomai would insist on pressing onward. Thus, the three of them arrived directly at the second fierce beast's territory. It was only when they were spotted by lurking reporters that the news broke that the two kings were indeed continuing their assault on the beast's domain. Chapter 47. Crimson Demon Worm. The celestial dragon with falling stars. A few reporters, lying in wait, watched in astonishment as the three individuals emerged from the van, accompanied by a throng of beast tamers. Goodness, is that not King Xia and Lord Hu? Were they not in the spiked crocodile territory? What brings them here? One exclaimed, realizing the magnitude of the revelation. Could they be continuing the battle? This is monumental news. We must inform our superiors immediately. This story will surely ignite a frenzy. However, his companion swiftly silenced him with a sharp slap. Are you out of your mind? At this moment, we are the only ones privy to this information. If you alert others, how many will descend upon this story? We can report it ourselves. Have you considered why we were not dispatched to the spiked crocodile territory for coverage and instead sent here? This is our golden opportunity, the individual proclaimed loudly, not merely for the benefit of his companions, but also addressing the peers from rival companies. Upon hearing his words, the journalists who had intended to notify their headquarters halted their announcements, acknowledging the validity of his statement. The continuous battles fought by Wang and Lord Hu, regardless of victory or defeat, represented significant news. Unfortunately, once the three entered, the venue was promptly sealed off by the Beast Taming Alliance, with surveillance at the periphery and formidable king-level beasts within. Thus, even the most audacious reporters dared not intrude. What shall we do now? Just wait? One person asked, somewhat dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the journalist who had urged everyone to keep the information confidential appeared to have conceived a strategy for maximizing their advantage. Let us first release the information regarding the beasts in this area, and do so immediately. Mobilize all your resources. At that moment, Xiaomuyu and Hu Yunji were traversing a stretch of crimson moss, an area that belonged to the scarlet demon worms. These creatures exhibited a vast range of levels, the weakest among them scarcely qualified as beasts, while the mightiest of the scarlet mother worms could reach lengths of 40 to 50 meters. Their exoskeletons were exceedingly resilient, allowing them to navigate effortlessly underground. Due to the unique nature of the scarlet demon worms, the protective line established by the Beast Taming Alliance was particularly extensive. The scarlet mother worm was the sole king-level beast within the territory of the demon worms, undeniably the sovereign of this realm. Hu Yunji even harbored suspicions that the scarlet mother worm possessed a degree of intelligence, as the demon worms would utilize weaker ones to nurture other beasts. Were it not for their dependence on the energy released from spatial rifts for mass reproduction, it could potentially lead to considerable chaos. Due to concerns regarding the peril posed by the crimson demon worm, Hu Yunji had undertaken a purge over a decade ago, yet it ended in failure, inciting a rebellion of the demon worms. Consequently, the region has since been partially sealed off. As Hu Yunji recounted the situation regarding the territory of the demon worms to the two individuals, the fundamental details about this realm were disseminated by the reporters. Mobilizing their resources, the audience, who had been reveling in bountiful harvests, suddenly became aware of the arduous challenges that lay ahead. While the elderly residents of City W were reminded of the turmoil wrought by the demon worms, causing them to shudder involuntarily. The crimson demon worm is solely governed by the worm mother. Any crimson demon worm that attains the king level is devoured by her. Thus, eliminating the worm mother will significantly diminish the primary reproductive capacity of the crimson demon worms. Hu Yunji stated, casting a glance at Xiaomuyu. Continuing to conquer the next beast territory directly implied that Xia Muyao would be compelled to employ her secret weapon, Hu Yunji mused, while also surveying Su Lu. Xia Muyao entered alongside Su Lu, a development that struck her as peculiar. Nevertheless, she reasoned that Su Lu was likely only connected to Xia Muyao's hidden strategy. Perhaps Xia Muyao would summon Su Lu's senior, or perhaps Su Lu's beast was a formidable auxiliary creature, capable of synergizing with Xia Muyao to unleash extraordinary power. The trio traversed the crimson moss, stained by the essence emanating from the densely clustered eggs of the crimson demon worms. As the trio ventured deeper, crimson demonic vermin erupted from the soil, their scarlet, skeletal limbs and circular maws bristling with acute teeth, the periphery of their gigantic mouths adorned with sanguine eyeballs, their very aura exuding unparalleled ferocity. Yet, more disconcerting was the fact that these vermin, of varying sizes, did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, a specimen with a diameter of 1 meter regurgitated a chunk of flesh, depositing it before the three, within which scarlet nematodes writhed. Were these crimson demonic vermin attempting to cultivate humans? At that juncture, Hu Yunji interjected, "We cannot proceed further. Beyond this point, I can no longer assure your safe extraction. Should these vermin perceive any attempt at evasion, they will unleash an attack." Repugnant insects, Su Lu muttered, a frown furrowing his brow. The behavior exhibited by the crimson demonic vermin evoked a sense of profound revulsion within him. Was this the true nature of ferocious beasts? However, this distance suffices. Su Lu lifted his gaze, his vision encompassing the scene before him. The surroundings had been pulverized into dust by the crimson demonic vermin to facilitate their burrowing. The resultant flat terrain affording Su Lu a clear view of the colossal spatial fissure and the crimson insect queen at its epicenter. "What do you mean, this distance suffices?" Hu Yunji inquired, perplexed. Moreover, since Su Lu's arrival, Xia had become uncharacteristically reticent, as if the young man were now the dominant figure. But how could this be? As the city lord of W City, she possessed the authority to access the detailed information of all citizens, and she was intimately familiar with Su Lu's particulars. While scientific inquiry and conjecture might be achievable through intellect alone, the art of beast mastery invariably left telltale signs. Such a ferocious beast ought not to exist in this world. Su Lu gazed up at the sky, and Hu Yunji followed his gaze. There were streaks of light, akin to a meteor shower, illuminating the area where the crimson mother insect resided, resembling a cascade of falling stars. Hu Yunji had witnessed the brutality of war. She had even seen the clash between swarm missiles and beast tamers. Now, these meteoric entities evoked memories of the harsh scenes from her childhood. Among the meteor shower, one green light stood out with remarkable brilliance, a force of a beast rivaling human technology. This was the aspiration of not only her, but all beast tamers, the formidable strength of a champion. This power could only be compared to that of a governor capable of subduing an entire province. Perhaps, the might of this dragon beast surpassed even that of a champion. Hu Yunji pondered absently. Roar. At this moment, the Rayquaza felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Its roar overshadowed the thunderous crash of falling meteors, instinctively unleashing the skill roar of the heavens. The feeble magical insects near the ground were instantaneously reduced to dust. Although this move was not a manifestation of Rayquaza's comprehension of the dragon's starfall, but rather a result of Su Lu's precise positioning, it still showcased the formidable power of the gathering dragon stars. Indeed, the training from the master is proving effective. Chapter 48, Rampaging with Rayquaza. Feeling the tremors of the earth, Hu Yunji found it increasingly difficult to maintain her balance. It was the first time that Xia Muyao witnessed the magnificent display of meteor strike by the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, whose earlier act of saving her involved the mere aggregation of a single meteor to vanquish a serpent creature. Xia Muyao understood that this particular maneuver was not merely characterized by its formidable single-target damage. Its expansive attack radius was equally alarming. If every meteor possessed the same formidable power she had previously observed, it would imply that Rayquaza could indiscriminately annihilate even the most powerful of beasts, those of the champion level. Did this mean that such formidable entities were perceived as nothing more than fodder in the eyes of Rayquaza? At this thought, two words surfaced in her mind: quasi-deity. Only the legendary leaders, who wielded quasi-divine Pokémon, could achieve such feats. Before her, even Psyduck appeared bewildered. Although aware that Su Lu was training with Rayquaza, Psyduck could scarcely fathom that under Su Lu's guidance, Rayquaza had ascended to such extraordinary heights. Tears welled in Psyduck's eyes, lamenting the promise of being the mainstay. Su Lu, attuned to Psyduck's emotional fluctuations through his powers, gently patted its head. "Psyduck, quack? Are we not quite formidable? The three of us? Quack? Indeed. Look at us. We are in the midst of an epic rampage. I shall lead, you quack. and Rayquaza shall wreak havoc. Quack. I see now. Quack quack. Let us go on a rampage. In truth, the thoughts of the Pokémon were rather simple. With the insight granted by his extraordinary power, Sulu understood that Psyduck merely felt a tinge of sadness for not being part of the action. Under the gentle persuasion of Sulu, Psyduck began to unravel its emotional turmoil. Perhaps Pokémon are inherently simple beings. Sometimes, a few comforting words suffice to mend their troubles. However, it is indeed fortunate that Sulu possesses the power of transcendence. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to grasp the most genuine sentiments harbored within the Pokémon's heart. Had he remained oblivious, Psyduck would undoubtedly have experienced a wave of sorrow. The power of transcendence is truly a remarkable ability. Meanwhile, Huyunji couldn't help but exclaim, "So that's how it is. Xia Xia, your hidden card is indeed formidable." She is among the few who are aware of the existence of the information regarding the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Yet she never imagined it would ultimately fall into the hands of a young man. Now, Huyunji finds herself perplexed. Is this sky dragon truly the rightful possession of this youth? Or is it a legacy left behind by a predecessor who ventured into the forbidden realm of Tianyan? In contrast to the former possibility, she prefers to believe in the latter, an old beast master, having passed away, entrusting their formidable creature to a successor. This is the only rationale she can conceive. Otherwise, how could Sulu, as a mere citizen of W City, possibly acquire such an immensely powerful Pokémon right under the noses of both her and the Beastmaster Alliance? Upon carefully contrasting the information previously gathered, Huyunji speculated that it was likely this young man ventured out of the city after obtaining Psyduck, only to encounter a dying predecessor and receive a tremendous opportunity. Before Huyunji could articulate her thoughts to Xiaomu Yue and Sulu, she felt as if she had attained a profound understanding of everything. As Xiaomu Yue cast her gaze upon her, Huyunji, beaming with a radiant smile, assured her, "Rest assured, this matter shall remain confidential. Once it is revealed, we shall declare that it is a venture born solely from our collaboration. The value of a solitary, unclaimed yet amicable, formidable champion beast is simply beyond estimation. To possess such a creature signifies wielding the might to dominate an entire province. Who would not be tempted by this prospect? This young man has likely only recently acquired it. After all, it is a beast left behind by a predecessor and cannot possibly be mastered to perfection. Such factors alone are sufficient to attract the attention of many. If a mere individual with no background can garner the favor of the Sky Dragon, then what is to stop those more powerful from achieving the same? Should one eliminate this individual, would not the immensely powerful Sky Dragon regain its freedom? Once it can recognize a new master, the process shall become considerably less arduous the second time around. Huyunji mused that even if she were to be 20 years younger, she might have been swayed by greed, entertained such thoughts. Yet, she is now advanced in years, having lost her husband during the turmoil of war and never remarrying, she has no children of her own. Thus, she regards City W as her progeny, which explains her urgency in suppressing the temporal rifts and supporting Xiaomu Yu in establishing the city. Perhaps in a few years, she will follow in the footsteps of those pioneering predecessors, dedicating herself to the forbidden lands to contribute her final ounce of strength to humanity, subsequently passing on her beast. The growth of a powerful beast master within the city she safeguards brings her a sense of solace, akin to witnessing a seed blossom into the most exquisite flower. With the assistance of this celestial dragon, the young man might very well aspire to ascend to the position of leader, and if he succeeds, her name may be inscribed alongside his. Thus, in this moment, Huyunji resolved to conceal and protect Sulu, ensuring that others remain oblivious to this untamed beast of remarkable potential. It is conceivable that even foreign quasi-divine leaders might be tempted. Upon returning, Huyunji intended to modify and encrypt Sulu's information, erasing all traces that could connect her to the celestial dragon. Had Huyunji been aware that they had already attained quasi-divine strength, reserved for those who command beasts, her feelings might have been even more complicated. At present, following a single wave of the pseudo-dragon constellation, the crimson demonic insects were nearly annihilated, and there was little cause for concern regarding the subsequent territory. The strength of a champion is sufficient to govern an entire province, let alone that of the, which would be an extravagant application for the conquest of a mere city. After a round of bombardment, the primary target, the crimson mother insect, was utterly destroyed, as Sulu had advised to exercise restraint, refraining from detonating the meteorite and obliterating the carcasses of the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, the surroundings would be reduced to a desolate wasteland. Once the crimson mother insect was crushed, the surviving crimson demonic insects and the ferocious beasts they had nurtured rushed, almost frenzied, towards the remnants of the mother insect's carcass. without the mother insect's constraints. The crimson demonic insects saw an opportunity for evolution merely by consuming this carcass. Moreover, upon sensing that the scarlet mother worm no longer emanated its aura, the ferocious beasts outside the territory of the demon worm began to gradually converge towards it. Sulu instructed his Rift Sky beast to cease the use of its ghost face ability, aiming to enrich his harvest even further. Beasts surged into the domain of the demon worm, intent on claiming ownership of this unoccupied territory and seeking to seize any opportunities. Witnessing this scene from outside the territory, the soldiers of the Beastmaster Alliance and reporters alike speculated that the mother worm must have been slain, igniting a fervor within them. In just 2 to 3 hours, 2 territories had been conquered. How formidable are Lord Hu and King Xia? Yet, gazing at the throng of beasts, concern began to rise among everyone regarding whether the two, who might already be critically wounded, could withstand the ensuing onslaught. If they could successfully repel this wave of ferocious beasts, the territory of the demon worm would be declared reclaimed. Chapter 49. Rift Sky unleashes Dragon Dance. Airblade cleaves through beasts. The Rift Sky beast drifted through the heavens, each trace of its flight seemingly accompanied by a unique rhythm. It awaited the arrival of the ferocious beasts. At that moment, the Azure Snake, following Hu Yunji, fixated intently on the rhythmic trajectories traced by the Rift Sky beast in the sky. In the next instant, it began to sway in synchrony with the movements of the Rift Sky beast. Hu Yunji snapped back to attention and promptly checked on his own destined beast. Unlike Su Lu or Xiaomu Yu, Hu Yunji lacked the ability to perceive the thoughts of his beast. However, Xiaomu Yu seemed to have sensed the spiritual fluctuations of the Azure Snake. Lord Hu, do not worry. Your beast appears to have perceived the abilities employed by the Rift Sky beast and is currently engaged in a process of simulated learning. Xiaomu Yu remarked with a hint of envy. The Rift Sky beast? It must indeed be the true name of the Sky Dragon. And I imagine that Xiaomu Yu encountered this individual within the confines of the heavenly cloud forbidden land. However, Hu Yunji quickly realized that the crux of the matter was not the true name of the, but rather the astonishing fact that her great green serpent was actually learning skills. While some lesser techniques might be trivial, the more formidable abilities are regarded as coveted treasures by all beastmasters. The notion that her great green serpent could acquire such powers raised the question, was intentionally imparting its knowledge? As the great green serpent danced, its speed increased, and its physique became more robust. Observing the creature cease its movements, Hu Yunji hastily approached, employing her own methods to examine her beloved beast. To her astonishment, she discovered that under the influence of a peculiar energy, her great green serpent's overall strength had been enhanced by approximately 30%. This substantial augmentation could very well determine matters of life and death. With her great green serpent having just grasped this unknown skill and already attaining such a remarkable enhancement, one could only wonder about. She turned her gaze towards the soaring green dragon. Sulu, may I inquire about the name of this technique? Hu Yunji asked, simultaneously signaling to Su Lu that her beast had unwittingly acquired one of his potent skills. If he had any objections, she would be willing to seal away this newfound ability. Dragon Dance, Su Lu replied, having sensed the commotion. The ease with which the great green serpent learned Dragon Dance suggested that its inherent level was quite high, combined with its possession of dragon attributes. Furthermore, with continuously releasing Dragon Dance, it had undoubtedly awakened the latent potential within the great green serpent. As for the dance of dragons being learned by others, Su Lu had no strong objections. He himself intended to explore some of the unique evolutionary methods of this world in the future. Moreover, since the beasts of this realm could acquire skills akin to those of Pokémon, it stood to reason that Pokémon might also learn some of the formidable techniques native to this world. The dance of dragons performed by the great green serpent consisted of merely one segment, yet the legendary Rayquaza was engaged in an unending ballet. Its attributes presumably stacked to an extraordinary degree. In reality, devoid of external disturbances, as long as the body could withstand it, repeated enhancements were not particularly challenging. Simultaneously, a throng of ferocious beasts surged toward the heart of the worm demon territory, driven by an insatiable hunger to devour the remains of the former lord. It seemed that the conclusion was near. Su Lu communicated with Rayquaza using his transcendent power. Rayquaza displayed an understanding demeanor, emanating a verdant glow as it unleashed an endless barrage of wind blades that swept over the heads of the beast horde. Wherever the green light passed, the throng of beasts was cleaved in two. This was Rayquaza's air slash, and as the sovereign of the skies and master of the atmosphere, the effectiveness of this technique in Rayquaza's hands was nothing short of terrifying. Its lethality surpassed even that of a tornado, while still preserving relatively intact remains. In a mere span of 20 to 30 breaths, there remained no ferocious beast capable of further action. The once crimson earth was now stained with blood to an almost inky hue. Slowly, Sulu turned to inquire, is the spatial rift in need of attention? Huyunji withdrew his focus. The spatial rift in the worm demon territory had gone unexamined for far too long, leaving its specifics shrouded in uncertainty. They awaited the reconnaissance team to conduct an exploration. Otherwise, recklessly entering could cause the spatial rift to shatter under pressure, leaving them stranded in a foreign realm. Which would be disastrous, Huyunji remarked. Sulu nodded, suggesting that it meant the danger had passed for now. Were they free to collect the spoils? He glanced around at the gruesome mountains of corpses and seas of blood, realizing that these were all potential riches. Upon inspecting his system shop, he discovered that the points he had previously exhausted on purchasing the power of transcendence had miraculously surged to 230,000 following this massacre. Indeed, points accumulated swiftly from hunting ferocious beasts. This indicated that there was still hope for the Genesis slab. However, the 230,000 points ought to be utilized judiciously. He would devise a detailed plan later, so Sulu closed the system shop. Suddenly, Psyduck tapped on Sulu's pant leg. Do you intend to carry these items yourself? Sulu inquired, looking at Psyduck, who nodded vigorously. If transport was necessary, then Psyduck would undoubtedly be the main force. Who else could be tasked with such a job? Very well, traces of the battlefield would inevitably be noticed by others. Once Psyduck had finished transporting, they would then address the remnants of the battlefield. Sulu nodded in agreement. However, can you truly manage to carry all these ferocious beast corpses, Psyduck? This was not merely the trivial endeavor of a small van. This involved a substantial area filled with beasts. Yet Psyduck resolutely nodded. With hands clasped atop its head, a brilliant white light emanated from its eyes, and a powerful mental wave burst forth from its being. In Sulu's perception, Psyduck's head showed no sign of pain whatsoever. It appears that after a period of development, Psyduck's mental fortitude has experienced significant enhancement. Although the materials consumed by Psyduck are not as exorbitant as the meteorites of the legendary Pokémon, its daily expenditure on energy cubes and the items developed by Zhuqin exceeds no less than 500,000. The corpses of nearby ferocious beasts began to levitate one by one. Even before undergoing substantial training, Psyduck could effortlessly lift over a ton of lifeless matter through telekinesis. Now, with its increased mental strength, the weight it can manipulate has multiplied exponentially. However, even so, considering Psyduck's current carrying capacity, it would require several hundred round trips to transport these beastly corpses, which dampens its initial enthusiasm. It is not that Psyduck is incapable of making so many trips, but rather that Sulu is soon to embark on a foray into another region. The countless journeys, coupled with the time required for rest, make it impossible for Psyduck to manage, which truly vexes it. Is Psyduck contemplating the transportation of the beastly corpses? Utilizing some simple machinery could potentially ease the burden significantly, as there are indeed many stored at the Beast Alliance base. Huyunji pointed out, while technological means may be unfeasible, basic mechanical structures are universally applicable. Thus, 10 minutes later, Psyduck retrieved a multitude of handcarts from the Beast Alliance base, resulting in a veritable stream of carts, 1,000 wooden tricycles in motion. Psyduck, akin to a commander surveying the landscape, stood resolutely at the forefront of a large hand-pushed tricycle, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 50. The driver's seat is the last stronghold following the demise of the mother creature. A multitude of ferocious beasts surged forth, finally capturing the attention of others nearby. The crowd swiftly responded, gathering not far from the territory of the demonic insects. Due to the previous upheaval caused by the beasts, even the reporters who had been stationed outside the territory retreated from this perilous place, while the soldiers took refuge within their fortifications. Once the chaos subsided, they promptly emerged from their makeshift stronghold to resume their vigil over the area. Observing the vicinity of the defensive line, which seemed devoid of numerous beasts, the newcomers grew curious as to why the garrison had not intervened against the swarm. Why haven't the two sovereigns made an appearance? Could they have sustained injuries? Indeed, the subsequent tide of beasts has also ceased. The two sovereigns must have quelled the threat within the territory of the demonic insects. Brothers, prepare yourselves. The ferocity of the beasts within this territory is bound to intensify, and we will require more undertakers to handle the corpses. Today, we stand to gain significantly. Have they succeeded again? Impossible. Even the two sovereigns should not be able to conquer two territories in succession. We are already aware of Lord Hu's formidable strength. It is likely that Sovereign Xia possesses some hidden trump cards. By the way, I learned from the station soldiers that, in addition to the two sovereigns, a young lad accompanied them into the territory of the demonic insects. His name seems to be Sulu. Could it be that the sovereign's secret weapon is Sulu? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? I admit that Su Lu may possess some talent, having developed an exclusive beast-feeding formula. However, considering that he has had less than a month since acquiring his summoned beast, if he were truly a hidden ace among the two kings, I would live stream myself performing a handstand while slurping noodles through my nostrils. My goodness, is my brother really that ruthless? Indeed. One can be certain that even if I utter the most venomous of oaths, there is no need to fulfill them, right? Look quickly. There is movement inside. Someone pointed towards the area shrouded by the spatial rift. As the spatial rift gradually alters the laws of reality, even the light appears hazy, making it impossible to discern what is happening deep within, as the very nature of light's progression may have been transformed. As we drew nearer to the edge of the rift, a sound of bubbling finally emerged. The reporters and onlookers witnessed an utterly outrageous scene. A vast number of wooden tricycles were transporting chunks of beast meat, which had been reduced to countless pieces, slowly making their way toward the outside world. Many of the undertakers were quite familiar with these hand-pulled wooden carts, having even used them personally. However, it would have been manageable if there were only a few or a dozen wooden carts, but now the sheer number of carts was astonishing. There seemed to be thousands. What was even more miraculous was that this multitude of wooden tricycles showed no signs of being operated by anyone. Only the handles of the carts emitted a bright white aura of psychic energy. How could the two kings be atop those tricycles? And what of that young lad? So many ferocious beasts. I seem to recognize that lifeless body. It belongs to an elite-level terror raccoon. Additionally, there are the green poison lizards and the explosive bears. At long last, the crowd has set its eyes upon the most resplendent figure among the throng of tricycles. At this moment, Duck stands proudly at the driver's position. This seat is the last bastion of Duck's defiance. Oh, now I comprehend why the two sovereigns chose to accompany this youth. This Duck proves far more useful than the corpse carriers. Could it be that the intention was to cleanse the battlefield? Perhaps there is also a desire to nurture this young lad's potential? Although the precise abilities of this Duck remain shrouded in mystery, the capacity to command such a multitude of tricycles suggests that its prowess may rival that of the sovereigns. Brother, this is where your keen observation falters. Indeed. The Duck's influence extends widely, yet its lethality leaves much to be desired, remarked a perceptive journalist, drawing the attention of the beast tamers and reporters from other channels. How do you know? Let us elucidate, he continued. Observe, while all the hand-pushed tricycles are under control, only the grips emanate a luminous white glow. Thus, the Duck's driving ability is not as formidable as one might assume. Otherwise, it would envelop all the tricycles. Furthermore, have you not noted that these carts also jolt? Hence, the mental control exerted by the Psyduck must not be very robust. The influence over the same area is limited, so even if it can lift objects weighing several tons, it cannot deliver effective strikes, as the force per unit area remains insufficient. The journalist's analysis was both astute and compelling. However, he swiftly shifted the topic. Although the lethality may be relatively weak, this singular ability reveals the potential of a sovereign. The creature known as Psyduck possesses a remarkably powerful psychic force. If it continues to develop and refine its mental prowess, it may very well have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a sovereign. Perhaps this is the reason why the two sovereigns chose to take the young man along. After hearing the explanation, a group of individuals displayed expressions of sudden realization. It turns out that achieving the effect of controlling 1,000 vehicles through the coverage of thousands of psychic points is indeed no small feat. Truly, it is worthy of being called a sovereign seed, which explains its selection. Yet, attaining the title of sovereign is no simple task, typically. It requires a team of quasi-sovereign creatures to reach that level. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Xiaomu Yue, who, with just 2 or 3 mid-level sovereign creatures, can also attain the rank. Nevertheless, even so, Psyduck's potential is sufficient to elicit envy from ordinary beast masters. Impressive indeed, merely by observing. One can glean such a wealth of information. May I inquire your esteemed name? Gold medal reporter Li Ming of Strawberry News. Welcome to my news broadcast. Li Ming flashed a radiant smile towards a certain direction, where his camera crew was stationed. Naturally, Psyduck was just a side note. The primary focus remained on the two sovereigns. Upon discovering that neither sovereign bore any visible injuries, and that their accompanying creatures appeared only slightly fatigued, cheers erupted once more. Psyduck, somewhat bewildered, glanced at the cheering crowd and then puffed out its belly. Surely, these people must be praising it. Psyduck made several trips to transport the majority of the corpses of the ferocious beasts, while those buried in the earth, the remains of the demonic insects, were left to be dealt with by the companies. Before the transportation of the majority of the ferocious beast corpses, Xiaomu Yue, and Hu Yunji skillfully manipulated their respective beasts to conceal the traces of battle, ensuring that any who entered thereafter would merely assume that the two esteemed kings were responsible for such extensive signs of conflict. With the transportation of the ferocious beasts concluded, the inspection team and the sweepers were permitted to enter what was once the domain of the demonic insects. Meanwhile, Su Lu and his companions departed from the opposite side of the insect territory, continuing on to the next region, with no one contemplating the possibility that the two kings would persist after conquering two territories. Upon entering the domain of the demonic insects, the crowd was astonished to find that the once blood-soaked moss was now being uprooted in patches. The official alliance of beast tamers began to organize beast tamers with fire-type beasts to command them to unleash flames upon the earth, incinerating all remaining insect eggs. As they approached the central area, witnessing the vast pits overgrown with thorns, the onlookers finally comprehended the might of the two kings. Chapter 51. The future lies with your generation. Given the profound traces of battle left in this area, many individuals chose to remain behind for careful observation, hoping their beasts might glean a technique or two from these remnants of conflict. Impressive indeed. It appears that Lord Hu has nearly reached the threshold of championship, perhaps deserving the title of a quasi-champion. Alas, due to his advanced age, his time is limited. Lord Hu excels in legion warfare. Should he depart, even with his beasts remaining, they would likely lack a capable commander. The recent battles left by the newly crowned kings bear formidable marks. Even if they have not attained the status of quasi-champions, they are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of kingship. With age comes resilience, and the tides are surging anew. What a glorious blessing for humanity. Articles swiftly adorned the headlines of numerous major apps. Although photography near the spatial rifts proved impossible, a talented artist vividly captured the scene in a remarkably short time. The excitement surrounding the territorial expansion is immense. And now with the revelation that Hu Yunji might be a quasi-champion and Xia Muyue potentially at the peak of kingship, the media has been inundated with attention and traffic. Interspersed within these reports were whimsical illustrations of a Psyduck joyfully operating a tricycle, exuding a cool and playful demeanor, with its arms crossed. This has sparked discussions among many. Moreover, some mischievous individuals edited amusing captions onto the Psyduck images, creating a popular meme. Behold the might of this duck king. Selling fierce beast meat. $3 per cart. $5 for 2, $10 for 3. Selling kings. Buy 2, receive a dashing youth for free. Just when the crowd believed the day's events had reached a conclusion, the ferocious beast stirred once more, surging towards another destination. That territory belongs to the Earth Devourer Bear, distinct from the domains of the previous two ferocious beasts. The Earth Devourer Bear exists as a solitary entity, yet possesses the formidable ability to dominate a spatial rift, having consumed nearly all the beasts that emerged from it. This creature embodies the quintessential ferocity, having appeared 30 years ago, devoid of any semblance of rationality, driven solely by the primal instincts of slaughter and predation. Its terrifying strength and formidable defenses allowed it to withstand the artillery fire of the W City garrison, shattering a city wall in the process. Ultimately, it was Hu Yunji who lured this beast to the vicinity of the spatial rift, sacrificing 2 of his own beast companions in the endeavor. Consequently, this region was designated as a Level 1 guard zone, establishing a biological isolation area. The Earth Devourer Bear, governed by hunger, found itself unable to locate sustenance upon straying too far from the rift, thus remaining in close proximity to it. The guard zone forbade any human or beast from entry, to prevent awakening the murderous instincts of the Earth Devourer Bear. Yet, astonishingly, this terrifying beast has now met its demise, even triggering a surge of ferocious beasts. In this moment, everyone realized that the two kings, after conquering 2 territories, had not yet ceased their relentless advance. By the time everyone arrived, the tumult of ferocious beasts had already subsided. No, it had not merely ended. It had surged forth towards the final domain of the Beast Lord. They had only just arrived when the last anticipated territory was unexpectedly taken as well. At this moment, even those who had doubted Hu Yunji's capacity to be a champion no longer contested it. Such combat prowess, such swiftness, such efficiency. This could not be the work of anyone less than a champion. However, matters are far more complex than the public perceives. After vanquishing 4 beast lords, Su Lu showed no signs of respite. Are there more beast lords nearby? I might as well deal with them all at once, sparing myself the trouble of future cleanups. Hu Yunji was about to argue that even if they cleared them out, they would still be overwhelmed by beast lords arriving from elsewhere. Yet, upon contemplating the might of the Rift Void Seat, he restrained his words. If the Rift Void Seat were to emanate its aura, it seemed that as long as it remained alive, any beast with a modicum of sense would likely avoid this region. Moreover, beast lords are not infinite. Culling a few now would ensure greater safety in the future. Thus, Huyunji refrained from further persuasion and instead retrieved his phone to access confidential information, providing Su Lu with details regarding the surrounding beast lords. The map displayed numerous red dots, each representing a king-level beast lord. In the vicinity, there were 6 more beast lords at a distance. As Su Lu slightly expanded the map, he noticed, deeper to the east, 2 scattered black dots apart from the specially marked Tianyun Forbidden Zone. What are these black dots? Su Lu inquired with curiosity. Beast overlords. Comparable to champions. They are the beast overlords. Huyunji replied with a grave expression. Naturally, overlord-level beasts do not appear in human settlements. Should they emerge, they would swiftly be eradicated by the governor. However, east of W City lies a vast expanse of lost territory, and no one knows precisely how many overlord-level beasts reside there. Overlords indeed. Su Lu recalled the 3 anxious colossal beasts he had encountered while soaring on his legendary Pokémon in the celestial cloud Forbidden Land. Surely, they must be the Dominators. He mused. How much is a Dominator-level beast worth? Su Lu suddenly inquired. At that moment, both Xiaomu Yu and Hu Yunji felt a surge of tension. Could it be that he was contemplating targeting a Dominator-level beast? Even a deceased Dominator-level beast commands a price exceeding 1 billion, capturing one alive, with the possibility of taming it, would escalate the valuation to an astonishing 100 billion or more. The mention of such a staggering figure left Su Lu in disbelief. How could a single beast be worth so much? However, when he contemplated the equivalent military armaments, the logic began to crystallize. A champion-level beast corresponds to the defensive capabilities of an entire province. Viewed through this lens, the 100 billion seemed almost reasonable, as military assets can indeed reach exorbitant prices. What lies beyond that? Su Lu inquired with curiosity, while Hu Yunji and Xiaomu Yu's eyes sparkled with yearning. Beyond that are the master beasts wielded by the alliance leaders, whose immense power is revered as divine in some ignorant realms. Out of humility, the leaders refer to such beasts as quasi-deities. The legendary Pokémon can effortlessly surpass Dominators, thus its prowess can be categorized as transcending the realm of quasi-deities. Truly, it is a divine beast, exhibiting such strength from the moment of its birth. Simultaneously, Su Lu gained a profound understanding of the terrifying value of his own system. I took a stroll around, clearing the territory of the ferocious beasts at the edges, thereby enhancing safety. Lord Hu and Xiaomu Yue, I entrust the matter of selling the beast corpses to you both. Having said this, the Sky Ripper descended from the clouds once more, carrying Su Lu away. Hu Yunji watched Su Lu's retreating figure with a sense of satisfaction, turning her gaze towards Xiaomu Yue. Indeed, a formidable trump card you possess. The world henceforth belongs to you young ones. She discerned that both Su Lu and Xiaomu Yue were benevolent children of humanity. The future is promising. The future is indeed promising. Hu Yunji couldn't help but reminisce about the images of a peaceful and prosperous era she had witnessed in her childhood on television. It is now up to your generation. Chapter 52. The city named Shinshin, the territory of the ferocious beast, lay somewhat farther afield, yet with the speed of the Sky Ripper. It posed no significant challenge. Within half a day, Su Lu had eradicated the beast from an even wider expanse. Moreover, he commanded the Sky Ripper to retrieve a large, unconscious red bird, which was the beast lord of one such territory. When this great bird sensed its inability to contend with the Sky Ripper, it surprisingly exhibited a gesture of surrender. Su Lu felt that this red bird possessed a semblance of rationality, distinguishing it from other beasts, hinting at the potential for domestication. Thus, he rendered it unconscious and brought it back. After all, the value of beasts that can be tamed can multiply several times, even by dozens. The final disposal of the beast's remains was entrusted to Hu Yunji and Xiaomu Yao, while Su Lu opted to have the body of the king-grade beast transported back by his trusty Rift Sky. Upon returning to City W, Su Lu found Xiaomu Yao already waiting at his parents' home. This time, however, she donned a hat and oversized frog-eyed sunglasses, concealing her beast companion within her clothing, thereby eluding the prying eyes of the paparazzi. Her previous lack of disguise had been a strategic choice, as it offered certain advantages. Yet, her visit this evening was solely for the division of profits, necessitating a degree of discretion as it pertained to safeguarding Su Lu's confidentiality. In Su Lu's designated room, Xiaomu Yao presented a detailed list, which contained a preliminary valuation of the beast carcasses. As Su Lu perused the document, he was astonished to discover an estimated yield of approximately 3 billion. This figure was based solely on the publicly disclosed outputs from several beast territories. When accounting for Su Lu's subsequent slayings in the outer regions, this total could potentially multiply several times over. The market price for ordinary beasts starts at over 100 per kilogram, with certain exceptional varieties fetching even higher prices. Thus, a typical ordinary beast could yield an income of 20 to 30,000 for Sulu. In contrast, elite beasts are valued at 10 to 100 times that of ordinary ones, while the Lord-grade beasts command a staggering price of several tens of thousands per kilogram. Given their considerable size, each Lord-grade beast is worth millions, elucidating the source of Sulu's substantial earnings. In truth, capturing a Lord-level ferocious beast, particularly one that is relatively rare and capable of flight, would command a higher price. Perhaps this singular Lord-level beast could yield several hundred million for Sulu. However, upon examining the contents of the list, Sulu shook his head. Compared to the 4 billion needed for constructing the experimental zone, this 30 billion, while not entirely insignificant, fell considerably short. At least, he mused, there was no longer any concern regarding the recent training materials for Pokémon. Simultaneously, a notion of hunting began to stir within Sulu. It was no wonder that Pokémon World's beast hunters persisted despite prohibitions, for the potential profits were indeed vast. He shook his head, concluding that hunting ferocious beasts should be an occasional endeavor rather than a primary occupation. It was far too time-consuming, and one must allow the crops to mature before reaping their harvest. Why not share half with me? The remainder should suffice as startup capital, Sulu inquired. Xiaomu nodded in agreement. The next step would involve addressing the temporal rifts. How much profit could such rifts potentially generate? Sulu continued to question. Ordinary temporal rifts yield ongoing returns, as the emergence of ferocious beasts within them requires time. Moreover, the temporal rifts that have already been explored are largely under the scrutiny of the Beast Control Alliance, and those containing critical resources have long been subjected to suppression by the governors. Any rifts that do not meet the specifications are promptly shattered. Currently, most of the remaining temporal rifts exist primarily to satiate the food needs of formidable beasts. After all, should the ferocious beasts within these rifts be deprived of sustenance, the likelihood of a large-scale beast siege would considerably increase. However, in the newly established city, the majority of the space-time rifts are devoid of value. Their presence only hinders urban development, hence they must be eradicated. The most precious yield from a space-time rift is perhaps the spatial crystal nucleus, which serves as a summoning crystal. The method for destroying summoning crystals is currently solely held by the Beastmaster Alliance. Thus, even if we seize them, we can only utilize them and cannot engage in their trade. As for the summoning crystals, Sulu contemplated the summoning crystal that activates the system, pondering if it might exert a certain influence on the system. Is it possible for us to obtain them? Naturally, it is feasible, as the spatial crystal nucleus has a remarkably fortifying effect on Beastmasters. However, it must pass through the hands of the Beastmaster Alliance, and after use, the empty shells must be returned. If you desire them, I can assist you in applying for a portion, Xiaomu stated earnestly. Sulu nodded in acknowledgement. That would be much appreciated. I will establish the energy block factory in your new city. By the way, what do you intend to name your new city? Sulu inquired. The establishment of the factory in Xiaomu's new city marked yet another transaction between Sulu and Xiaomu. Xiaomu was well aware of the effects of the energy blocks. As long as the manufacturing scope is expanded, achieving nationwide popularity would be a straightforward endeavor. Therefore, the establishment of the energy block factory signifies an influx of substantial traffic and financial allure. Such a promise holds immense value, regardless of its location. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu displayed a hint of relief. She indeed harbored similar intentions. I have contemplated the city's name, but it no longer seems appropriate. Sulu, do you have any suggestions? Xiaomu asked. How about Jinshin City? Suddenly, a name flashed through Sulu's mind. Jinshin. It carries a splendid connotation, so Jinshin it shall be. With the name of the city established, Xiaomu had completed the matters she needed to resolve during her meeting with Sulu and hurriedly departed. The territory of the ferocious beasts had been cleared, and even the surrounding areas had been purged, leaving behind the aura of the rift seat. Thus, for a considerable period, the safety around Jinshin City should remain relatively high. This time is extremely precious, a crucial phase for the construction and development of the city. Xiaomu must coordinate personnel mobilization and company negotiations. The city lord appeared quite busy, and it was fortunate that I did not intervene personally. Sulu mused as he observed the hurried departure of Xiaomu. Indeed, although she held the title of city lord, her primary responsibilities were also intertwined with the ferocious beasts. Some lords merely delegated tasks, caring little for matters beyond slaying these beasts. After Xiaomu left, Sulu once again opened the System S shop. Gazing at the 970,000 shop points, he finally felt he possessed some assets. Without further ado, he exchanged for the other two extraordinary abilities, incurring a total expense of 60,000 points. The first were the Seed of Wave Power and the Seed of Evergreen Power. Chapter 53. Exchange. Extraordinary Powers. 3 major enhancement paths. The Wave Power is a remarkable ability, capable of perceiving the world's fluctuations. Not only does it possess formidable sensory effects, but each individual who awakens this power will also exhibit unique derivative abilities contingent upon further development. Furthermore, there exists the power of the everlasting, a subtle yet healing psychic ability. This remarkable force allows one to accumulate energy, which can be unleashed at pivotal moments to enhance the level of Pokémon temporarily. It is not an uncommon feat to leap several levels in a single bound. With this capability, Sulu essentially transforms into a limitless source of restorative potions. However, at present, both abilities remain in their nascent stages, unable to fully manifest their potential and necessitating cultivation on Sulu's part. Nonetheless, feeling the 4 energies coursing through his body, Sulu finds himself quite content. With these 4 abilities alone, perhaps he could confront ordinary ferocious beasts directly? But what am I thinking? I am a trainer, not a human-like Pokémon such as Ash's Pikachu. How could I possibly engage in battle myself? After experiencing the 2 new abilities, Sulu turned his attention to several items he intended to purchase. If only he had a few more points. Accumulating 1 million would enable him to acquire a revival coin. However, it is also possible to summon Ho-Oh, and if necessary, he could exhaust its feathers afterward. Reluctantly, Sulu diverted his gaze from Ho-Oh's feathers. Within his purchasing range, there were indeed numerous powerful treasures available, though most were consumables. While redeeming a couple for research might be worthwhile, mass redemption for Pokémon use would result in significant losses. First, he would procure a Mega Key, as Mega Evolution pertains to trainers. Although he currently lacks a Pokémon that meets the evolution criteria, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with it in advance. Thus, another 100,000 points were deducted from Sulu's total. Moreover, Z crystals and Z rings are also essential. The exploration of Z moves is equally significant. Z moves represent a formidable means to substantially enhance a Pokémon's combat prowess, possessing the terrifying ability to decisively influence the outcome of a battle with a single strike. The Z ring costs 100,000, while each elemental Z crystal amounts to 200,000. Upon reaching this point, Sulu felt a pang of reluctance. First, he decided to exchange for a flying-type Z crystal for Rayquaza to practice, as the levels of his other Pokémon had yet to reach the requisite standard. Consequently, Sulu's system points dwindled by 300,000. Since the purchase was made, he might as well acquire a set for Dynamax as well. After procuring the Z-Ring, Sulu was reminded of this unique enhancement, prompting him to spend an additional 400,000 points on a Dynamax band. Initially, he believed that over 900,000 points would suffice for a considerable period. However, it now appeared woefully inadequate, as just a few items had nearly depleted his points. From a perspective viewpoint, Dynamax seems to surpass Mega Evolution, as a single Dynamax band enables the gigantification of all Pokémon, unlike Z moves and Mega Evolution, which necessitate that both the Pokémon and trainer possess specific items, with certain Pokémon unable to utilize either enhancement. According to the lore, Dynamax is a colossal transformation induced by the energy of Eternatus. However, in reality, during ancient times, many dominant Pokémon were already of immense size, even surpassing the dimensions of Dynamax in the case of certain prehistoric Pokémon. The phenomenon of Gigantamax appears to simulate the physical transformations of dominant Pokémon through the capabilities of the limitless Ditana. Perhaps I can derive methods for nurturing these dominant Pokémon from my studies on Gigantamax. With this thought, Sulu rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache. Following this exchange, a plethora of tasks awaited him. He almost longed to establish the experimental zone immediately and recruit a multitude of workers to pursue research in 3 different directions. However, it is prudent to deliberate, as the construction of the experimental zone may take an indeterminate amount of time. Before Sulu lay 2 wristbands and several crystalline stones, which he carefully stored away. Although the 3 special enhancement effects in Pokémon games and films cannot be utilized simultaneously, this is reality, and perhaps experimentation could yield different results. It is conceivable that divine beasts might withstand the pressure from the 3 forms of enhancement. Merely contemplating the Mega Evolution leading to dominance, and the Gigantamax Rayquaza unleashing Z moves, filled Sulu with a sense of cataclysmic potential. As for the remaining points, it would be wise to reserve them for future needs. Presently, the nation is abuzz with discussions surrounding the successful expansion led by Xiaomuyue. While territorial expansion is not a novel occurrence, the fact that a newly ascended beauty champion reclaimed a substantial area during her inaugural endeavor is indeed noteworthy. The day after the announcement of her successful expansion, ordinary citizens from various regions began to submit requests for city relocation. The emergence of a new city invariably incites a wave of migration, as each new establishment necessitates inhabitants. Although the old town lies inland, it remains relatively safe as long as the temporal rifts are managed effectively. However, with an increasing influx of individuals, the competitive pressure has intensified. Even the desire to tame one's beasts necessitates venturing into temporal rifts overseen by the Beast Taming Alliance or breeding facilities. Thus, a considerable number of ambitious young souls have resolved to journey to Jinshin City. Sulu has distinctly observed a rise in population in W City, with numerous construction teams being dispatched from several neighboring cities. They await the removal of the temporal rifts in Jinshin City to commence their work, which promises a plethora of job opportunities. Throughout W City, Sulu has encountered many individuals accompanied by their beasts, particularly a species known as the lava badger. This creature is reputed to be a specially trained ferocious beast capable of expelling various soils and rock materials, making it particularly useful in the construction industry, where workers are employed by construction firms. Additionally, personnel from water conservancy companies carry water spirit orbs, while workers from cleaning companies are seen with purification ball monsters. These creatures are not typically classified as combat beasts. Many have been tamed postnatally. Nonetheless, it is evident that under the efforts of the Beast Taming Alliance, these creatures are increasingly integrating into human life, reminiscent of the Pokémon world. Just as Sulu was preparing to leave the city for today's lottery, Xiaomuyu reached out to him, this time directly via phone, indicating that their discussion would not delve into any private matters. Xiaomuyu was forthright in her approach. Sulu, your Pokémon company can be considered a supportive industry. Thus, I intend to initiate construction in conjunction with your research area as part of the first batch, which will consequently provide numerous job opportunities. Xiaomuyu aspires to elevate the reputation of Jinshin City through Sulu's energy cubes. Naturally, Sulu harbors no objections. The sooner the energy cube manufacturing plant is established, the sooner he can secure a stable economic source. The only concern that lingers is the availability of raw materials. With this in mind, after concluding the call with Xiaomuyu, Sulu took to the skies once more aboard his Sky Ward. Chapter 54, Fantastical Beasts. Upon arriving at the Sky Garden, Sulu summoned all his Pokémon once again. The Nidoran siblings, visiting the Sky Garden for the first time, were captivated by the vibrant life surrounding them, joyfully dashing about to play. Meanwhile, Oddish tugged at a somewhat reluctant Caterpie to inspect the saplings. To Oddish, Caterpie, being the sole bug-type Pokémon present, was the only one who could assist with pollination in the future. As Sulu surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the saplings, which were initially mere green shoots, had now grown to waist height. In another half-month, they should reach maturity for fruit-bearing. It appears the energy here is even more potent than I anticipated. The seeds are thriving at an astonishing rate. If I were to apply fertilizer, they would likely flourish even more rapidly. Contemplating this, Sulu opened the system store. Swift fertilizer, 10 points portion. Moist fertilizer, 10 points portion. In addition to berries, various berry fertilizers are also available. Previously, the price of 10 points per portion prevented Sulu, who was short on points, from making a decisive purchase. Moreover, Sulu also thought that the energy cube factory might not be built so quickly. But now, due to Xiaomuyu's appearance, it is estimated that the energy cube factory will be built soon, so it is necessary to quickly expand the berry planting industry. Therefore, Sulu purchased 10,000 portions of Swift fertilizer, which can accelerate berry growth at once, and then let Oddish and Psyduck fertilize. While the two Pokémon were busy, Sulu also started today's lottery. When the familiar roulette spun again, and then slowly stopped, Sulu's heart also thumped, because the lottery pointer actually slowly stopped in the mythical Pokémon area. Stop, stop, as if sensing Sulu's thoughts. The pointer actually stopped in the 1 probability mythical Pokémon column. I'm in. Even Sulu couldn't help but clench his fist excitedly. The strength of mythical Pokémon varies greatly, but they all possess some very magical abilities, and another criterion for being rated as a mythical Pokémon is rarity. Powerful mythical Pokémon like Mew, who guards the World Tree, can rival the strength of a first-level god like Mewtwo, while weaker mythical Pokémon can even be caught with nets. And if Sulu remembers correctly, Arceus also seems to be counted as a mythical Pokémon. If he wins Arceus, wouldn't that be taking off on the spot? As the summoned radiance coalesced, Sulu felt a tinge of disappointment upon beholding a light roughly the size of a human head. After all, summoning an alpaca was no simple feat. Perhaps a smaller illusionary beast, or even a dreamlike creature such as Shalebi. Then, the light erupted in a dazzling display. A grass-type hedgehog adorned with flowers on either side of its forehead materialized before Sulu. It was Shaman, The voice of Shaman resonated gently within Sulu's heart. Shaman regarded Sulu with a hint of caution, uttering its name. The curious Oshawott sensed a refreshing wave of grass-type energy and approached to observe the adorable hedgehog. It was indeed Shaman. Gazing at the charmingly bashful creature, Sulu's initial disappointment over not summoning a more formidable beast dissipated in an instant. Furthermore, Shaman was no weakling. In the cinematic version of the Flowering Theater, Shaman could withstand several attacks from the formidable Giratina, showcasing immense potential. Coupled with Shaman's inherent traits, which allowed it to learn a plethora of restorative abilities, it was truly a remarkable healer. What more could one desire? Moreover, how could such a delightful creature like Shaman emerge from the shell of a dream? Its cuteness was indeed captivating. For the time being, combat prowess was of little concern. Hello, I am Sulu. From now on, we shall be partners. Sulu crouched down, extending his arms wide toward Shaman. As a gratitude Pokémon, Shaman could perceive the thoughts within a person's heart. Though timid and shy in its grounded form, Shaman relaxed upon sensing the warmth emanating from Sulu. Would you like a hug, Shaman? Though somewhat shy to admit it, the little creature Siemi, feeling a sense of camaraderie, stepped into the welcoming embrace of Sulu, who had opened his arms wide. As Sulu lifted Siemi, the fresh and cool scent of the grass on its back wafted through the air, while the soft, white body beneath the grass felt delightful to the touch. A warmth enveloped Siemi, causing it to squint its eyes in bliss. The powers of both transcendence and eternity emanating from Sulu filled Siemi, the gratitude Pokémon, with unparalleled comfort. Suddenly, amidst the lush green fluff on Siemi's back, vibrant flowers burst forth with a series of delightful pops. This blossoming signified Siemi's recognition of Sulu, as its entire being radiated flowers in response to the feeling of gratitude. Siemi, got it, Sulu exclaimed, raising Siemi high into the air, where its short legs waved playfully. Once Siemi was gently set down, it expressed its dislike for heights with a chuckle. After summoning Siemi, all the previously called Pokémon gathered around to interact with the adorable creature. Siemi appeared somewhat timid in the presence of the others, particularly the majestic Rayquaza. However, upon Sulu reassuring Siemi that they were all companions, the little Pokémon began to open up, mingling joyfully with the others. Being the gratitude Pokémon, it was indeed easy for Siemi to win the affection of its fellow creatures. Even Rayquaza, who typically did not permit any other Pokémon to perch atop it, allowed Siemi to clamber all over its body, with Siemi even treating Rayquaza as a slide. As Shaman and Psyduck frolicked, Sulik opened the system panel to examine Shaman's attributes. Shaman qualification, mythical creature current level, 15 attribute, grass talent trait, natural recovery, naturally alleviates all abnormal states, status, healthy skills, seed flare, air/growth. Special ability, Shaman possesses the remarkable capability to decompose toxins present in the atmosphere, transforming barren land into a sea of flowers. Shaman inhales polluted air, purifying it within its body and breaking it down into water and light, ultimately expelling the purified product in the form of a radiant seed. The explosive power of this release is contingent upon the type of pollutants inhaled. Shaman can communicate through telepathy and is capable of sensing the gratitude of others. When the Gracidia flowers bloom, it can transition from its terrestrial form to an aerial form using their pollen. With a new companion, it felt joyous, yet sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, Shaman ceased its playful antics, gazing at the sky garden, which was devoid of anything but saplings. It yearned for blooming flowers. Shaman dashed towards the flowerless garden, and wherever it went, blossoms flourished. Chapter 55, Acceleration of Planting, Huyunji's Gift. Dodo. The walking grass stared in astonishment at the grassy hedgehog. Being another grass-type Pokémon, Shaman could gather flower seeds merely by emitting energy, prompting instant growth. Dodo? The walking grass hurriedly followed, intrigued by Shaman. In a brief moment, the once sapling-only sky garden had transformed into a veritable sky garden. Transforming the once desolate sky garden into a splendid sea of blossoms, Siemi finally reveled in the joy of rolling amidst the flowers. Meanwhile, Sulu pondered whether this abundance of flowers would hinder the growth of the fruit trees. Siemi, embodying the essence of gratitude, sensed Sulu's concerns and leaped back into his embrace, declaring her fatigue. Call me when it's time to eat, she said, shaking herself and curling into a verdant floral ball within his arms. At that moment, the walking grass approached, conveying its thoughts to Sulu through its transcendent power. It revealed that the grass and flowers birthed by Jimmy would not compete for the energy of other plants. Instead, they would accumulate nutrients after wilting, thereby aiding the rapid growth of nearby flora. Truly, she was a Pokémon of gratitude. Simultaneously, Sulu's aura of waves detected an anomaly. He sensed a warm energy surging towards him, or rather, towards Xiemi nestled in his embrace. Within a mere second or two, he comprehended the nature of this peculiar energy. It was gratitude. As Xiemi sowed her sea of flowers and nourished the barren earth, she simultaneously reaped the gratitude of the land and its beneficiaries. Instinctively, Xiemi craved this power of gratitude. After harvesting this wave of grateful energy, her level increased by 2. It seemed that Xiemi could ascend without the need to confront fierce beasts. With her presence, the growth of the fruit trees would surely accelerate. Su Lu gazed upon the floral expanse in the sky as the cultivation of the fruit trees surged once more. A few petals danced in the gentle breeze, softly drifting into the sanctum of the heavens. Having departed, Su Lu's mood considerably improved. He secured the other Pokémon carefully. However, just as he intended to store Shaman in its Pokeball, Shaman abruptly awoke. "I don't want to go in," it expressed timidly, revealing its apprehension. "You are my only companions now." Shaman gazed at Su Lu with a pitiful look. "All right, if you don't want to go in, then you shan't," Su Lu agreed. Pleased by Su Lu's consent, Shaman nestled into a more comfortable position and drifted back to sleep. Companions. The land for me, grass hedgehog for me, of Shaman was exceedingly timid and bashful, typically preferring to move in groups and migrate, with only itself present. It was no wonder Shaman hesitated to enter the Pokeball alone. It seemed that Shaman would have to be registered. By the way, the Lord of Who had also promised to keep my secret. Registering a few more of my beasts should pose no issue, Su Lu mused while stroking the grass hedgehog. Rayquaza did not object to Shaman resting atop its head, so Su Lu embraced Shaman and rode Rayquaza back to the Pokémon Valley. He trained until dusk before finally carrying Shaman into the city. Upon activating his device, Su Lu received several messages. Xiamu Yue. The construction project for the Energy Cube Factory and Experimental Zone has completed its recruitment. It is expected to be preliminarily completed in 15 days. Su Lu. You should procure the necessary equipment soon. Zhang Wei. Su Lu. I have found 6 new combination methods. When will you come to try the dishes? Zhu Qin. The research and development direction for Psyduck has been largely organized. When will you come to take a look, boss? If your paper on Psyduck is approved, I shall submit it to the Beast Research Association. Hatch's unpleasant remarks caused Xiemi, nestled in Su Lu's embrace, to groggily open its eyes. Su Lu lifted Xiemi onto his shoulder, and Xiemi comfortably settled there, while Psyduck gazed enviously at Xiemi, yearning for its owner's affection. Psyduck wished to perch upon the shoulder of its master as well. After all, Psyduck had been the first. Su Lu glanced back at Psyduck, who followed his gaze to its own round, plump belly, and fell silent for a moment. Quack! Psyduck resolved to lose weight. Psyduck also desired to be held. This is the city, and due to the influence of ferocious beasts, human activity zones have been significantly restricted, resulting in slightly more severe air pollution, Su Lu explained. Achio, Xiemi sneezed, releasing a small burst of dissipating energy, drawing the attention of many beasts nearby. This is one of Xiemi's unique abilities, purifying air pollution by emitting energy through its shining seeds. With each of Xiemi's tiny sneezes, the city's air, once filled with various odors, became refreshingly clean in an instant. However, the commotion caused by Xiemi's energy release attracted the attention of the city guards. Upon discovering a new beast, Su Lu was swiftly taken to the Beast Alliance for registration. This time, however, Su Lu encountered not ordinary staff, but rather the city lord, Hu Yunji, and the deputy director of the research department, Lu Changqing, who came to meet him. Accompanying them was a green serpent. Though Hu Yunji's serpent was considerably larger and entwined with thorns, it now appears that Hu Yunji's green serpent is indeed the evolved form of Lu Changqing's green serpent. Little Lu, please assist Su Lu with the registration. Lu Changqing nodded in agreement. Hu Yunji turned her gaze towards the Xiemi nestled in Su Lu's arms and the walking grass behind him. Her own large green serpent slowly nodded in acknowledgement. A look of understanding dawned upon Hu Yunji. This new spirit beast was also of the grass type, as she specialized in grass-type creatures. It was evident that the 2 grass-type beasts captured by Su Lu were not particularly formidable. Thus, Hu Yunji surmised that Su Lu might be inclined towards specializing in grass-type creatures. Given that she had already contemplated forming a bond with Su Lu due to the walking grass he carried, the addition of another grass-type beast piqued her interest further. Regarding the Rayquaza, she conjectured that the enigmatic elder must have left behind methods for its cultivation. After Lu Changqing departed, Hu Yunji retrieved a printed document from her bag and handed it to Su Lu. Although she had spent her life achieving only the rank of a heavenly king, her insights into the cultivation of grass-type spirit beasts were surely worth examining. If you do not mind, feel free to peruse it and see if there is anything of value, Hu Yunji suggested. Su Lu hesitated for a moment before accepting the printed material from Hu Yunji's hand. Notes on grass-type cultivation as a nearly 90-year-old heavenly king. Huyunji had essentially witnessed the evolution of spirit-beast cultivation since the onset of the beast turmoil. Moreover, having dedicated the majority of her life to governing City W. Had she not been alone, she might have ascended to champion level long ago. Therefore, the insights shared by such an esteemed elder could hardly be dismissed as merely worthy of a glance. Thank you, Lord Hu, Su Lu spoke earnestly. In Su Lu's arms. Xiemi also looked up at him. She is a good person, Su Lu remarked. If you need to register in the future, just reach out to Lu Changqing. I have instructed him to maintain confidentiality, though it would be prudent to refrain from registering for the time being. With that, Hu Yunji departed with her large green serpent, as her primary purpose for being there was to deliver a book titled Compendium of Grass-Type Cultivation to Su Lu. Chapter 56, Su Lu's Golden Thigh. It was merely a simple test, still maintaining a 100 control level. However, this time Lu Changqing did not dwell on the anomalies occurring with Su Lu. After all, Hu Yunji was somewhat of a mentor to him, and she had instructed him to disregard any peculiarities concerning Su Lu. Moreover, Su Lu's control level was already within acceptable parameters, allowing for a swift processing of his documentation. Upon returning home, Su Lu's parents expressed delight at his acquisition of another beast companion. Xiemi's adorable appearance quickly won over Su Lu's parents, who eagerly showered her with treats. Oblivious to the possibility of her becoming plump, contentedly, Xiemi chirped joyfully while nestled in Su Lu's embrace. Amidst the joyful commotion, the day passed swiftly. The following day, Su Lu first visited the temporary research facility. Although Zhu Qin bore dark circles under her eyes, she appeared to be in good spirits. In recent days, she had tirelessly analyzed the data on Psyduck, finally completing the first phase of her research yesterday, presenting Su Lu with an impeccable report. Relying on Zhu Qin's research materials and his own understanding of Psyduck, Su Lu was able to customize a most suitable training program for the creature. After carefully reviewing the research report, Su Lu nodded, acknowledging her efforts. You've worked hard these days. I believe you can publish this after removing the sections comparing Psyduck cells. Upon hearing Su Lu's approval, Zhu Qin felt her previously tense heart finally relax. She had experienced the disappointment of her mentor dismissing her research findings in the past, and her current relationship with Su Lu was strikingly similar to that earlier dynamic. Very well, I will attend to it immediately. Su Lu nodded in response. By the way, I have a new project I would like to assign to you. I wonder if you might be interested? A new project? Zhu Qin looked at Su Lu with a hint of confusion. But her hesitation lasted only a fleeting moment before she eagerly replied, I am in. Excellent. For now, the focus will be on exploring and documenting the attributes of all summoned beasts, studying their learnable abilities and their interrelations. This is quite a significant undertaking. So you may want to familiarize yourself with the subject beforehand, Su Lu continued. All summoned beast attributes? Summoned beasts have only emerged within the last century. And due to the varying energies within different ferocious beasts, the unified classification system has yet to be established. Has Su Lu discovered a point of classification? Zhu Qin pondered. The research institute is currently under construction, slated to be located in Jinshin City. As for the researchers, that remains unconfirmed. Perhaps you might consider recruiting some. Who knows? You might even become a department head, Su Lu remarked casually. Minister, I am unable to, yet I sincerely appreciate Boss Su's kind intentions. Given my qualifications and level of expertise, even researching a single summoned beast proves to be quite challenging for me. I am entirely unqualified for the role, but I can assist Boss Su by contacting some of my classmates. Su Lu nodded and said, I will send you the materials shortly. You can submit them to the Beastmaster Alliance's research department together with your application for the establishment of the project. Once you arrive, the Vice Minister of the Research Department will assist you in completing the necessary formalities. Zhu Qin nodded in understanding, and after receiving Su Lu's materials, she diligently reviewed them before heading to the Beastmaster Alliance. However, Su Lu pondered thoughtfully, acknowledging that Zhu Qin is indeed unsuitable to serve as the head of the research department due to her insufficient qualifications and capabilities. Yet, it seems I have no better options at this moment, as the forthcoming research will predominantly involve Pokémon, and I require someone I can trust. I shall observe for the time being. As for the attribute research, it is merely a topic Su Lu has devised to attract researchers. After addressing matters concerning Zhu Qin, Xiao Muyue summoned Su Lu once more. The two met outside the city, the once strictly monitored city gates. Requiring proof of being a beast master or an external permit for entry were now thronged with numerous individuals. It was evident that these were construction workers. Following the recent obliteration of the fierce beast territory by Su Lu, only a few cities deemed necessary for investigation remained amidst the ruins. under the scrutiny of scientific teams, while the remainder had been ruthlessly leveled by the Beastmaster Alliance. The landscape echoed with explosive sounds resembling fireworks, each detonation marking the collapse of a towering edifice. Certainly, even though the remnants cannot be dealt with hastily through brute force and the means of beast tamers, the primary objective at hand is merely to clear a pathway towards the construction site. The main location for the establishment of Shinshin City is not heavily laden with ruins. Thus, it has not consumed an excessive amount of time. Just yesterday, 30,000 construction workers arrived in City W, launching a grand architectural endeavor under the call of Xiaomuyue and the Beast Tamer Alliance. By morning, the anticipated routes leading to the Pokémon Research Institute and Pokémon manufacturing plant had already been established. Xiaomuyue drove her rugged vehicle to stand before Su Lu, intending to take him for an on-site inspection. Although she had the ability to fly, Xiaomuyue, now a quasi-city lord, understood the importance of not constantly revealing her whereabouts by soaring through the skies, which could also be rather exhausting. With a couple of honks, she inadvertently drew the attention of the surrounding beast tamers. The reason was simple. The off-road vehicle Xiaomuyue was piloting was simply too striking, with enormous wheels, a notably high chassis, and a body towering at an impressive 5 meters. Furthermore, the red license plate marked her identity. Such plates were exclusively reserved for city lords. The vehicle belonging to Hu Yunji was already well known, and with the appearance of another, it was needless to say whose it was. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of numerous male beast tamers, Su Lu hopped into Xiaomuyue's car. I recognize him. That man is Su Lu. Su Lu? The fortunate one who was escorted into the beast territory by 2 kings just days ago? What good fortune? Look at your envious expressions. He must at least be a king's seed, right? Brothers, I have a little insider information. I wonder if you are aware that yesterday the construction company bid on 2 projects, the Bach Research Institute and the Bach Energy Factory. Is there anything special about this? It seems you truly do not understand Su Lu. Under his name, there exists a pet food store called Bach Energy. Just a couple of days ago, he also registered a Bach company. If nothing unexpected occurs, both the Research Institute and the Energy Factory are likely subsidiaries of Bach Company. What? Now that you mention it, it dawns on me. Has Su Lu struck it rich by latching onto a significant benefactor? What significant benefactor? This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. A newly appointed city lord, and so young. Why do I not possess Su Lu's fortune? It seems that throughout my life, I shall find it difficult to enjoy the finer things. Sob. Su Lu, coming from an ordinary family, certainly does not have the means to build a factory and a research institute, so it is likely that it is Xiaomuyue who is financing this. How much money does this entail? If these two have no connection, I will bathe in essential oil. Conservatively estimating, it starts at 100 billion. And subsequent investments will only increase. What? 100 billion in assets just to be squandered by a young lad? Thus, as Su Lu and Xiaomuyue interacted repeatedly, rumors began to spread alongside the bidding for the construction of Bach Company. After all, no one is willing to believe that Bach Company was solely funded by Su Lu. Chapter 57, Summoning Stone. An additional opportunity for a lucky draw. Su Lu observed the architectural beastmasters, accompanied by their formidable beasts, skillfully manipulating the ethereal barriers to smooth the terrain as if they were road rollers. Simultaneously, the clay puppets adeptly infused the cement into the framework of the structures, aided by various mechanisms, resulting in an astonishingly rapid pace of road construction. Even the most challenging issue regarding building materials could be addressed by the beast's inherent abilities. It is no wonder that the preliminary completion timeline provided by Xiaomuyue was so brief. This world has already established a comprehensive system for beast-assisted labor. Beastmasters are categorized into different types, yet only those specializing in combat are distinguished by ranks of stars. In contrast, the other life-oriented beastmasters are classified into 4 tiers: apprentice, elite, expert, and master, determined by years of service and examinations. Those summoned by the Beastmaster Alliance for urban construction are invariably at least elite-level life-oriented masters. Once aboard the vehicle, Psyduck fixated intently on the steering wheel held by Xiaomuyue, while Xiemi, nestled in Su Lu's embrace, busily tapped away on Su Lu's phone. Despite its illiteracy, Xiemi was quite adept at watching videos, perhaps feeling somewhat unnerved under Psyduck's gaze. Xiaomuyue finally sighed in resignation. If you wish to take the wheel, Psyduck, then drive according to the navigation. With a hearty chuckle, Psyduck accepted the steering wheel with telekinetic grace. This granted Xiaomuyue the opportunity to engage in a more thorough conversation with Su Lu. Given her serious demeanor, she would remain silent while driving unless Su Lu initiated dialogue. From her bag, she produced a crystal emanating a gentle, iridescent glow and handed it to Su Lu. Yesterday, After the removal of a trivial space-time rift, I obtained a sample of a summoning stone. Please take a look and see if it will be of any use to you. If it proves beneficial, I shall assist you in the application process. The rift was not particularly large, which accounts for the inferior quality of the summoning stone. Su Lu accepted the summoning stone, which had previously been introduced to him by Xiaomu Yu. While summoning stones do not enable beast masters to summon once more, they possess the capacity to enhance their beasts and, to a certain extent, to develop the capabilities of the beast masters themselves. Some advanced evolution and enhancement abilities necessitate the participation of the beast masters. However, the majority of individuals in this world are ordinary, and those like Xiaomu Yu, who are naturally endowed with the talent for inducing superevolution, are indeed a rare breed. Most individuals seeking to master special evolution or enhancement must resort to specific methods to unlock their potential. Consequently, the summoning stone serves as a vital tool for such development. Thus, its value is self-evident. Not only is it a resource required for the awakening of beast masters, but it also serves as an enhancement material, which explains why the Beast Master Alliance exercises strict control over it. However, from Xiaomu Yu's perspective, the quality of this summoning stone would likely only suffice for Su Lu to strengthen his newly acquired beast, and she doubted he would utilize it for himself, as the energy he possessed evidently surpassed hers. Given her own abilities, she could not enhance herself through such a low-quality summoning stone, let alone someone as powerful as Su Lu. Yet, upon Su Lu receiving the summoning stone, an unexpected stir occurred within the lottery and store system. Summoning energy detected. Consuming summoning energy allows for additional draws. Current progress. 3. Although Su Lu's expression appeared calm, turbulent waves surged within his heart. The realization that accumulating summoning energy could allow for additional draws was astonishing. This implied that as long as he possessed a sufficient number of summoning stones, Su Lu could potentially deplete the lottery wheel in a single day. His pace in collecting Pokémon would consequently be significantly accelerated. The concern of managing an excess of Pokémon was unfounded for Su Lu, as he had already acquired 4 types of extraordinary energy, enabling him to effortlessly sense and connect with his Pokémon. Even training was simplified. Su Lu merely needed to utilize his transcendent power to communicate with his Pokémon and engage with them. If fortune favored him, he could even secure several legendary beasts in a single day. Initially, he presumed that the system maintained some integrity, but it now appeared that monetary expenditure was still required. Meanwhile, Xiaomu Yu observed the summoning stones in Su Lu's hand gradually turning transparent, and she fell into contemplative silence. Su Lu's abilities were so formidable that these rudimentary summoning stones still proved effective for him? What must his innate potential be like? Could it be true? As Lord Hu speculated that the legendary Rayquaza, an esteemed elder, entrusted Su Lu due to his exceptional talent? However, Xiaomu Yu quickly dismissed this notion, for she had previously witnessed the bond between Su Lu and Rayquaza. Such an emotional connection could not be forged in a brief period through someone else's entrusted Pokémon. What aspect of talent did he possess? A profound curiosity welled up within Xiaomu Yu, yet she refrained from voicing her inquiries, knowing that this was an immensely significant secret for anyone involved. The system is activated by summoning stones, and it is indeed conceivable that one could continue to utilize these stones. Su Lu reminisced about the scene when he initially performed a summoning. He had even thoroughly drained the empty shell of the summoning stone, had he not exercised control this time. Perhaps this particular summoning stone would have been reduced to nothing but a transparent shell. It seems that summoning stones still hold significance for me, Su Lu remarked. I shall assist you in the invocation. Upon becoming the deputy city lord, Xiaomu Yu acquired considerable authority, as the city lord, in theory, has the discretion to mobilize any department of the Beast Alliance at the city level, provided they do not contravene established protocols. Naturally, resources like summoning stones can also be allocated, as long as the shells are returned for verification. How many are there? Su Lu inquired. A summoning stone of this caliber can provide 3 of summoning energy, thus requiring 34 stones to perform an additional summoning. Given that the time-space rifts had not been purged for an extended period, energy accumulation was quite substantial. Currently, the destruction of these rifts has yielded over 200 stones. Once the entire territory is cleared, it is expected to produce more than 4,000. I can allocate half, while the other half will be stored by the Beast Alliance for future use by students, Xiaomu Yu explained. Is it truly the case that a time-space rift, long untouched, has only produced over 200 stones? It appears that the yield of summoning stones is even lower than I had envisioned. What Su Lu was unaware of was that, within the Beast University, an ordinary student could only receive 1 summoning stone of such quality every 2 months to enhance their abilities. Even for the city lord, summoning stones are considered relatively rare. After all, even if humans cannot utilize them, they can still enhance the potential of summoned beasts. What can I exchange for them? I am not referring to this batch, but rather a greater quantity, Su Lu inquired. Previously, Xiaomu Yu had promised that the first batch of summoning stones from the newly opened territory could be given to Su Lu. Yet he is now determined not to overlook any opportunity regarding summoning stones. It cannot be exchanged, Xiaomu Yu shook her head. Summoning stones are utilized under the joint supervision of the Beast Tamer Alliance within the city, and their circulation between cities is exceedingly limited. Moreover, the trade of summoning stones is strictly prohibited by the Alliance. Is that so? It appears that acquiring summoning stones is indeed quite challenging. Perhaps I could explore the time-space rift myself. Although only the Beast Tamer Alliance currently possesses the means to condense summoning stones, there is a possibility that the system might be able to directly absorb them. With this thought in mind, Su Lu contemplated venturing into the time-space rift. Are there still time-space rifts ready for destruction? Xiaomu Yu nodded, lightly tapping her finger on the navigation system. And their original destination was replaced with a rift deemed to possess no residual value. As for the construction of factories and research institutes, they could be examined later. Chapter 58. Additional summonings surrounding the time-space rift are typically members of the Beast Tamer Alliance on guard, and this one is no exception. This rift was originally occupied by a small group of ferocious beasts serving as a food source. With the beasts now deceased, the rift has naturally fallen under human control. Su Lu and Xiaomu Yu alighted from the vehicle, easily passed the inspection, and approached the time-space rift. The spatial rift, previously occupied by the monstrous lord, typically boasts a diameter exceeding 10 meters. However, the one before them measures a mere 3 meters across. The area of distorted reality surrounding it is lamentably minuscule, barely extending 100 meters. The dimensions of a spatial rift are crucial indicators of the energy levels within. Naturally, larger rifts yield superior quality summoning stones. Presently, this rift appears remarkably solid, unlike those on the verge of shattering or encroaching upon reality. If this rift, which has not yet transformed into a forbidden zone, possesses any developmental potential, it could provide enduring benefits. Regrettably, the rift before them holds little value. As the two ventured into the rift, it marked Su Lu's inaugural experience within such a phenomenon. The boundary of the rift was shrouded in a gray haze, from which the beasts coalesced. This particular rift would only give rise to low-grade creatures devoid of evolution potential, unsuitable even for crafting sustenance for taming. Such a rift, even as a training ground, would disrupt the laws of reality. 3 Pokémon accompanying Su Lu curiously surveyed their surroundings. A staff member from the Beast Taming Alliance approached. As the rift was currently destabilizing, the staff member guided them to the very center of the rift, where a crystal the size of a human head floated in suspension. This crystal represented the core nucleus of the rift. If it were to be destroyed, the rift would ultimately collapse after a period. Typically, a formidable creature guards the core nucleus. Destroying the core crystal nucleus is not a formidable task. It can be obliterated through either physical impact or energy shock. However, the true challenge lies in how to preserve the energy of the crystal nucleus and transform it into a summoning stone. Presently, the means to conserve the energy of the core crystal nucleus have been thoroughly mastered by the Beastmaster Alliance, which is fundamentally one of the reasons for their growth and strength. Without such prowess, it would be impossible to sustain such a vast alliance purely through military might. At this moment, the personnel involved have affixed a layer of peculiar substance onto the core crystal nucleus, connected by strange conduits. Su Lu was tempted to touch it, hoping to trigger the system, but with others present, he refrained. Curiously, he observed as the staff of the Beastmaster Alliance executed a series of operations, causing the crystal nucleus to shatter into fragments of summoning stones. Everyone swiftly gathered all the crystal shards. As the core crystal nucleus crumbled, the previously luminous and ethereal temporal realm began to dissolve into a hazy visage, heralding the impending rupture of the space-time rift. Hurry! Evacuate quickly! Someone called out. Let us depart, said Xiaomu Yu. Meanwhile, Su Lu gazed at the increasingly illusory temporal realm. If someone were to vanish into the space-time rift, could they return? He inquired. According to our research, the core crystal nucleus serves to draw fragments of space into the realm of reality, ultimately aiming for their integration with the real world. Therefore, even if the core crystal nucleus shatters, the temporal realm should merely revert to its original space, and those taken along should likewise be transported to another world. Of course, since no one has returned from that world, this remains a mere hypothesis. An elderly gentleman with silver hair approached suddenly and spoke. This is Dr. Lin, a researcher specializing in temporal rifts, Xiaomu Yu introduced, mentioning that he was the researcher she had invited. Su Lu nodded, as a researcher in temporal rifts. He thought that if he were to summon the twin dragons of time, he might have the opportunity to engage with Dr. Lin. Soon, everyone present within the temporal rift evacuated. Sulu glanced back. The once solid entrance of the rift had now transformed to resemble the immense rift in the Sky Garden. Dr. Lin, what is the approximate timeline for the rift's collapse? Is it possible to make an accurate assessment? Sulu inquired. If there existed a method to determine the collapse time of the temporal rift, Sulu would be inclined to address the rift in the Sky Garden. Generally, the larger the rift, the longer the duration before its collapse, yet no reliable methods for precise judgment had been developed thus far. It seemed prudent to refrain from entering, at least until the twin dragons of time or a Shalebi could be summoned. After witnessing the meticulous clearing of the temporal rift, they arrived at the most crucial distribution phase. The staff tallied the collected summoning stones, recorded them, and subsequently handed half to Xiaomuyu, who then transferred them to Sulu. In total, Sulu received 164 stones. With the summoning stones in hand, Sulu felt little inclination to inspect the proposed sites for the factory and research institute. So he departed, requesting Xiaomuyu to manage those affairs on his behalf. Once again in the enchanting valley of Pokémon, Sulu laid out all the summoning stones before him. As the summoning stones dimmed one by one, Sulu's chances for a draw began to recharge, ultimately reaching 6. It appeared that the quality of this batch of summoning stones was superior to the initial ones. Quite splendid. I had initially feared that I would be limited to single draws. Indeed, the exhilaration of drawing multiple times is far more thrilling. The Pokémon, accustomed to their trainers' daily bouts of enthusiasm, observed Sulu with bemusement as he fervently chanted win, win, win. Before Sulu, 6 spinning wheels materialized, and with a mere flicker of his intent, they began to whirl. You have obtained Sunstone. You have obtained Wish Star Fragment. You have obtained Attack Enhancement Potion. You have obtained Dragon's Fong. You have obtained Common Pokémon. You have obtained Golden Fruit. 5 items and a solitary common Pokémon. The Pokémon he had drawn gradually took form, radiating an impressive brilliance, stretching an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length. Soon, a massive Onyx emerged before Sulu. Onyx, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, echoed Sulu's telepathic greeting within the depths of Onyx's mind. Onyx gazed around its surroundings, particularly at the imposing figure of Rayquaza, pondering if this was the trainer's way of welcoming it. In no time, Onyx found its place within the Pokémon family, while Sulu began to tally the other materials he had acquired. Chapter 59, Sky Dragon, Ground Rolling Bug. The Sunstone can induce evolution in specific Pokémon, and even if not utilized as an evolution material, it can harness the energy contained within. After surveying the surrounding Pokémon, Sulu summoned his Oddish and presented it with a fist-sized Sunstone, possessing the power of transcendence. Sulu was already aware of Oddish's desire to quietly fulfill its purpose of farming. Therefore, among the 2 evolutionary branches, the beautiful Vileplume, which requires the Sunstone for its evolution, was undoubtedly more suited for Oddish. Although you cannot evolve with the Sunstone just yet, you may first attune yourself to its energy, Sulu encouraged. Oddish nodded earnestly, sensing the significant benefits that the energy within the Sunstone could bestow upon plants. The Dragon Fong was entrusted to Rayquaza, as only it could fully utilize the power of the Dragon Fong. While Rayquaza already possessed a Dragon Fong in its maw, the reality of the situation allowed for the effects of items to be partially stacked, were it not for the limited points available. Sulu would have considered crafting a necklace of Dragon Fangs for Rayquaza, especially since a single Dragon Fong sold for 50,000 points in the shop. As for the attack-enhancing potions and the life-restoring golden fruits, Sulu deemed them rather inconsequential, regarding them as mere distractions, given that these ordinary consumables were priced around 100 points each in the system. Furthermore, there was the matter of the Wishing Star Fragment. Gazing at the deep purple stone in his hand, Sulu was pleasantly surprised to have drawn a Wishing Star Fragment, which held a selling price of 300,000 points in the system. With just this one fragment, Sulu's luck in today's draw had already proven immensely profitable. Although referred to as the Wish Star Fragment, it bears little relation to Kirichi. Perhaps it is linked to the concept of infinity. For the effect of the Wish Star Fragment is to attract Pokémon capable of Dynamaxing. Presently, Solo possesses a Dynamax band, yet has not discovered a method to enable his Pokémon to Dynamax. Reflecting upon this, it seems that he may still lack certain unique factors. Would anyone care to attempt this? Perhaps through contact, one might glean the means to achieve Dynamaxing. Sulu remarked to the Pokémon surrounding him while holding the Wish Star Fragment. The fragment is capable of attracting Pokémon that can Dynamax, suggesting its potential benefits in this regard. The Nidoran siblings shook their heads, while the Oddish curiously groped the Sunstone. Psyduck, in a daze, touched the Wish Star Fragment. Gah? What is this? It appears that Psyduck has yet to comprehend the concept of Dynamaxing. Shortly thereafter, Rayquaza approached, one claw resting upon the Wish Star fragment. After a brief moment, Rayquaza nodded at Sulu. "Is it possible?" Sulu exclaimed in delight, marveling at the prowess of this legendary Pokémon. Previously, with only a single Dynamax band, there was no point of reference, but now, armed with this secret, Rayquaza effortlessly grasped the method of Dynamaxing. If Rayquaza could indeed Dynamax, the enhancement of its combat power would be truly formidable. Not merely a tenfold increase in strength, but even a mere tripling or quintupling of its size and energy would be utterly terrifying. With Rayquaza's affirmation, Sulu's fervor was tempered, albeit slightly. Sulu raised his hand to glance at the already affixed Gigantamax band. The legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, informed Sulu that the energy contained within the band was insufficient to facilitate his own transformation into Gigantamax form, implying that additional resources were required. However, there was a glimmer of hope. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. Is there anyone else eager to give it a try? The newly summoned Onix also joined the excitement. But alas, this particular Onix possessed only elite qualifications, and its comprehension was not particularly strong. It failed to grasp the intricacies of Gigantamaxing from the Wish Star fragment. Feeling somewhat disheartened, the Onix was gently patted by Ducklet, and the two Pokémon slowly ventured deeper into the forest. There remained one last Pokémon yet to attempt the transformation. Sulu cast his gaze downward at the bright-eyed Caterpie. Although Caterpie trained diligently and exhibited reasonable talent, its species inherently limited its potential. Furthermore, being a Pokémon in its infancy, comprehending Gigantamaxing was likely to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Sulu chose to keep his thoughts to himself. "Go for it, little one." Sulu encouraged the Caterpie. The Caterpie nodded earnestly. It had previously been uncertain about how to catch up to Rayquaza, but upon learning about Gigantamaxing, it understood its path forward, to grow larger, continuously expanding until it reached a size comparable to Rayquaza itself. Understanding the ambition of the Caterpie, Sulu could only muse that the child was still young and should harbor dreams. The Caterpie made contact with the Wish Star fragment, but after a long while, there was no response. "Caterpie?" Sulu inquired cautiously. Yet in the next moment, the fragment of the wishing star in Sulu's hand transformed into a cloud of luminous dust, merging seamlessly with the green caterpillar. Sulu stood bewildered, questioning, what just happened? He had numerous Pokémon, yet he never anticipated that the green caterpillar would be the first to successfully meet the criteria for Gigantamaxing. "All right, let's do this," Sulu exclaimed. The green caterpillar nodded vigorously before being returned to its Pokeball. Gigantamaxing first requires the use of a Pokeball as a medium to infuse the Pokémon with the energy needed for transformation. At this moment, Sulu and the green caterpillar were engaged in this very act. The energy from the Gigantamax wristband surged violently. All the Pokémon around cast curious glances, even Psyduck, who had initially intended to take its little brother to the training ground, turned back with Onix in tow. Suddenly, the Pokeball in Sulu's hand expanded dramatically, growing from a size that could be held in one hand to a diameter of 1 meter. Fortunately, with his psychic abilities, Sulu did not have to clumsily throw the Pokeball like a heavy weight. In a flash of white light, a green dragon measuring 5 to 6 meters appeared before the astonished onlookers. Gigantamaxed green caterpillar. The newly emerged Onix stood agape, its jaw possibly dislocated, as it beheld a green caterpillar of its own size for the first time. However, even the Gigantamaxed green caterpillar did not exude a tremendous aura of intimidation. Rayquaza circled around the green caterpillar in confusion, pondering if this was indeed a half-sibling, unrelated by blood. It certainly bore a resemblance. It bears a striking resemblance. After achieving Gigantamax, the Caterpie's eye sparkled with excitement, eager to test its newfound strength. It was now a mere fraction of a distance away from the legendary Rayquaza. With a resounding "gah," under the guidance of Psyduck, the duck led 2 elongated Pokémon, one gray and one green, towards the training grounds. Soon, the air was filled with the sound of rumble, rumble, rumble. If memory serves me right, Caterpie is limited to using tackle and string shot, yet it seems disinclined to employ string shot. I, Sulu, shall henceforth refer to you as the Rolling Dragon. Oh no, the Rolling Bug. Chapter 60. Absorbing the core, however, the thunderous sounds of immense collisions did not persist for long. After about 10 minutes, the tearful Caterpie crawled back towards Sulu. If Sulu was not mistaken, it appeared that Caterpie was still using tackle as it rushed towards him. Had he not possessed extraordinary physical resilience, he might have sustained injuries. All right, you can no longer continue with Gigantamax. The Gigantamax band requires recharging, and your stamina cannot keep pace. Prolonged usage will deplete your energy, and excessive strain could even prove detrimental to your health, Sulu gently remarked, stroking the Caterpie. Frankly, the fact that the Gigantamax, which is originally designed to last only 3 turns in Pokémon games, allowed Caterpie to endure for 10 minutes left Sulu quite astonished. In Sol's estimation, the energy required for each Pokémon to Gigantamax should vary, with Caterpie evidently needing the least. Having ascertained that the summoning stone could indeed facilitate additional summons, Sol felt he had a new objective, as the daily complementary summon no longer sufficed for his needs. Subsequently, Sol, astride Rayquaza, journeyed to a spatial rift outside the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone. This rift, discovered by Sol himself, was to be the subject of his inquiry into whether his system had any effect on the core crystal within it. Should the system prove ineffective, collaboration with the Beast Taming Alliance would be the only recourse. The spatial rift before Sol spanned approximately 13 meters in diameter, classifying it as a medium to small-sized rift. The vicinity was devoid of ferocious beasts, suggesting stability and a low likelihood of complications. Sol nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the spatial rift, the environment was reminiscent of the previous one, though with a notable difference. Unlike the barren landscape of the first rift, this slightly larger one boasted patches of sparse grass. The moment Sol ventured into this unexplored spatial rift, a figure abruptly lunged toward him, only to be instantly bisected by an air cutter. Upon closer inspection, Sol identified the assailant as a mantis-like ferocious beast, standing approximately 2 meters tall and possessing a formidable, albeit gaunt, appearance. Judging by its velocity, it likely qualified as an elite-level beast. The elite beasts have become a source of considerable distress for the majority of beast tamers. Yet, within the spatial rifts, far removed from human settlements and unscathed by extermination, a plethora of such ferocious creatures exists. After all, even in these rifts, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. The formation of forbidden zones inevitably repels the rules governing other spatial rifts, much like the absence of any other rifts within the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. The grotesque creature, perched upon Sulu's shoulder, named Siemi, appears somewhat apprehensive, covering its eyes with its tiny paws, though not entirely succeeding in doing so. In Siemi's psychic perception, these creatures, identified as ferocious beasts, exhibit a level of savagery surpassing that of any Pokémon, rendering the likelihood of taming them exceedingly slim. Sulu, accompanied by Psyduck and a few other Pokémon, continues his advance. It seems that the previous battle has drawn the attention of other mantis-like ferocious beasts. As a dark cloud of them swiftly approaches Sulu's position, the sheer number is estimated to be around 300 to 400. Fortunately, they are merely offering themselves up, contributing nearly 20,000 points to Sulu. He effortlessly progresses to the very heart of the spatial rift. Unlike before, where only a bare core crystal remained, the heart of this spatial rift is now enveloped in a mass resembling a yellowish-brown egg casing. Were it not for Sulu's ability to perceive energy fluctuations through his aura, he might not have accurately located the spatial rift. The core crystal nucleus may also be concealed and occupied by ferocious beasts, for it continuously emanates energy. While Sulu pondered, a 4-meter-tall, bluish-gray mantis emerged from the massive egg sac. Not only that, but numerous half-meter-sized mantises also crawled out simultaneously, likely causing those with a fear of clusters to experience an immediate panic attack. Then, in an instant, the egg sac nest was obliterated by the impact of the falling dragon star, leaving only a solitary floating core crystal nucleus behind. The eager Psyduck displayed an expression of "I've been accustomed to this all along." This core crystal nucleus was roughly the size of a basin. Sulu approached it. The system remained silent, so Sulu reached out and touched the core crystal nucleus. Yet still, there was no response. Was it truly impossible? Did only the Beast Taming Alliance possess the method to generate summoning stones? How then did the world's first beast tamer come into existence? Sulu stroked his chin in contemplation. No, there was still one method yet to be attempted. As Sulu's hand touched the core crystal nucleus, a faint blue aura began to emanate from it, forming a sphere approximately the size of a human head. Waveguide Bomb. Handcrafted Waveguide Bomb. This could be considered one of Sulu's recent accomplishments. Of course, his hand-formed waveguide bomb was exceedingly crude and could not compare to that of a Lucario, merely condensing the waveguide slightly. Nevertheless, even so, the power of the waveguide bomb was sufficient. The core crystal itself is inherently fragile. Had it not been for Sulu's earlier intervention to restrain the presence of the legendary Pokémon, this singular core could have easily succumbed to the residual shockwaves of the Dragonstar meteor. Following a crisp sound, a series of sharp crack noises ensued. All the mantis beasts within the temporal rift became frenzied. Once the core crystal was shattered, their only recourse was to escape. In their chaotic flight from the rift, they would obliterate everything in their path, akin to ants scattering in disarray after their nest is disturbed. Thus, when capable, individuals typically conduct a thorough cleansing of the beasts within the rift before its destruction to prevent an overwhelming surge of creatures from inciting a riot. Commencing energy absorption. Absorption complete. 16 lottery chances acquired. Success. Yet, haste is imperative. Those 16 chances resulted from a direct annihilation, with some energy expenditure. Otherwise, the opportunities would have been even more abundant. To expedite his escape, Sulu promptly recalled Psyduck into its Pokeball, shouldering Shaman and boarding the legendary Pokémon for a rapid departure at light speed. Naturally, upon encountering larger swarms of beasts, Sulu would command the legendary Pokémon to strike, seizing free points without hesitation. After exiting the temporal rift, what began as a mere collection of summoned energy now shifted into a new objective. Sulu summoned all his Pokémon. This was a decisive ambush. Chapter 61, 200 Draws. Level 1 Deity. Although some larger temporal rifts possess multiple exits, this one was evidently not a grand rift of that nature. Thus, there exists but a single exit, from which all the fearsome beasts emerge. Waves upon waves of these creatures surged forth, only to be harvested time and again by Psyduck, Caterpie, and Onyx. Sulu's points soared with each encounter. It was not until half an hour later that the influx of beasts from the spatial rift significantly diminished, prompting Sulu to cease his relentless assault on a particular rift. From this venture alone, he amassed a staggering 70,000 store points. Realizing that no more beasts would appear, he resolved to proceed to the next spatial rift. Sulu had discovered 3 spatial rifts in total. However, due to the suppression of the Tianyun Forbidden Land, these rifts were relatively small, and Sulu navigated them accordingly. His accumulated lottery attempts reached 44, and his store points swelled to an impressive 260,000, bringing his total back to 400,000. Even the levels of his Pokémon experienced a substantial increase. Yet, Sulu had only uncovered 3 spatial rifts. Although he now possessed a heightened sense of perception through the power of aura, he remained merely human, not an aura guardian, with a detection range of approximately 4 to 500 meters. Thus, it was unrealistic to search for spatial rifts using aura in the short term. Nevertheless, having tasted success, Sulu was determined not to abandon his quest for the rifts. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he could achieve 100 consecutive draws in the near future. The combined probability of encountering legendary and mythical Pokémon stood at a mere 2. This meant that, should fortune favor him, 100 draws could potentially yield 2 legendary or mythical Pokémon. The thought sent a wave of excitement through Sulu, akin to a player who has long abstained from spending suddenly discovering the joy of in-game purchases. Continue. Eliminate the spatial rifts. Although this is stated, it is indeed troublesome for Sulu to search for the spatial rifts alone. If the surroundings were an endless plain, it might be manageable. But many spatial rifts are concealed within dense jungles or the ruins of buildings, making them difficult to spot at a glance. Thus, Sulu sought the assistance of the versatile Xiaomuyu. On a mountaintop, Sulu gazed at the expansive area that had been cleared. That was the site of the Bukingliang factory, which had already commenced construction. At this moment, Xiaomuyu also arrived, soaring through the air. She did not inquire why Sulu had hastily departed earlier. I have sent you the architectural blueprints for the Bukingliang factory and the experimental zone. You may review them later, Xiaomuyu remarked. These are trivial matters. Sulu waved his hand dismissively. Do you possess the address information for the spatial rifts? Xiaomuyu seemed to recall something. Today, Sulu had rushed off with the summoning stone. Had he never utilized the summoning stone before? But that seemed implausible. Could his formidable powers be entirely innate? Yes, the spatial rifts near Newtown have all been secured by the Beastmaster Alliance, yet the outer circle of rifts remains unclaimed. Would you like me to assist you in contacting a doctor? Xiaomuyu inquired. To dismantle the spatial rifts. It would indeed be more advantageous to involve the Beastmaster Alliance, as only their specialized departments could condense the core crystal nuclei into summoning stones. However, Sulu could directly extract summoning energy from the shattered core nuclei. How could he allow the Beastmaster Alliance to share in half of his energy? No need. Upon hearing these words, Xiaomuyu contemplatively glanced at Sulu. She had heard that some of the most exceptional geniuses could directly draw energy from shattered core crystals, and that the original Beastmasters emerged in this manner. This led to a fervent enthusiasm among the elite Beastmasters for exploring the rifts in time and space. Perhaps Sulu possessed such a talent? No, it would be more accurate to assert that he undoubtedly harbored such formidable abilities. With this thought, Xiaomuyu's expression shifted to one of understanding. Given this, it was comprehensible that Sulu ventured alone into the time-space rift. If you discover any rifts of significant value, you may retain them. Both I and the Beast Alliance would be willing to assist you in their management, Xiao Miyue cautioned. Sulu nodded, acknowledging that seizing opportunities for profit was indeed wise, and retaining a few valuable rifts was certainly feasible, especially since Xiao Miyue had provided him with their coordinates. However, what precisely constituted value? Sulu inquired. Well, I will send you a list. If you encounter anything similar, you can deem it valuable, she replied. Oh. By the way, I have also applied for the summoning stones. When will you come to collect them from me? Sulu nodded and returned the backpack he had been carrying to Xiao Miyue, which contained only the energy-depleted shells of summoning stones. Truth be told, Sulu himself was indifferent. Even if he did not return them, the Beast Alliance would likely not raise any objections. Yet, it was essential not to place Xiao Miyue in an awkward position, was it not? After receiving the coordinates of the time-space rift, Sulu became busy once more, diligently clearing the rifts around the outskirts of Jinshin City for several consecutive days. The temporal rifts within the city of Jinshin have finally been thoroughly cleared by the Beastmaster Alliance. After the removal of all unnecessary rifts, Sulu found himself in possession of over 2,000 summoning stones. Upon absorbing all the summoning energy, he was granted another 60 opportunities for a lottery draw. This, of course, marked the final phase of the transaction between Sulu and Xiao Miyue. Once the summoning stones were accounted for, Xiao Miyue would no longer be obliged to provide Sulu with anything further. Sulu ventured into the territory of ferocious beasts, where the majority of immediate benefits accrued to him, while the long-term ownership and management of the territory would be handled by Xiao Miyue. Both parties expressed great satisfaction, as Sulu had neither the time nor inclination to manage a city. It is said that once the city is established, each branch of the Beastmaster Alliance will be equipped with a spatial suppressor, significantly diminishing the likelihood of temporal rifts forming within the city, thereby making it increasingly challenging to acquire summoning stones. Despite his desire to summon more Pokémon, Sulu had no intention of staunchly guarding a city. In recent days, he had eliminated a total of 7 temporal rifts, retaining only one of value. Subsequently, he formalized a partnership agreement with Xiao Miyue, thereby establishing an additional source of income. However, after the rifts outside Jinshin City were also cleared, Sulu found himself temporarily devoid of information regarding any further rifts. To uncover more, he would either need to embark on a search himself or venture to the outskirts of other cities. Nevertheless, Sulu felt that this was sufficient for the time being, as his lottery draw count had now soared to an impressive 214. In the enchanting valley of Pokémon, Sulu rubbed his hands with excitement at the unprecedented number of lottery draws, 200 times. It would be utterly unacceptable not to summon a divine beast. With a mere thought, over 200 wheels began to spin simultaneously. A cascade of system notifications ensued. Yet Sulu fixated intently on one particular message. You have obtained level 1 divine beast Pokémon. He had struck gold. Against the odds of 0.1, Sulu had remarkably succeeded. Chapter 62, Level 1 Divine. Mutuo. In fact, it was not only a level 1 divine beast. A total of 57 Pokémon were summoned together. A dazzling array of light captured the attention of all Pokémon present. Even Rayquaza regarded this new batch of companions with earnest interest, sensing an aura of formidable threat among them. As the brilliance faded, a silver-white Pokémon, resembling a hybrid of human and feline features, materialized before Sulu. Mutuo. Even among level 1 divine beasts, Mutuo's combat prowess is among the elite. Yet, the summoned Mutuo appeared somewhat bewildered, its eyes, as clear as those of a newborn, scanning its surroundings. Who am I? And who are you? The echoes of Mutuo's thoughts reverberated simultaneously among all the Pokémon and Sulu, even reaching the fearsome beasts in the vast expanse of the Sky Cloud realm. Witnessing Mutuo's current state of confusion, Sulu recalled the information regarding Mutuo, a perfect Pokémon engineered to surpass all, possessing the power of dreams that transcends reality. Currently, Mutuo appears to be in a state of newly born, which means it can be easily influenced by Sulu, who, armed with a system, is capable of flawlessly controlling all summoned Pokémon. Yet, Sulu refrains from doing so. You are Mutuo, and you all are Pokémon. Sulu gazed earnestly at the multitude of Pokémon he had summoned. I am a Pokémon. A flicker of emotion finally emerged in Mutuo's eyes, followed by Sulu's psychic power. Including the esteemed Latios and Psyduck, all Pokémon were united in spirit through Sulu's psychic energy. Subsequently, all Pokémon beheld a vision within a dream. They felt at peace, some growing stronger alongside their trainers, while others lived their lives under the guardianship of the Pokémon League's forest wardens. This was the Pokémon world as Sulu understood it. a profound reflection of his innermost recognition of Pokémon. Even Mutuo, with its intense sense of self, comprehended that the world Su Lu presented was indeed their place of origin. So this is what I am. I am an individual, possessing my own identity. Mutuo extended its hand and beheld its true self. From Su Lu's heart, it realized that this world might merely be a construct of human creation. Yet in the moment of its existence in reality, it represented something that transcended mere creation. They are all real. This is of utmost significance. For other Pokémon, this may not hold significance, but for Mutuo, it is crucial, as it was inherently created as a Pokémon, without someone to inform it of its genuine existence. Mutuo might find itself ensnared in a prolonged period of confusion, much like it once did in the Pokémon world. Mutuo lifted its gaze towards the boy before it, who extended his hand not only to it but to all Pokémon. From today onward, we shall be partners, exclaimed Sululu with joy. Mutuo glanced at its palm, as if coming to an understanding, and clasped hands with Sululu. Subsequently, a yellow claw emerged, and Psyduck joined in, placing its paw upon the gathering, which swelled with more and more Pokémon nestled together. Following a profound mental connection, the barriers among all the Pokémon dissipated. Under the guidance of seasoned companions like Psyduck, the multitude of Pokémon commenced their exploration of Pokémon Valley. Meanwhile, Sululu meticulously assessed his recent acquisitions. 200 consecutive draws, while exhilarating in appearance, were not as easily replenished as chives. The rifts in time and space, particularly near Shinshin City in the Tianyun Forbidden Land, had been largely eradicated by Sululu. For Sululu to seek out the remaining rifts would prove to be a laborious endeavor. He gradually compiled his statistics, cognizant that he could not solely focus on summoning while neglecting the well-being of the Pokémon. Soon, he intended to converse individually with each Pokémon and subsequently organize their upcoming tasks. The first-tier deities, a singular Mutuo. There are no second-tier deities or mythical beasts, and with a mere one chance, it seems unlikely to summon them. Perhaps luck has been expended on Mutuo. Following this, there are the quasi-deities, totaling 3, 1 Giratina and 2 Beldams. At this point, Sulu abruptly paused. Wait, a Giratina and Beldams? He rubbed his forehead in contemplation. Although the final evolutionary forms, Tyranitar and Metagross, are indeed formidable, it is worth noting that both species are essentially ore-consuming Pokémon, while Beldam requires less sustenance. Collectively, they would deplete 2 minds. It seems that proper training can only commence once the Pokémon factory is operational. Sulu sighed. Next, there remain 53 ordinary Pokémon: Meowth, Rattata, Pidgey, Sandshrew. Among these commonplace creatures, only one is a starter Pokémon, the Garlic Toad. Oh no, I meant Bulbasaur. The rest are truly rather ordinary. Of course, with diligent training, any Pokémon can exhibit formidable combat prowess. Unlike some summoned creatures in this world that lack potential for growth, as one of the inherent traits of Pokémon is bonding. Fortunately, Sulu possesses the power of transcendence, allowing him to directly perceive the hearts of Pokémon and even maintain distant communication. Thus, with a bit of multitasking, he can train numerous Pokémon simultaneously. Aside from the Pokémon, there are various summoned items, the majority of which are one-time consumables, with a considerable number being evolution stones akin to the Sunstone. The only peculiar items are the Metal Coat and a Mega Evolution Stone for Butterfree. The Metal Coat is a necessary item for the evolution of certain Rock-type Pokémon. Currently, it is only applicable to Onix, which can evolve into Steelix once it reaches the requisite level after being bestowed with the Metal Coat. Conversely, the Mega Evolution Stone for Butterfree is essential for its Mega Evolution. However, at this moment, Sulu's gaze fell upon the earnest-faced Caterpie. Typically, Caterpie evolves at a low level, swiftly transforming into Metapod. Yet Sulu's Caterpie had surprisingly not evolved even after reaching level 27. Contemplating this, Sulu summoned Caterpie using his psychic abilities. The Caterpie darted forward like a green arrow, employing the tackle move as it approached Sulu. Caterpie, this is the Mega Evolution Stone for Butterfree. Sulu meticulously explained the process of evolution. Yet, Caterpie resolutely shook its head. It did not wish to evolve. Even though it had reached the level required for evolution, Caterpie had been steadfastly resisting the change. Chapter 63, Mutuo. Is that so? Sulu sighed, pursuing the Caterpie that was chasing Rayquaza. Although he had previously regarded the notion that Rayquaza evolved from Caterpie as merely a humorous quip among Pokémon enthusiasts, it seemed Caterpie took it to heart. While Caterpie understood that its evolution would lead only to Metapod and ultimately to Butterfree, it remained unwilling to evolve. This mindset reminded Sulu of certain pilgrims. Perhaps the green caterpillar trains with such a mindset, believing that one day it will awaken to a greater understanding. Yet it certainly will not be coerced by Sulu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu entrusted the Super Evolution Stone of Butterfree to the green caterpillar. Although it is known as the Super Evolution Stone for Butterfree, one might still sense a unique power within it, perhaps capable of enhancing one's strength, Lu remarked, while also exchanging for a Everstone within the system. The Everstone is capable of suppressing Pokémon evolution. It can be utilized not only by those Pokémon reluctant to evolve, but also by those yet to undergo evolution, allowing them to accumulate additional potential. Withholding evolution must be a considerable struggle, so this will surely provide you with some comfort, he added. The green caterpillar nodded earnestly and then resumed its training. Subsequently, Lu summoned one Pokémon after another, engaging them in profound discussions using the power of super evolution, ensuring that each Pokémon had an understanding of their future endeavors. Like ordinary beings, most Pokémon would choose to remain idle if given the option. However, this world is fraught with peril. Thus, even with the protection of Lu and legendary Pokémon, they must toil for their own survival. The Pokémon Valley serves as their sanctuary, and they too must contribute to its upkeep. A small faction of Pokémon expressed a desire to accompany Lu into the human realm, and naturally, he welcomed them. After dedicating the better part of the day, Lu finally managed to attend to all the Pokémon, save for Mewtwo. Now, I truly comprehend the challenges faced by Professor Oak. Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of fatigue despite possessing extraordinary powers. He pondered how Professor Oak managed to oversee so many Pokémon. Perhaps he allows the Pokémon to manage themselves, Mewtwo suggested. Lu was taken aback. Do you know Professor Oak? Mewtwo shook its head. I have gleaned insights from the psychic whispers that reached out to me. Before encountering you, my existence was but a blank slate. Let me pose a question, Mewtwo. Lu suddenly said. Go ahead. What do you feel about being summoned by me? Lu asked earnestly. Feelings? There is no need for concern. I do not harbor resentment for being controlled. For you, Lu, have not treated us as mere tools. After delving into your psyche, my initial sentiment was one of relief. I was once a mere figment of a tale, yet I was summoned by a magnificent force, granted true existence. For this, I owe you my gratitude, Mewtwo responded solemnly, transforming the atmosphere into a philosophical exchange. Hearing this, Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as the question of who am I held great significance for Mewtwo. It was equally vital for Lu to hear the Pokémon express its genuine thoughts without the influence of extraordinary powers. What are your plans moving forward, Mewtwo? To explore all that exists, and to protect every Pokémon, for I am a Pokémon and also your partner, Lu. Our goals are aligned. Mewtwo stated with conviction. Lu conveyed to Mewtwo its identity as a Pokémon and as his companion, affirming that it would live on in that capacity. Observe the enlightenment of Mewtwo. Lu turned to glance at the distracted Rayquaza and remarked. With a dismissive turn of its head, Rayquaza exhibited a certain disdain. Indeed, compared to Mewtwo, it seemed rather aloof. Although it is a genetically engineered Pokémon, it undeniably possesses the lineage of the mythical. From here on, I entrust everything to you, Mewtwo, Lu stated. Mewtwo nodded in agreement. I am preparing to establish a research facility aimed at studying Pokémon and fierce beasts. Should you express interest, I could assign you the management of this facility, Lu proposed. Research, splendid. Through experimentation, we ought to uncover many extraordinary revelations. Perhaps even unravel the mystery of my origins and the reason behind your ability to summon me, Lu. Mewtwo responded earnestly. A bead of sweat trickled down Lu's forehead. His intention in creating the research facility was solely to devise methods to enhance his Pokémon's strength. Yet, Mewtwo had shifted the focus toward the system. Truly, it is no surprise coming from you, Mewtwo. Nonetheless, Mewtwo's involvement provided a clear direction for the research facility, which Lu had previously found perplexing. Lu himself was not inclined toward scientific research, and in this world, he had no one he could fully trust. He harbored some trepidation that recruiting too many external researchers might lead to the exposure of Pokémon's secrets. However, with Mewtwo overseeing the research facility, the likelihood of complications diminished significantly. Moreover, considering Mewtwo's capabilities, the pace of research could very well exceed that of ordinary scientists by several folds. What a tremendous fortune this is, Lu mused. He scrutinized Mewtwo's attributes with great care. Psychic, qualification, level 1 deity current level, 15 attribute, psychic talent trait, oppressive presence, in the presence of this Pokémon. The energy consumption of all beings is significantly heightened. Status, healthy skills, sharpen, telekinesis, bind, swift, teleportation. The array of skills mastered by this psychic is astonishing, perhaps a result of the extensive knowledge instilled in it during its time in the cultivation tank prior to being summoned by Lu. It is certain that this psychic surpasses the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza in strength at present. After all, Rayquaza exists in its primordial state. Having not yet evolved into the sky-dominating figure it would become over billions of years. In contrast, the psychic has debuted at the pinnacle of power, exhibiting formidable combat capabilities from the outset. However, without having engaged in battle, Sulu remains uncertain of the precise strength disparity between the two. Rayquaza, having found a worthy adversary, is eager to engage. Yet, Sulu intervenes, suggesting they postpone the battle until tomorrow in a more suitable location, as it is already quite late and their skirmish may cause a significant disturbance. Upon sensing Rayquaza's intentions, Sulu expresses his thoughts. The psychic, too, remains silent, intrigued by the potential comparison of its strength to that of Rayquaza. Let's return for now, it states. Sulu, I shall escort you home. Please convey your location to me using your abilities, the psychic adds. At this moment, Rayquaza is left in astonishment, as it had assumed Sulu's designated traveling companion was itself. In the next moment, Mewtwo, accompanied by Sulu, vanished before all the Pokémon with a swift teleportation. After 4 consecutive teleports, Sulu stood in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. Had he truly been transported home in such a brief span of seconds? Mewtwo. Chapter 64. Director of the Research District, Dr. Mewtwo? Is this how quickly one returns? Sulu felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. While other Pokémon could teleport a maximum of only a few dozen kilometers, with considerable energy expenditure, Mewtwo's teleportation exceeded 100 kilometers each time and could be executed consecutively. Sulu had begun to grasp the immense power of Mewtwo's psychic abilities. Psyduck and the others were still in the Pokémon Valley. With a hint of resignation, Sulu remarked, "This can be easily resolved." Mewtwo vanished once more, and after a few breaths, the bewildered Psyducks materialized in Sulu's room. Shaking his head, Sulu stored the Psyducks in Pokeballs. A total of 18 Pokeballs, all containing Pokémon intended to integrate into human society. All right, I'm ready to sleep. Mewtwo, do you require rest? Sulu inquired. Sleep. I feel so drowsy, yawned the nearby Shaman, who, upon hearing the word sleep, expertly pulled out a pet-specific pajama and claimed a corner of Sulu's bed. Sleep? I do not require such a thing. Perhaps you might try it? Emptying your mind and relaxing your body can be quite a delightful experience. All living beings require sleep, Sulu suggested. Upon hearing this, Mewtwo finally agreed to experience the sensation of sleep, intrigued by the novelty it presented. Sulu procured several bedding sets, while Chao Ming settled down to sleep in another room. Lying on the bed in a daze, Chao Ming rested his hands outside the covers, staring blankly at the ceiling. He relaxed, allowing himself to cease all perception, closed his eyes, and emptied his thoughts. Gradually, Chao Ming drifted into slumber. When he finally opened his eyes again, time had leaped from night to noon. Is this what sleep is? Quite wondrous, yet unguarded slumber may harbor dangers. However, in his vicinity, there should be no threats. One would hope. After finishing breakfast, Sulu contacted Xiaomuyu. Are you in the city? I will seek you out immediately. He then turned to Chao Ming. Would you like to accompany me? To meet the Lord of Jinshin City. Yet, after careful consideration, Chao Ming shook his head. No need. Until I ascertain the strength of this world's capabilities, I believe it prudent to remain concealed. After all, we are Pokémon, not fierce beasts or summoned creatures. I shall return to Bauka Valley. Should you require assistance, you may contact me through Chowka's power, and I shall arrive within a minute, Chao Ming stated calmly. Sulu nodded in understanding. Conversing with a Pokémon of such profound intelligence like Chao Ming was effortless, granting him the sensation of having found a kindred spirit. What will become of the research area you are to manage? Sulu inquired. It shall be as it is, Chao Ming replied. As he spoke, Chao Ming's form was enveloped in a peculiar luminescence, and then a boy, strikingly similar in appearance to Sulu yet with silver hair, materialized before him. I can use illusions to obscure the vision of others, thereby appearing as a mere individual in their eyes, spoke Mewtwo. Currently, the one most familiar to Mewtwo was Sulu, prompting it to instinctively select him as the model for its simulation. Mewtwo seemed to realize that if its illusory identity bore too much resemblance to Sulu, it might lead to complications. Consequently, Mewtwo conjured a cat-faced mask to don. This should suffice. Perhaps in the future, someone might even refer to you as Dr. Mewtwo, Sulu nodded. This might indeed reflect the substantial worth of a level 1 psychic deity. In an instant, Mewtwo vanished from Sulu's sight. However, it did not immediately return to the Pokémon Valley. Mewtwo was filled with curiosity and thus decided to explore other regions. For prior to the establishment of the research area, it had little to occupy its time. Although the system shop offered Mewtwo's Mega Evolution Stone, It was the most expensive of all evolution stones, demanding a staggering 2 million points. Though Sulu had previously amassed a considerable amount from rifts in time and space, his total was just over 1 million points now, a figure that reflected his restraint in refraining from spending 1 million points on a revival item, Hoa's Feather. Thus, aside from leveling up, Sulu could offer little assistance to Mutwo, as its strength no longer required guidance from a trainer in battle. Sulu understood that his role was more about providing guidance on aspirations and goals for Mutwo. Subsequently, Sulu, accompanied by Psyduck and Shaman, drove a van toward the residence of Xiaomuyue, located within a villa district. Psyduck leisurely drove a large van, honking the horn, behind the driver's seat. Two other ducks peeked out, gazing at Psyduck with admiration. These were Pokémon summoned by Suluin yesterday, one being a Farfetch'd and the other a Ducklet. Both lured by Psyduck with the promise of learning to drive. Psyduck's own words echoed, quack, 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 as a duck Pokémon. I must learn to drive in this lifetime. When the gatekeeper first beheld the driving Psyduck, his expression shifted from shock to understanding. Ah, so it was Psyduck. That must mean Suluin was nearby. Since Xiaomuyue had already greeted the gatekeeper, there would be no peculiar incidents of mockery. The news of a driving Psyduck in City W spread alongside Xiaomuyue's successful endeavors, particularly as Suluin was considered her rumored boyfriend, despite her clarifications that they were merely friends. Psyduck obtained its driving license independently, without Suluin's accompaniment, and remarkably passed on the first attempt. Many driving instructors even used Psyduck as a benchmark. A duck passed the driving test on the first try, yet you failed the second subject? This became one of the classic remarks. Truly, one might say, humans are outdone by ducks. It is what it is. Quack, quack, trouble ahead, Psyduck waved, and astonishingly, a cigarette slowly drifted out of the car window, landing in the gatekeeper's hand. Thank you. Having encountered a security guard puffing smoke before, I had never witnessed a duck emitting smoke until now. Are ducks becoming this sociable? Just then, the Psyduck received a blow from Sulu on its round head and turned back, bewildered, to gaze at Sulu. Quack? What has happened? Child. Little Pokémon must not smoke. Are you aspiring to be a delinquent duck? Sulu lamented, disheartened that the newly appointed leader of the two little ducks was already leading them astray. Quack, quack, quack. Psyduck hurriedly retrieved the phone that Sulu had purchased for it, swiping to a video titled How an Experienced Driver Establishes Good Relationships. Quack, quack, quack. Ducks do not smoke. They merely emit smoke. Psyduck nodded in a pitiful manner. Sulu replied, you should watch less of this content. Sulu? A voice suddenly called out. Upon searching for the source, Sulu spotted the principal. Chapter 65. Gifts and calls for help. Although Principal Xiahai no longer taught classes, he frequently delivered speeches, making him quite familiar to Sulu. However, given that the principal had no direct contact with him, how could he recognize him at first glance? It seems that Sulu's handsome visage is indeed quite distinctive. Are you here to find Xiao Xia? I shall escort you, Principal Xiahai said with a warm smile. Although Xiaomu had not specifically discussed Sulu's matters with Xiahai, Sulu's demonstrated abilities had already sufficiently proven him to be a genius. After all, not everyone can be hailed as a king's seed, nor can everyone develop a remarkably effective Pokémon food at the tender age of 17. As for the rumors surrounding Sulu and his granddaughter, he harbored his doubts, yet if they were true, it might not be such a bad thing. He would seize the opportunity to inquire with Xiao Xiao when the time came. Observing the ever-changing expressions of Xiahai, which ultimately culminated in a beaming smile, Sulu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. I shall trouble you, Principal. Under Xiahai's guidance, Psyduck parked the car, much like a kindergarten teacher leading their charges, with the two little ducks trailing behind. You share a wonderful bond, Xiahai remarked suddenly. Are you referring to the relationship between me and Psyduck? Indeed. They are akin to family, Sulu replied earnestly. Family, you say? What a kind-hearted young man you are. Xiahai's satisfaction grew evident. You may knock and enter. I shall not intrude any longer, Xiahai said, leading Sulu to a villa. Grandpa? Before Xiahai could depart, Xiaomu opened the door, revealing herself to the two. Grandpa? It dawned on Sulu that Xiaomu was indeed Xiahai's granddaughter, which explained her previous appearance at school. She was visiting family. You two converse at ease. I am quite satisfied. Xiahai hurriedly left, his home further ahead. Xiaomu? Just as Xiahai departed, both Xiaomu and Sulu simultaneously glanced in a particular direction, sensing that they had just been surreptitiously photographed. Shall we address this? Xiaomu inquired. It depends on you, Sulu replied. Well, never mind. I've dealt with several rounds already, sighed Xiaomu, a rare display of exasperation from her, as even she found those paparazzi bothersome, yet the issues seemed endless. Sulu stepped into Xiaomu's opulent home for the first time, undeniably a residence of wealth. Today, Su Lu's visit was initiated by Xiaomu Yue herself, and feeling that she had aided him significantly, he thought it prudent to pay her a visit to strengthen their bond. After settling in, Su Lu retrieved 2 unused Pokeballs from his waist and placed them before Xiaomu Yue. "What is this?" she inquired. "A gift," Su Lu replied. "A gift indeed," echoed Xiemi. Xiaomu Yue felt a warm sensation emanating from Xiemi. She must possess a deep sense of gratitude, which was likely why Xiemi was eager to engage with her. "Thank you," Xiaomu Yue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised that Su Lu had brought her gifts on this occasion. Yet, she pondered what these round objects were, having seldom encountered such things before. Sensing her confusion, Su Lu produced a Psyduck's Pokeball and pressed it while Psyduck, engrossed in explaining driving rules to his underlings through his phone, was caught off guard. "Gah? Quack quack. The boss is missing, ×2. What?" Xiaomu Yue stood up in shock. Su Lu continued to astonish her. The notion that a creature could be contained within such a compact device was truly remarkable. This is a Pokeball, capable of capturing and storing Pokémon for convenient transport, while also alleviating the deterioration of their injuries, albeit merely delaying rather than halting their afflictions, Su Lu elucidated. Had Su Lu possessed only a single legendary Pokémon, the Latios, he might have refrained from presenting the Pokeball, given its significant importance. However, with the addition of Mutuo, he now held an extra card, a trump card indeed. This allowed him a bit more freedom. Regarding Xiaomu Yue, Su Lu felt relatively at ease, for she had already been marked with his overcoming power, alleviating any concerns about potential issues. Furthermore, after entering into a deeper collaboration with Xiaomu Yue, Su Lu began to take an interest in her safety. With several Pokeballs at her disposal, she could carry large Pokémon with her during her travels. Xiaomu Yue examined the Pokeball in her hand and earnestly advised Su Lu, "You should keep the information about the Pokeballs confidential, or you may attract considerable trouble." Su Lu nodded. Naturally, he could foresee the same potential issues that Xiaomu Yue did. Currently, only a few trial Pokeballs were available, and she was the sole individual aware of their existence. Su Lu remarked. In truth, his intention in gifting 2 Pokeballs to Xiaomu Yue was tinged with a sense of trial. "If that is the case, I shall accept them," Xiaomu Yue replied, displaying no pretentiousness. With the addition of the 2 Pokeballs, her convenience would indeed increase significantly, allowing her to carry several large Pokémon stored at the base, greatly enhancing her combat capabilities. Certainly, the effort to foster a connection and gauge Xiaomu Yue's stance on the Pokeballs is merely secondary. There exists another reason linked to the 2 little ducks following Psyduck. Su Lu had been feeling somewhat burdened while navigating the bureaucratic procedures with the Beastmaster Alliance, which also required reporting. Thus, he resolved to discuss matters with Xiaomu Yue. Upon learning that Su Lu possessed a considerable number of beasts, Xiaomu Yue did not exhibit any signs of astonishment. After all, through her understanding, the presence of both Bidu and Shaymin by Su Lu's side was rather abrupt and unrecorded. This suggested a singular possibility. These creatures were the legacy of that mysterious elder. These easily tamed beasts were likely stored in a specific location, only to be revealed once Su Lu had captured them. This represented a vast treasure. However, Xiaomu Yue had her own path and felt no avarice, even refraining from mentioning it, as she wished to avoid causing Su Lu unnecessary concern. She nodded slowly, stating, "In the future, you need only send me photographs of the beast you wish to register along with some basic information. This encapsulates the current state of the world." Although ostensibly most areas have been unified under the Beastmaster Alliance, the true governance of the cities lies with their respective lords. By the way, Xiaomu Yue, didn't you mention you had something to discuss with me? After receiving a satisfactory response, Su Lu inquired. At this point, Xiaomu Yue's expression grew slightly more serious as she produced a tablet displaying an urgent message. Emergency announcement. A large space-time rift has appeared in City Z. Attention to the city lords surrounding Z City. A call for assistance has been issued to elite beast masters of the flight affinity and above. Is this truly a plea for help? Chapter 66. Preparations for battle. A large space-time rift? How was I unaware of this? Su Lu furrowed his brow and inquired. Certain matters are only disclosed to beast masters of the appropriate rank, as they could incite panic among the general populace. Su Lu, your current standing within the Beastmaster Alliance is insufficient to receive such notifications, explained Xiaomu Yue. Since this information is known to other high-ranking Beastmasters, it surely cannot be classified as a state secret. Su Lu picked up his tablet and began to examine the details closely. This sudden space-time rift is alarmingly close to Z City, merely 3 miles away, yet it boasts a diameter of a staggering 67 meters. More crucially, this rift is situated 7,000 meters in the sky. The influence of a large space-time rift extends widely. Aircraft cannot approach its vicinity, and at best, they could hover above it without entering the affected area for an airdrop, which presents its own set of complications. This renders any strategy to tackle the space-time rift exceedingly challenging, and ultimately, the Beastmaster Alliance of Z-City and the City Lords had no choice but to issue an SOS. There were only a few photographs, depicting a vast space-time rift surrounded by numerous fearsome beasts resembling harpies. These formidable creatures can navigate effortlessly at an altitude of 7,000 meters, each at least of elite rank, and given their immense numbers, it is no wonder Z-City sought aid, particularly emphasizing the need for support from Flight Affinity Beastmasters. Originally, Xiaomu met the requirements and possessed immense strength. Thus, it was only logical for her to provide support in City Z. However, given that Jinshin Town was currently undergoing its most crucial phase of construction, with the walls yet to be erected and defenses considerably feeble, she found herself unable to leave, as she needed to patrol and safeguard the area personally on a daily basis. Consequently, she thought of Sulu. For the Sky Pillar was the most formidable flying Pokémon she had encountered thus far. Even the champion's Pokémon could not rival the Sky Pillar. Should Sulu be willing to venture forth, the crisis in City Z would likely not pose a significant threat. After reviewing the detailed information regarding the temporal rift, Sulu merely nodded and said, "I understand." Subsequently, he departed from Xiaomuyu's Grand Villa accompanied by several Pokémon. "Muyu, I am leaving," he announced, while the green cap perched atop his head waved farewell to Xiaomuyu. During their conversation, all the desserts had been devoured by Shai. "He should go, right?" Xiaomuyu mused silently as she watched Sulu's retreating figure. Mutewell. Upon returning home, Sulu uttered the name of Mutewell. In the next instant, Mutewell appeared before him in a flash. "I am here." Mutewell held a fragment of an electronic device in its grasp. Sulu noticed the device and inquired, "Where did you go?" "To a place called the Scrap Processing Station. I retrieved some items from there. It should not pose any harm to anyone," Mutewell replied, devoid of any tonal inflection. Sulu was taken aback. Mutewell scavenging. Oh no, stealing rubbish? How could a being of such grandeur stoop to this? Sulu gently rubbed his forehead and expressed, "It is my fault. I did not foresee this. I apologize." Subsequently, he produced a bank card. "If you are interested in anything, feel free to purchase it directly. It will be more convenient." Chao Ming nodded and glanced at the bank card in Sulu's hand, which astonishingly vanished without a trace, seemingly stored away by Chao Ming in an unseen place. "You need not apologize. I am not human, but a Pokémon. Hence I do not possess any particular sentiments," Chao Ming replied, sensing Sulu's thoughts. "However, you are my companion." Chao Ming nodded, pondering if this was the essence of human cognition. It felt as though it had acquired knowledge anew. A sentiment known as self-esteem began to blossom within the youthful mind of Chao Ming. "Did you summon me for something?" Chao Ming inquired. "Ah, yes, I have an important task. Please transport me to the Pokémon Valley." "Understood." In the blink of an eye, Sulu found himself within the Pokémon Valley once more. With a wave of his hand, the waves of power surged forth, and all Pokémon heard Sulu's call. Whether they were frolicking or training, they rushed over. "It is time for battle. Would you like to register? There are small gifts for participants." After all the Pokémon had gathered, Sulu addressed them. Following his words, a few Pokémon raised their hands, some motivated by the prospect of gifts, while others simply aspired to grow stronger through combat. Among them were Jira, Caterpie, Psyduck, Onyx, Rayquaza, and many more, a total of 16 Pokémon. "Excellent. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we shall depart shortly." Sulu produced a Pokeball, having purchased a specially designed belt from the system shop to accommodate so many. He then gently removed the timid shaman perched atop his head. "You shall remain in the Pokémon Valley," he declared to the little creature swinging its feet in the air. "There is no need to leave me. Especially since you do not battle, it would be better to stay home. Or do you wish to join the fray? I could prepare a Gracidia flower for you," Sulu inquired. Upon hearing the word battle, Shaman recoiled slightly, its bashfulness evident. This timid creature was even apprehensive around strangers, let alone in combat. "Even if you stay in the Pokémon Valley, you can still feel my presence, can't you? Besides, all the Pokémon here are your companions, are they not?" Sulu smiled, reassuringly. Not only could Sulu sense the existence of Pokémon through his powers, but they too could perceive his thoughts through this connection. Particularly, as a grateful Pokémon, Shaman's sensitivity to this bond was even stronger, akin to Sulu being by its side at all times. This may also explain Shaman's unusual attachment to him. However, Sulu recognized that Shaman focused solely on him, and its shyness and timidity were concerning. After all, Pokémon were not merely the trainer's pets, nor did Sulu view them as such. Thus, regardless of Shaman's consent, This would serve as a trial. By remaining in the Pokémon Valley, Shaman could forge friendships with other Pokémon, engage in battles, and cultivate its courage. Upon hearing Sulu's words, Xiemi glanced around, its perceptive abilities clearly sensing the goodwill emanating from the surrounding Pokémon. Just as Sulu had mentioned, it now had many companions. The walking grass Pokémon greeted Xiemi with a couple of cheerful sounds, expressing their intention to continue their farming endeavors today, and warmly welcomed Xiemi to join them. In that moment, Xiemi felt a profound realization that it was not merely Sulu who stood by its side. With this thought, Xiemi turned to Sulu, earnestly conveying its heartfelt message. Xiemi wishes to battle too. Xiemi will protect everyone. Little Xiemi had indeed grown. Sulu lifted Xiemi and placed it upon his shoulder. With a delighted grin, Xiemi's flowers bloomed even more vibrantly. Let us proceed, Sulu declared, storing the Pokémon prepared for battle into their Pokeballs. The majestic Rayquaza then carried Sulu directly toward their destination. Chapter 67. The champion sustains heavy damage. Sulu advances. Sulu flew away with Rayquaza, while Mutwo remained behind to guard their home. Previously, the task of safeguarding had been entrusted to Rayquaza, but now with Mutwo present, Sulu felt at ease leaving the multitude of Pokémon in the Treasure Mountain Valley to venture a bit farther afield. Moreover, should any danger arise, Mutwo could swiftly teleport to provide assistance, pinpointing its location through Sulu. In contrast, if Rayquaza were to be called upon, it would require some time to reach the site. During their flight, it seemed that Rayquaza was slightly irked, perhaps due to Mutwo usurping its position as the favored mode of transportation. This time, the speed of their flight was remarkably swift. Even though Sulu's physical abilities had been enhanced, he couldn't help but feel his heart race with exhilaration. Certainly, Sulu refrained from revealing the little pride of the Rayquaza, for fear that it might succumb to darkness. That would truly be a calamity. How goes the training of your Rayquaza? He inquired. I have procured another batch of meteors for you. He had also taken the liberty of purchasing ores for Yuki-Ra and Iron Dumbbell, and included Rayquaza in the transaction. Upon hearing the mention of meteors, Rayquaza nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the trainer genuinely cared for it, not the type to grow weary of novelty. Consequently, its flight trajectory became more stable. Only then did Sulu gradually wipe the sweat from his brow. Traveling with Rayquaza and Mutwo each had its merits. Rayquaza excelled in endurance, and if Sulu wished, they could soar without ever descending. While Mutwo's teleportation was swift, it necessitated a known coordinate, rendering it incapable of direct long-distance transport to unvisited locations. City Z was not excessively far from City W, separated by two other cities. Sulu's motive for journeying to City Z was straightforward. Firstly, it was to investigate the space-time rifts themselves. The rifts around City W and Masera Town had nearly been exhausted by Sulu, and he would not overlook any opportunities for additional summoning that these rifts might offer. Secondly, he sought to provide the Pokémon willing to battle with some training. After all, the ferocious beasts near Pokémon Mountain Valley were hardly suitable opponents for these young Pokémon. The most pivotal reason, however, was Sulu's desire to ascertain the strength of the ferocious beasts dwelling within the large space-time rifts. Above the Sky Garden loomed an enormous space-time rift, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, and Sulu needed to make comparisons in order to prepare adequately. As the Void Sovereign lingered within the temporal rift, its presence grew increasingly palpable. The Void Sovereign could sense an aura akin to its own emanating from the rift in the forbidden realm of Tianyun. The longer it remained in the temporal fissure, the more it indicated that something within was likely to emerge soon. If even the larger temporal rifts proved difficult to resolve, then Sulu ought to contemplate relocating his position sooner rather than later. Thus, this expedition could be regarded as a trial of his current combat capabilities. Although the news of the emergence of a large temporal rift was swiftly contained by the Beastmaster Alliance, preventing widespread panic, its proximity to the city had led to a growing number of individuals discovering the dark spot on the horizon through various means. Meanwhile, in the recuperation room of the Beastmaster Alliance in Z City, Governor Song Hu, pale and bandaged, suddenly opened his eyes. "Governor, you are awake?" inquired Li Yuan, the anxious lord of Z City. The first words to escape Song Hu's lips were, "What has become of my molten winged tiger?" The molten winged tiger was not only Song Hu's summoned beast, but also his strongest companion. However, during the recent probing of the temporal rift, it had sustained severe injuries, leading to Song Hu himself losing consciousness. He had ultimately been carried to safety by the molten winged tiger. "Governor, your molten winged tiger is safe, though injured. We are currently administering treatment, and I have sent out a distress signal." Upon hearing this, Song Hu's expression softened somewhat. Li Yuan, though young and possessing the strength of a king-level warrior, had inherited Z's city from his grandfather. To ascend to the position of city lord, one must possess king-level talent. Yet the ultimate decision rests heavily with the current city lord regarding which king shall assume the mantle. The temporal rift manifested 3 days prior. Upon assessing the magnitude of this rift, the incumbent city lord of City Z, Li Yuan, discerned that his own strength was inadequate for its exploration. Furthermore, the rift's location was challenging for his summoned beasts to reach, prompting him to promptly report the situation to Governor Song Hu. Although Song Hu is a champion specializing in fire and rock elements, his own summoned beast possesses remarkable flying capabilities, and his combat prowess is undoubtedly at the champion level. Therefore, he ventured alone, accompanied by his melting winged tiger, into the temporal rift. However, it was unforeseen that even Song Hu emerged gravely injured from the rift, leading Li Yuan to issue a distress signal via the Beast Alliance. "Governor, what did you encounter within the temporal rift?" Li Yuan inquired. The presence of fierce beasts within this rift bears significant implications for the survival of City Z, despite the existence of the Beast Alliance. There have been cities annihilated by ferocious creatures in recent years. It was a suspended island, laden with the ruins of a city and various foreign machinery, teeming with a multitude of harpies. Ahem. They possess a degree of intelligence, luring me into their encirclement. I even suspect there may be human involvement behind this. The foreign machinery is still operational, and it is imperative that we investigate swiftly. Song Hu coughed several times, blood splattering from his bandages. The gravity of Li Yuan's expression deepened. If even the champion-level governor could only escape gravely wounded, what hope did his plea for assistance truly hold? Moreover, the potential involvement of humans raised alarming questions. "Which faction do you believe is most likely involved, Governor Song?" asked Li Yuan. "The Dark Desolation Institute, the Fusion Society, and the Arrival School all have their possibilities," replied Song Hu solemnly. "The Dark Desolation Institute is an organization controlled by ferocious beasts driven by savage intelligence, with the aim of being anti-human. The Fusion Society seeks to transform the human world into a complete forbidden zone. They believe that the temporal rifts cannot be resisted, and it would be better to allow them to fully merge with the human realm, thus preventing chaotic regulations and allowing technology to flourish once more. Although their ideology is commendable, it starkly contradicts the beliefs of the majority of humanity. Furthermore, their chaotic actions have led to immense suffering in society, resulting in their classification as a cult. The Arrival School is equally enigmatic. It is said to have originally been part of the Fusion Society, but eventually splintered for unknown reasons. Regardless of the organization, they all pose significant threats. As he spoke, Song Hu ripped off his foredrip, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. "Mayor Li Yuan, prepare a fleet of helicopters for me. This time, I shall lead my entire beast-taming battalion into the fray." His recent injury had ignited a fierce anger within him. Had he deployed his full strength, he believed he would not have been severely wounded and forced to retreat. Chapter 68. Beast Rampage, Expansion of the Forbidden Zone? Li Yuan inquired with concern. In his view, it would be prudent for Song Hu, already injured, to contact the Alliance leader to address the significant temporal rift. "It's just a minor injury." Song Hu rose to his feet. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, he no longer appeared as feeble as he had just after awakening. Li Yuan, being relatively young and inexperienced, refrained from speaking much in light of Song Hu's formidable prowess. After a brief nod, he proceeded to arrange for a large helicopter to transport Song Hu's beast army to the vicinity of the time-space rift. At that moment, Li Yuan's phone rang. He glanced at Song Hu before answering the call. "City Lord, this is bad. The monsters from the time-space rift have emerged. They are now heading towards City Z." Upon hearing this report, Li Yuan's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, Song Hu grinned. "You organize the personnel to defend the city. I can manage the skies. But those feathered monsters venturing to the ground are merely courting death." Simultaneously, a roar echoed from a nearby building, signaling the awakening of Song Hu's legendary beast. In City Z, citizens looked on with trepidation at the ominous mass of ferocious beasts looming in the sky, their defensive line already aglow with flames. Subsequently, the city's broadcast system activated, directing a multitude of citizens towards the shelters. On the city walls, numerous anti-aircraft guns unleashed a barrage of firepower, intercepting the wave of beasts beyond the city limits. These creatures were all elite level, although the disparity in strength among elite-level beasts could be vast. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly slaughter ordinary humans. The city's defense personnel are now on high alert, with a multitude of beast tamers standing by. Should a ferocious creature breach the city, they will immediately engage in targeted interception, ensuring that no beast escapes before everyone reaches the sanctuary. Even the most ordinary harpy towers over 2 meters, with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters, a mere flap of its wings transforms into a slicing gale. Suddenly, a piercing shriek resonates through the air as a colossal beast, reminiscent of a whale, struggles to emerge from a large spatial rift. It is a king-level suspended hunting whale. Prepare the cannons. Where's the city lord? Due to the peculiarities of the rules surrounding the spatial rift, conventional artillery cannot penetrate its barrier, leaving everyone to helplessly witness the emergence of this king-level beast. The suspended hunting whale measures nearly 100 meters in length. Its enormous maw brimming with sharp teeth consuming a significant portion of its form. Upon its complete emergence, a vortex begins to swirl around all nearby harpies. Although cannon fire typically incapacitates the harpies, now the powerful whirlwind diverts the projectiles before they can make contact. Like an aircraft carrier, the suspended whale charges forward, flanked by a legion of harpies, while more suspended hunting whales continue to surge forth from the rift. This has escalated into a full-scale war between humanity and these monstrous beasts. The vast majority of ferocious beasts possess a terrifying instinct to hunt humans, rendering communication impossible until they are vanquished. As the horde of beasts draws nearer, humanity's defensive firepower intensifies, with violent explosions resonating through the air. Missiles have commenced deployment, and the situation appears to be tipping towards Z City. Suddenly, a faint golden ripple emanates from a rift in the sky, as if silence had been activated. Both missiles and artillery fall mute in that instant. Li Yuan, who has reached the city wall, pallid and stricken, murmurs, "The forbidden zone is expanding? Impossible. There is a space-time rift suppressor in place. How can this be?" Beside him, Song Hu, now clad, gazes upward. What if the suppressor has been compromised? He utters, suppressing the fury boiling within. A wave of profound unease washes over Li Yuan. What if the suppressor was deliberately damaged? Without the aid of advanced weaponry, the only force capable of countering the beast lies with the beast tamers. Li Yuan's sole solace is that he had sent out a plea for help yesterday, while Song Hu lay injured and unconscious. The number of beast tamers in Z City is not insignificant. Tamers from other cities are en route. Thus the plan is to usher all civilians into shelters and hold the line, Song Hu states earnestly. But can we truly hold our ground? Li Yuan expresses his concerns. The sheer number of beasts is overwhelming. The celestial-level airborne hunting whales have emerged in droves, now numbering 17 or 18. Before I fall, you will have ample time. The flames in Song Hu's eyes appeared to intensify. As the cannon fell silent, all the prepared beast masters surged forward at once. However, apart from the beast master legion of City Z, the other beast masters commanded a diverse array of beasts, resulting in a chaotic battlefield. The suspended hunting whale finally descended towards the earth, and a ferocious hurricane swept in with its arrival. Even the seasoned beast masters could not help but feel a twinge of fear at this spectacle. Should the suspended hunting whale truly enter the city, a single one could obliterate a significant portion of the buildings in no time. In the realm of the Celestial Kings, City Z was home to three: the former city lord, Li Yuan, and a dean from the Beastmaster Academy. They all acted simultaneously upon the whale's descent. A blood-red beam of light swiftly struck one of the suspended hunting whales, eliciting a chilling roar from it. It was the former city lord's void-piercing blood mantis. Defend! Defend! A ferocious beast has entered the inner sanctum from the skies. Quickly respond. Where are the healing beast masters? We have injured here. After the flash of the blood-red light, a torrent of blood erupted from the massive suspended hunting whale, spewing into the sky and staining the surrounding buildings crimson. The attacks from the other two celestial kings followed closely behind, their energy penetrating the wound on the whale's head. Under the assault of a veteran celestial king, nearly champion level, the head of the suspended hunting whale erupted instantaneously. However, what would be the consequence for a city if a several thousand-ton suspended hunting whale were to plummet from a height of 1 kilometer? It is a question that everyone comprehends. The terrified populace below, unable to evacuate in time, gazes upward at the monstrous entity in the sky. At that moment, an unmistakable roar reverberates through the air. Evolution of the colonization armor. A pillar of fire ensnares the descending suspended hunting whale. Chapter 69. The Beast. The archangel within the flames stands a colossal, humanoid figure resembling a winged tiger. The 10-meter-tall tiger man gently flaps his wings and effortlessly supports the 100-meter-long carcass of the whale with one hand. This is Song Hu's evolution of the colonization armor, integrating his essence as the primary medium and allowing the beast he commands to merge with his own being. The potential of this evolution is immense, yet it demands an exceptionally rigorous physical constitution from the Beastmaster, inflicting bodily harm second only to explosive evolution. Roar. The sounds escaping Song Hu's mouth have transcended human language. They are the roars of the beasts, or rather, the roars of ferocious creatures. This time, Song-Hu has transformed all his commanded beasts into colonization armor, merging them into his own form. Should he succumb to the thoughts of the beasts and lose his primary consciousness, he would inevitably become a feral beast himself. The citizens huddled in the city, witnessing the suspended whale's halted descent, hastily grasp the arms of those paralyzed by fear and stumble toward the refuge. Meanwhile, other suspended hunting whales follow in succession. The brutality reflected in Song-Hu's eyes finally subsides, clarity returning as he restrains the ferocity of the colonization armor. At this moment, however, Song-Hu refrained from immediately attacking the aerial hunting whales, which were surrounded by numerous ferocious beasts. Instead, he unleashed wave after wave of fiery curtains, incinerating a multitude of harpies. If it were merely a few heavenly king-level aerial hunting whales, even with only a molten-winged tiger at his side, he would not have been rendered unconscious. Thus, Song-Hu waited, anticipating the two apex-level beasts that had attempted to ambush him. His actions served as a formidable anti-aircraft artillery, reducing the ferocious beasts breaching Z City to mere handfuls. This exemplifies the champion. This embodies the governor. Li Yuan gazed in awe at Song-Hu, who stood resolute in the sky, single-handedly contending with a large-scale temporal rift of ferocious beasts. An elder beside Li Yuan reminded him that 3 heavenly kings had also engaged in battle against the lord-level beasts. 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. As Song-Hu continuously unleashed fiery curtains, his gaze began to reveal signs of fatigue. Even as the champion, the sustained hour of evolutionary armor exerted an extraordinary toll on his mind and body. At that moment, a voice echoed in Song-Hu's ears. A unique transmission from a beast master, an artifact employed by beast masters of heavenly king level and above when technology is rendered unusable. Governor, all personnel have successfully entered the shelter, with no one left behind. Most vital resources and documents have been evacuated successfully, but some mysterious individuals in black have been sighted. Upon receiving this news, Song-Hu, whose nerves had been taut, finally exhaled in relief. Yet, it was precisely in that fleeting instant that a pale golden beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. The adversary seized upon the singular moment when Song-Hu had momentarily let his guard down since the onset of battle. A tremendous impact forcefully hurled the evolved Song-Hu into Z City, colliding with a towering edifice. The hearts of all beast masters hung in suspense once more. In the depths of the sky, a silhouette emerged, a colossal eye encircled by concentric golden rings. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that even within those rings, perfectly arranged orbs appeared, resembling eyes themselves. Someone seemed to recognize this peculiar creature, abruptly collapsing in terror upon the ground, exclaiming the name of the cherub. Could it truly be a cherub? Both Li Yuan and the former city lord furrowed their brows in concern. Within the rifts of time and space, certain monstrous entities, bearing resemblance to those from ancient mythologies and endowed with formidable powers, are often designated by names from these myths. While apex predators do not warrant unique names, they are classified by their species. The cherub is among those powerful races, having manifested 4 times thus far, each occurrence bringing catastrophic calamities to the human realm. Each of the cherub's many eyes fixated upon the Song-Hu amidst the ruins. Despite the multitude of eyes, there was no trace of emotion. They exuded an aura of lifelessness. Their cold, unfeeling gaze remained fixed, as shimmering lights began to converge once more. With a roar, the Song-Hu, ablaze with dark flames, ascended into the heavens. The sky was once again shrouded by the harpy, rendering the beast masters in Z City incapable of discerning the battle unfolding in the depths above. Only able to hear the incessant rumblings and witness the blinding flashes of light. It must be possible. It surely must. After all, he is the champion. Why have the champions from other regions yet to arrive? Li Yuan gritted his teeth and proclaimed. He had believed that becoming a king would suffice to safeguard the city. However, it has become evident that even a king is woefully inadequate, merely constituting a formidable force in the face of monstrous beasts. Mere minutes later, a far more violent assault ensued. Song-Hu was once again cast down from City Z. This time, the celestial beings re-emerged, plunging the entire population of City Z into a profound panic, for there was not just one celestial being, but 3. The colossal, 50 to 60 meter wide ocular orbs pulsated mercilessly, seemingly gazing upon every living creature within City Z. Even scorched to a charred black, they remained cold and unfeeling. Within the deep pit, Song-Hu's gaze grew somewhat vacant. He had not anticipated the existence of 3 sovereign beasts. Struggling to rise, he felt a creature resembling a hound tumble from his 10-meter-high battle suit, while numerous beastly heads began to manifest upon his body. Had he reached his limit? Song-Hu's eyes fell heavily. The legion of beasts he had considered materials had begun to rebel due to their casualties. After all, these were beasts tamed postnatally, and his control had likely dipped below 95. If it continued to decline, the evolution of his battle suit would become unsustainable. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that particular move. Song-Hu finally resolved himself to a certain determination. This rift in time and space was perilously dangerous. In such a brief span, for sovereign-level beasts had emerged. There must be some secret lurking within the depths of the rift. A sudden explosion. What is that? Just as Song-Hu was about to employ his still immature explosive evolution, forcibly activating his dual evolution, he seemed to hear a voice of astonishment. Song-Hu slowly raised his head. This aura is the leader? No. It is the presence of a demigod I have never sensed before. Who could this possibly be? Su Lu, from a distance, sensed the unfolding events in City Z through the power of the wave guide. Blood stained the earth, and severed limbs littered the towering buildings. Although the majority were the corpses of fierce beasts, only a handful belonged to humans. Su Lu's gaze sharpened. This was the first time he had witnessed the brutality of the beast wars. Overhead, Xiemi looked down at the city with a mixture of fear and pity. Su Lu spoke, his voice heavy with an unmistakable weight. Rayquaza, cleanse them. Roar. A beam of light, 4 to 5 meters in diameter, suddenly pierced through the cluster of beasts in the sky. It did not halt. Instead, it swept across. Destruction Ray, revised. Chapter 70, Earth-Shattering Dragon Star. Meteor Impact. The beam penetrated the horde of beasts, resembling both rubber and a rag. Any beast below the king level that made contact was instantly reduced to dust. The destructive beam, akin to a sword of light, severed one suspended hunting whale after another. The ray merely swept over the city, leaving it unscathed, and ultimately, upon reaching the ground, exploded into mushroom clouds. Whether beast or human, all were awestruck by this unparalleled power. This is the might possessed by a god. Since its inception, Rayquaza has consumed meteoric treasures worth approximately 300 million, evolving from the diminutive height of 7 or 8 meters and length of over 20 meters into a formidable entity. Moreover, the level of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, has reached an impressive 56, mastering nearly all the skills it can learn autonomously, an undeniable testament to its formidable power. Not to mention, Su Lu has harnessed the might of the power of eternity, elevating Rayquaza's level to an astonishing 70. The current incarnation of Rayquaza exudes the essence of a complete form. Amidst the awe, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. This is the human Beastmaster. Although shrouded in mist, obscuring the figure atop the dragon's head, it is unmistakably human. That is sufficient. With such overwhelming combat prowess, Z City has survived. They have endured. Meanwhile, Song-Hu gazed in astonishment at the verdant dragon, recalling the prior reports from Hu Yun. This must be the Sky Dragon, right? Could it be that the elder who ventured into the celestial cloud Forbidden Land has emerged alive? It is known that the temporal rift within the Forbidden Land has been confirmed by the leader to harbor quasi-divine entities. If such power is indeed present, it stands to reason that returning alive is quite plausible, as long as one's lifespan has not concluded. Song-Hu finally exhaled in relief. He dispelled the evolution of the colony's suit, his massive tiger-like form dissipating into a collection of beast companions, now languidly sprawled around him. Lying in the crater, Song-Hu felt utterly drained, his eyes wide open, staring at the sky. They must win. Su Lu, feeling the swift movements of Rayquaza and the destructive rays it unleashed, found that the tragic state of Z City had extinguished the earlier exhilaration he felt while battling monsters, leaving him in a state of profound tranquility. The 3 celestial angels diverted their gaze, converging upon the form of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. A whisper seemed to resonate in Su Lu's ears, his vision began to blur, and his body felt heavy with fatigue. Was this an unusual state? Su Lu activated his 4 extraordinary abilities in unison, isolating the peculiar mental influence. Following this, rays of light emanated from the 3 angels. Rayquaza's destructive beam was pitch black, while the angels' rays shimmered in a soft golden hue, an aesthetically pleasing color. Acceleration was imminent, Su Lu thought, gripping the edges of Rayquaza tightly. As the atmospheric shield it provided firmly pressed him against its head, the speed of the beams was astonishing. Yet, Rayquaza was swifter. It seemed to entwine itself around the column of light, instantaneously dashing towards one of the celestial angels. Divine speed. In the realm of theory, this was an inevitable advantage. And in reality, it translated to unparalleled velocity. The angel's pupils dulled as it gazed at Rayquaza, now mere inches away, just as Rayquaza opened its mouth. It was too swift. Rather than a destructive beam, it was a bite imbued with the force of divine speed. Below lay City Z. While the destructive beams could handle lesser foes, confronting such seemingly formidable beasts posed a risk of injuring allies if misfired. In a fleeting moment, the celestial angel was captured and whisked away from the vicinity of City Z. Upon the instant they departed from the city's bounds, the ensnared angel beheld a blinding radiance. The force of the wind pressed it harshly against the ground, leaving it helpless to witness its own body being pierced by the destructive beam, rendering it ultimately silent. The two celestial beings sensed impending danger and converged, seemingly intent on retreating into the temporal rift. Yet, their speed could not possibly match that of the mighty Rayquaza. With astonishing swiftness, it was upon them in an instant. They sought to flee, employing a particular technique. As Sulu's voice resonated, fragments of rock began to ascend the bodies of the two celestial beings. This was a spontaneous invention of Sulu, recognizing that Rayquaza could condense energy into meteorites. He pondered whether he could envelop his targets with these condensed meteorites, thereby creating a unique form of sealing. Sulu named this technique Earth-Shattering Meteor. This time, it was officially wielded against an adversary. The celestial beings bore a golden defensive shell, yet it proved powerless against Rayquaza's meteorite exterior. After several breaths, the two celestial beings had vanished completely, leaving behind a colossal meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters. It had reached its limit. Sulu meticulously attuned himself to the energy of this meteorite, which had reached its peak and was on the verge of detonation. As a seal, Earth-Shattering Meteor was undoubtedly inadequate. But as a damaging skill, the power accumulated over numerous breaths could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. The energy expenditure was alarmingly vast. Even Sulu, who had been channeling the power of eternity for Rayquaza, sensed a profound depletion of his own energy reserves. It was about to explode. He needed to throw it far away. The Earth-Shattering Meteor soared into the distance. Initially, Sulu had intended to cast it into the temporal rift, but he hesitated, fearing the repercussions of such an action. What would be the consequence of a meteorite over 100 meters in diameter striking the ground? Now, everyone understood all too well. Several dozen kilometers from City Z, the Dragon Star erupted, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and a towering mushroom cloud that rose high into the sky. The very earth seemed to tremble in fear. Moments later, the fierce winds generated by the shockwave swept through City Z, dispersing all the smoke and debris. Even Song, who found himself swallowing hard. Had this strike landed in City Z, it might have obliterated the city entirely. Roar! The legendary Rayquaza let out a resounding roar. Sky Dragon! Sky Dragon! A voice rose, calling upon the dragon god, and in the next instant, it felt as though the entire City Z joined in a chorus, extolling this formidable power. Listening to the sounds reverberating around him, Song Hu, still lying in the crater, wore an expression of realization. This is divinity, a deity worthy of praise. How do they wield such divine power? Yet, there was still another. In the brief span after Rayquaza's arrival, the tide of battle in City Z seemed to have reached a decisive point. Even the rift in time and space ceased to unleash any more ferocious beasts. Sulu looked up at the rift in the sky, unaware that it was on the brink of becoming a forbidden zone, but he understood that it was imperative to cleanse it swiftly. At that moment, Xiemi gently patted Sulu's head. Sulu, Xiemi said earnestly, I wish to assist them. The timid Xiemi spoke these words, revealing the profound impact the scene in City Z had on him. In that case, let us soar, Xiemi. Sulu spent 300 points from the shop to exchange for a Glasticia flower, placing it atop Xiemi's head. Chapter 71. Let us soar, Xiemi. Xiemi's expression grew serious. Upon the moment of contact with the Glasticia flower, Shaman was enveloped in a shimmering silver light. This was not merely an evolution, rather. It signified Shaman's transformation from its terrestrial form into its ethereal sky for me. The once diminutive grass hedgehog elongated its limbs, its visage morphing from that of a hedgehog to that of a canine. Adorning its neck was a vibrant red scarf-like tuft of fur, symbolizing courage, while white wings sprouted elegantly from either side of its eyes. I shall protect everyone, declared the airborne shaman with earnest determination. Sulu nodded encouragingly, urging, go forth. In its sky for me, Shaman exuded bravery and vivacity, devoid of any fear. With Sulu's approval, it soared directly toward the ravaged Z city. As it flew, it scattered emerald flecks of light. Each green luminescence that touched the carcasses of the ferocious beast began to purify the tainted essence of the fallen, blossoming into delicate pink flowers. This was Shaman's unique ability, Seed Flare, allowing it to absorb the life force of its targets to restore vitality to its allies. The bodies of the feral beasts contained abundant life energy. Around the blooming flowers, streams of vitality surged forth, drifting toward the injured beast tamers and their companions. Several larger orbs of life energy entered Song Hu's body, revitalizing him significantly, nearly mending his injuries. The previously incapacitated beast legion, nourished by the surging life forces, rose once more. What a remarkable healing effect. Such an extensive range. Songhu marveled as he surveyed the surroundings, witnessing Z's city transformed into a breathtaking sea of flowers. Not only is his combat prowess formidable, but he possesses the remarkable ability to resurrect even the most grievously injured beasts. Such a remarkable individual, even if a recluse, ought to bear some semblance of renown, mused Songhu with a hint of perplexity. However, upon his recovery, Songhu found himself unexpectedly disheartened, despite his severe injuries. No one had come to seek him out. He had anticipated that his condition might entice a few minions of the shadowy figures lurking behind the scenes. Yet it appeared that either their numbers were few, or they were excessively cautious. Not only Songhu, but an increasing number of individuals began to take notice of the celestial entity, Xiemi, who spread a sea of blossoms across the sky. Following the bestowal of its blessings, the populace expressed heartfelt gratitude towards the celestial canine that traversed the heavens. A tremendous surge of gratitude flowed into Xiemi's being, prompting a dramatic elevation in its previously stagnant level. After completing a circuit around the entirety of Z City, Xiemi returned to the side of Sulu. Sulu, I have returned, my master, Xiemi proclaimed, gazing upwards. With a slight tilt of its head, the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, acknowledged. Yet I am the primary force behind this. Nevertheless, Xiemi swiftly reverted to its terrestrial form, resembling a hedgehog, as it scattered seed bouquets across the city. Had it not been for the buffs bestowed by Sulu, Xiemi likely would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Indeed, in its hedgehog form, Xiemi collapsed into Sulu's embrace, drifting into slumber. Well done, Xiemi. You have safeguarded everyone, Sulu murmured. You have garnered both gratitude and courage. Sulu gently spoke, then placed Xiemi into the Pokeball. Although Xiemi was not fond of entering the Pokeball, the impending battle might awaken it from its slumber if held too closely, so it was more comfortable for Xiemi to rest within the confines of the ball. Next, it was time to address the temporal rift. Let us proceed, Sulu declared. With a flick of its tail, Rayquaza surged forth like a verdant arrow into the expansive temporal rift above. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of City Z gazed around at the bouquets and the remnants of bloodied limbs that had been swept away, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. It seemed as if there had been no monstrous assault on the city, but rather a whimsical flower festival. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that the battle was far from over. Vigilance could not be relaxed until the rift was completely annihilated. Concurrently, a surge of wishful energy enveloped Sulu, whose aura faintly sensed something amiss, though it did not react. Upon entering the temporal rift, Sulu beheld a floating island suspended in midair, its lower section resembling a beehive and its upper part reminiscent of a temple. Did such a floating isle exist in this alternate realm inhabited by fearsome creatures? How wondrous! Upon Sulu's arrival, a swarm of harpies erupted from the beehive beneath the floating island, among them numerous master-level harpies whose bodies glimmered with a metallic sheen. Master-level beings were considered just shy of the title of champion, yet significantly surpassed the elite tier. In reality, those who participated in the champion tournament without securing the title were often bestowed with the honorific of master. In reality, master beast tamers are a rare breed within a city. Yet here they seem to abound. Moreover, after the devastating battle in Z City, where numerous harpies perished, how can there still be so many? Even if the caverns beneath the floating islands were teeming with harpies, it should not account for this multitude. Charging forward, no number of harpies could impede the advance of the Riftwalker. Upon nearing the cliffside nest, Sulu discerned that within the depths of the cave, it was not stone or earth, but rather massive chunks of flesh. One by one, the harpies were being birthed from these grotesque masses. How revolting, Sulu grimaced. This is a mother nest, or perhaps a war breeding ground. These harpies are produced for the purpose of combat. Is this the civilization of the world beyond the time-space rift? Gazing upon this scene, Sulu found himself in a moral quandary. For such a war nest holds immense research value. Should he comprehend its principles or harness them, it could allow for the mass production of beast tamers. Perhaps remaining here is not such a poor idea. Just as Sulu pondered this, a sharp sound echoed in his mind. It dawned on him that it was the psychic shield from Yuo that had been triggered, indicating that something had just influenced him. Sulu's expression turned grave. Concurrently, he employed the power of aura to probe the island before him. He sensed an overwhelming malevolence. Within these flesh factories lay an insidious malice that could never be harnessed. Due to its inherent rejection of humanity in this world, akin to those primordial ferocious beasts, it even refrains from engaging in research. At the moment, it cannot annihilate humans. It opts for self-destruction, much like a program directive. Instinctively, Sulu realizes that obliterating it is the most prudent choice. Furthermore, Having been mentally influenced by an unknown entity moments ago, Su Lu's resolve to destroy it has become even more resolute. Chapter 72. On a windy day? The six-winged demoness Su Lu cast a deep gaze upon the floating island. Let us proceed, Rayquaza. Initially, Su Lu contemplated allowing the other Pokémon to train, but it seemed that the circumstances would not permit such an indulgence. Upon receiving Su Lu's command, Rayquaza nodded, and the destructive beam once again manifested in its maw. Upon contact with the floating island, the destructive beam triggered a violent explosion. Rocks crumbled, and the unknown flesh factory was reduced to dust under the overwhelming force of the destructive light. The island echoed with horrific howls, reminiscent of a colossal beast in lamentation. This mournful cry served as a signal. From within the vast island, swarms of ferocious beasts continued to emerge, their madness fueled by the instinct for survival in this rift of space. Realizing that annihilating such a large floating island would be an arduous task, especially considering that the island would resist, Su Lu deduced that a more straightforward approach would be to destroy the core crystal of this temporal rift. Reflecting upon it, he recalled that Z City had not employed any thermal weaponry when faced with the onslaught of ferocious beasts. Could it be that Z City has now fallen within the influence of the temporal rift? Alternatively, if it were akin to a forbidden zone, then obliterating the core crystal nucleus would be even more imperative. Su Lu ceased his devastation of the island, instead directing Rayquaza towards the cluster of structures atop it. Core crystal nuclei are typically located at the epicenter of rift spaces, and Su Lu had also employed his aura, sensing a formidable spatial undulation emanating from the central palace. This was likely the location of the core crystal nucleus. With a few swift bursts of speed, Rayquaza arrived above the palace. As if triggering a mechanism, the entire suspended city began to shimmer with light, which then coalesced into volleys of light cannons aimed at Su Lu, Song, who had previously been attacked here. Although he was not subjected to the city's array assault, in Su Lu's perception, the power of the light cannons was sufficient to harm Rayquaza, and being struck by a barrage of them would have dire consequences. The dense array of light cannons provided extensive coverage, but even so, they proved inadequate against Rayquaza's extreme velocity, with not a single one finding its mark. However, while Rayquaza evaded them with ease, Su Lu suffered somewhat, as the rapid and intense changes in velocity strained his body. Yet, Su Lu knew he had to persevere and direct the operation personally. While the power of overcoming was useful, the speed of information transmission could not compare to what he could observe with his own eyes. Perhaps realizing Rayquaza's unreasonably high speed, the floating island began to writhe, with numerous whale heads emerging from the ground. The scene resembles an enhanced version of Starry Night. Numerous suspended hunting whales emit their haunting roars, with the cries of these airborne leviathans. The weather shifts dramatically, the sky transforms into a grayish-white, heralding a tempest. The once tranquil rifts in space are now engulfed by fierce winds. This is the true power of the suspended hunting whales. When gathered in sufficient numbers, they can conjure extraordinary weather phenomena. The violent whirlwind appears intent on hindering the movement of the celestial seed, allowing the light cannons to concentrate their fire upon it. A commendable strategy. Yet employing weather to restrain the celestial seat seems to be a grave miscalculation, mused Su Lu with a smile. Whether the entity behind this can actually hear is an entirely different matter. In reality, such a tempest could effortlessly raze a city to the ground. However, facing the celestial seat, the sovereign of the skies, employing weather as a weapon, is that not a futile endeavor? Activation of special attributes, Lock of Heaven, even champions, and perhaps even the League Master, might find themselves challenged by the boundless fury of the storm, yet with a single roar from the celestial seat, it dissipates like mere foam, directly unleashing Dragon Starfall, Su Lu declared. Although the celestial seat has yet to fully develop the Dragon Starfall to its utmost potential, it suffices for now. Previously, he refrained from using it above Z City, fearing the complete annihilation of the city, but now he harbors no such reservations. Amidst the roar of the celestial seat, meteors exceeding 20 meters in diameter incessantly plummet into the palace. Shields, reminiscent of towering edifices, materialize on structures. Yet they withstand the onslaught for only a brief moment before being obliterated by the explosions wrought by the meteors. The vast city's magical array becomes fragmented, and the density of the light cannon fire gradually begins to wane. Finally, the sky pillar was able to approach the central plaza. At the heart of the plaza stood a unique structure resembling an altar. A figure clad in golden armor knelt atop the edifice. Sensing the presence of Su Lu and the sky pillar, it rose to its full height. This was a six-winged harpy, standing approximately 4 meters tall, adorned in golden armor, which was embedded with a crystalline core. Su Lu distinctly perceived that the fluctuations emanated from the crystal. indicating that the core of the space-time rift had become one with this peculiar harpy. As the six-winged harpy turned its gaze, Sulu was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of brutality and slaughter. There was an emotional resonance. Sulu attempted to employ his transcendent power against this formidable beast. Kill, kill, kill. This was the sole message he gleaned from the harpy's heart. Communication proved futile. The only resolution lay in annihilation. In the brief moment when the six-winged harpy glanced back, it appeared to teleport, suddenly materializing less than 5 meters away from Sulu. Yet, it could advance no further, as a series of atmospheric shields, forming a concentrated zone of heavy nitrogen, ensnared it completely. The protection of Sulu was a priority for the Sky Pillar, even surpassing its own defense. The harpy's speed was already at its zenith. Yet it was still captured by the Sky Pillar. Realizing that it could not inflict harm upon Sulu before overcoming the Sky Pillar, it swiftly flapped its wings to distance itself from the latter. The velocity at which the angle of light is disrupted cannot keep pace. The legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, must first be restrained by a whirlwind to slow its movement before delivering a powerful strike. Sulu commanded Rayquaza through telepathy, ensuring that, regardless of whether it comprehended human language, its subsequent actions remained inscrutable to any adversary. If it were solely Rayquaza, it could effortlessly accelerate to pursue the six-winged succubus. However, with Sulu's presence, that certainty wanes, necessitating a reduction in its speed. Strangely, it seemed that Rayquaza did not need to enforce this restraint, as the six-winged succubus remained within an unremarkable distance from the central plaza, possibly influenced by the core crystal. Thus, the situation simplified considerably. Once slowed, Rayquaza's attack easily struck the six-winged succubus, simultaneously tearing apart the plaza's floor. Amid the lamentations of the succubus, Sulu beheld a colossal skeleton. Chapter 73. The power of aura revealing the truth. The ruins, shattered by the dragon star cluster, were strewn with numerous bones, arranged in a meticulous and dense formation. In the central plaza, following the explosive impact, a massive white skeleton emerged, seemingly with the previous tower constructed upon its skull. The diameter of the skull alone exceeded 20 meters. It is difficult to fathom the immense size this creature must have possessed in its prime. Sulu yearned to probe with the power of aura, yet the battle demanded his full attention, leaving no room for distraction. The incessant wails of the six-winged succubus appeared not to stem from its own injuries. Rather, its anguish seemed to arise from the collapse of the central tower. What followed was a complete frenzy. The core crystal within the six-winged succubus's armor emitted a foreboding black aura. Her once pale golden wings had transformed into a dark crimson hue. While Sulu had previously been able to discern the movements of the six-winged succubus, he now found himself unable to perceive anything at all. Her speed had surpassed the limits of human vision. Is this truly my limit? Sulu sighed. Although he possessed 4 extraordinary abilities, his physical form remained a significant weakness. Despite having surpassed the average human through the enhancement of beast flesh, energy cubes, and extraordinary powers, time was still too brief. Realizing that he had become an encumbrance in the battle against the Rift Seat, Sulu instructed the Rift Seat to set him down. Engage in full combat. I have the protective shield of the psychic and your atmospheric shield. I shall be safe, he declared while standing in the plaza. The six-winged succubus continued to flicker around Sulu, yet she could do nothing to him. After fully liberating herself, the speed of the Rift Seat became utterly unfathomable. With Sulu still atop it, the creature had to consider whether his body could withstand the pressure of its movements. And now, the shackles had been released. Do you think you have survived this long for no reason? With a thunderous roar, the six-winged succubus, who had been moving rapidly, was suddenly seized by the Rift Seat's claws and pinned to the ground. This speed, this strength. It was as if 2 entirely different beings were in play. The six-winged succubus struggled desperately, even in her frenzied state. She understood that if she were captured like this, death would be imminent. The frenzied blades of wind and the flailing wings incessantly sought to rend apart the talons of the sky splitter. Yet, the ultimate outcome was merely the emergence of faint scratches upon its skin. The final sight witnessed by the six-winged siren was the destructive beam unleashed by the sky splitter. With no means of escape, her armor melted into molten iron, her resplendent feathers turned to ash, revealing her body fused with the core crystal. Ultimately, both she and the core crystal disintegrated into fine dust, leaving behind a skeletal frame indistinguishable from the bones of the earth. At the very moment the core crystal shattered, the modern facilities of City Z, previously affected by the laws of the space-time rift, suddenly regained their vibrancy. Streetlights flickered to life, signaling the resurgence of human technological civilization. All were aware that the enigmatic Dragon God envoy had obliterated this abrupt, large-scale space-time rift. However, the city lord Li Yuan and Governor Song, who remained vigilant. Only the dragon envoy had entered the rift, and despite the destruction of the crystal core, a multitude of ferocious beasts would remain. As the rift collapsed, countless beasts would inevitably surge forth, posing a potential calamity if not adequately addressed. Fortunately, with the destruction of the core crystal, the alien rules ceased to exist, meaning that even near the rift, conventional weapons could be employed. No matter how many elite-level beasts emerged, they would merely be a matter of a single explosive. The most troublesome aspect of the rift, the destruction of the crystal core, had been resolved by the dragon envoy. Weapons at the ready. Explosives prepared. It was over. Su Lu approached the corpse of the six-winged siren. A towering skeleton, standing 4 meters high, emanated a faint golden glow. However, dark, ominous markings blemished its chest area, exuding an aura of ferocity reminiscent of the six-winged demoness in a state of rage. Who could fathom the nature of the world from whence such a creature hailed? Perhaps I could glimpse it, Su Lu suddenly pondered. Others, of course, could discern nothing from the skeletal remains now stripped of flesh. Yet one of Su Lu's abilities might render insight possible, the power of the wave. In the realm of Pokémon, a wave guardian could utilize this power to fully recreate events that had transpired, mediated by the essence of the wave itself. Everything possesses a wave. Even past occurrences can be perceived, provided they hold this essence. I possess the power of the wave, but I wonder if these bones can serve as a medium. As a being brought forth by the rift in space-time, they should suffice, shouldn't they? Su Lu placed his hand upon the six-winged demoness bones. Fragmented images began to materialize before him. Although the efficacy of the skeleton was not as potent as that of the time crystal from the dream family, it was sufficient. Within these visions, the six-winged demoness bore no armor and had not yet fused with the core crystal. Moreover, there was no presence of the celestial angel within this rift. Only the singular, dominant beast reigned supreme within the expansive tear in the fabric of reality. Even the passage to the outside world had yet to be opened, until the day a figure clad in a black robe arrived. The figure cloaked in black brought forth a collection of enigmatic machinery, causing the remnants of the island's corpses to undergo a grotesque transformation, resulting in the creation of numerous harpies. Adorned in a divine robe, this entity began its relentless vigil over the altar, marking the entirety of what Su Lu beheld. When confronted by humans, the ferocious beasts morphed into mindless killing machines. However, upon the arrival of the cloaked figure, the six-winged harpies seemed to retain a semblance of reason. Moreover, it appeared that this island had been deliberately altered, compounded by the astonishing fact that the cloaked figure could arrive here before the temporal rift had even opened. As these thoughts coursed through Su Lu's mind, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Simultaneously, a memory flickered to life, an episode where his mind had been influenced. It was evident that the mental manipulation was not the handiwork of the six-winged harpies, suggesting that it was likely the doing of the cloaked figure. Feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of these revelations, Su Lu decided it best to leave the handling of this information to the Beastmaster Alliance. He casually expended 1,000 points to procure a time crystal from the system shop, a unique gem originating from the Pokémon World Tree, the very abode of Mew, capable of serving as a medium for recording images or information. Su Lu transferred the visuals he had previously perceived through his aura into the time crystal. Subsequently, he made his way to the colossal skeleton situated in the center of the plaza. If the corpse of the six-winged harpy could function as a medium, surely this larger skeleton could serve the same purpose. With that thought, Su Lu placed his hand upon the pristine white bones. Chapter 74. The day of the dragon god. Scattered fragments of images emerged, depicting another world. The master of the skeletal remains is an immensely colossal serpent man, whose coiled body perfectly matches the size of the floating island. One vivid scene depicts it entwined around a towering edifice, beneath a sky populated by several harpies. Another image reveals countless serpent men surrounding their master. The final vision that Su Lu perceives is that of a dark shadow, which, upon closer inspection, appears to be an extraordinarily vast creature, before which even this gigantic serpent man prostrates itself. Although Su Lu is oblivious to the language of the entity, he seems to grasp that the call emanating from the massive serpent's mouth is one of God. Returning to his senses, Su Lu muses that such an enormous physique could be likened to the apex of the Toilet King, perhaps. He contemplates the terrifying existence that the serpent man beholds in its eyes, a creature that likely represents the horrors of the original world from which this temporal rift emanates. Yet now, the gigantic serpent man lies deceased, its body repurposed by the dark-robed figure as a tool to forge monstrous beasts. After acquiring some information, Su Lu swiftly employs his wave-guiding power to search for any noteworthy treasures. The findings confirm his suspicions. Valuable items have likely long been taken by the dark-robed organization. He manages to collect a few small mechanical curiosities from a foreign land. As the rift sea descends away from the island, the floating landmass can no longer sustain itself, and chunks of earth begin to plummet. Sulu initially considers attempting to salvage a fragment of the colossal serpent man's skeleton, but it has already become ethereal, disintegrating alongside the temporal rift into oblivion. The carcass of the colossal serpent emerged after the collapse of the decaying flesh factory, ultimately falling into the abyss at the edge of the rift. As Sulu piloted the void chariot into view, Li Yuan, stationed on the ground, anxiously gazed skyward. Surely, after rescuing City Z, they would descend to meet them? However, to Li Yuan's dismay, Sulu directed the void chariot towards the meteorite crater, retrieving 2 Angel of the Sea corpses before soaring away, leaving behind the beast masters of City Z, who all looked up in longing. Once communication was restored, the events that transpired in City Z were swiftly revealed to the world. Although large temporal rifts had occurred before, the presence of 4 apex-level beasts within a single rift was a rarity. Even more uncommon was a rift that immediately began to transform into a forbidden zone upon its emergence. Coupled with the intervention of the dragon god, the incident escalated to new heights. Reminiscent of the last time an entity surpassing the king level intervened, which had been 8 years prior. Though Sulu did not allow the void chariot to descend and engage in dialogue with City Z, post-rift resolution permitted the use of photographic equipment. High-definition images of the void chariot were captured, and the earlier launched Earth explosion dragon star remained unaffected, leading to the explosion being documented by satellites. Although Sulu's figure within the atmospheric shield remained elusive, the image of the void chariot became widely recognized. On the day the incident concluded, a statue of the void chariot stood proudly in the heart of City Z, a testament to the collective efforts of the beast masters who had channeled their powers into its construction. The details are exquisite, meticulously sculpted in accordance with the image of the majestic Rayquaza. However, atop the Rayquaza stands a featureless humanoid statue, accompanied by a more distinctly rendered dog. Meanwhile, the aerial figure of Shiemi gracefully soared through the sky, prompting the keen-eyed beast tamers to document the appearance of the flying canine, which was ultimately replicated. On television, a somewhat haggard Li Yuan stood beneath the towering Rayquaza statue, over 20 meters high, addressing the media. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the citizens of City Z to the formidable beast tamer, whose name remains unknown, for his valiant efforts in rescuing our city. Henceforth, every year on this day, City Z shall commemorate the Day of the Dragon God as a token of our appreciation. Once we ascertain the identity of the dragon tamer, we will perfect the statue, Li Yuan articulated. The journalists and spectators erupted in applause, not merely for Li Yuan's words, but to express their gratitude towards the dragon god and the healer of flowers. Rayquaza is revered as the dragon god, while little Shiemi has earned the title of the healer of flowers. Sulu, Sulu, they chanted, expressing their gratitude to Shiemi, who joyfully wiggled its short legs while reclining and watching television. Simultaneously, it sensed waves of gratitude directed towards it, prompting it to cheerfully exclaim, "Yes, yes, Shiemi is the best." Sulu, slumped on the sofa, remarked, "Ah, if only I had a large milk jug," as he savored a sip from the oversized milk container purchased from the system, reveling in the comfort it brought. Even though Rayquaza exerted intentional control during their flight, the strain on Sulu's body was undeniable, compounded by the depletion of the power of Eternatus, leaving him utterly exhausted and sore. Thus, he indulged in a rare 2-day respite. Meanwhile, the nearby Psyduck and other Pokémon, sipping their bubon milk, displayed eyes filled with resentment. They had been promised battles, yet found themselves relegated to mere bystanders. If it weren't for the consistent delivery of small gifts and the refreshing bubon milk, they would not have been so easily appeased. Ding dong. Psyduck, could you please open the door? Sulu said lazily. Psyduck shot him a disdainful glance, thinking, a trainer with powers of his own still relies on Pokémon to open doors is rather pathetic. With a creak, the door swung open, although no one was visible. Thank you, Psyduck, Summeryu said. Psyduck, blushing from the gentle pat on its head, responded with a soft quack. Why are you blushing? Echoed Sulu's merciless mockery in Psyduck's mind. Psyduck then returned to its small abode, clutching its bubon milk, intending to play on the computer, with 2 little ducklings awaiting its guidance. You've arrived. Sulu finally straightened up. Thank you, Summeryu replied. Not at all. The benefit is mine, Sulu responded. His remaining lottery chances had now reached 51, and Rayquaza's level had also ascended by 5, validating Sulu's assertion that he had indeed profited. Moreover, Sulu has also brought back 2 corpses of celestial angels and a skeleton of a 6-winged succubus, all of which are remains of apex-level fierce beasts. Even though they are not intact, their value exceeds several billion. With these 3 beast carcasses, even if Su Lu's treasure factory remains idle for a while, it will suffice for him to indulge for some time. By the way, this is the information I have gathered. You may decide for yourself. Simply input the waveguide force. Su Lu stated as he produced the Crystal of Time. The Crystal of Time contains the recorded information of the 6-winged succubus. Xiaomuyu nodded, then proceeded to perceive the Crystal of Time. Chapter 75. It is decided. The omnipotent Chao Meng. After a brief moment, Xiaomuyu opened her eyes with a serious expression. The images presented by the Crystal of Time were far clearer than Su Lu's verbal descriptions. The attire and the machinery depicted in the visuals suggest the Convergence sect. Convergence sect? What is that? A cult? Su Lu is not well acquainted with the hidden powers within this world. It is a group attempting to completely occupy the real world with temporal rifts. A smaller special faction that has emerged from the Fusion Society. Compared to us, they seem to possess a method to swiftly develop devices that adapt to the rules of the temporal rifts. The Beastmaster Alliance has also attempted to engage with them to acquire the development methods for foreign devices. Unfortunately, they have only ever known of their existence without being able to capture any of their members. Xiaomuyu elucidated. Su Lu nodded, realizing that the nature of the cloaked figure was even more malevolent than he had anticipated. Had it not been for Su Lu's intervention, the entire population of City Z would likely have perished at the hands of the Harpy. That amounted to millions of lives. The dissent of the academic faction displayed a complete disregard for human life, as they had no intention of offering any respite. Furthermore, it was evident that their presence in the rift space, which had yet to manifest in reality, indicated a long-standing conspiracy. Su Lu contemplated that should they encounter such a threat again, it would be best to strike them down without hesitation. Do you have any special use for the corpse of the 6-winged harpy? Xiaomuyu inquired. Currently, the only connection to the cloaked figure lay in the remains of the 6-winged harpy and some scattered foreign apparatuses. Moreover, the harpy had undergone a unique enhancement by the cloaked figure, resulting in a fusion with the core crystal. Otherwise, its strength would not have reached the pinnacle of champions. The rapid transformation of the space-time rift into a forbidden zone could very well be a consequence of this peculiar amalgamation, if this phenomenon was not thoroughly investigated. All subsequent rifts would likely act as ticking time bombs, swiftly encroaching upon human territory. Su Lu pondered deeply before responding. Find a time to retrieve it from Baoxian Valley by yourself. As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized tooth, one that had been shed by the Void Devourer during its transformation, having grown larger through the continuous consumption of meteors. This tooth bore a portion of the Void Devourer's formidable pressure. In the celestial cloud Forbidden Land, the formidable beasts have nearly sensed the oppressive aura of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Thus, as long as one possesses a dragon tooth from Rayquaza, the dangers within the celestial cloud Forbidden Land are substantially mitigated. Moreover, when the holder finds themselves in peril, Mutuo, sensing the presence of Rayquaza, may intervene to offer assistance. Xiaomuyu nodded, fully aware that Su Lu wished to keep his identity concealed for the time being. As the sole individual who had previously encountered Rayquaza, and having been specifically dispatched by Song Hu to seek traces of Rayquaza in the celestial cloud realm, Xiaomuyu's return with the skeletal remains of the 6-winged fairy was the most acceptable outcome, minimizing any suspicion that might be cast upon Su Lu. Furthermore, with Mutuo safeguarding the Pokémon Valley, the area remained secure. Su Lu was reassured that no untoward incidents would arise. Upon receiving the dragon tooth, Xiaomuyu nodded in acknowledgement. You may also submit the Crystal of Time, Su Lu reminded her. I shall do so. By the way, there is another matter. The Pokémon factory has been completed. However, only a small batch of the procured equipment has arrived in W City, and thus, the factory can operate only partially. What are your thoughts on the recruitment of workers? Xiaomuyu transitioned to a more pressing issue. Compared to the more specialized experimental zones, the construction of the factory posed significantly fewer challenges, and with the diligent efforts of numerous engineering Pokémon, the completion was expedited, allowing it to be operational now. Upon hearing the terms recruitment and management, Su Lu felt an increased weight of concern. After finally enjoying a few days of leisure, it seemed impossible to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, the entire household of Pokémon would inevitably deplete their resources. Su Lu pondered, stroking his chin. Although it was stated that Mutuo would manage the research institute, overseeing the company in tandem should also be feasible. Perhaps. Very well. Shortly, I shall find an individual to liaise with you. They will be responsible for all projects of the Pokémon Company. With a clap of his hands, Su Lu declared, you shall be the one. The almighty Mutuo, currently adopting a human guise, was frolicking in the technological city when, for some inexplicable reason, it felt a shiver run down its spine. After Summer Muyu's departure, Mutuo, summoned by Su Lu, materialized before him. However, In this instance, Mutwo presented not as a Pokémon, but as a human, a silver-haired youth donning a cat mask, strikingly resembling Sulu. This was the illusion crafted by Mutwo's extraordinary powers, designed to facilitate its exploration of the human realm. Will you manage the factory? Sulu inquired. I shall do so diligently, Mutwo affirmed with a nod. I appreciate your assistance, Mutwo. It is nothing. It is for the sake of Pokémon, Mutwo replied earnestly. The operations of the Pokémon factory necessitate a substantial quantity of berries. It has been some time since I visited the Sky Garden. How is the situation there? Sulu questioned. It is nearing maturity. The walking grass has cultivated the berries remarkably well, came the response. Perhaps we should have Shaman hasten the ripening process. Sulu casually picked up Shaman, who was languidly sprawled on the sofa. Remarkably, the highest level member of Sulu's team was not the legendary Rayquaza, but rather this little grass hedgehog. After reaping a significant amount of gratitude, Shaman's level had surged to an astonishing 76. Should Sulu bestow the power of the everlasting tree upon it, it could potentially reach nearly level 100. Thus, the immense grass-type energy contained within this little hedgehog should suffice to expedite the ripening of the berries. Perhaps? Are we going out to play? Siemi mumbled in a daze, expressing the fatigue that had been weighing heavily upon him in recent days, rendering him quite lethargic. Sulu assessed Siemi and estimated he had gained around 4 to 5 pounds. No, I shall take you on a weight loss journey. Upon hearing the phrase weight loss, Siemi was startled into alertness. No, you cannot decide this. Sulu tossed Siemi over his shoulder, and the resigned Siemi lay down on Sulu's shoulder. Subsequently, Sulu opened the bedroom door. Psyduck, Duckling, Scallion Duck, it's time to embark. Beside the 3 ducks was an empty basin that once held milk. They were gathered together, seemingly tinkering with some blocks, forming a peculiar structure that was slowly rotating in the center. However, the problem was that there were no blocks in the house. Only the exotic machinery parts that Sulu had brought back. Sulu looked on in confusion as the 3 ducks fiddled with the strange components. Quack! Upon seeing Sulu enter, the 3 little ducks hurriedly concealed the parts. After a thorough inquiry from Sulu, Psyduck finally agreed to reveal the truth. Yesterday, after watching a racing drama titled 5 Drive Brothers, they had been inspired to assemble their own vehicle, thus commencing their work on the exotic machinery. Sulu could only respond with a perplexed expression. Chapter 76. Ripening Fruit Trees. The study of exotic machinery is also a significant exploratory direction for the Beastmaster Alliance. However, even to this day, humanity has not made substantial achievements in this field. Each temporal rift possesses its own unique set of rules. Even if corresponding rules are established within one rift, they may become mere scrap metal when subjected to the influences of another rift. In the realm of research concerning alien apparatuses, inspiration rather than technology predominantly prevails. It appears that the trio of Psyduck excels remarkably in this regard. With this thought in mind, Sulu approached the peculiar assemblage of components, hearing the rhythmic clicking akin to the operation of gears. He prodded it gently with a finger and subsequently unleashed his aura to perceive its essence. The Psyduck observed him anxiously, apprehensive that their trainer might prevent them from continuing the assembly of their little vehicle. Through Sulu's perception, the alien apparatus, which initially seemed utterly out of place in this world, was now enveloped by a coarse layer of psychic energy. The intrinsic nature of the alien apparatus remained unaltered, yet the psychic force acted as a conduit, allowing it to function within a completely different environment. Could it be that the psychic energy serves a role akin to that of a transformer? This revelation illuminated Sulu's understanding. No wonder humanity had yet to produce substantial findings after prolonged research. He wore an expression of realization, acknowledging that the Psyduck's serendipitous discovery was indeed fortunate. After all, psychic types are scarce even in this world, and creatures capable of acting as dual converters of rules are even rare. However, the cloaked figure from the Descendant School must also be well versed in the operational principles of alien apparatuses. This implies that the figure possesses formidable psychic abilities, and the entity attempting to exert mental control over him is likely that very being. Such potent mental prowess raises the question, could this entity be non-human? Sulu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Just then, he recalled the 3 Psyduck nearby, eagerly gazing at him. Yet, do you truly believe it can run? Sulu retorted, simultaneously giving a gentle push to the strange, foreign contraption. The already disordered machinery, upon activation, instantaneously fractured, scattering its parts across the ground, and the extraordinary abilities once belonging to Psyduck dissipated into nothingness. Gah, this is shocking, Psyduck exclaimed, for its little vehicle was intended for traversing mountains and valleys. Such fragility was unacceptable. Perhaps you might consider consulting Mutwo regarding this matter, It may possess insights into solidifying the influence of extraordinary powers, Sulu advised. Psyduck suddenly realized its capabilities were finite, and it was time to enlist allies. With a determined nod, Psyduck meticulously gathered the scattered components. Sulu sensed significant potential in the study of foreign machinery. It was not merely the convenience it could offer him, but it appeared to involve the intricacies of temporal rifts and alterations in the fabric of reality. His instincts whispered that unraveling this mystery could potentially empower all Pokémon. All right, let us tidy up. We must head to the Pokémon Valley. Upon hearing Sulu's words, several Psyducks nodded in agreement and began to gather their belongings, eager to bring back treasures for their companions in the valley. Moments later, Sulu called for Mutuo, and a silver-haired youth materialized before him. Two Sulus? Psyduck exclaimed. Startled. Gaga, a counterfeit Sulu has appeared. Both Psyduck and Shaymin felt a shiver, as the aura emanating from Mutuo's transformed guise of Sulu was nearly indistinguishable. Fear not, for it is Mutuo. Mutuo, convey us to Pokémon Valley. In stark contrast to its former state, where only a handful of Pokémon resided, Pokémon Valley has undergone a complete metamorphosis. A tapestry of floral expanses, rocky grottos, and verdant woodlands now graces the landscape, with Pokémon frolicking freely within. In comparison to the menacing aura of ferocious beasts, Pokémon exude an unparalleled amiability. Sulu broached the subject of the Pokémon energy plant with Mutuo, to which the latter responded that it would seek out Xiaomuyue momentarily. Meanwhile, Psyduck and its companions, akin to children flaunting their toys, dashed into the throng of Pokémon, clutching their exotic contraptions. However, owing to the alteration of rules upon their arrival in the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden Zone, the once functional alien devices have now become inert. Should the need arise, feel free to enlist the aid of some Pokémon in the endeavor, Sulu cautioned Mutuo. Within the Pokémon world, Mutuo once oversaw a multitude of cloned Pokémon, ensuring their well-being and strength. Thus, Sulu held confidence in Mutuo's administrative capabilities, assuaging any concerns of potential complications. I shall, Mutuo affirmed with a nod. Next on the agenda was an inspection of the Sky Garden's tree fruits. Summoning Rayquaza and gathering all the grass-type Pokémon, Sulu once again ascended to the Sky Garden. Over the passage of time, nearly all the tree fruits had ripened, with only a select few possessing longer maturation cycles continuing their development. Sulu gently nudged the indolent Shaymin. Time to get to work, shed some weight, and expedite the ripening process. But I am only adept at cultivating flowers, Shaymin earnestly protested. They are all plants, all hastening ripeness, which poses no significant issue. Go ahead. If anything is unclear, you may consult Walking Grass, Sulu remarked. Very well. Xiemi cautiously peeled away from Sulu, his considerably fleshy form trembling slightly. Walking Grass danced joyfully nearby, resembling a bountiful old farmer. It approached and instructed Xiemi on how to utilize grass-type energy to expedite the maturation of fruit trees. Subsequently, all grass-type Pokémon congregated and simultaneously employed their growth skills. Trees that were still some way from ripening became laden with fruit. Each tree bore no fewer than 100 fruits. The reason these trees had taken so long to bear was that they had grown from seeds to trees, demanding an extensive period. Yet now, the time required for fruiting was significantly reduced. With this abundant harvest of trees, coupled with the efforts of the grass-type Pokémon, the materials for the Pokémon factory should now be adequately supplied. Of course, should the factory continue its operations, the fruit trees in the Sky Garden would still be insufficient. For the transportation of fruits, they would have to rely on Mutuo for the time being, while the fruit trees could continue to expand their cultivation within the Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone. Contemplating the imminent expansion of the cultivation area, Sulu felt a surge of joy within. Perhaps this was the innate farming instinct embedded deep within his genes? Just then, a commotion arose, and upon Sulu's arrival, he discovered that Walking Grass had evolved. This marked the first Pokémon under Sulu's command to undergo evolution. All the accompanying Pokémon gazed intently at the cocoon of evolution, which radiated a brilliant white light. Chapter 77. Continuous Evolution. The beautiful flower evolution is the sublime metamorphosis of life and one of the shared pursuits of all Pokémon. This holds true even for legendary Pokémon, though they have reached such formidable heights that further advancement seems almost insurmountable. Rayquaza and Mutuo observed the evolution of Oddish with keen interest. They learned from Sulik that both could undergo mega evolution, and perhaps witnessing the evolution of other Pokémon might impart valuable insights. Sulik quickly exchanged for a time crystal to capture this moment. Amidst the blessings of all Pokémon, the white luminescent cocoon of evolution gradually solidified. Oddish successfully evolved. However, Sulik's expression suddenly shifted as he recalled what Pokémon Oddish would evolve into. To his dismay, it was gloom. A foul stench suddenly permeated the air. one that even the fruit orchard sky garden could not contain. The olfactory sensitivity of Pokémon far surpasses that of humans, particularly the grass-type Pokémon Shaymin, whose sky form resembles a canine, naturally possessing an exceptional sense of smell. If the odor could be classified as a contaminating presence, Shaymin could purify the polluted air with its innate abilities. However, the scent of gloom was not merely a pollutant, it was a unique plant hormone. Thus, Shaymin reacted promptly, exclaiming in dismay that it was about to perish, and then, with a defiant stance, it collapsed in resignation. The other Pokémon were not faring much better, retreating several steps as well. The effect was even more potent than the pressure exerted by Rayquaza and the oppressive aura of Mutwo. Upon catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, Sulu felt a slight headache. It seemed necessary for the stinky flower to learn the fragrant aroma technique. Just as Sulu pondered this, the stinky flower began to emit a dazzling light once more. Sulu was taken aback. Was this sensation? It turned out that the sunstone carried by the stinky flower had once again triggered its evolution. Normally, at the stinky flower's level, even with the sunstone, a second evolution would be impossible. However, due to the abundant energy in the sky garden, coupled with the plentiful berry supply, providing ample grass-type energy, in this perfect environment, the stinky flower astonishingly evolved twice in succession. As the radiance faded, a beautiful Pokémon appeared before everyone, adorned with two bright red flowers atop its head and leaves of a green-yellow hue resembling a skirt. The beautiful flower emitted a gentle sound. Psyduck's face instantly flushed. Sulu playfully tapped Psyduck on the head. You two are not of the same egg group. Psyduck cast a disdainful glance at Sulu, thinking, I was merely appreciating beauty. The pungent odor dissipated, replaced by a subtle floral fragrance. Congratulations on your successful evolution, beautiful flower, Sulu said as he crouched down to address it. The beautiful flower responded with a joyful dance of the sun. After its performance, the sunlight seemed to shine even more brightly. The evolved beautiful flower could certainly serve as a member of a sunny team, although it was rather reluctant to engage in battle. Even after evolving into a beautiful flower, the original dream of farming remains. Other Pokémon approached to offer their congratulations. I have recorded the process of your evolution. It is quite splendid, isn't it? Sulu activated the image with the power of aura. The beautiful flower looked at the scene of its evolution and leaped with joy. Not only the beautiful flower, but Sulu would document the evolution of any Pokémon, barring unforeseen circumstances, as this was a cherished memory for everyone. The evolution of the beautiful flower seemed to inspire nearby Pokémon, such as the bell sprout and the vine monster, as well as the cottonweed and the egg. To them, if the walking grass could evolve through farming, then surely they could, too. It turned out that farming was a form of training. Evolution could occur without battle. At that moment, they comprehended. Meanwhile, Rayquaza pulled Mutwo aside to share insights. Both legendary beings aspired to grasp mega evolution. Having never witnessed evolution before, they found it challenging to comprehend. Now, they finally had a reference point, albeit not a super evolution, but still an evolution reliant on items, which held significant value for their understanding. I believe that super evolution should be, blah blah blah, Rayquaza mused. Mutwo nodded in agreement. You are correct. Sulu then inquired, Mutwo, could you please extract the seeds from these berries and send them to the factory? That shouldn't pose a problem, right? As long as the berry seeds remained confidential, it wouldn't matter if others learned the method to create energy cubes. With the factory operational, Sulu had no illusions about keeping the manufacturing process entirely secret. Complete automation and confidentiality were nearly impossible. No problem, Mutwo replied. Mutwo replied earnestly. Although Sulu possessed a multitude of Pokémon, Mutwo was aware that it was among the Pokémon closest to humanity, and thus it was willing to undertake greater responsibilities. After addressing the matter of the berries, Rayquaza conveyed certain information to Sulu. Gradually, Sulu's brow furrowed slightly, for Rayquaza informed him that the aura emanating from the space-time rift had grown increasingly dense, suggesting that something within might soon emerge. Rayquaza, it would be prudent for you to refrain from straying too far from the heavenly cloud forbidden land for the time being, and to keep a vigilant watch over the movements of the rift. Once we have resolved the matter within, we shall no longer have cause for concern, Sulu stated. Rayquaza exhibited a look of understanding. Subsequently, Sulu accessed the system, intending to quell the large space-time rift in Z-City. His accumulated lottery chances had reached 60. Thus, seizing the opportunity within the heavenly cloud forbidden land, Sulu resolved to make his draws. While 60 draws paled in comparison to his previous 200 consecutive pulls, it was nevertheless a considerable amount. As Sulu engaged in the lottery, Mutwo observed with keen interest, aware that it had emerged in a similar fashion and curious to unravel the underlying mechanics. Alas, the brilliance coalescing from the system remained inscrutable to it. One item after another, and Pokémon after Pokémon, materialized: Pidgey, Paras, and Swablu. Most of them were of ordinary potential. Yet, Sulu still encountered an unexpected boon. You have obtained a Level 2 Divine Beast, Pokémon. A Level 2 Divine Beast. Although the secondary Divine Beasts are fundamentally distinct from the primary deities in their conception, they remain an unattainable ideal for ordinary Pokémon, typically rivaled only by the champion's ace Pokémon. The manifestation of Divine Beasts occurs at a slightly slower pace than that of ordinary Pokémon. Amidst the eager anticipation of numerous Pokémon, the secondary Divine Beast has finally made its appearance. Chapter 78. The Secondary Divine, Raikou, the minion of Ho-Oh. Raikou, a striking yellow saber-toothed tiger, has emerged as Ho-Oh's minion. Upon its summoning, Raikou appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing around before suddenly sensing two formidable auras that caused its fur to bristle. However, upon recognizing that the sources were Mutwo and Rayquaza, Raikou returned to its usual demeanor. So it is Rayquaza and Mutwo. Huh? Why do I say so it is? Raikou pondered, somewhat perplexed. Is Ho-Oh all right? Sulu inquired of Raikou. It is said that originally, in the Pokémon world, there were no Raikou, Suicune, or Entei. These three secondary divine Pokémon were believed to be deceased. Yet, they were revived by Ho-Oh's immortal flames, even undergoing transformations, ultimately ascending to the status of secondary deities. They became known as the Ho-Oh Guard, serving the great Ho-Oh, hence their profound connection with it. Lord Ho-Oh. Raikou suddenly recalled its identity as a guardian of peace within the Ho-Oh Guard. Raikou attempted to sense Ho-Oh's presence, but was unable to perceive it, knowing only that Ho-Oh had not undergone its rebirth. I cannot sense Lord Ho-Oh, Raikou communicated through the mental link established by Sulu. Through the established mental link, Raikou discerned that Sulu was a trustworthy individual. Furthermore, both Mutwo and Rayquaza appeared to heed Sulu's commands, compounded by Raikou's awareness that all it possessed was bestowed by Ho-Oh. Thus, its presence here might very well be the design of that esteemed being. Contemplating this, Raikou ceased its errant musings. The Ho-Oh Guard had consistently acted under orders since their emergence, and now they merely had a new target to whom they would remain obedient: Sulu. Raikou stated earnestly, I am willing to follow Master Sulu's commands. This left Sulu somewhat befuddled. Could this be the halo of a protagonist? My ability to capture Pokémon relies solely on my charisma. It cannot merely be termed as commands, but rather suggestions for our future endeavors together. Sulu declared, clenching his fist in determination. Psyduck quacked, Rayquaza roared, and Mutwo nodded in agreement. After a brief period of understanding, Raikou also came to grasp its origins. It had been summoned by Sulu. If that were the case, it was only a matter of time before Ho-Oh and its two other companions would be summoned as well. With this in mind, all it needed to do was wait patiently. At a gesture from Mutwo, all Pokémon were teleported back to the Pokémon Valley, and Sulu casually opened Raikou's attributes. Thunderlord, qualification, level 2 deity, current level, 10 attributes, electric talent trait, oppression skills, thunder strike, electric shock, Godspeed. Special ability, the Thunder Lord descends with the storm, and the dark purple thundercloud cloak on its back can unleash bolts of lightning. Observing the level 10 insignia, Sulu curiously inquired, Thunderlord, do you possess any other memories? However, the Thunder Lord appeared somewhat bewildered. Aside from its most cherished Lord Phoenix and comrades, it could recall nothing else. Sensing the Thunder Lord's confusion, Sulu gently patted its large tiger head and reassured, if you cannot remember, let us create new memories together. The Thunder Lord nodded earnestly in response. Sulu was subsequently transported back to his home. A few Psyducks intended to study exotic machinery in the celestial cloud forbidden area. Siemi had been assigned by Sulu to tend to the fields. While the fruit trees in the sky garden had flourished, yet there remained a vast expanse of land in the celestial cloud forbidden area. Meanwhile, Mutwo ventured alone to conduct handover with the factory. How wonderful it is. They are all such mature Pokémon now, capable of earning their own keep and training. Perhaps I shall indulge in a day of leisure once more? Sulu stretched and pondered. Nevertheless, the incessant mental chatter from the Pokémon in his mind compelled him to remain active. It seems that a day of idleness is not in the cards. I shall resume formulating the training plan. Sulu settled back at his computer desk and opened the training plan folder. Within the folder lies the comprehensive training regimen for all Pokémon, even for those Pokémon who, upon inquiry, expressed reluctance to engage in battle. Sulu meticulously crafted training plans, ever prepared for a day when such skills might be required. Sulu's extraordinary powers of supervision and guidance render him exceptionally adept at overseeing Pokémon training. However, The creation of these training plans is far from arbitrary. Fortunately, Sulu's mental fortitude has grown increasingly robust. Otherwise, the burden of connecting with so many Pokémon simultaneously might have driven him to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Xiaomuyu attentively received the youth before her, adorned with a cat mask. From his physique, she discerned a striking resemblance between this boy, known as Chao Ming, and Sulu, yet their auras were starkly dissimilar. In Xiaomuyu's perception through the wave guide, Sulu's abilities radiated like gentle sunlight, harmonizing with all living things. In contrast, Chao Ming emanated an overwhelming aura of oppression, an inexplicable and formidable force not born of mere presence or lineage, but rather an innate potency exuding a profound sense of authority. Instinctively, Xiaomuyu recognized that Chao Ming was extraordinarily powerful, terrifyingly so, a strength unattainable by mere mortals. Moreover, the similarity in their physiques led Xiaomuyu to ponder, could he also be one of Sulu's summoned beasts? And a creature of considerable intellect at that. Initially, she believed she had glimpsed a fragment of Sulu's true capabilities, yet it now appeared that what she had perceived was merely the tip of the iceberg. She had assumed that Sulu was backed by a formidable force, and that the individual she was engaging with was a remarkable talent. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a matter of beast mastery. Cultivating an individual to become an exceptional manager is a distinct concept from nurturing a beast to assume that role. Accompanying Mutuo were 2 iron dumbbells, which were learning psychic abilities under Mutuo's guidance. Their formidable computational prowess could serve as a computer, while also concealing Mutuo's identity as a beast master. I am Mutuo, a powerful trainer. There is nothing wrong with that, Mutuo proclaimed. I understand now. I shall take charge from here. After the handover was complete, Mutuo nodded affirmatively. Utilizing its immense psychic strength and abilities, Mutuo had recently absorbed knowledge from several large libraries. Although managing the factory was a first for it, it did not seem particularly daunting, especially with the assistance of Pokémon. Mutuo exhibited patience towards Sulu, yet remained relatively indifferent towards others. After concluding the handover, it departed without further ado. Suddenly, Xiaomuyu recalled something. She had forgotten to inform him that the energy channel had yet to be installed. However, the handover information had mentioned it. And since Mutuo had not inquired further, Sulu must have devised his own solutions. In the evening, Mutuo sought out Sulu once more. Upon finding him, Mutuo appeared somewhat embarrassed, even blushing, a rare occurrence, given that it had just been assigned a task and was now facing an insurmountable problem. It's all right. Just express any issues you encounter, and we shall resolve them together. If there are truly no problems, that would be unusual, Sulu reassured. Only then did Mutuo reveal the issue it could not resolve, the energy. Chapter 79. The Rayquaza power plant, praised by all who utilized it. Energy. Upon hearing this term, Sulu felt a twinge of headache. This indeed poses a significant dilemma. The term energy has historically been the catalyst for countless conflicts. Even though a century has elapsed since the emergence of the spatial rift, humanity remains ensnared in the conundrum of energy supply. While there are numerous energy facilities nestled within the heart of human civilization, the sporadic occurrences of spatial rifts and ferocious beasts have complicated the transportation of energy, rendering it a formidable challenge. Often, a city must independently address its energy needs, a critical consideration during the establishment of new territories and urban centers. Initially, the energy strategy for the new town was to emulate that of most cities, relying on hydropower from the river. However, constructing a dam is far more intricate than erecting ordinary urban structures, and it cannot be accomplished swiftly. Have you not consulted Xiaomuyu? Sulu casually inquired. Given that Xiaomuyu stated she would assist in building the factory, it is likely she intends to resolve the energy issue. Otherwise, an inoperative factory would yield no benefits for her either. Chao Ming. Sulu. Never mind. Relying solely on others for energy is indeed impractical. This realization struck Sulu. While he could oversee the procurement of raw materials for the Pokémon factory, the other essential infrastructures were beyond his control. If he were to recklessly initiate the factory's operations, he could face significant constraints thereafter. Furthermore, the research in the experimental zone is expected to consume substantial energy, likely rendering the energy supply for the new town insufficient, necessitating the exploration of independent energy sources. It would be prudent to resolve this matter expeditiously, Sulu pondered. The notion of developing new energy sources seemed implausible, as Sulu recognized that his singular distinction lay in the Pokémon system. Thus, Sulu meticulously pondered the intricate relationship between Pokémon and energy. His immediate thought was to harness the power of electric-type Pokémon for electricity generation. However, it seemed that the number of electric-type Pokémon he could summon was rather limited. Suddenly, a vivid image of Zapdos being used as a generator flashed through his mind. Far away in the serene Baokikanian, Raikou, contentedly observing the playful Pokémon, suddenly sneezed. The notion of the Rayquaza power plant, perhaps, emerged. This idea could indeed be feasible. The establishment of a Pokémon energy factory was essential for the sustenance of all. Surely, Raikou would comprehend this necessity. Sulu clapped his hands in excitement and turned to Mutwo to convey his thoughts. Mutwo responded, "I shall make the necessary arrangements. Raikou will undoubtedly consent. But must it continuously generate power? Fear not. In the future, we can summon Zapdos to take turns, ensuring a reliable schedule of 9 to 5 and ample energy cubes to sustain everyone," Sulu assured. Mutwo nodded. It had not considered solutions to the energy dilemma before, but it now appeared that allowing Raikou to sacrifice a bit of its power was the only viable option. Generating electricity from Raikou was straightforward. Yet transforming the lightning it produced into usable power would require specialized machinery. Fortunately, Mutwo could manage that as well. After all, there existed precedents in this world where Pokémon were utilized for electricity generation, albeit those capable of such feats were firmly under the control of corporations. Thus, the necessary power conversion devices could still be procured. Once Mutwo departed, Sulu began to delve deeper into his memories, contemplating whether there existed any advanced technological energy sources within the Pokémon realm. Although the idea of having Raikou and other electric-type Pokémon take turns generating electricity was merely a temporary solution conceived by Sulu, relying on electric-type Pokémon for prolonged energy production posed considerable challenges. Not only would the Pokémon themselves be strained, but as energy consumption increased, it would be impossible to sustain operations solely through their efforts. It seems the only viable option would be to seek assistance from treasures within the Pokémon world. Sulu accessed the system shop and began to scrutinize the offerings. The Thunderstone appeared unpromising. He had never encountered it being used for electricity generation. As he continued to browse, his gaze fell upon a particular item, prompting him to pause. Thunder Treasure 500. 000 enhances the power of electric-type moves and improves electric-type recovery. What is this? Sulu pondered the origins of the Thunder Treasure. It seemed to be the orb from the shrine of Zapdos in the movie featuring the birth of Lugia. It was said that gathering the Flame Treasure, Thunder Treasure, and Ice Treasure could summon the legendary Pokémon Lugia. Considering the attributes of the Thunder Treasure, Sulu made a decisive choice and exchanged for it. In the movie, the three legendary birds played a crucial role in stabilizing ocean currents and balancing the weather in their regions, suggesting that the treasures were of immense significance to them. Even if the treasure could not be directly utilized to extract electricity, it might ease Raikou's power generation efforts. After all, Raikou was only at level 10, and any mishap could lead to dire consequences for Sulu. Moreover, even if the treasure was not immediately applicable, it would surely be beneficial when summoning Lugia in the future. Upon exchanging for the Thunder Treasure valued at 500,000, Sulu's shop points returned once more to a 5-digit figure. A glass bead adorned with a lightning emblem materialized in Sulu's hand, emanating a tingling sensation. He felt as though by channeling his supernatural abilities, he could unleash the electric energy within, commanding lightning itself. Truly, it was a gem worth 500,000. Mutwo, quickly, deliver this to Raijin, Sulu conveyed silently in his mind. Meanwhile, Raijin, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Mutwo and the shimmering gem it held, was plunged into contemplation. The silver lining was that with this treasure of thunder, he would possess a continuous source of power, with his strength poised to escalate. The downside, however, was the same. The treasure would perpetually supply energy, and his might would incessantly amplify. Thus, the following day, within the confines of the newly constructed factory, an enigmatic chamber emerged, housing the most rudimentary of power generation equipment. To stave off Raijin's boredom, a computer and smartphone were also provided. The Pokémon Energy Factory commenced its operations, initiating a recruitment drive. In City W, a multitude of individuals flocked, eager to capitalize on the burgeoning opportunity presented by the establishment of the new city. Naturally, participation in the inaugural factory of the new city was met with enthusiasm. After all, it was evident to all that the Pokémon Energy Factory was backed by none other than the Lord of the new city. And the energy blocks produced were of exceptional quality, ensuring assured success in the future. By entering the factory now, they would secure their positions as seasoned employees. The factory buzzed with fervent preparations and operations. Perusing the reports, Xiaomuyue found herself bewildered. Her initial plan had been to draw electricity to City W, but it now appeared that such measures were unnecessary. Sulu's account had procured the Beastmaster power generation equipment, which led Xiaomuyue to ponder whether yet another formidable electric-type beast was involved. Subsequently, she utilized her authority to erase Sulu's purchasing traces. Abruptly, She received a response regarding the information she had previously submitted about the emergence sect. Xiaomuyu's expression grew increasingly grave. It was imperative to consult Sulu. What is the matter? Sulu inquired, observing Xiaomuyu seated across from him. Typically, this young city lord would not seek him out unless there was something significant at hand. Xiaomuyu nodded, seemingly searching for something, but ultimately appeared disappointed upon failing to locate Sulu's Pokémon. She had initially hoped to interact with Sulu's charming beast as well. Nevertheless, pressing matters took precedence. I am here to inform you of your attendance at the opening ceremony of the Pokémon Company tomorrow. Furthermore, Sulu, I have submitted the information you provided along with the remains of the six-winged siren. This is your reward. Xiaomuyu produced a golden crystal. Upon receiving it, Sulu examined it under the sunlight, noticing what appeared to be golden liquid swirling within the crystal. This is a psychic crystal, capable of enhancing the extraordinary powers of any living being, and it is the reward for the information reported. Enhance extraordinary powers. That sounds promising, Sulu acknowledged, before a realization struck him. You mean all living beings? Indeed, including humans. That is indeed remarkable. How does one utilize it? Simply channel your extraordinary abilities to attune to the psychic crystal. Sulu Chao carefully secured the psychic crystal, finally discovering a pathway to enhance his four extraordinary abilities. While he felt relatively proficient with Pokémon, he found himself somewhat at a loss regarding the four forms of aura power. The psychic and aura types were manageable. He could simply train himself as if he were a psychic or aura Pokémon. However, he felt utterly helpless when it came to the powers of the everlasting and the overcoming, which were, paradoxically, the most vital of the extraordinary abilities. Is this item particularly rare? Sulu casually inquired. If it were not so difficult to obtain, he would have wanted to acquire more. A single psychic crystal could grant a trainer access to the threshold of extraordinary evolution, but it was only found within a significant space-time rift. That implies it is indeed a rare commodity, he mused. Extraordinary evolution, the advanced transformation that champions could master flawlessly, meant that one psychic crystal served as a ticket to the test for aspiring champions. You did not come merely to deliver this, did you? Sulu continued his inquiry. According to the investigations conducted by the Beastmaster Alliance, the problematic space-time rift is not limited to just one significant rift in Z City. Numerous rifts have been provoked by the arrival school, and as a result, these rifts are rapidly expanding. Consequently, there is a high probability that a massive wave of ferocious beasts will emerge in the near future. A wave of ferocious beasts, Sulu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In that case, although my identity remains concealed, the formidable power of the Sky Guardian has been unveiled before the world. Should the Descendant faction take notice, they may either choose to circumvent us or unleash a ferocious assault, Sulu deduced. The trajectory of the Sky Guardian's flight is discernible to the Beast Alliance of City Z. Thus it is merely a matter of time before other regional forces also detect its presence. This has become an established fact since the Sky Guardian's official appearance. Recently, there has been a notable increase in individuals venturing into the forbidden land of Tianyun in search of the Sky Guardian. Sulu had anticipated the Sky Guardian's emergence. With his substantial strength and Muwo as his trump card, there was no longer a need for concealment. Xiaomuyu nodded in agreement, as this was precisely the point she wished to convey. According to recent assessments, a congregation of beasts is gathering in the eastern region of Jinshin City, and a beast tide is expected to occur within the week. During this tumultuous event, the power of a certain unnamed king may seem insignificant. Yet the prowess surpassing that of a champion is sufficient to sway the tides of war. Thus, Xiaomuyu's primary purpose in approaching Sulu was to seek his assistance. I understand, Sulu replied with a nod. After Xiaomuyu departed, having numerous matters to attend to, the sudden beast tide had disrupted her plans. Originally, she had intended to expand Jinshin City around the energy factory upon its completion. However, she now had to prioritize establishing a defensive line. Once she had left, Sulu summoned Mutuo to teleport him to the pinnacle of the Sky Guardian. Initially taken aback, the Rayquaza quickly regained its composure and enveloped Sulu in a protective atmospheric shield. It soared towards the eastern expanse. With a resounding roar, Rayquaza traversed the celestial confines, venturing further into the east. Beyond the vibrant city of Jinshin lies a territory that has remained unreclaimed since its fall, a domain where ferocious beasts have entrenched themselves for many years. The rifts in time and space have become a persistent ailment of this region, evolving into numerous areas of danger. As Xiaomuyu had remarked, what once resembled a foreign ecological haven in the east has now become a gathering ground for countless ferocious beasts. Curiously, however, Sulu found it difficult to perceive these rifts in time and space. Logically, the proliferation of these beasts could only stem from the emergence of such rifts. Thus, Areas densely populated by these creatures should correlate with the presence of a rift. Have they been concealed? Sulu pondered. After gleaning information about the six-winged succubus, he understood that individuals cloaked in black robes could enter these rifts even before they manifested. Moreover, under the influence of an enigmatic force, these beasts seemed utterly devoid of reason, reduced to mere instruments of slaughter, impervious even to the oppressive presence of Rayquaza. The creature exhaled a few breaths, unleashing destructive rays that obliterated numerous beasts. However, in the vast expanse of the eastern region, even a first-tier deity like Rayquaza appeared somewhat inadequate, unable to cover the entirety of the area with a single strike. At present, such a feat was beyond Rayquaza's capabilities. Thus, all that remains is to wait for the gathering of all ferocious beasts, which may facilitate a resolution. Ultimately, after assessing the situation, Sulu returned to the Valley of Pokémon, summoning all the creatures, including Raikou, who was still generating electricity but was brought back by Mutwell. Everyone, Sulu addressed the assembled Pokémon in the near future. We may face attacks from ferocious beasts, so we must prepare in advance to safeguard our home. Compared to Viridian City, the Valley of Pokémon, or rather the Tianyun Forbidden Land, is likely to be struck first. At that moment, all the Pokémon gazed solemnly at Sulu. Even those among them who were averse to battle would unhesitatingly step forward when their home was threatened. This instinct seemed to be ingrained within the very essence of every Pokémon. Although guarded by both Rayquaza and Mutwell, the Pokémon still needed to possess a certain level of self-defense capability, and moreover, we must familiarize ourselves with the ferocious beasts within the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Chapter 81. The Valley of Pokémon. After Sulu elucidated the situation, the Pokémon entered a state of readiness. Rock-type Pokémon commenced the construction of robust walls and underground barriers, while Psychic-type Pokémon, having received the illusion pearls exchanged by Sulu, began to craft one illusion after another. In truth, the fortification of the Valley of Pokémon had long been a plan of Sulu. Even without the impending onslaught of ferocious beasts, he would have sought an opportunity to implement enhancements. The singular reason for this was the increasing attention drawn to the Tianyun Forbidden Land due to the activities of Rayquaza. Since Yamuyue has managed to infiltrate the heart of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, it stands to reason that others may also discover the treasure laid in Bauka Valley, perhaps even utilizing foreign instruments to explore its depths. The ramifications of Bauka Valley being exposed could be quite dire. Pokémon, after all, differ significantly from the ferocious beasts of this world, with the most notable distinction being the difficulty in their capture. It is a harsh reality that Pokémon, endowed with the trait of bond and possessing a degree of subjective consciousness, may be forcibly subdued through cruel means. In contrast, mindless creatures like the ferocious beasts tend to harbor a permanent animosity towards humanity, regardless of the brutality they endure. With only a select few possessing the intelligence necessary for domestication, Pokémon, generally endowed with a certain level of intellect, can evolve through their bonds with humans, which is both a blessing and a fatal flaw. Hence, after gaining some understanding of this world, Sulu is reluctant to allow Pokémon to be exposed en masse to the public eye. The notion of transforming Bauka Valley into the fabled realm of sprites is merely a slight acceleration of plans. Standing atop the mountain of Bauka Valley alongside Mutwell, observing the fervent activities of the Pokémon, Sulu inquired, "Mutwell, do you truly believe establishing a barrier is the right course of action?" To be candid, the idea of erecting a barrier to protect the Pokémon leaves Sulu with an unsettling feeling, akin to imprisoning them, which has been the reason for his hesitation thus far. Humans are complex beings, and Pokémon cannot fully comprehend them. Thus, I believe you are correct, Sulu. Mutwell replied calmly. Although Mutwell has not been in this world for long, its formidable psychic abilities allow it to effortlessly acquire vast amounts of information about humanity. In certain respects, Mutwell may possess an even deeper understanding of the human inhabitants of this world than Sulu. The next step is to engage with our neighbors. The neighbors referred to by Sulu are the apex beasts residing in the Tianyun Forbidden Land. These apex beasts, when placed outside the confines of the Forbidden Land, possess the capability to annihilate entire cities. However, ever since the arrival of the Sky Pillar, they have been reduced to trembling in fear, confined to their territories within the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Mutwell nodded. In an instant, it teleported to a valley adorned with purple crystalline stones. Within this valley, there appeared to be a small hill, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was not merely a hill but rather a slumbering bear. The moment Mutwell appeared, the overwhelming aura emanating from it abruptly roused the seemingly hibernating amethyst war bear. The bear, exceeding 15 meters in height, sprang to its feet, its crystalline fur bristling. As it bared its teeth and emitted a low, rumbling growl directed at Sulu and Mutwell, it refrained from launching an immediate attack. suggesting that it had not succumbed to the complete loss of reason that afflicted the beasts congregating to the east, indicating there was still hope for redemption. Only beasts that have attained a certain level of intelligence possess the potential for subjugation. This amethyst war bear evidently harbors such potential. If captured and introduced to the outside world, this single apex beast could command a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Sulu's approach was direct, in a fleeting moment. He connected with the bear's mind using the power of psychokinesis. In Sulu's perception, this apex predator, despite having attained a certain level of intelligence, remained quite primitive, akin to a wild beast. Taming the amethyst battle bear would indeed require an approach similar to that of training a bear. Yet the combat prowess possessed by the amethyst battle bear rendered such endeavors exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, even wild creatures possess a sense of territoriality. So let us first subdue it with the power of Mutuo. Mutuo nodded in agreement. Sensing the hostility emanating from the two humanoid beings before it, the amethyst battle bear launched the first strike. Its massive paws slammed forcefully onto the ground, causing a multitude of amethyst spikes to erupt from the earth. Each spike measured at least 7 or 8 meters in length, and they spread over a vast area, encircling a radius of 200 meters. However, just as these razor-sharp spikes were about to reach Sulu and Mutuo, they were crushed into dust by an overwhelming psychic force. A non-flying attack? Moreover, it appeared to be a rock-type creature. If I could summon a non-flying creature, perhaps a mere glance would suffice to tame this clumsy bear? In the face of such a formidable apex beast, only Sulu and a select few powerful leaders had the luxury to ponder such thoughts. Roaring in discontent with its performance, the amethyst battle bear charged towards Sulu. As it ran, a heavy suit of battle armor gradually formed around its body, shaking the very ground beneath it. Yet, for Mutuo, it was still far too weak. With a mere gesture, Mutuo halted the charging amethyst battle bear in its tracks. The binding technique not only rendered the amethyst battle bear's moves ineffective, but also seemed to completely immobilize its form. What followed was a thorough domination. Under the immense influence of psychic power, the amethyst battle bear was tossed about like a mere punching bag, emitting anguished cries of suffering. It was only then that Sulu remembered that Mutuo was not a benevolent Pokémon. It possessed the most ferocious heart among all Pokémon. The apparent kindness Mutuo displayed towards all Pokémon might have been more an obligation than genuine compassion. Had Sulu not imparted education and the essence of overcoming to Mutuo upon summoning, it might have devolved into a mere combat machine, akin to the primordial state of the Pokémon world. Even the current semblance of friendliness was merely the result of rationality suppressing its innate brutality. Thus, Mutuo was on a quest, seeking to discover a complete version of itself. Sulu contemplated. He then conveyed a message to Mutuo. I am here. Upon receiving Sulu's message, Mutuo abruptly halted its assault on the amethyst battle bear, realizing that it had nearly lost control. Fortunately, Sulu's reminder brought it back. Meanwhile, the severely battered amethyst battle bear cowered pitifully, cradling its head before Sulu. Chapter 82. Suppressing the Forbidden Zone? Are you truly human? The amethyst battle bear had contemplated resistance, yet under the overwhelming psychic force, it found itself utterly paralyzed, as though it were a toy bear ruthlessly abused. Furthermore, these two humanoid beings did not emanate any aura of hostility, prompting the amethyst battle bear to decisively surrender with the little rationality it possessed. Upon witnessing that the adversary no longer sought to assault him, the amethyst bear cautiously emerged from beneath its massive paws, casting a furtive glance towards Sulu and his companion. Under the influence of Sulu's transcendent power, the inherent ferocity dwelling deep within the amethyst bear's psyche was thoroughly subdued, or perhaps it had never been fully awakened to begin with. Sulu found himself contemplating the situation. The ferocity exhibited by beasts upon encountering humans is not to be taken lightly. Yet, upon seeing himself in the psychic dream, this particular amethyst bear instinctively resorted to mere resistance. Unlike the ferocious creatures previously encountered in the eastern regions, it seemed that the cloaked figures had not exerted their influence over the Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone. The Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone is among the earliest of the Forbidden Domains. It is conceivable that the sect of Descent had yet to manifest during that time, thus rendering them incapable of affecting the beasts within. Of course, this remains merely Sulu's conjecture, and he is not entirely privy to the intricacies involved. Nevertheless, the amethyst bear's willingness to submit was fortuitous. This development augmented his combat prowess, as Sulu conveyed to the amethyst bear the notion of territoriality. The Pokémon Valley is their domain, and should the amethyst bear wish to survive, it must defend the valley. Innately reluctant to depart from the Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone, the amethyst bear nodded vigorously. There was no requirement to relinquish its treasures, no need to relocate, and no imminent peril to its life. Thus, it readily acquiesced. After Su Lu and the psychic dream departed, the amethyst bear shook its body, feeling a sense of injustice despite having done nothing but endure an unwarranted beating. Its heart was heavy, yet it found no avenue for expression. Just as the amethyst bear prepared to resume its slumber, Su Lu's voice resonated once more within its mind. It was a coordinate, a place to which it needed to journey, to rest. Fearing a repeat of past beatings should it arrive late, the amethyst battle bear, weary and fatigued, made its way to the location transmitted by Su Lu. Subsequently, Su Lu, accompanied by the Dream Eater, ventured to the sites of two other sovereign beasts. One, the crocodile-handed six-armed ape, had not attained sentience and was thus incapable of submission. It was swiftly vanquished by the Dream Eater. The other, the serpent dream turtle, exhibited greater intelligence than the amethyst battle bear and willingly expressed its submission without the need for intervention from the Dream Eater. Moreover, it offered to carry Su Lu to the designated location. Lord Su Lu, I have a question that I hope you will allow me to ask. The serpent dream turtle communicated telepathically to Su Lu, who was seated upon its back. Speak freely, Su Lu replied, known for his amiable nature towards his own kind. The ancient turtle, appearing to be far older than a century, might possess valuable knowledge. Lord Su Lu, are you human? The inquiry from the serpent dream turtle struck Su Lu as peculiar at first. Of course, I am human. However, upon uttering this response, Su Lu was momentarily lost in thought. Having inhabited this world for a while, he suddenly recalled something significant. He seemed to have traversed here from another realm. He then recollected his previous encounters with ferocious beasts. Logically, even those with a modicum of intelligence would fall into a frenzy upon encountering humans. Yet both the amethyst battle bear and the serpent dream turtle appeared remarkably composed. Perhaps it was precisely this anomaly that sparked the ancient turtle's suspicion? Could it be that it has discerned its own identity as a time traveler? The identity of a time traveler is a secret that must be more deeply concealed than that of the system. If the system were to be exposed, it might merely be a matter of being scrutinized. However, should the secret of being a time traveler come to light, one might be perceived as an intruder by others. After hearing Su Lu's response, Shimeng Gui fell silent for a moment. Perhaps, Lord Su Lu, you are unaware that we fierce beasts harbor an instinctual animosity towards humans. Yet I find that I do not possess much of that instinctual response towards you. Thus, it is quite possible that you possess a powerful lineage of which you are oblivious. Probing your bloodline may indeed prove beneficial to you, the old turtle stated earnestly. Now that I have submitted, I must consider how to be deemed a valuable ally in the eyes of my superior. This seems to be an instinct inherent to turtles, which is why Shimeng Gui proactively broached this matter with Su Lu. Upon hearing this, Su Lu sighed in relief. So, it was merely a suspicion that he, like Xiaomayu, might possess a unique bloodline? I shall investigate this myself, Su Lu replied. Nevertheless, a unique bloodline could also serve as a form of camouflage. With the presence of two sovereign-level fierce beasts, Su Lu no longer needed to rely solely on Chao Ming and Lai Kongzhou for every endeavor. After all, they too require training. Just as Su Lu was attending to matters concerning the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, the first batch of energy cubes produced by the Baoke factory was also preparing to be supplied externally. The first city to receive these supplies would naturally be W City, the closest to Zhen Xian City. Hu Yunji and Xia Muyao had previously reached a certain agreement. And after the establishment of Zhenxin City, the two began to engage in profound exchanges. Now, W City has become the designated sales hub for energy cubes within a 6-month period. The efficacy of energy cubes is comparable to that of high-grade beast-taming food. Yet their price is merely that of intermediate-grade sustenance. This exceptional product is undoubtedly poised to make a significant impact on the market, even before large-scale sales have officially commenced. Some local suppliers of beast-taming food in W City are already feeling the pressure. Liuxin Company stands as the largest beast-taming food enterprise in W City. It was originally among the first to align with Hu Yunji's influence. During the tenure of its founding figure, the company was wholly committed to the interests of W City. However, following the founder's demise, the connection with Hu Yunji gradually diminished, and Liuxin Company began to lean towards commercialization. Yu Luming, the current chairman and grandson of the company's founder, paced anxiously in his office. A staff member entered, holding a report. Is there any news? Can it be analyzed? Yu Luming inquired urgently. The staff member shook his head in response. After perusing the report, Yu Luming fell into contemplation. Should I seek out Aunt Hu? No. Su Lu is very likely one of her people. Seemingly resolved, Yu Luming dialed a special number. Chapter 83, The Strength of the Everlasting. Enhanced transcendence upon returning home. Su Lu did not immediately rest. Instead, he retrieved the superthought crystal obtained earlier that day. The powers of mental fortitude and wave guidance can be cultivated with great effort. But should one seek to enhance the power of superlative transcendence or the strength of constancy? Sulu pondered. Through his inquiries, he learned that a single psychic crystal could only amplify one type of extraordinary power. As Sulu meticulously attuned to his own abilities of transcendence and constancy, he sensed something amiss. Has my strength of constancy indeed grown? This perplexed him. Previously, his constancy could temporarily elevate a Pokémon by 10 levels. Yet now it seemed capable of enhancing it by 13 levels. While Sulu's psychic prowess grew through his diligent training with Mutwo, which was to be expected. The wave guidance power, though lacking a reference like Lucario, could also be refined. However, the sudden enhancement of his constancy was quite unexpected. Utilizing his wave guidance, Sulu meticulously examined the fluctuations of his constancy. To his astonishment, he discovered that this power seemed to have formed a new connection beyond himself. Following this link, Sulu delved deeper, ultimately leading him to the Tianyan Forbidden Zone, or rather, the Bauka Valley. Remarkably, his strength of constancy had intertwined with the very essence of Bauka Valley. In that moment, enlightenment struck Sulu. The two most renowned figures associated with the strength of constancy were none other than Sakamoto and Xiao Huang. From these exemplars, it becomes evident that the strength of constancy is a blessing bestowed upon humanity by the earth itself. Or perhaps, it is a special power granted through recognition by the Pokémon of a particular region. Although Sulu possessed the strength of constancy, it had previously been a rootless source. However, now the Pokémon Valley stands as the sole sanctuary for Pokémon in this world, with their numbers steadily increasing. The valley has begun to emanate a subtle force of eternity, which subsequently connected with Sulu. As the Pokémon Valley expands, and the Pokémon thrive, the force of eternity within Sulu will naturally strengthen. Upon realizing this, Sulu felt a sense of joy. The enhancement of the force was secondary, as the primary significance lay in the acknowledgement from the Pokémon. Thus, he resolved to utilize this to amplify his psychic power, for he had yet to discover a method to enhance it. Sulu took out the psychic crystal and made contact with his psychic power. The peculiar liquid flowing within the crystal began to transform into a psychic power indistinguishable from Sulu's own upon contact. This energy of the same origin was effortlessly absorbed by Sulu. After half an hour, his psychic power experienced a remarkable enhancement. What was once merely capable of facilitating telepathic communication now seemed to have the potential to interfere with reality, allowing for sealing and augmentation. Although Sulu's psychic power had not yet reached the magnitude required to seal a formidable Pokémon like Hoopa, ordinary beast tamers no longer posed a threat in his presence. Furthermore, Sulu's psychic power could further strengthen Pokémon, and he found himself uncertain of the extent to which he could augment a Pokémon when his extraordinary abilities were fully unleashed. Such a treasure it was. Though challenging to obtain, he wondered if he could exchange the corpse of a formidable beast for it. He planned to inquire with Xiaomu Yu the following day. After absorbing the super crystal, Sulu commenced the formulation of a new training regimen. The legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, is tasked with subduing the heavenly cloud Forbidden Land, while Mutwo is engaged in research and the safeguarding of Vermilion City. Thus, I require additional combat power. Otherwise, it would be a fruitless endeavor to keep Rayquaza and Mutwo occupied without enhancing their capabilities. Indeed, Raikou is a commendable choice. Yet it too has its own assignments and remains but a single Pokémon, with the continuous generation of electricity serving as a form of training. Sulu typed the word Legion on his computer. A solitary Pokémon is certainly incapable of rivaling a deity. However, Pokémon that have undergone a Legion transformation possess formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. In the realm of Pokémon, championship legions can even contend with fully realized first-tier deities. Teams such as Rain Dance and Sunny Day serve as prototypes for Pokémon legions. By enlarging their scale and generating energy resonance, they can truly be termed a legion. Centering around willing combatants, these Pokémon can form a legion with supporting Pokémon, representing a viable strategy. The core Pokémon of the Sandstorm team, Tyranitar, has already been established, thus enabling the training for the Sandstorm team to proceed. Sulu typed the word Sandstorm team. The Sunny Day team. The image of sunflowers flickered in Sulu's mind. This shall be a provisional plan. There are also the Rain Dance team and the Volcanic team. Sulu meticulously categorized the Pokémon he currently possessed, fortunate that he retained a clear recollection of the skills and configurations of each team. Collaboration is secondary. The primary objective is to ensure that the Pokémon resonate with one another's energy. Without this resonance, they are merely a disorganized collection. Henceforth, it shall become a daily task to gather all Pokémon of the same attribute for energy harmonization, Sulu mused. Furthermore, he envisioned the formation of unconventional legions, such as the Gigantamax Legion and the Mega Evolution Legion. Inspired by this thought, Sulu began to type fervently on his computer, contemplating the myriad possibilities. Suddenly, he unearthed a peculiar file from his computer, an earlier cultivation plan for grass-type Pokémon provided by Huyunji. Upon opening it, Sulu recalled that he had already perused the contents. The initial portion detailed the cultivation methods for individual grass-type Pokémon, attributing part of the rapid evolution of the walking grass to these secrets. The latter half outlined the cultivation direction for the Thorn Beast Legion, a nascent form of a grass-type army. While it had been of no use to Sulu previously, it now served as a valuable reference. This world also possessed its own Pokémon legions, suggesting a correlation that warranted further exploration of its secrets. Nearby, due to the beast crisis, Siemi, who was unable to tend to the fields, stirred restlessly in his sleep, while Psyduck had already dozed off with his little duckling sibling. Sulu, having engaged in a relentless night of work, astonishingly produced a training plan comprising 30,000 words. Yet, he remained invigorated. Had it not been for the interruption of a phone call from Xiaomuyue, he felt he could have continued to craft an additional 20 or 30,000 words of the training plan. Sulu, the Pokémon Company is opening today. Remember to arrive early, Xiaomuyue reminded him. The Pokémon Company is an indispensable element for both Xiaomuyue and Huyunji, which explains the significant attention Xiaomuyue bestows upon it. Oh, by the way, it seems there is an event to attend today. Sulu recalled Xiaomuyue's words from the previous day. Well, I shall make my way there now. Chapter 84. An ambush. The venue for the inauguration of the Pokémon Company has been decisively chosen. Sulu merely needs to make an appearance, and the purpose of this appearance is straightforward: to formally announce his affiliation with the two city lords, Huyunji and Xiaomuyue. Despite Sulu's current prowess rendering him unafraid of any potential disturbances, he still wishes to minimize unnecessary troubles. Psyduck, it's time to go? Sulu called out to his Psyduck's cozy nook, fully dressed and ready. Gah? A bewildered Psyduck emerged, clutching a phone and accompanied by two other duck Pokémon. Sulu was taken aback. What on earth did you all do last night? You're still just little ducklings, he lamented. Psyduck shot him a disdainful glance. We merely spent the night watching videos on card disassembly with friends, all right? He recalled the somewhat drowsy ducklet and far-fetched back into their Pokeballs. As for Shaman, it had been invited by Bellisum for a visit, marking the first night it spent away from Sulu, and he could only wonder about its current state. Psyduck escorted Sulu outside, taking the driver's seat and tapping the steering wheel. Gah? Where to? This was also the reason Psyduck was wide awake. As long as there was a car to drive, it was in peak condition. To the Pokémon Company. Psyduck nodded and emitted a sound. After spending some time in the human world, it had managed to grasp the significance of the Pokémon Company. Crafting its own little vehicle required a bit of money, and that money came from the Pokémon Company. Psyduck discreetly glanced at Sulu, furrowing its brow. However, the funds from the Pokémon Company belonged to Sulu. Must Psyduck consider borrowing money from him to create its little vehicle? Thus, filled with thoughts, Psyduck drove Sulu to a grand building. Outside the building hung a logo resembling a Pokeball, emblazoned with the words Pokémon. This was the Pokémon Company, and the subsequent energy factory and laboratories were departments under its auspices. At present, the Pokémon Company's storefront was generously sponsored by Huyunji, who, after utilizing Sulu's energy cubes, has been employing them daily. In truth, the establishment of the Pokémon Company was not particularly momentous. What truly captured the media's attention was the simultaneous arrival of the two city lords. This event symbolized the commencement of cooperation between the cities represented by Huyunji and Xiaomuyue, which held great significance for all citizens of those cities. Sulu, indeed, was extraordinarily fortunate, serving as the bridge between the two lords. What does extraordinary luck mean? It is clear that he possesses considerable talent as well. With the prowess of a champion seed and the energy cubes, he should be sufficient to garner the support of both lords, shouldn't he? Have you ever used the energy cubes? If you had, you would not hold such a perspective. To some extent, Lord Xia even relies on Sulu. Champion seed? Do you have any proof? I do not believe it. As the reporters buzzed with excitement, Sulu entered the venue accompanied by a Psyduck, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of journalists. In this era, the most captivating topic was no longer the daily activities of entertainers, but rather the bond between celebrity beast tamers and their Pokémon. Hello, Sulu. I'm a reporter from Strawberry Times. Can you share how you created the energy cubes? Is it true that you have a romantic link with King Xiatian? People are now calling you the seed of the king. Have you considered participating in any leagues? Not only Sulu but even the Psyduck found itself confronted with several microphones. Naturally, Sulu had little to say, while Psyduck, feeling somewhat out of place, scratched its head in confusion. However, before Sulu could respond to the reporters, A sudden flash surged towards him. A tall, slender reporter-esque form twisted and transformed into a fearsome creature adorned with peculiar, colorful scales. Someone recognized the beast almost instantly. It was a camouflaged lizard, a rare Pokémon capable of illusionary magic. No one could have anticipated that on the very day of the Pokémon Company's grand opening, an assassination attempt on Su Lu would occur. The camouflaged lizard was the second evolution of the hidden lizard, and, even without professional training, possessed strength sufficient to reach the pinnacle of the elite tier. With specialized training, it could easily compete in formal leagues, warranting its title as a master-level Pokémon. In a direct confrontation, perhaps Su Lu, hailed as the seed of the king, would stand a chance. However, the surprise assault from a Pokémon is exceedingly difficult to counter. Given the frailty of the human constitution, it is almost impossible to withstand the ambush of a Pokémon. Particularly, Su Lu had only been a student with his beast for a little over a month. At that moment, the seemingly dull Psyduck underwent a remarkable transformation, its demeanor sharpened with newfound intensity. Su Lu, allow Psyduck to protect you. A surge of formidable psychic energy emanated from Psyduck's body. The elite-level hidden lizard, which had been perilously close to Su Lu, appeared to freeze in time. Halted at a distance of less than half a meter, its pale claws starkly visible. This was the dream version of the binding technique, a skill Psyduck had inquired about while discussing the principles of foreign machinery with Mutuo. Although Psyduck could not immobilize a dominant-level beast as effortlessly as Mutuo, it could easily control an ordinary elite-level beast. Thank you, Psyduck, Su Lu said, patting the creature's head. With Su Lu's current strength and the psychic shield left by Mutuo, even if the adversary struck, he would remain unharmed. The onlookers suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. It was a significant revelation. The prodigious youth Su Lu had been attacked. Was it for profit? Or perhaps due to his relationship with Xiaomu? Enough. No one is to move. Hu Yunji's stern voice resonated. Meanwhile, Xiaomu and the Mutuo-masked figure hastened to join him, having just concluded their final discussions. Observing the scene before him, Hu Yunji's expression turned grave. While the hidden lizard certainly harbored secrets, managing to evade detection by disguising itself as a reporter before launching an assault. The fact that Su Lu had been attacked reflected poorly on her abilities. In the eyes of Hu Yunji, the absence of the sky-splitting seat beside Su Lu implied that Su Lu's true strength was likely only marginally superior to that of an ordinary student. Should any misfortune befall Su Lu, resulting in the rampage of the sky-splitting seat, a wave of fury surged within Hu Yunji. Had it truly been so long since she had resorted to action that someone dared to commit such audacity in her presence? Soon, Hu Yunji's people swiftly regained control of the situation. I apologize. I shall investigate thoroughly. There is little merit in uttering empty pleasantries at this juncture. And Hu Yunji is not one to engage in flowery speech. Su Lu merely nodded. The assault from the beast was a first for him. The investigation reached a swift conclusion, and amidst the crowd, discussions regarding the Psyduck grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 85. The alien assassin that beast, it appears to be called Psyduck. Right? Su Lu's companion beast. I recall that Psyduck had only been summoned a little over a month ago. This cannot be mistaken. In just over a month, it could effortlessly command an elite peak-level camouflaged lizard? What remarkable potential this Psyduck possesses. How formidable. Is there anyone with specific information regarding Psyduck? This Psyduck seems to be the first one ever summoned, and since Su Lu, no one else has managed to summon a Psyduck, suggesting that it may indeed be a unique summoning beast. Though it is difficult to comprehend how such a seemingly simple-minded duck could be so powerful. The title of Su Lu as a king seed is undeniably well-earned. In the lounge, Hu Yunji's expression was somewhat grim. Su Lu, the investigation results are in. It appears to be a rogue beast, and its attack on you is orchestrated by another beast master. This method, combined with the stealthy nature of the Hidden Stab Society, is typical of their operations, Hu Yunji explained. The Hidden Stab Society? This is an assassin organization that emerged at the inception of the space-time rifts. They employ various means to forcibly control beasts for assassination purposes, and upon failure, they swiftly vacate the city, making it exceedingly rare for any members to be apprehended. The capability to exert such control over an elite-level beast suggests that the operative involved possesses formidable power, possibly at the king level, Hu Yunji continued. Since the advent of beast taming, a plethora of derivative professions have flourished, including assassins who now rely on beast companions, rendering them even more elusive, he noted. In other words, someone is paying for my life, Su Lu pondered, stroking his chin. I don't recall having offended anyone. Or perhaps it is the work of the Descendants sect. He then turned his gaze towards Chao Meng, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, what everyone assumed would be the end of the opening ceremony unexpectedly continued. Moreover, Su Lu displayed no signs of fear, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. The manager of the Pokémon company, perplexed, noted the presence of a young man donning a cat mask named Xiao Ming, who bore a striking resemblance to Su Lu. As Hu Yunji and Xiao Miwe took the stage to announce the official establishment of diplomatic cooperation between the two cities, along with certain preferential treatments for the Bauka Company. The opening ceremony concluded. Meanwhile, in Bauka Company's office, a hunched figure cloaked in a cape gazed in astonishment at Su Lu and Xiao Ming, accompanied by a Psyduck. Despite his meticulous caution, even controlling the hidden transform lizard via a live feed from outside the city, he had opted for immediate withdrawal after the mission's failure. Yet, he never anticipated that mere minutes later, he would find himself captured. Beside this hidden assassin was a massive 1-meter wide eye, his summoned beast. The Twisted Evil Eye, a formidable psychic creature that allowed him to exert control over elite-level irrational beasts. However, at this moment, the Twisted Evil Eye appeared to be completely suppressed in the psychic domain, unable to transmit even the faintest mental fluctuations. Realizing this, the assassin understood that his adversary possessed a psychic beast even more powerful than the Twisted Evil Eye. Above the king level, a champion? How could a champion appear here? Was the intelligence department utterly incompetent? Weren't they supposed to be ordinary boys from humble families? As he cursed inwardly, he also began to clear his thoughts, for some potent psychic beasts could read minds. Xiao Ming, can you discern anything? Su Lu inquired, discreetly activating his abilities against the hidden assassin. Yet, it seemed the cloak he wore possessed an isolating power, thwarting all of Su Lu's efforts. Removing his cloak and employing hypnosis should suffice. The concealed assassin's pupils dilated, and in an instant, it felt as if something within his mind had detonated. The psychic entity, sensing the turmoil, exerted a powerful mental restraint, preventing the assassin's mind from completely shattering. However, the assassin was already rendered half-mad, muttering in a language that Su Lu could not comprehend. Noticing the disturbance, Su Lu lifted the assassin's cloak, only to discover that beneath it lay not a human, but a one-eyed rodent. Narrowing his eyes, Su Lu reflected on his prior observations and the behaviors exhibited by the psychic entity during their pursuit, indicating that this creature possessed a considerable level of intelligence. If this was merely an anomaly, it could be manageable. However, if the entire network of assassins was composed of such bizarre beings, it would pose a significant dilemma, one beyond Su Lu's capacity to resolve alone. After careful consideration, Su Lu summoned Hu Yun, who, with a grave expression, departed with the corpse of the one-eyed rodent. In the Pock Valley, Psyduck stood with hands on its hips, animatedly recounting how it had safeguarded Su Lu. The surrounding Pokémon listened intently, their expressions reflecting envy. It seemed quite commendable to protect one's trainer. Meanwhile, Caterpie, almost in a frenzy, dashed into Su Lu's embrace. Caterpie yearned to undergo evolution, to grow larger and train, but this transformation was only possible when Su Lu was present. And there was a cool-down period to consider. After satisfying Caterpie's desires, the now elongated green creature joyfully charged towards the training grounds. Such vitality, indeed, radiated from Caterpie. Suddenly, something clamped onto Su Lu's pant leg. He looked down to find it was Ugula. Ugula, is there something you need? Have you finished eating? In the Pokémon Valley, there stood a mound of small minerals approximately 10 meters high, which served as the primary evolutionary sustenance for rock-type Pokémon. However, now only a mere half-meter remained, most of which had been consumed by Ugula. While iron dumbbells selectively chose suitable morsels, Ugula was indiscriminate, devouring everything in sight. Su Lu crouched down, attempting to lift this weighty yet adorable creature, composed seemingly of steel. Ugula had indeed gained considerable weight. A new batch of minerals was on its way, but before that, it would be wise to consume more energy cubes. Regrettably, the laboratory had yet to be constructed, otherwise, they could have tailored the diet according to mineral types, rather than being forced to consume the more expensive options. As the core of the Sandstorm Squad, Su Lu was particularly attentive to Ugula's final evolutionary form, Bangelis. Cradled in Su Lu's arms, Ugula happily wiggled its limbs, seemingly eager to snuggle. However, despite Ugula's hard exterior, while a gentle touch was manageable, lifting it proved both cumbersome and painful. For this late-blooming quasi-legendary candidate, Su Lu's sole request was for it to evolve swiftly. Perhaps elevating its level was also essential. Energy resonance could be attempted as well. With the power of aura, he could sense the energy of each Pokémon, which might prove beneficial for energy resonance in the formation of a Pokémon legion. Su Lu stroked Ugula's lustrous shell before gently setting it down. Su Lu intended to utilize today as free lottery draw before proceeding with his energy resonance training. Chapter 86, The Shimmering Froakie. With deftness, Su Lu spun the lottery wheel. And after experiencing the thrill of over 100 consecutive draws, a single draw no longer elicited significant excitement within him. However, when it comes to free opportunities, one must seize them. As the pointer ceased its rotation, it landed upon the category of ordinary Pokémon. Which Pokémon would it be? Although all are classified as ordinary Pokémon, there are distinctions among them. Under the gaze of Sulu and several curious Pokémon, a new member emerged in the Pokémon Valley. It was a diminutive froggy Pokémon, Froakie. Sulu exclaimed in astonishment. His surprise was not merely due to Froakie's arrival, but rather because this particular Froakie was a shiny variant, commonly referred to as a shiny Pokémon. Such specimens generally possess greater potential than their ordinary counterparts. The typical Froakie is characterized by a light blue hue. Its hands in the areas where its hands meet its arms are white, while its mouth, nose, back, and neck are adorned with white bubbles. These bubbles serve as a backpack for Froakie to store items. However, this Froakie bore a pink body. The usual white bubbles had transformed into a pale golden color. It appeared quite flamboyant. Indeed, the term flamboyant was the only one that came to Sulu's mind. Can a shiny Pokémon truly be considered ordinary? It seems that the realm of ordinary Pokémon is far more profound than it appears. Froakie earnestly lifted its head to gaze at Sulu. Froakie, are you my master? I am your trainer. You may call me Sulu, Sulu explained. The notion of this Guaguapao frog seems rather antiquated. Could this be what is referred to as the path of a ninja? The expression of Guaguapao frog grew earnest. Gua, understood, my lord. Gua, no problem, my lord, responded Guaguapao frog. Guaguapao frog, do you choose to battle, or Guagua, to fight for my lord? The pink little frog gleamed with fervor. Let us strive together. Guagua. The surrounding Pokémon gazed with curiosity. Guaguapao frog surveyed the area. Are these the forces at my lord's disposal? Some among them appear quite formidable. Indeed. Guagua is allied with the right individual. As Sulu observed Guaguapao frog, he suddenly recalled a distinctive aspect of Guaguapao frog. This pertains to the unique bond evolution of its final evolutionary form, the Greninja, prior to Sulu's arrival in this world. It is the only known Pokémon capable of evolving through bond rather than utilizing a Mega Evolution Stone. In Sulu's perspective, Pokémon possessing the characteristic of bond may have the potential for bond evolution. However, with Ji being the person of bond, coupled with the exceptional nature of Greninja, the bond evolution was successfully achieved. Sulu promptly accessed Guaguapao Frog's panel, recalling that only the dream variant of Guaguapao Frog is eligible for bond evolution, if memory serves correctly. Gabble Frog, qualification, champion current level, 5 attribute, water talent trait, fluid transformation. The user's attribute changes to that of the move being used before executing it. Status, healthy skills, slap. Sound, bubble, quick attack. Fluid transformation, hidden trait. Upon encountering the phrase fluid transformation, Sulu exhibited an expression of realization. Perhaps this is what a shiny Pokémon truly embodies. It seems that bond evolution can indeed be replicated, with the talent trait in hand. It might even surpass the prowess of Ji as Pokémon. As for the bond, Sulu firmly believes that with the power of transcendence, establishing a profound connection with Gabble Frog will be a simple task. However, all Mega Evolutions must await the Pokémon's complete evolution, even if bond evolution is possible. Sulu will need to bide his time. Gabble Frog. Obtained. As per usual, Sulu took out the time crystal to record the moment with Gabble Frog. Let us welcome Gabble Frog into the training brigade. I shall ponder over the gift before presenting it to you. After completing the recording, Sulu remarked, Gabble. Gabble Frog nodded earnestly, though the concept of a gift remained a mystery to it. Next comes the training. Sulu interrupted Psyduck, who was joyfully recounting tales of life with Sulu to other Pokémon. Everyone, please line up according to your types. We are now preparing for team building. Sulu called out. One by one, the Pokémon obediently began to queue up. For those with multiple attributes, Sulu personally organized the teams. Sulu began to elucidate the concept of energy resonance to the Pokémon. Many of them displayed expressions of understanding, yet a greater number appeared utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Sulu possessed the power of transcendence, enabling him to convey his thoughts to the Pokémon with flawless clarity. Once all the Pokémon grasped the essence of energy resonance, they eagerly commenced their game. Indeed, in the hearts of the Pokémon, this was perceived merely as a unity exercise, an activity designed to foster camaraderie among them. Sulu merely introduced the method of energy resonance, while he suggested that each type of Pokémon engage in their own discussions regarding the form it would take. Thus, the Pokémon began to chatter animatedly. This is also why energy resonance was considered a game by the Pokémon. The straightforward fire-type Pokémon were the first to devise a team-building plan. The likes of Ducklet, Torchic, and Cyndaquil gathered around a bonfire, moving rhythmically as if dancing. Subsequently, other Pokémon gradually formulated their collaborative strategies based on their respective types. Kirlia extended its petite arms to connect with the likes of Onix and Geodude atop a large stone, jointly infusing it with energy. After their enhancement concluded, they intended to consume the stone together. Grass-type Pokémon such as Bellisum, Budew, and Shaman reclined on the grass, engaging in their own form of cultivation. Not bad at all. Sulu perceived through the power of aura. Although the energy did not resonate completely, it harmonized without nullifying one another. However, it was soon time for Sulu to take action. Utilizing his aura, he began to guide each Pokémon in adjusting their output intensity. Thus, after a day of team-building activities, all the Pokémon seemed to still yearn for more. Sulu, placing his hands on his hips, remarked, "All right, I understand that everyone wishes to continue. However, the energy reserves are finite. Overexertion would be detrimental to your health. For those who wish to persist in their training, you may follow the regimen I provided and practice independently." The Pokémon nodded in agreement and then embarked on their respective pursuits. Indeed, a significant portion of the time was consumed by the boastful musings of Psyduck. After 3 leisurely days, the vigilant Rayquaza, stationed above the sky cloud Forbidden Zone, reported to Sulu that a pack of ferocious beasts had begun to roam near the vicinity of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 87. The Beast Tide arises according to investigations. This impending beast tide could potentially be the most significant in nearly 2 decades. The beast tide is anticipated to make contact with the city in 3 days. On television, information regarding the beast tide has already been disclosed. It is not that the Alliance wished to conceal the information to avert unnecessary panic. Rather, the commotion caused by the beast tide was so immense that concealment was no longer feasible, even though temporal rifts have begun to appear in outer space, significantly reducing the number of human satellites. A considerable number still remain. A media outlet released a distribution chart of the beast tide. On the map, various black regions marked the areas where the fabric of reality had been altered due to the temporal rifts. Within the gaps of these rifts, red dots indicated the approximate distribution of the ferocious beasts as detected by satellites. The beasts are predominantly surging from the east, yet the authorities have not disclosed the initial direction of the beast tide's emergence. The Crimson region resembled a vast, gaping wound from the east, encircling the already limited territories of humankind. As the easternmost city, Jinshin City, began to witness a palpable sense of panic among its inhabitants. Even the formidable Xiaomu Yu could not instill a sense of security. Despite the immense power of a celestial king, he appeared minuscule beneath the overwhelming tide of beasts. Some workers at the energy factory had begun to harbor thoughts of retreat, for thus far, City Lord Xiaomu Yu had not issued any signals for withdrawal. Instead, he insisted that all operations continue as usual. It is noteworthy that nearly all peripheral cities had entered a state of alert, while Jinshin City stood out, continuing its production activities. Moreover, as a newly established city, Jinshin had yet to fully develop its defensive infrastructure. The difference between a city with and without the protection of advanced weaponry was stark. Nevertheless, the workers at the energy factory chose to wait. For disobeying orders and fleeing would mean losing their jobs. Furthermore, the beast tide had not yet arrived, allowing for a few more days of respite. During this time, energy blocks were selling like hotcakes. Employees at the energy factory enjoyed certain benefits, enabling them to purchase a limited quantity of energy blocks. With the current production unable to meet the demands of the majority, many had profited handsomely from these employee perks. Additionally, some beast tamers among the staff experienced a rapid strengthening of their beasts through the energy blocks, which would undoubtedly become the most sought-after nourishment for their creatures in the future, promising a bright horizon ahead. Seated within the recently constructed office of the city lord, Xiaomu Yu gazed towards the eastern sky. At the horizon, she beheld the forbidden expanse of Tianyun. Meanwhile, Su Lu sat atop the rift seat, surveying the tumultuous surge of ferocious beasts below, akin to a rising tide. Has the moment finally arrived? The Tianyun Forbidden Land had encountered the onslaught of beasts long before the human cities, and it was anticipated that a collision with the beast tide would occur in 3 days' time. Yet, the tide was already nearing the gates of the Forbidden Land. Though the beasts were not densely packed, they stretched out as far as the eye could see. Su Lu also observed some of the beasts engaged in brutal combat with one another. It seemed that food was scarce. The rifts in space and time continuously emanated energy. Yet the number of beasts kept increasing. The impending beast tide was not solely due to the machinations of the descending school, but also significantly attributed to the long-neglected rifts further to the east, where beasts had accumulated in great numbers. The energy dissipated by the rifts could no longer satiate their needs, thus precipitating the formation of the beast tide. In Su Lu's sight, A small fraction of the swift beasts had already surged into the Tianyan Forbidden Land. Once entering the realm, the previously ravenous beasts seemed to revel in a long-awaited boon, opening their putrid maws to inhale the energy within. However, nearly every patch of land in the Tianyan Forbidden Land had already been claimed by other beasts, rendering each source of energy effectively owned. Thus, the conflict among the beasts commenced, as an increasing number of ferocious beasts surged into the Tianyan Forbidden Land. The atmosphere gradually grew tumultuous. Su Lu observed keenly. Although the formidable army of beasts was still some distance from the Baoka Valley, it was likely that within half a day, some of them would wander near the valley. After ascertaining the situation, Su Lu conveyed a message to all the Pokémon in his mind: prepare for battle. The combative Pokémon naturally responded eagerly, and even those who typically held occupational roles did not shy away from the confrontation, for this time, they were defending their homeland. Standing atop the mountain, Chao Ming watched the enthusiastic Pokémon, and even Raikou had been summoned back. Currently, the power source for the Pokémon Energy Factory was being supplied through Xia Muyu's connections from City W. Chao Ming, do you believe we can defend the Baoka Valley? Raikou inquired. Yes, Chao Ming replied coolly. What if these little ones get hurt? Raikou furrowed his brow, expressing concern. As a member of the Phoenix King Guard, Raikou, along with the other two members, harbored an unwavering sense of justice. Otherwise, they could not have spent years serving as a disaster rescue team in the Pokémon world. Now, with all the Pokémon gathered in the Baoka Valley, it meant that as long as Raikou ensured their safety, the mission etched in his very essence would be fulfilled. They will not perish. Chao Ming's mental transmission to Raikou remained stoic. Humph, you contradictory creature, yet still better than that Dialga. Raikou exhaled a breath of lightning energy before vanishing from the mountaintop. As Raigong aptly articulated, Mutwo is far more concerned about Pokémon than is Rayquaza. This attention Mutwo bestows upon Pokémon may stem not solely from the guidance of Sulix. Mutwo's primary genetic makeup originates from Mew, whose genes were purportedly crafted by the creator before the inception of all Pokémon, subsequently evolving into myriad species. Thus, Mutwo's concern for other Pokémon may partially derive from its genetic lineage, whether in the original Pokémon realm or in this world. Consequently, Mutwo has marked all Pokémon with its imprint. Whenever a Pokémon finds itself on the brink of death, it appears immediately. However, marking such a multitude of Pokémon at once does impose a certain strain, even on Mutwo's formidable psychic abilities. Observing the scattered Pokémon team, akin to a spring excursion, Mutwo realizes that this time, the Pokémon may indeed face peril. Yet, such experiences are essential for growth. As Sulix conveyed, true strength and security arise from one's own prowess. No matter how powerful one may become, it is impossible to perpetually shield all Pokémon. Moreover, the Pokémon are currently under Sulix's protection to such an extent that they remain oblivious to the realities of this world. Having traversed numerous cities and wilderness, Mutwo understands that this is untenable. Thus, it resolves to engage in battle alongside its companions. Chapter 88. The Dragon Star Cluster and the Meteor Belt. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Kira, the Sandstorm Squad set forth, while Shamey led the Plant Team, Sunflower guided the Sunlight Team, and Green Caterpillar commanded the Bug Reconnaissance Team. Almost all Pokémon had embarked on their journey. Upon sensing this collective movement, Sulu also took action. Let us begin, Rayquaza. We shall intercept the main force. Sulu declared earnestly, grasping one of Rayquaza's horns with a firm hand, channeling the power of the everlasting oak. The imperative to halt the horde of beasts was not solely due to the preservation of Pokémon Valley and the fruit trees already planted in the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Should the Tianyun Forbidden Land fall victim to the rampaging beasts, resulting in a diminished energy concentration, the ferocious creatures dwelling within would grow ravenous and subsequently join the throng. Thus, the horde would swell ever larger, ultimately descending upon Mossera Town and all human settlements with overwhelming force. Sulu recognized that he could not entirely stop the beast tide. However, he aimed to alleviate the pressure on the regions surrounding Mossera Town. As he infused his energy, Rayquaza's level began to ascend, rising from a base of 75 to an impressive 88. This elevation of 13 levels significantly enhanced Rayquaza's energy and endurance. As Pokémon level up, they receive augmentations. The higher the level, the more substantial the enhancements with each increment. With this rise of 13 levels, Rayquaza experienced an overall combat power increase of nearly 30%. Just as Rayquaza sensed, Rayquaza remained indifferent to the fate of most Pokémon. It is only concerned with whether its own territory is encroached upon. Should the likes of a blubberfish and a non-flying creature be present, perhaps the Rayquaza would take a moment to mediate. Thus, upon hearing Sulu's command, Rayquaza let out a long roar. For so many avian beasts dared to invade its domain, this was an unforgivable act. In mid-flight, Rayquaza opened its mouth, and a pitch-black radiance began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a dark beam of destruction with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. The destructive beam manifested at the densest point of the beast tide. Any beast caught directly in its path was instantly reduced to ashes. The moment the beam touched the ground, a thunderous explosion followed, akin to the sound of meteorites crashing down. The destructive beam would indeed explode. Swathes of beasts were sent flying, and terror descended upon the tide of beasts. The earth was furrowed with massive scars, and where the beam had swept through, deep fissures of 20 to 30 meters emerged, surrounded by charred earth extending 100 meters around. Some humans monitoring the beast tide via satellite also noted the terrifying commotion in the expansive area before the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, particularly Li Yuan, the Lord of City Z. Upon investigation, he discovered that Rayquaza's activity within the Tianyun Forbidden Zone was most evident. As a lord of equal standing with Xiaomu Yue, he naturally had access to satellite privileges. If Rayquaza would save City Z, it would also likely intervene to suppress the beast tide. Such was his thought. Thus, he kept a vigilant watch over the changes surrounding the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, initially worried that he might not receive any information regarding Rayquaza's battle. However, even visible from space, the scars on the earth swiftly guided Li Yuan to the battling Rayquaza. Although this was not the first time he had encountered the soaring Rayquaza, each encounter filled him with a serene joy. The ground was fissured, and the cries of beasts echoed in despair. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuan perceived not a tide of beasts invading human territory, but rather the great boss, Rayquaza, mercilessly slaughtering the ferocious creatures. He clenched his fists tightly. This was the dragon god. This was the formidable beast that had saved the entire City Z. Even a horde of beasts writhed in agony beneath its shadow. As Li Yuan observed, it seemed that Rayquaza was dissatisfied with its current rate of destruction. While the power of the dragon ascent was indeed formidable, in terms of attack range, the Dragon Meteor was undoubtedly Rayquaza's most potent area attack and its preferred skill at present. Rayquaza ascended in altitude, and the color of the beam it emitted transformed from pitch black to a vivid crimson. The crimson light, after descending for a brief distance, suddenly dispersed, morphing into meteors each with a diameter of at least 10 meters. They enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer. Within 100 meters of each meteor's impact, all non-Lord class beasts were obliterated, their innards shattered by the shockwave. Li Yuan gazed in awe and terror at this scene. The Dragon Meteor was a technique not employed by Rayquaza during its rescue of City Z. At that time, Rayquaza had merely utilized a variant known as the Earth Explosion Meteor. Had the Dragon God used this move back then, perhaps the entire City Z would have vanished without a trace. The spectacle resembled a barrage of missiles plowing through the earth. Li Yuan felt that the phobia stemming from the inadequacy of the fiery power within his bloodline had been alleviated. What was initially a singular occurrence of the Dragon Star Cluster showed no signs of abating. Sulu noticed that his Rayquaza seemed to possess an extraordinary aptitude for sustained spellcasting. The Dragon Star Cluster emanating from Rayquaza's mouth had been transformed into a breath effect. Sulu dubbed this maneuver Dragon Star Cluster, Meteor Belt. As meteors cascaded from the sky, they resembled a cataclysm. Or one might say that the wrath of all divine beasts could be deemed a natural disaster. The meteor belt streaked across the heavens, heralding a magnificent destruction. Observing the falling light of the meteors, Li Yuan trembled. The beings akin to calamities were worlds apart from the champions. Indeed, they were worthy of the title divine. Li Yuan spoke softly. He suddenly recalled a fragment of information he had encountered in the past. The first gods to be personified were the manifestations of humanity's fear of disaster. Now, it seemed that a formidable deity stood on the side of humanity. He could hardly contain his eagerness to proclaim this revelation to the world. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan submitted a proposal accompanied by a video recording of Rayquaza. 20 minutes later, scenes of Rayquaza appeared on television. A green dragon soared freely through the sky, its death rays emanating like purifying light. The earth became charred, its patterns resembling symbols of apocalypse as the Dragon Star Cluster rained down, shaking the very foundations of the land. In City Z, a child sat in front of the television, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. With excitement, he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Mom, look, the Dragon God." The ordinary citizens of City Z have not witnessed the majestic lotties in person. They remain sheltered in their sanctuaries, only able to sense the tremors of the outside world. Consequently, their impression of lotties is not as vivid as that of the beast masters engaged in the city's defense. Nevertheless, this does not diminish their reverence for lotties, akin to beholding an idol with their own eyes, as the children's eyes gleam with aspiration. "Mom, I want to be a beast master too. I desire to fight alongside a partner like the Dragon God." The The child's mother forced a smile and gently ruffled his hair. As an adult, she bore a broader perspective. Given the severity of the beast tide, it was highly probable that even City Z would be affected. Yet, there is solace in the presence of the dragon god. Chapter 89. The Source of the Beast Tide. The Forbidden Sea region. This marks the inaugural appearance of lotteriesThis on the national screens. Thanks to Li Yuan's prior preparations, the footage captured is relatively clear. However, even so, the viewers can only discern a misty sphere above lotteriesThis, within which a humanoid silhouette flickers in and out of focus. Everyone understands that within that orb stands the beast master of the sky dragon. As the camera zooms in, the onlookers are initially filled with exhilaration upon witnessing the plight of the ferocious beasts on the ground, only to be swiftly followed by a creeping sense of dread. If such creatures were to target humanity, do we truly possess the capacity to resist? In the heart of Huagua, at the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance in the City of Origins, an elderly man with graying hair scrutinizes the video before him, while behind him stands a meticulously dressed young woman with an expression devoid of mirth. Is this the information that Xiao Song reported earlier? Indeed. It appears to be a new level of Alliance leader strength. I wonder what the reason is for his prolonged avoidance of me, the old man lamented. He is one of the 3 Alliance leaders of Huagua, the envoy of the Abyssal Earth, Lu Qingxian, and the sole Alliance leader stationed at the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance. Upon hearing Lu Qingxuan's words, the girl behind him narrowed her eyes. Has yet another Alliance leader been born? The appearance of the has stirred a fervor. The beast tide is a significant matter, and as it began to take shape, it became known to many. The city dwellers in the heartland remained largely indifferent, merely marveling at the prosperity of humanity, as yet another formidable beast master emerged. Many beast masters, stirred by the video, eagerly applied to move from the interior to the front lines. Upon witnessing this scene, soldiers and beast masters in the peripheral cities of Huagua felt as if they had been injected with a potent stimulant. Since the news of the beast tide broke, the pressure on everyone had mounted day by day. And now, the beast tide does not seem so terrifying after all. The swift release of the video was merely to uplift spirits. The effect appears to be quite remarkable. Even the tense nerves of ordinary soldiers have begun to ease somewhat. While humanity may be fragile, the beast masters and their beasts are undeniably powerful. As long as the beast masters hold their ground, they can fire their weapons from behind. As Sulu continued to bombard the beast tide alongside the legendary Pokémon, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed. He glanced up at the sky, only to find no other ferocious creatures lurking above him. Upon closer examination, he discerned that this feeling stemmed from his psychic abilities and had persisted for quite some time. Thanks to the power of transcendence, he was able to establish a mental link, and with the assistance of Mutuo, Sulu experienced a significant enhancement in his psychic prowess. Though not as rapid as that of Psyduck, previously, he might not have even sensed such a peculiar gaze. Thus, Sulu reached out to Mutuo through the transcendental bond. Mutuo, I feel as though something is watching me. It is because someone has seen you and thought of you, resulting in mental waves that you have perceived. If you concentrate, Sulu, you should be able to discern the general form of the observer, as well as the medium through which you are being spied upon. Sulu was utterly astounded by Mutuo's revelation. The notion that someone could think of him, and that such thoughts could be sensed through psychic power was astonishing. This ability, in Sulu's mind, was entirely divine. Oh, Mutuo is a first-tier deity? Then there's nothing to worry about. Through the transcendental connection, Mutuo once again shared a particular mental state with Sulu. His psychic abilities underwent a form of super-frequency enhancement. It felt as though Sulu's mind was emptied, his consciousness drawn from his body, and subsequently elevated to face a satellite. This must be the medium through which he was being observed. As thoughts of those dear to him flooded Sulu's mind, a myriad of indistinct figures materialized within his consciousness. Their features were obscured, their forms unstable. Sulu recognized this as a consequence of his insufficient mental fortitude, rendering him unable to perceive all that surrounded him. In the next instant, his awareness was swiftly drawn back, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It was the satellite. Sulu lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Harnessing the power of his psychic abilities, he managed a tenuous grasp on extrasensory perception, beginning to comprehend the extraordinary strength of his psychic prowess, which surpassed his prior imaginings. If he could barely sense the satellite, how much more astonishing would the capabilities of his psychic abilities be? After a brief moment of recovery, Sulu resumed his efforts alongside Rayquaza. Like a bulldozer, Rayquaza swept across vast expanses, unleashing devastating beams of energy that annihilated formidable beasts, while the meteor shower effectively cleared away lesser foes. 20 minutes later, Rayquaza's exhalations ceased. After nearly an hour of relentless cleansing, even Rayquaza's energy reserves had been nearly depleted, and the potions from the marketplace proved ineffective. The expended energy encompassed not only that of Rayquaza, but also the ambient forces within the environment. To articulate it in more technical terms, the PP value had run low. Continuous casting for an hour would have been untenable without Sulu's support from the power of eternity. Otherwise, the duration would have been significantly reduced. Previously in Z City, he had merely alternated between using his powerful skills, unlike now, where he unleashed devastation indiscriminately, akin to scattering miniature nuclear explosions across the terrain. During this hour, Sulu, accompanied by Rayquaza, traversed the forbidden clouds and stormed forth to the eastern coastline. Standing atop the majestic sky pillar, Sulu could faintly discern the coastline in the distance, a realm so shrouded in mystery that even satellites could not penetrate its depths. This area had transformed into a vast and interconnected forbidden zone. Along the shores, grotesque beasts emerged from the murky waters, their menacing forms a stark reminder of the ocean's hidden terrors. Sulu felt a profound stir within. The number of ferocious creatures lurking beneath the waves surely surpassed that of the land, while humanity could still manage to contain the spatial rifts on solid ground. The passage of a century had seen almost no progress in addressing the rifts that had arisen in the ocean. It was conceivable that these forbidden waters had coalesced into a vast marine domain. Such an immense zone of danger bore little distinction from another world. In the deeper recesses of this aquatic abyss, it seemed even mental probing was rendered futile. Countless colossal entities lay hidden in the unfathomable depths. Although Sulu yearned to explore the ocean's mysteries, he recognized that with his current capabilities, such an endeavor was fraught with peril. Perhaps when the likes of the Gyarados or Lugia were summoned, he could contemplate this venture, but certainly not at this moment. Chapter 90, Magnify. Green Caterpillar returned, he commanded, perceiving that the tide of beasts in this region did not harbor any apex predators. Roar. Even the sky pillar exhaled, weary from unleashing its formidable prowess for over an hour. Given another billion years of maturation, it fancied itself capable of unleashing a continuous stream of energy without pause. Following Sulu's directive, the sky pillar turned and soared back toward the cloudy abyss. The journey to this place had been fraught with beasts. Yet the return was marked by a grim tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. It was a pity that such an abundance of beastly remains could not be gathered. It would have been a veritable fortune. However, as the power of the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza gradually escalated, the number of formidable beasts that could remain intact under its dominion dwindled. Consequently, even if one were to collect the remains of these beasts, it would only yield a mere heap of flesh and detritus. During Sulu's return journey, the Pokémon battle teams finally began to encounter some elusive creatures that had slipped through the cracks. The majority of the beast horde poised to invade the Tianyun Forbidden Zone had been ruthlessly obliterated by Rayquaza. Yet, despite Rayquaza's formidable prowess, a few stragglers remained. For the annihilation was not executed with meticulous precision. The beasts venturing into the Tianyun Forbidden Zone faced rejection from the local fauna, thus further reducing the likelihood of encountering them near the Bauka Valley. Furthermore, on either side of the valley, Sulu had subdued the apex beasts, the old tortoise and the old bear, to maintain order. Nevertheless, these two beasts were merely two in number, and they often indulged in leisure. In their simplistic reasoning, with the presence of Mutuo, they believed that no significant issues could arise, and thus, the occasional oversight of a few beasts was deemed inconsequential. However, Mutuo intentionally allowed some beasts to wander near the Bauka Valley. Currently, the Caterpie was stealthily traversing with a cadre of bug-type Pokémon. The bug types possessed keen senses, yet lacked formidable combat capabilities, rendering them suitable only for reconnaissance. Suddenly, the Caterpie, infused with bug-type energy from other Pokémon, lifted its head and spotted a wandering beast, the very first they had encountered. SSS. The Caterpie whispered. The other four bug-type Pokémon promptly concealed themselves. Although the expanse beyond Bauka Valley was a vast plain, the lush grass provided ample cover for the diminutive bug Pokémon to remain hidden. The green caterpillar cautiously peered from the grass, its gaze falling upon a creature of elite, avian ferocity. Unlike ordinary beasts, this avian beast exuded a red mist from its eyes, a hallmark of the monstrous entities born from the tide of beasts, controlled by hunger and savagery. Such creatures emit this ominous mist. As long as it lingers, they remain bereft of consciousness and incapable of communication or subjugation. Upon realizing it was a bird, the companions of the green caterpillar, Kairos, the fluffy ball, the earth-dwelling sage, and the unicorn bug, retreated instinctively. This reaction stemmed from an inherent genetic and attribute-based disadvantage. It appeared that in any realm, birds were destined to prey upon insects. The insect-like Pokémon began to converse among themselves, their discussions tinged with trepidation as they were. After all, a reconnaissance team that ought to report any monstrous encounters. Yet, the green caterpillar harbored a desire to test its mettle against the beast, convinced of its potential victory. Despite Su Lu's previous admonitions regarding the aerial advantage over their kind, the caterpillar remained undeterred. Its companions regarded it with a mix of incredulity and concern, as if witnessing a deranged Pokémon. If only I could gigantify. Surely then victory would be mine. The green caterpillar exclaimed, its eyes wide with determination. Goo goo. The fluffy ball interjected, attempting to dissuade it. Suddenly, the caterpillar grasped the reality of its situation. Without Su Lu, it could not achieve gigantification on its own. With a sense of resignation washing over it, the green caterpillar lowered its head, contemplating a return to report the encounter and rally the larger contingent to address the looming threat. Kairos, adorned with imposing horns and known as the Great Armor, offered a reassuring pat on the caterpillar's back. Among all Pokémon, only Caterpie possesses the ability to undergo gigantism, making it a true emblem of the bug type. It must not succumb to despair. Caterpie nodded, rallying its spirits. However, at that moment, the ominous dark beastly bird seemed to have spotted the insects in the distance. Even the slumbering Mewtwo, nestled within the tranquil confines of the Pokémon Valley, opened its eyes. They needed to comprehend the harsh realities of the world. Mewtwo contemplated, simultaneously sharpening its focus. Should the insects suffer too much harm, it would swiftly come to their rescue. Silently, the black beastly bird had stealthily approached several of the insects. The bug-type energy had coalesced around Caterpie, heightening its instinctual sensitivity. It sensed the presence of the bird nearby. Caterpie emitted a sound, alerting all the insects. Hiss! It is about to attack. Karrablast was the first to respond. As the strongest bug-type at that moment, it felt compelled to shield the other Pokémon. Yet, Karrablast was effortlessly sent flying. Witnessing the swift defeat of Karrablast, Caterpie's eyes widened in astonishment. Karrablast was relatively robust among bug types, but its sole evolution remained its initial form, unable to evolve further beyond its super evolution. Yet now, it had been so easily dispatched. Sawaddle and Spupa unleashed threads in unison, yet the dark, beastly bird merely shifted slightly, dispersing the feeble strands. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the insects. Caterpie understood that the expression within those eyes reflected the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. Roar! The mighty creature known as Caterpie, with its two prominent horns, suddenly seized the fearsome bird from behind. Hurry, caterpillars! It called out, urging them to flee. The captured beast began to struggle, snapping back in retaliation, which caused a crack to appear in Caterpie's armor. Witnessing this scene, the caterpillar was momentarily frozen in disbelief. This was the essence of their insect lineage. How it wished for Sully to be present. If only it could undergo a transformation. Yet, there was another way to save Caterpie. The caterpillar gazed down at the Everstone resting upon its chest, a precious gift from Sully. The nature of insects is their rapid evolution, and Caterpie had long met the criteria for this transformation, though it had consistently suppressed its potential. If it were to release the Everstone now and evolve, it could even achieve a double evolution, becoming a Butterfree. Surely then, it could rescue its companion from the clutches of the ferocious bird. However, this would mean relinquishing its own dreams. Yet, in an instant, Caterpie's resolve crystallized. The well-being of its companion was paramount. Just as it was about to cast aside the Everstone, Sully's voice echoed in its heart. Caterpie, prepare to evolve. Sully. It was Sully. He had been there all along. A torrent of emotions surged within Caterpie. Caterpie, will evolve. A strange luminescence enveloped its body, and in an instant, it grew to an immense size. Meanwhile, both Sully, atop the legendary Rayquaza, and the anticipating Mewtwo, were left momentarily astonished. Caterpie, it has evolved. Chapter 91. The dominant green caterpillar, a beast devoid of reason, knows no fear. Yet, a diminutive caterpillar, scarcely half a meter in length, astonishingly swelled to over 10 meters in an instant. Even the ferocious creature appeared momentarily bewildered, gazing at the colossal shadow cast by the immense green caterpillar. As Kairos observed the transformed caterpillar, he finally released his tightly clenched pincers. Indeed, as the caterpillar had previously asserted, if it were to grow in size, victory would surely be within its grasp. Injured and weary, Kairos withdrew, allowing the caterpillar to engage in battle unimpeded. However, just as Kairos retreated, a wave of light surged forth. Su Lu, with the aid of the dreamlike Pokémon, stood behind the caterpillar, promptly recalling the wounded Kairos into its Pokeball. The power of the everlasting oak flowed into the Pokeball, gradually mending Kairos's grievous wounds. In terms of healing capabilities alone, Su Lu could be likened to a humanoid Chansey. The caterpillar glanced back at Sulu, and indeed, it was him. Good. Green caterpillar. Let us engage in battle. Use tackle. Sulu perceived the caterpillar's intent. In the next moment, the caterpillar sprang into action. Its enormous form exhibited an unexpected speed, a testament to the relentless training it had undergone in its evolutionary tackle exercises. Were it merely a half-meter-long insect, the damage inflicted by tackle would be negligible. However, what of a caterpillar stretching over 10 meters? The ferocious beast seemed to feel as if an entire mountain had descended upon it. In an instant, it was forcefully propelled away, crashing into the earth like a stone flung across water, creating numerous deep craters. Yet, before the fierce beast bird could react, the green caterpillar's assault followed swiftly, colliding once more with the avian creature. If this continued, death was imminent. The beast bird instinctively soared high into the sky, relying on its aerial prowess to venture deep into the vicinity of the Pokémon Valley. Observing the struggling beast bird ascend into the air, the green caterpillar arched its body and launched itself like a cannonball. This was not merely a collision. It was a manifestation of a caterpillar's artillery. However, the green caterpillar was not of the flying type and lacked any levitation abilities, rendering it nearly incapable of altering its trajectory mid-air. The fierce beast bird flapped its wings a few times, narrowly evading the massive green caterpillar's charge. This was reality, and even in its enlarged state, success was not guaranteed. Did it escape? The green caterpillar pondered. At that moment, Sulu's voice resonated once more within the green caterpillar's heart. Use your silk. Naturally, the green caterpillar possessed two innate skills, the charge and the silk spitting. However, compared to the charge, it had seldom practiced the latter. Instinctively, the green caterpillar unleashed its silk toward the beast bird. After its transformation, the silk appeared to be more resilient. This time, the beast bird did not evade. The silk adhered to its body. But now what? Despite being ensnared, it seemed the creature's strength would allow it to continue flying, and it appeared capable of severing the silk. Yet at that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within the green caterpillar. To Sulu's astonishment, the silk that had been expelled was swiftly retracted by the green caterpillar. This sudden pull propelled the caterpillar towards the ferocious beast bird with a force akin to a collision. Unlike a typical charge, this was a silk-guided impact. Watching this scene unfold, Sulu was utterly bewildered. What manner of maneuver was this? A three-dimensional maneuvering green caterpillar? Has the caterpillar taken to the skies as well? Who else remains earthbound? However, the caterpillar was no longer a mere 1.69 meters in length. It had now expanded to an astonishing 16.9 meters. With a resounding crash, the caterpillar collided once more with the beast bird. The impact nearly shattered the beast's form, rendering it incapable of further combat. Victory! Excitement gleamed in the caterpillar's large eyes as it celebrated its inaugural triumph in battle. Yet, it seemed that the caterpillar was not entirely unscathed. Glancing down at the ground below, the caterpillar, unfamiliar with the sensation of flight, appeared to develop a fear of heights, causing it to faint. Fortunately, it was caught by Mutwo's psychic power, thus escaping injury. During this ordeal, the caterpillar's form began to diminish in size. Ultimately, it stabilized at approximately 3 meters in length. Ceasing any further reduction, Sulu pondered, perplexed. What was happening with the caterpillar? Logically, Gigantamaxing requires the collaboration of a trainer and specific energy nodes. Yet, the caterpillar's transformation seemed to defy this norm. Moreover, it appeared that some effects of the enlargement had become semi-permanent. Sulu contemplated deeply. Could it be a Pokémon sovereign? He clapped his hands in realization. The Pokémon sovereign is a remarkable transformation that exists within the ancient world of Pokémon. Naturally colossal, Pokémon sovereigns possess a physique and energy levels that far surpass their counterparts. It can be said that this sovereign transformation represents the most primal form of gigantification. However, as the energies within the Pokémon realm evolved, the number of sovereign Pokémon dwindled significantly, eventually relying on specific energy points to barely achieve gigantification. Perhaps it was the energy from Forbidden Lands, coupled with some peculiar mutations, that enabled the Caterpie to meet the conditions for becoming a sovereign Pokémon, leading to its metamorphosis. Upon coming into contact with the Earth, the previously acrophobic Caterpie groggily awakened, casting a curious glance at Sulu's. Susus? Why does the trainer seem smaller than before? It is not I who have diminished, but you who have grown, Caterpie. Congratulations. You should now be recognized as a sovereign Caterpie. Well done, Caterpie. Sovereign? The Caterpie's eyes sparkled with wonder, as if recalling something. Susus? Is Kairos all right as well? Very well, you may continue your exploration. Sulu's released the nearly recovered Kairos. The latter gazed at the 3-meter-long Caterpie, exclaiming, Hujia? Did the Caterpie's transformation fail? The bug-type team set forth once more, while Sulu's began to contemplate the implications of sovereign transformation, compared to the necessity of items for gigantification. Sovereign transformation seems to hold even greater potential. Perhaps the colossal ancient Pokémon are merely the evolved forms of sovereign Pokémon. If one could ascertain the reasons behind the dominance of the green caterpillar, perhaps one could amass a legion of sovereign Pokémon. What do you think, Mewtwo? Sulu inquired of Mewtwo. Chapter 92, 40 million points. A frenzied exchange, a truly remarkable transformation, albeit at an immense energy cost. The green caterpillar is manageable. But for more formidable Pokémon, the energy required would be considerably greater, Mewtwo analyzed. Is it akin to gigantification? However, it is worth attempting. After witnessing the green caterpillar's transformation, Mewtwo led Sulu back to the Pokémon Valley. The Pokémon continued their exploration and battles, while the Latios, unburdened by Sulu, swiftly returned to his side. Yet upon its return, Latios seemed to sense something amiss, frequently glancing towards the direction of the heavenly cloud forbidden zone. What troubles you, Latios? Is there an issue? Roar. The aura within the sky garden has intensified? Could it be that a ferocious beast has perished within the heavenly cloud forbidden zone? It appears we must exercise greater vigilance, Sulu mused, furrowing his brow. Subsequently, Sulu began to tally his recent gains. Although the ferocious beasts felled by Latios were likely of a lower level, their sheer numbers had contributed to Latios' elevation by 10 levels, reaching level 85. Leveling up is undoubtedly the simplest means of strengthening the Pokémon in Sulu's possession. Regarded as one of the system's benefits, one merely needs to engage in battle to gain experience and grow stronger. In this world, beast masters lack such privileges. Whether their Pokémon can grow stronger through combat entirely hinges on the Pokémon's innate qualities and training methods. However, the enhancement of Pokémon levels can only reach a maximum of 100. Beyond that, it is entirely dependent on cultivation and training. Aside from the level increase of the legendary Pokémon, Sulu's greatest gain was the shop points. With an abundance of ferocious beasts scattered about, Sulu need not search for them. Merely bombarding them with Dragonstar Cluster would yield points. Following this rampage, Sulu's points soared to a staggering 40 million. With such an immense sum, Sulu pondered how best to utilize it. Should another wave occur, he might even exchange for the Alpaca's tablet. Fully harnessing the tablet's power could enable even ordinary Pokémon to rival second-tier deities. Not to mention, as a primordial artifact, the tablet may contain unique insights. After some contemplation, Sulu first redeemed an item he had long desired, the Phoenix King Feather, 1 million points. This feather, imbued with the flame of life, bestows blessings upon its bearer. The flame of life possesses the remarkable ability to resurrect even deceased beings, which is why Sulu referred to the Phoenix King Feather as a resurrection token. He redeemed 5 in total, 1 for each of his parents, 1 for himself, 1 as a backup, and 1 as a backup for the backup. With the Phoenix King Feather in hand, even a slight extravagance could offer a chance of revival. Gazing at the still available Phoenix King feathers in the shop, Sulu mused, I wonder how many can be redeemed in total. Are there enough feathers from the Phoenix? With over 36 million points remaining, Sulu began to peruse the more expensive items. The goods in the 10 million point range included rare artifacts such as the Diamond Pearl, White Jade Pearl, Light Stone, and Dark Stone, all of which are associated with divine beasts. The Mega Evolution Stones for Mewtwo can now be exchanged. Mewtwo possesses 2 Mega Evolution forms, X and Y, and thus there are 2 corresponding Mega Evolution Stones. Sulu spent 10 million to purchase both stones and entrusted them to Mewtwo. Upon receiving the stones, Mewtwo distinctly sensed the peculiar energy contained within them. The Mega Evolution Stones function like catalysts. Once activated, they would induce a profound transformation in Mewtwo. However, possessing the stones alone seemed insufficient. Although Mewtwo harbored confidence in initiating Mega Evolution independently, the lack of certain elements could lead to a ferocity overpowering its rationality, potentially transforming it into a savage creature driven solely by the instinct to kill. Unlike the Mewtwo from the Pokémon world, which had experienced numerous trials, Sulu's Mewtwo was not yet ready to undergo Mega Evolution on its own. It required Sulu's collaboration to achieve this transformation. Shall we give it a try? Sulu inquired. Mewtwo shook its head in response. Your condition, along with that of Rayquaza, is not optimal. Sulu nodded in understanding. The state of Rayquaza was crucial in determining whether Mewtwo could be stopped should the Mega Evolution go awry, and Sulu's own condition was also pertinent to the process. Let us wait a while before attempting again. In the meantime, you can study the stones, Sulu suggested as he continued to exchange items. After some contemplation, he decided to spend another 20 million points to acquire the Adamant Orb and the Lustrous Orb. These two orbs are essential items for enhancing the power of the temporal and spatial dragons, and they also possess certain temporal and spatial abilities, which could prove immensely beneficial if properly harnessed. Perhaps one might still uncover the secrets of the space-time rifts. The colossal rift situated within the forbidden realm of Tianyan must eventually be addressed, necessitating ample preparation. Thus, Su Lu exchanged for these two orbs in hopes of resolving the issues surrounding the rift. The diamond orb, with its sharply defined facets, embodies the power of time. Conversely, the white jade orb, reminiscent of a smooth and exquisite pearl, encompasses the force of space. As Su Lu grasped both orbs, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. The flow of time appeared to decelerate, while the movement of matter seemed to come to a standstill. However, this feeling lasted only a fleeting moment. Upon regaining his senses, even the legendary Pokémon Mewtwo failed to notice Su Lu's recent experience. When Su Lu attempted to trigger the orbs once more, he discovered that no form of energy within his being could harness the powers contained within them. Truly, these were exclusive artifacts of Dialga and Palkia, proving to be quite formidable. Nonetheless, even in the absence of active utilization, the orbs continued to emit a gentle radiance of their energy. The Pokémon exposed to this flux of time and space energy would gradually witness an enhancement in their innate potential. After some contemplation, Su Lu decided to present the two orbs to Rayquaza. Both time-space dragons belong to the dragon type, as does Rayquaza, and all are classified as first-tier deities. It stands to reason that, among Su Lu's Pokémon, Rayquaza is the most capable of wielding the powers of these orbs. Indeed, this seems entirely reasonable. Furthermore, as Rayquaza is tasked with monitoring the rift, carrying these orbs may yield unforeseen benefits. Finally, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza revealed a serious expression. Sensing the immense power emanating from the two orbs, it placed the orbs within its abdomen, immediately experiencing an approximate 10% enhancement of its dragon-type energy. This was merely the beginning, as the orbs would continue to bolster its dragon-type energy incessantly. Moreover, the once fatigued Rayquaza began to recover under the constant energy radiating from the two orbs. In the blink of an eye, over 30 million shop points were spent, prompting Su Lu to exclaim how effortlessly the money seemed to flow. However, he felt justified in his expenditure as it augmented the strength of his Pokémon. Exclusive items such as the Adamant Orb and the Lustrous Orb vanished from the store after Su Lu made his purchase. With the remaining 6 million points, Su Lu initially intended to equip every Pokémon with a Megastone. Yet, it appeared that the shop only stocked Megastones for Pokémon that had already been discovered to possess Mega Evolution capabilities, unlike a lottery system that might yield unknown Megastones. For instance, the Megastone for Butterfree was obtained through a lottery draw. Su Lu noted that neither the Pokémon games nor the anime featured a Mega Butterfree, yet the Megastone had materialized. This led Su Lu to speculate that the lottery draw contained numerous local specialties that were absent from the shop. Ultimately, Su Lu could only purchase a single evolution stone for Heracross, as it was the sole Pokémon among his collection that met the criteria for Mega Evolution. As for whether the ultimate evolution can be achieved, that remains uncertain. It appears that the super evolutions of other Pokémon must be delayed for now. We can only distribute treats to everyone. The treats referred to by Su Lu are the marvelous candies that enhance a Pokémon's potential, a delightful find he stumbled upon in a shop. Although the effects of these candies are not as immediate as those of energy cubes, they possess a consistent affinity. And their small size, coupled with delectable taste, allows for continuous consumption through training that expends the energy contained within. If a Pokémon diligently trains, it can perpetually enhance its strength by exercising and consuming these candies. However, the price of these candies is considerably higher than that of energy cubes and ordinary berries, with each candy available for universal use costing 100 points. There are 6 varieties of these universal candies: the Vitality Candy, which boosts stamina; the Strength Candy, which enhances power; the Knowledge Candy, which increases elemental energy; the Guardian Candy, which fortifies defense; the Mind Candy, which augments special defense; and the Agility Candy, which elevates speed. Additionally, there are exclusive candies, the values of which range from several hundred to even thousands of points. For instance, Mewtwo's exclusive candy can slightly enhance all of its attributes. Yet a single piece is valued at 2,000 points. Furthermore, the Gigantamax candy, which has a chance to amplify a Pokémon's Gigantamax effect, is priced at a staggering 30,000 points. Even Su Lu hesitates to purchase numerous exclusive and Gigantamax candies at once. Most importantly, the shop does not provide a method for crafting marvelous candies, necessitating their purchase directly from the store. As for whether a crafting method for these candies exists within the lottery wheel, Su Lu is uncertain. Having recently attained wealth, He decided to purchase 2,000 pieces of each variety of candy. In an instant, a staggering 120,000 points vanished. Before Sulu, 6 colossal jars appeared, each containing candies of a different hue. After consuming the candies, the Pokémon would need to exercise to fully digest the energy derived from them. Thus, these confections would serve as rewards for their daily training and labor. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. After a while, the Pokémon gradually returned to the Pokémon Valley, each seemingly bearing signs of their battles. Upon seeing the 6 enormous candy jars, their eyes sparkled with delight. Shaman dashed forward, clinging to Sulu's pant leg, exclaiming, "Sulu, Sulu, Shaman wants candy." A swarm of Pokémon gathered around him, chattering excitedly. All right. Everyone gets a share today. Everyone has fought valiantly, and Sulu, generous as ever, opened the jars and distributed handfuls of candy into the eager hands of the Pokémon. Caterpie, you shall have the strength candies and vitality candies. You looked quite impressive during your Gigantamax transformation today. Psyduck, here are your knowledge candies. Your psychic abilities were commendable. Yveltal, you too shall receive knowledge candies. Although you need not rely solely on biting during battles, raw beast flesh is hardly appetizing. Hercross, your strength candies and vitality candies await. You displayed remarkable courage today. Sulu, resembling a kindergarten teacher, distributed the candies with care, simultaneously using his powers to heal the injured Pokémon. The delectable allure of candy seems to have rendered the Pokémon oblivious to the pain of injuries sustained during battles. Even the likes of Mewtwo, Rayquaza, and Raikou could not resist the temptation, narrowing their eyes in delight upon tasting the sweet treats, a flavor irresistible to all Pokémon. After distributing candy to every Pokémon, a considerable portion was consumed. Meanwhile, the ever-reliable Solgaleo, who had been employing its power, took a moment to catch its breath, realizing it still had a way to go before reaching the level of Chansey. Subsequently, Solgaleo placed the remaining candy in a cottage nestled within Pokémon Valley. Surveying the gathered Pokémon, it then set its sights on Bellossom. Henceforth, the delightful candy would be entrusted to Bellossom for distribution, allowing every Pokémon engaged in labor, combat, or training to request magical candy from Bellossom each day. With a mouthful of knowledge candy, Bellossom lifted its head in surprise. It seemed Bellossom was incredulous that Solgaleo would assign such a significant responsibility regarding the precious candy to itself, especially when so many stronger Pokémon were present. Solgaleo, cried Shaman, the grass hedgehog, as it clung to Solgaleo's chest, gazing up earnestly. Without hesitation, Solgaleo gently removed Shaman. If you were in charge, wouldn't you devour all the candy yourself? Besides, you can always come to me for more. This candy is meant for the Pokémon of Pokémon Valley, which is why Bellossom will oversee it, Solgaleo explained. Upon hearing that they could request candy from Solgaleo at any time, many laid-back Pokémon felt a surge of excitement. Psyduck raised its head, thinking, as a veteran, surely it could indulge in a bit more candy? Of course, but you must train before you can enjoy the sweets, Solgaleo asserted. With that, the lazy Pokémon retreated once more. In the heart of Duck, there lies a sense of bitterness. Even indulging in sweets has turned into a competitive endeavor, much to the vexation of Sulu. Chirp chirp. The beautiful flower displayed a resolute expression, affirming her unwavering faith in candy. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, several beams of light flickered within the Pokémon group. Some Pokémon had evolved. Following the battles of the day, many Pokémon had leveled up, and with the energy provided by the candy, evolution was a natural outcome. The Caterpie evolved into a Metapod, 2 Rattatas transformed into Raticate, and a Tadbulb evolved into a Tadbulb King. The simultaneous evolution of the Pokémon left Sulu somewhat flustered, yet he managed to document all the changes. The Pokémon Valley was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Chapter 94, Mega Evolution Kairos, come forth, Sulu beckoned. The shovel-bug Pokémon, Kairos, with its 2 sharp pincers atop its head, approached Sulu. All Pokémon shared a mental link with Sulu, instilling in them an extraordinary trust. Kairos, here is your Mega Evolution Stone. Let us experiment with Mega Evolution. Upon hearing the term Mega Evolution, Kairos displayed an expression of excitement. How fortunate it was for this opportunity to come to it. Due to Kairos' unique nature, the threshold for its Mega Evolution was significantly lower than that of other Pokémon. Sulu was eager to observe the effects of Kairos' Mega Evolution. Furthermore, even if the Mega Evolution spiraled out of control, the presence of Mewtwo and Rayquaza would ensure it could be managed. Kairos enthusiastically nodded, accepting the Mega Evolution Stone that Sulu offered. At the moment when Kairos grasped the Mega Evolution Stone, a unique wave emanated from the keystone, carried by Sulu, a sensation that only he could perceive. This resonance was reminiscent of the moment when Sulu had handed over the Mega Evolution Stone to Mutuo. The connection between him and Kairos seemed to deepen, as a special energy began to flow from the keystone to Kairos. The Pokémon, eager to witness the spectacle of Kairos's impending Mega Evolution, gathered around in anticipation. In Sulu's perception, as long as he actively infused his emotions into Kairos, the responding Pokémon would undergo transformation under the influence of the Mega Evolution Stone. However, the energy contained within the stone might be beyond what Kairos could currently endure. "Are you ready, Kairos?" Sulu inquired. Much like Sulu, Kairos felt an innate potential for Mega Evolution as it held the stone. The most crucial prerequisite for this transformation was the harmonious connection between trainer and Pokémon. With the assistance of the power of Ultra Transformation, Sulu could converse with the minds of any Pokémon. Once mutual acknowledgement was achieved, the prospect of Mega Evolution appeared almost inevitable. "Roar, Kairos! Mega Evolution!" With Sulu's command, a radiant light of evolution enveloped Kairos, who had previously reached the limits of its evolution. In this realm, Beastmasters, upon reaching the zenith of their Pokémon's capabilities, endeavored to achieve extraordinary evolution, with Mega Evolution being a manifestation of such transcendence. In this world, only those with the prowess of champions can adeptly wield the extraordinary evolution. Yet, in Sulu's hands, it unfolds with effortless grace. Moreover, Mega Evolution represents an entirely novel form of this transcendent evolution, which, if unveiled to the inhabitants of this realm, might incite a tumultuous uproar. Amidst the radiant glow of evolution, Kairos sprouted a pair of insect wings, and on the outer sides of its claws emerged sharp skeletal spines. Its gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, with pale yellow triangular eyes exuding a sense of brutality. With a resounding roar, Kairos now completed its Mega Evolution, sent shivers through the more timid Pokémon, who instinctively recoiled. Now fully transformed, Kairos appeared to have lost its sense of self. Through the powers of Super Link and Aura, Sulu discerned a peculiar emotion enveloping Kairos's spirit. Should their bond lack sufficient depth, it might prove impossible to penetrate this chaotic layer of emotion with the Keystone's energy, potentially leading to the Pokémon's loss of control. Is this what Mega Evolution entails? Sulu pondered, observing Kairos's ferocious gaze. Clearly, in terms of their bond, Sulu's connection with Kairos was still not profound enough. Yet, Sulu possessed a unique method to awaken Kairos. Suddenly, the Kairos, having lost its primary consciousness, heard Sulu's voice. "Awaken, Kairos!" Sulu's call transcended the tumultuous emotions, reaching directly into Kairos's spirit. With a questioning growl, Kairos's eyes regained their clarity, albeit tinged with confusion. Had it just lost consciousness? No, wait. How could it be flying? It had succeeded in its Mega Evolution. With a triumphant roar, Kyogre joyfully circled around Sulu, exclaiming, "I can fly! I can fly! Who else cannot?" The Pokémon that had regained their strength erupted into cheers and envious cries upon witnessing Kyogre's newfound ability. "Mutuo, do you think I can undergo Mega Evolution as well?" Raikou inquired, gazing longingly at the soaring Kyogre. As a Pokémon resurrected by Ho-Oh, Raikou could not recall its previous form. Presently, Raikou possessed but one form and yearned for the possibility of evolution. Meanwhile, Mutuo fixated intently on Kyogre, deep in contemplation. This, it dawned on Mutuo, was the essence of Mega Evolution, a harmonious synchronization of spirit coupled with a unique catalyst, enabling a transcendence beyond the inherent limits of Pokémon evolution. Mutuo, possessing a clearer understanding of this phenomenon than the other Pokémon, recognized that the spirit is inherently mutable, leading to fluctuations that can manifest similarity. When the spirit achieves resonance, then Mega Evolution becomes attainable. Having grasped this concept, Mutuo understood how to approach its own impending Mega Evolution. However, since this synchronization occurred in tandem with Sulu and the Pokémon, it also exerted a psychological strain on Sulu. Moreover, the stronger the Pokémon undergoing Mega Evolution, the greater the pressure on Sulu. Mutuo pondered. Indeed, Mega Evolution would impose mental strain. Yet Sulu could still effortlessly bear the evolution of a less powerful Kyogre. Nevertheless, with the necessity of mental unity from Mega Evolution, Sulu comprehended why only one Pokémon could undergo this transformation at any given time. Due to the uniqueness of his mental fluctuations, one could only resonate with a single Pokémon at any given moment, unless a split in one's consciousness occurred. Upon grasping the concept of Mega Evolution, Sulu began to comprehend its limitations. It seemed impractical to have all Pokémon undergo Mega Evolution. Rather, Dynamaxing and becoming a dominant Pokémon appeared to be more universally applicable. Consequently, Sulu resolved to cultivate the majority of his Pokémon towards the path of dominance. Otherwise, even if all Pokémon mastered Mega Evolution and possessed the requisite evolution stones, they would still be unable to unleash their full combat potential simultaneously, resulting in more losses than gains and efforts yielding little reward. Certain elite Pokémon, however, could be considered for attempts at Mega Evolution. After testing the strength of Mega Heracross, which had previously been below the elite level, it had nearly reached the pinnacle of elite strength post-evolution. Should Heracross enhance its level, it might even challenge the strength of a champion. After concluding the Mega Evolution, Heracross appeared fatigued and somewhat despondent, not due to Sulu's inability to sustain the Mega Evolution, but rather because Heracross itself could no longer bear the strain. Following the completion of the events at Pokémon Valley, Sulu commenced his daily lottery. Chapter 95, The Family of Diglett. Once again, it was time for the daily lottery. The prize will only display general categories, without specifics on what items might be won. Thus, Sulu remained unaware of the myriad of possibilities still hidden within the lottery, which fueled his anticipation. As the wheel spun, the pointer landed once more on the ordinary Pokémon category. You have obtained a common Pokémon, a family of Digletts, Sulu. He has summoned quite a number of Pokémon, but this is the first time he has directly summoned an entire family. The most he had previously summoned at once were both Nidorino and Nidorino siblings. It seems that Nidorino and Nidorino are not unique cases. Perhaps other social Pokémon can also be summoned together. As the light coalesced, 7 Digletts of various sizes appeared before Sulu. After the appearance of the 7 Digletts, a previously summoned Sandshrew eagerly ran up to greet them. Currently, the only ground-type Pokémon he had was Sandshrew, and he couldn't even resonate their energy together. Whenever he ventured into battle, Sandshrew had to follow the rock-type brigade, feeling quite disheartened. Now, with the addition of 7 ground-type Pokémon, Sandshrew finally had companions. Moreover, they were also rodents, which made Sandshrew's heart swell with joy. Continuing with the familiar welcoming ceremony, the Diglett family found a home in the Pokémon Valley, not far from Sandshrew. Observing the newly summoned Digletts, Sulu wondered if he might develop an underground excavation operation. Both Diglett and Sandshrew possess formidable digging abilities. If possible, Sulu envisioned establishing a secure passage between Pallet Town and the Sky Cloud Forbidden Area for the transportation of berries. After all, it was impractical to rely solely on Mutwo as a porter. Currently, the Pokémon factory was only partially operational, and if it were to function at full capacity, even Mutwo would need to shuttle back and forth to meet the material transportation demands. However, if the Diglett and Sandshrew were to excavate tunnels connecting 2 regions, they could even allow Pokémon to transport berries on their own. After some contemplation, Sulu felt that this ambitious project could officially commence. Thus, he summoned the Diglett and Sandshrew, sharing his vision with them. Upon hearing about the digging task, the Diglett and Sandshrew eagerly assured him of their commitment to complete it. While they might not excel in other areas, their prowess in tunneling was indisputable. After addressing matters concerning the Sandshrew, Sulu swiftly returned to W City, this time accompanied by a Caterpie, as he wished to meticulously study its transformation. Upon his return, Sulu noticed that the townsfolk seemed to be engulfed in a fervent excitement, each face radiating joy. However, with pressing matters at hand, he refrained from inquiring about the cause of this commotion. He soon sought out Huyunji. Initially, Sulu intended to find Xiaomuyue, but with the completion of Jinshin City, Xiaomuyue had nearly settled there. Sulu contemplated relocating to Jinshin City once its development reached a more advanced stage. Huyunji's residence was modest yet spacious and verdant. Upon entering a small bungalow, he found Huyunji awaiting him. Before Sulu and Xiaomuyue's arrival, she had been managing the various spatial rifts and fierce beasts surrounding the area. Now, with Sulu and Xiaomuyue protecting against the beasts that roamed from the east, she found herself with more leisure time to relax at home, her mindset considerably more at ease. Only when she truly sat down did Huyunji feel the weight of her age, yet she found solace in the knowledge that there were successors. Apologies for the intrusion, City Lord Hu, Sulu said, extending a package of specially crafted energy cubes towards Huyunji. There is no need for such gifts, after all. You are the hero who held back the beast tide, Huyunji replied warmly, her eyes brimming with admiration for Sulu. While she had witnessed the might of Rayquaza, as a fellow beast master, she understood that commanding such formidable creatures demanded immense mental fortitude. Otherwise, the beast could easily become unruly. Furthermore, the combat style of Rayquaza suggested that the young man must have faced considerable challenges while directing it in battle. Huyunji discerned a hint of fatigue in Sulu's gaze. A hero against the beast tide? Sulu was momentarily taken aback. He had only vaguely sensed that a satellite had captured him and Rayquaza, shrouded in the atmospheric shield, but he never anticipated that the footage would be broadcasted officially. Consequently, Rayquaza had ascended to the status of a national idol, revered by the populace. However, due to the atmospheric shield, his appearance remained obscured. Otherwise, he might have been inundated with fervent fans clamoring for photographs on the street. Allow me to express the gratitude of everyone on behalf of the community. Sulu. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Hu Yunji continued. She was acutely aware that Sulu would not seek her out without significant reason. After all, he was in a precious phase of growth and improvement, likely struggling to find sufficient time for training. Even a simple visit to her felt like a luxury he could scarcely afford. It is hardly a bother, for it is ultimately for my own benefit. However, I do indeed have matters to discuss with Lord Hu today, Sulu candidly stated. Hu Yunji nodded in agreement. Preferring straightforwardness over frivolity, it is better for the youth to be practical. The situation is as follows. The Bauka experimental zone is nearing completion. Yet the recruitment of personnel has proven rather challenging. Sulu revealed his intentions. The Bauka Energy Factory does not impose stringent technical requirements on its employees. Ordinary individuals can be readily trained to operate the machinery for energy block production. However, the research personnel needed for the experimental zone must be genuinely high-caliber talents. Although Chao Meng possesses a keen interest in research, having been subjected to it in the past, and now desiring to engage in it, Chao Meng remains merely a Pokémon, unable to manage the workload alone. Moreover, human intellect cannot be overlooked. Although Sulu has already instructed Zhu Qin to publicly announce the news regarding attribute research, and while the prospects for such research appear promising, the crux of the matter is that Sulu currently lacks compelling conditions to attract researchers. After all, Sulu's outward identity is merely that of a somewhat capable yet dependent high school student. Furthermore, with no tangible achievements to present, many are merely observing from the sidelines. With only a few researchers focused on Pokémon Feed submitting their resumes to the Bauka company. Although Xiaomuyu does have backing when it comes to energy matters, the former Lord Hu Yunji holds greater influence. Thus, Sulu seeks the Elder Lord's assistance in facilitating connections. Sulu, even if you do not mention it, I would seek you out. Lu Changqing recently approached me, expressing his desire to join the research division of the Bauka company upon its completion. Hu Yunji responded with a smile. Sulu not only possesses exceptional abilities, but also demonstrates remarkable intellect. Concepts such as energy cubes and attributes have captured Hu Yunji's admiration. Lu Changqing has indeed been under her tutelage for many years, yet she has been unable to provide him with an optimal research environment. From Hu Yunji's perspective, it seems a shame that such a talented individual has been confined to the Beast Alliance laboratory in W City. Working alongside Sulu should allow Lu Changqing to truly showcase his talents, shouldn't it? Chapter 96. Yu Lu Ming has already turned to ashes. Minister Lu? An image of an elderly man accompanied by a green snake beast flashed through Sulu's mind. The deputy minister of the Beast Alliance's research department in a city must possess commendable abilities. With his involvement, as long as the research division operates smoothly, numerous projects could progress. Sulu is confident that if Lu Changqing can pursue research according to her guidance, the subsequent release of research findings will undoubtedly attract more scholars. By the way, Sulu, we have gathered some information regarding the rat man that attacked you. Hu Yunji suddenly spoke with a serious tone. He was quite concerned about Sulu's assault, and thus conducted a thorough investigation. Although the transformation ability of the invisibility lizard is formidable, the notion of it brazenly intruding into W City to carry out an assassination against Sulu presents certain challenges. After all, it was merely an elite peak beast under manipulation, not a king-level assassin. Thus, it is highly plausible that there were internal accomplices aiding the infiltration of the shape-shifting lizard during that attack. Following the traces left behind, Hu Yunji indeed uncovered some significant information. Upon hearing Hu Yunji's words, Sulu became somewhat more earnest. For in Sulu's estimation, the Ratman assassin, marked by its twisted and malevolent gaze, might very well be linked to the individual who once attempted to ensnare the members of his faction in City Z. Should it indeed come to light that he was being targeted by a sinister cult, Sulu would need to deliberate on the necessity of eradicating this malevolent force with utmost vigor. At the very least, he must convey the message that he is not to be trifled with. After all, one can commit theft for 1,000 days, but cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. According to my investigation, it appears that those who conspired to assassinate you through the Shadow Assassins are likely affiliated with certain beast feed companies in City W Beast Feed. Sulu's expression suddenly shifted to one of bemusement. Initially, he presumed he was under the scrutiny of a cult, only to discover that it was, in fact, a matter of financial discord. Nevertheless, This served as a reminder that he was not merely a target for prying eyes due to his Pokémon and system. Even various derivatives of the system were objects of intense interest. After a brief moment of silence, Su Lu inquired, "How did the Lord of the City handle this matter?" Although this assassination attempt had not significantly impacted him, Su Lu was not the type to be magnanimous enough to overlook such occurrences. Moreover, given that Hu Yunji had directly confided in him, it seemed he intended to relinquish the authority of handling the situation into Su Lu's capable hands. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to inquire. According to the conviction of collusion with foreign entities, the mastermind will be subjected to mental conditioning by beast tamers, extracting all pertinent information before being executed and incinerated, leaving no trace behind. Hu Yunji appeared to wear a hint of regret. Su Lu astutely sensed the shift in Hu Yunji's emotions. "Do you know anyone familiar with Lord Hu?" he inquired. Hu Yunji repressed the regret in his gaze and replied, "There is an old acquaintance named Yu Luming. If it were merely an assassination, it would suffice to handle it according to the law. However, the emergence of the rat men within the hidden assassins has altered the nature of this matter. It has transitioned from a simple assassination to collusion with foreign entities. If Yu Luming has ways to connect with these outsiders, it implies that others may as well, indicating a deeper infiltration of foreign entities within human society." Yu Luming. Su Lu murmured, contemplating the name. He was the instigator, thus having undergone mental conditioning yesterday, resulting in his demise. So he has already turned to ash? Initially, Su Lu had wished to glimpse the identity of the individual who plotted against him. However, it may be for the best that he is already dead. If Su Lu were forced to take action, he would feel a sense of discomfort, as the act of killing a human being is fundamentally distinct from slaying a ferocious beast, unless absolutely necessary. Su Lu preferred that his Pokémon remain untarnished by human blood. Simultaneously, Su Lu felt a twinge of reflection, even without taking direct action. He could significantly impact the lives of many. He reminded himself to remain vigilant against losing his sense of self due to the power of his Pokémon. Unbeknownst to Su Lu, Yu Luming had been captured by Hu Yunji himself. Many informed individuals speculate that the assassination was likely orchestrated by Yu Luming, especially considering that Su Lu's energy cube has significantly threatened the interests of the Beast Food Company in W City. However, such decisive actions have led many to wonder if there is a deeper connection between Su Lu and Hu Yunji. Some allege that Su Lu is a distant relative or even a grandson of Hu Yunji, while others conjecture that Su Lu may have been taken as a disciple by Hu Yunji, which could explain why Hu Yunji would disregard past friendships and take action against old acquaintances in W City. What about the other races? What manner of beings are they? Upon hearing the term other races from Hu Yunji, Su Lu inquired with keen interest. Both summoned beasts and tamed beasts gradually regain their consciousness, and even ferocious beasts may develop awareness if they remain in the world long enough. This is one reason why ferocious beasts can be subdued. However, if a ferocious beast awakens higher intelligence, it becomes an otherworldly being. Hu Yunji elucidated that the innate animosity of these beings towards humanity is not diminished by their newfound intelligence, unless controlled by a beast master. They will act similarly to ordinary ferocious beasts, seeking every possible means to eliminate humans. Compared to ferocious beasts, the cunning and intelligent otherworldly beings pose an even greater challenge. This is why Hu Yunji and the Beast Alliance place such significant emphasis on the other races. Despite the fact that much of the history from 70 or 80 years ago has faded, yet, remnants of information regarding the other races can still be discerned from the human-beast wars. At that time, humanity had limited understanding of these beings, and it is said that the outbreak of the Beast Wars may have been exacerbated by the interference of numerous otherworldly beings. Indeed, that would be quite troublesome. Su Lu furrowed his brows. Given that the alien races are transformed from ferocious beasts, the possibility of coexisting peacefully with humanity is nearly non-existent. Pokémon, on the other hand, despite their intelligence, tend to be more amicable. Therefore, Su Lu, it would be wise for you to remain vigilant around those who conceal their true identities. Although the news of you being a master of Rayquaza has not been disclosed, you are now likely to attract the attention of the alien races, Hu Yunji cautioned. Su Lu nodded in understanding. After discussing serious matters, Hu Yunji's expression relaxed somewhat. By the way, Su Lu, you must be preparing for school soon, right? Hu Yunji inquired, resembling an ordinary elderly neighbor. It was then that Su Lu suddenly realized he was merely a high school senior for the upcoming semester. How had he progressed to such a level in just over a month? Su Lu could only conclude that starting with Rayquaza was indeed advantageous. Had he drawn a quasi-god or a second-tier deity, he would not have advanced so swiftly. Nevertheless, whether he would still need to attend school remained a pressing question. Chapter 97. The Vanished Sovereign Pokémon. After chatting with Hu Yunji for a while, Su Lu returned home. Yunji, in a non-combat state, felt much like a friendly neighbor, making their conversation quite relaxed. This was a welcome relief from the fatigue and pressure brought on by controlling Rayquaza in battle. Sulu lay on his bed, holding the 3-meter-long dominant caterpie, resembling an enormous caterpillar pillow. The caterpie stared back at Sulu, both of them locked in a gaze, with Sulu being the smaller of the two. Meanwhile, Mutwo sat beside them, preparing tea, ready to engage with Sulu in a discussion regarding the ascendance of the caterpie. Noticing Sulu's gaze, Mutwo raised its teacup and inquired, "Sulu, would you care for a cup? According to my knowledge, this brew can enhance mental acuity." Sulu replied, "Never mind, I feel somewhat fatigued today. I prefer not to be restless throughout the night." Subsequently, Sulu employed psychic abilities and aura to meticulously examine the caterpie. He wore a Gigantamax band on his wrist, which seemed to have an indistinct connection with the caterpie. The caterpie flicked its tail. Had Sulu not promised treats for their collaborative research, it would have already scampered off to train. "Can you still achieve Gigantamax on your own, caterpie?" Sulu inquired. The caterpie shook its head in response. "So, after departing from the Celestial Cloud Sanctuary, you can no longer initiate Gigantamax transformation independently?" Sulu pondered, realizing that the caterpie's ascendance and Gigantamax capability were indeed linked to the sanctuary, perhaps serving as a source of energy that enabled the caterpie to transform autonomously. At that moment, Mutwo set down its teacup and cautioned, "Sulu, the energy within the caterpie is gradually and permanently depleting." "Permanently depleting? Approximately how long can it endure?" Sulu asked. The energy within the already ascended caterpie had increased approximately 7 to 8-fold, and at the current rate of depletion, it could last around 17 years. Mutwo replied, "If energy is not replenished in 17 years, the already ascended caterpie may gradually revert to an ordinary caterpie." Upon hearing this, the green caterpillar appeared somewhat flustered. The information conveyed by Mutwo had evidently reached it. Anxiously, the caterpillar gazed at Sulu, realizing that it had only just managed to grow larger, inching closer to its aspirations, and now it was faced with the unsettling news that it might deflate and shrink. Perhaps this is how the supreme Pokémon of the Pokémon world gradually fade away, underscoring the critical nature of the energy from the Forbidden Zone. However, dear caterpillar, there is no need for alarm. After all, the Gigantamax band still exists, does it not? Even without returning to the Forbidden Zone. As long as there is a supply of energy, the caterpillar can maintain its supremacy indefinitely. Following Mutwo's reminder, Sulu discerned the connection between the Gigantamax band and the caterpillar. The latter had been consuming a small amount of the band's energy all along. This consumption commenced only after leaving the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. Previously, due to the minimal energy expenditure, it had barely kept pace with the band's self-replenishing speed, achieving a balance that went unnoticed by Sulu. Undoubtedly, while supremacy can be sustained, achieving Gigantamax form still necessitates a significant energy expenditure. Perhaps Sulu could consider donning additional Gigantamax bands to satisfy the energy demands. Having clarified the relationship between the Forbidden Zone's energy and the caterpillar, Sulu opened his phone to search for entries related to the Forbidden Zone and energy. Yet, he found nothing of substantial use. After all, energy is a universal concept. It stands to reason that the energy from the Forbidden Zone might possess unique effects on the beasts of this world, rendering it classified information. Surely, Lu Chongqing and Hu Yunji must possess some pertinent insights. He resolved to inquire further once Lu Chongqing arrived at the Pokémon Research Zone. With that thought, Sulu gently set the green caterpillar down. The green caterpillar, named CC, called out to Sulu, "Do you need a new training regimen?" Indeed, given that the caterpillar had already achieved dominance, the previous training methods had become somewhat inadequate. Stroking his chin, Sulu began to contemplate the future direction of the caterpillar's development. With the caterpillar's diligence, it should be able to consume sufficient sugar daily. As for physical strength, with energy blocks and appropriate materials, it should fare well. Recalling the caterpillar's combat style post-maturation, reminiscent of a mud-laden truck, Sulu exclaimed, "Silk." Yes, silk. He encouraged the caterpillar to experiment with silk production to achieve a form of three-dimensional maneuverability. Observing the caterpillar's puzzled expression, Sulu took the time to elucidate the concept of three-dimensional movement. A glimmer of aspiration flickered in the caterpillar's eyes. Mastering silk-based maneuvering would enable it to attain a quasi-flight mode in complex terrains. The primary drawback of a head-on charge was its inability to change direction mid-course. However, with silk as an aid, it could execute agile dashes and, if it ensnared a target, perform a precise caterpillar-style mud truck collision. This, however, necessitated the silk's exceptional quality. While achieving the caliber of Spider-Man's web was perhaps too ambitious, it certainly needed to possess at least half the strength of a human silk. Fortunately, in this realm, there existed numerous beastmasters capable of producing silk, and materials to enhance silk efficacy were readily available online. Thus, under the hopeful gaze of the caterpillar, Sulu waved his hand grandly and purchased an entire set of silk enhancement materials. Whichever works best shall be employed. After all, with the power of the wave guide to observe the transformations of the green caterpillar, along with the extraordinary abilities to communicate one-on-one with it, Sulu felt no fear of encountering significant problems. Upon realizing the promise of a bright future, the green caterpillar retreated to its pockball to rest. Unlike Shaman and Psyduck, who preferred to sleep outdoors, the green caterpillar found greater solace within the confines of its pockball. Exhausted from its recent growth and battles, it quickly fell into a deep slumber. Sulu, too, embraced sleep, using Shaman as a makeshift pillow. Once Sulu had succumbed to sleep, Psyduck stealthily approached Mutwo. Quack! Mutwo, shall we commence today's psychic training? Indeed, since Mutwo occasionally returned to their home in W City at night, Psyduck would often seek Mutwo's guidance on psychic techniques in their applications. If Sulu were to observe the panel, he would notice that Psyduck's previously fluctuating stats had now stabilized, even reaching the level of a champion, despite its initial low qualifications. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Tianyan Forbidden Zone, the Sky Pillar stood in eerie silence. The once quiet structure, now marked by the demise of numerous fierce beasts, began to undergo peculiar transformations. The slumbering amethyst battle bear and dreaming snake tortoise were abruptly awakened, lifting their heads to gaze toward the direction of the Sky Pillar. Chapter 98. The anomaly of the Sky Pillar within the Sky Pillar. Each level, apart from the vast hall and the spiraling staircase, was adorned with a singular massive stone tablet. Initially blank, these tablets began to gradually reveal enigmatic markings due to the unknown changes occurring within. As the traces fully emerged, they revealed a series of fearsome and bizarre beasts. At this moment, the colossal stone tablet situated atop the Sky Garden also seemed to emanate an enigmatic glow. On the following day, the television fervently reported on the incident in which the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza had single-handedly swept away the beast tide. Although the area Rayquaza cleared was merely a small fraction of the entire beast wave, and countless ferocious creatures continued to emerge from unknown spatial rifts in the depths of the ocean. At least the eastern region of the city of Jinshin appeared to be largely secured. It became common knowledge that among the border cities, Jinshin was now considered one of the safest areas during this outbreak of beastly chaos. Some smaller towns, feeling ill-equipped to withstand the beast tide, hastily arranged for the evacuation of civilians. Those with the means naturally sought refuge in safer, more developed inland regions, while the majority of civilians, lacking such resources, could only make do with surrounding towns or border cities. Consequently, the relatively secure Jinshin became an appealing option, especially since the eastern part of Jinshin was rumored to be frequented by the dragon god. Those fortunate enough might even witness the legendary beast in person. The internet buzzed with excitement at the prospect. To catch a glimpse of the dragon god would surely bring blessings. Even merchandise featuring Rayquaza was hastily produced by companies that had not received authorization from Sulu. Thus, a subtle wave of population movement began to unfold unnoticed. Meanwhile, Sulu frowned as he read a message from the Jinshin Beast Alliance on his phone. In the early hours of the morning, approximately 1,000 ferocious beasts invaded the borders of Shinshin City, but they have since been eradicated. Please exercise caution in personnel management and minimize travel. Just yesterday, I had successfully quelled the beast tide alongside Rayquaza. Even though Rayquaza did not engage, the beast tide was not expected to arrive for another 3 days. Yet, here we are, encountering a swarm of ferocious beasts just the following day. This is indeed perplexing. Could it be that a new temporal rift has fortuitously manifested? This matter has not been reported. It was merely communicated to the personnel within the vicinity of Shinshin City, and it has not caused any significant stir. However, I cannot shake off this feeling of oddity. As my 4 extraordinary abilities have gradually intensified, my intuition has become increasingly acute. Ultimately, I choose to trust my instincts. There is likely an issue at hand. After consulting with Hu Yunji and Xiaomu Yue, both reported no discernible problems. I could only advise them to remain vigilant and to alert the nearby city lords to do the same. Although Hu Yunji and Xiaomu Yue did not fully comprehend the specifics of the situation, the timing is indeed critical, being on the brink of a beast tide, and thus warranted attention. Consequently, they communicated my concerns to the surrounding city lords. The eastern sector has already been cleared by me. The density of ferocious beasts has significantly diminished. The remaining beasts exhibit no need for food or energy, and being devoid of intelligence, they are unlikely to advance further into human territory. Thus, The origin of these beasts must stem from temporal rifts and forbidden zones. With this thought, I began to discern where the true problem might lie. In this region, the most formidable forbidden zone and the spatial rift coexist in the same locality. This is the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Upon this realization, Sulu promptly summoned Chao Meng to return him to the Pokémon Valley. There, Rayquaza rested atop a stone platform, enveloped by the emanations of two distinct orbs, bestowing a sacred blessing upon all Pokémon within the valley. To Sulu's surprise, Rayquaza appeared to be asleep. Initially, he intended to inquire whether Rayquaza had sensed any alterations in the aura akin to its own, which resided behind the spatial rift. However, he did not anticipate Rayquaza's slumber. As Sulu attuned himself to Rayquaza's condition, he discerned that it seemed to be undergoing a peculiar transformation. Perhaps this change was a consequence of the 2 Dragon Balls ingested the previous day. Nonetheless, the transformation appeared to be beneficial, leading Sulu to deliberate extensively before deciding against interrupting Rayquaza's metamorphosis. He instructed Chao Meng to guide him to the Sky Garden. The fruit trees in the Sky Garden had been mostly stripped bare, yet due to the abundant energy, many had already begun to bear initial fruits anew. However, the fruit trees were not the focal point. Rather, it was the immense flow of energy that even Sulu could distinctly perceive. Waves of potent energy seemed to be continuously absorbed by the vast spatial rift, only to be subsequently transmitted to the entire sky pillar. The stone tablet beneath the spatial rift also radiated a luminous glow. Indeed, something was amiss. Sulu furrowed his brow. Currently, the Pokémon Valley was situated within the Tianyun Forbidden Land, and the amplification required the energy of the Forbidden Zone. Thus, he hoped that no significant disturbances would arise within the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Mutuo, shatter this stone tablet. A formidable psychic force manifested as a blade, striking the stone tablet adorned with the menacing image of a dragon. The effect of the psychic blade, wielded by Mutuo's immense mental power, was remarkable, cleaving the tablet in twain in an instant. Yet, the tablet did not collapse. The severed upper half bizarrely hovered in midair. A flicker of light shimmered, and the once damaged tablet restored itself to its original form. Following this, Mutuo unleashed successive psychic blades, but the tablet resembled a mere projection. No matter how many times it was shattered, it would swiftly regenerate, seemingly unaffected. Mutuo, cease your actions. This tablet may pertain to the fabric of space, and our current assault is futile, Sulu remarked. Upon halting, Mutuo turned to Sulu and responded, the lower tablet is undergoing a transformation. The lower tablet? Sulu's range of perception did not match Mutuo's extraordinary capabilities, leaving him unaware of the alterations occurring 2,000 meters below at the base of the column. Lead me to it. When Sulu reached the base of the tower, he beheld a wondrous sight. The once desolate sky pillar was now brimming with a dense mass of ferocious beasts. A mountain-like accumulation of these beasts surged forth from the sky pillar, rushing towards the western territories of humanity. These beasts emerged from the tablet. With each flicker of light from the tablet, a ferocious beast appeared, as though printed by a machine. Sulu began to comprehend why Shinjuku City had been besieged by a horde of beasts. The sky pillar, due to its aberration, had transformed into a tool for the creation of ferocious beasts, more exaggerated than a rift in time and space. Chapter 99. The Sky Dragon of Osiris. Sulu's brow gradually furrowed. He had witnessed the emergence of ferocious beasts from the rifts in space-time. Yet this method of directly conjuring ferocious beasts from stone tablets was a novel experience for him. At the base of the Pillar of Heaven, it was already overrun with a multitude of these beasts. The first layer was inhabited by creatures reminiscent of locusts, approximately 1 meter in length, with sharp mandibles, though their movements appeared rather sluggish. In Sulu's estimation, they were likely inferior to even the most ordinary of beast tamers, merely classified as low-grade ferocious beasts. Yet their numbers were staggering. After being conjured, these vile insects took to the air, spreading outwards to devour everything within sight. The second layer was occupied by bats, while the third layer housed dragonfly-like ferocious beasts. Despite being relatively rare among flying ferocious beasts, they clustered together within the Pillar of Heaven. Sulu exchanged a glance with Mutuo before descending before the stone tablets that had yet to produce any beasts, beginning his inspection layer by layer. Within the 100 layers of the Pillar of Heaven, each reaching a height of 20 meters, all 100 stone tablets were inscribed with creatures possessing the ability to fly. Mutuo nodded and attempted to interact with the stone tablets, but the outcome mirrored that of the one at the pinnacle. Even when destroyed, they would instantaneously revert to their original state. This is troublesome. If the beasts were merely grounded, it would be manageable. But the issue lies in the fact that all these creatures possess the ability to soar. Flying ferocious beasts are exceedingly difficult to intercept, and should they be allowed to roam freely, It would spell disaster for both the Pokémon within the Pokémon Valley and humanity itself. However, the sole piece of good news is that not all the stone tablets have been activated. It is imperative to discern the cause of the anomalies occurring at the Pillar of Skies. Sulu and Mutwo teleported to the ground, where the flying beasts emerging from the pillar seemed to sense the presence of humans, transforming the previously chaotic scene into something eerie. All the flying beasts turned their gaze towards Sulu and Mutwo. In the next moment, a cacophony of monstrous roars erupted as they surged wildly towards Sulu. Originally, Sulu intended to experiment with Mega Evolution alongside Mutwo today, but given that Rayquaza had succumbed to slumber, he refrained from hastily initiating Mutwo's Mega Evolution. Nevertheless, even without Mega Evolution, these beasts posed no significant threat to Mutwo. Mutwo raised its hand, gathering specks of starlight, which then erupted forth in a dazzling display. High-speed stars, energies, each the size of a fist, surged forth like a frenzy, each star appearing to navigate autonomously towards its target. High-speed stars is an infallible technique. Once Mutwo's psychic focus is established, escape becomes impossible. As each high-speed star collided with these subpar beasts, they shattered into fragments, continuing their relentless pursuit of other foes. In an instant, Sulu and Mutwo seemed enveloped by a cascade of golden meteors. The torn corpses of the beast rained down like tainted droplets, while Mutwo's psychic shield kept the debris at bay. After a brief span of mere seconds, Mutwo slowly lowered its hand. Over 10,000 ferocious beasts were annihilated in a mere 10 seconds by a single, swift celestial strike. Mutwo nodded at Sulu, approaching the lower stone tablet that incessantly generated these monstrous entities. The tablet was intricately carved with the image of locusts, accompanied by foreign script that seemingly served as an introduction. As Sulu gazed upon it, the tablet emitted a brief shimmer, and several ethereal giant locusts emerged from its surface before solidifying. However, they were instantaneously immobilized by Mutwo. Meanwhile, Sulu placed his hand upon the tablet, and a gentle azure wave emanated forth. The power of the wave guide was activated. The upper tablet remained dormant, thus, to discern the nature of the anomaly, Sulu could only investigate the lower layer. As the waveguide energy spread, a vivid image constructed of energy began to materialize in Sulu's mind. It appeared that some peculiar energy was being absorbed by the Pillar of Heaven, subsequently using the stone tablet as a conduit to summon the ferocious beasts. Upon realizing this, Sulu exhaled in relief, for it was summoning, not creation. Summoning always originates from a source, whereas the creation of life is a privilege reserved for those of immense power. Sulu then proceeded to probe the energy source responsible for the aberration in the Pillar of Heaven. Although the energy was chaotic, he managed to sense it. His thoughts began to leap and bound, the gentle azure vision continually expanding. Images began to unfold, corpses, each depicting the remains of the ferocious beasts. From these lifeless forms, strands of light seemed to converge into a dense golden energy, which was absorbed by the Pillar of Heaven, subsequently transforming into an unusual energy. The waveguide energy made contact with a strand of golden energy. In Sulu's mind, it seemed as though countless voices echoed, each fervently uttering different names, simultaneously praising and cursing one another, creating a cacophony. At that moment, this chaotic symphony and the terrifying imagery were shattered by a formidable psychic force. It was Mutwo who awakened Sulu. As he emerged from the visions, Sulu took several deep breaths, his expression grave. What energy is this? Mutwo gazed at Sulu with a hint of confusion. Has Sulu discovered something? When it comes to the ability to probe, the power of aura is indeed more remarkable. Even a psychic as formidable as Mutwo seemed unable to perceive that peculiar energy. After a moment's contemplation, Sulu conveyed the fleeting sensations he had just experienced through the psychic link established with Mutwo. Moments later, Mutwo appeared to have grasped the essence. It resembles a peculiar energy condensed from disordered thoughts, yet it lacks true psychic force. Rather, it feels akin to a notion. I have carefully discerned some of the voices and thoughts within it. Would you like to hear them, Sulu? Sulu nodded. Truly. Mutwo had the ability to dissect the chaotic sounds that caused him such distress. Through Mutwo's transmitted analysis, Sulu felt a gradual understanding of everything unfolding. Those disordered voices seemed to be expressions of reverence or fear towards the divine. If he were to name that golden energy, Sulu would choose to call it the power of converged faith. With this thought, Sulu solemnly lifted his gaze towards the heavens, as if yearning to glimpse the colossal dragon lurking behind the rift in time and space. Among all the information, one name stands out remarkably. Seemingly singled out by the Pillar of Heaven, perhaps it is the name of that individual, Osiris, the Sky Dragon. Chapter 100. The experience pack arrives, everyone charge. Upon Sulu reciting the original owner's name of the Pillar of Heaven, it appeared to respond. All the stone tablets flickered, and the activated tablets simultaneously summoned a stone tablet monster. Within the beast's body resided a chaotic amalgamation of faith, and the structures within the forbidden zone were unexpectedly gathering this faith. The most formidable of beasts was indeed divine. Sulu was taken aback by this revelation, yet he quickly regained his composure. After all, he possessed a Pokémon renowned as a divine beast. Thus, the term divine seemed rather nebulous, and he felt that his own Pokémon, Rayquaza, could contend with it. The opponent was likely just a being of considerable strength. Following his investigation, Sulu began to grasp the reason behind the Pillar of Heaven's transformation. It was due to the recent beast tide that resulted in the demise of numerous beasts, causing the chaotic power of faith within them to be absorbed by the Pillar of Heaven, subsequently reactivating it. Throughout this process, Sulu and Rayquaza had exerted considerable effort. After all, had it not been for Sulu's relentless slaughter of the beasts, the activation of the Pillar of Heaven might have been considerably delayed. Complete activation to its uppermost level would still require some time. Rayquaza had undergone some changes, thus the beast here could only be temporarily subdued by Mutwo. I shall keep an eye on the factory. Sulu rubbed his forehead and remarked, the demise of the ferocious beast is inevitable, even if I do not slay them. Others will. Thus, the awakening of Osiris' Sky Dragon is a foregone conclusion. The beasts summoned by the Pillar of Heaven are distinct from others. They are entirely devoted to the Sky Dragon, and all their actions are aimed at hastening its revival. Consequently, they consume all surrounding energy and even attack other ferocious beasts. If this continues to spread, it is only a matter of time before they clash with the Pokémon Valley. These beasts may be deterred by the aura of the Osiris Sky Dragon, which is why they have not ventured into the Sky Garden. Otherwise, the fruit trees within would surely be stripped bare. Mutwo nodded in agreement, asserting that suppressing the Pillar of Heaven was also to spare the Pokémon Valley from persecution. The immediate course of action was to transplant all the fruit trees from the Sky Garden. Upon returning to the Pokémon Valley and informing the Pokémon of the situation, they all eagerly offered their assistance. It then dawned on Sulu that the ferocious beasts summoned by the Pillar of Heaven could serve as an excellent source of experience. With the recent extermination efforts in the eastern region, the beast tide had largely subsided. The environment was now barren, and the energy dissipating from the space-time rifts was sufficient for the remaining beasts to survive. Therefore, the Pokémon Valley no longer needed to concern itself with the beast tide for the time being. Mutwo also expressed support for Sulu's proposal, as it was keen for the Pokémon to grow stronger. Half an hour later, a gathering of Pokémon stood before the Pillar of Heaven. All right, everyone. You may commence your ascent of the tower. With the watchful eye of Mutwo, there is no need for anyone to fear danger. You shall not confront an overwhelming number of ferocious beasts at once. With each layer you pass, corresponding rewards await, Sulu announced. The sharp gaze of Froakie was fixed on the locust, now ensnared within the tower. Guagua. Is this the trial our Lord has prepared for us? The caterpie, brimming with excitement, wriggled as it sensed the opportunity to grow larger in the vicinity. It called out to the other Pokémon, everyone, look. The little bug is about to show off. The little bug is going to evolve, come and learn. Yuki was curious whether the stones of this high tower could be crushed for sustenance. Psyduck tilted its head, contemplating the tower, ready to test the psychic techniques it had sought from Mutwo the previous day. Quack, quack, quack. Everyone, charge. The Pokémon began to enter the sky pillar one after another. The combat prowess of the locust beasts was notably low. Even Pokémon like Diglett and Rattata could secure victory in one-on-one confrontations. Sulu opened the information panel, and the experience and levels of the Pokémon began to rise. He scratched his head, pondering, it seems, not too shabby? As the number of defeated beasts gradually increased, the arena might become increasingly confined. Thus, Mutwo waved a hand, telekinetically manipulating the corpses of the various beasts, ultimately compressing them into a dense ball of beast flesh. This mass was piled outside the sky pillar, and due to its excessive compression, it appeared less menacing. Sulu approached, extending his finger to tap upon it twice. It was quite firm, resembling a compacted mass of meat. Although it is said that most beast meats are consumable, Sulu finds it hard to accept the idea of locust meat. Moreover, having Mutwo transport them to the city for sale seems rather cumbersome due to the sheer quantity involved. However, letting them go to waste feels like a missed opportunity. Inferior beast meat can be repurposed as fertilizer for trees, while higher quality cuts warrant further consideration for alternative uses. Beneath the Sky Pillar, Battle-type Pokémon are tirelessly engaged in combat, while in the Sky Garden, beautiful flowers direct the Life-type Pokémon in transplanting fruit trees. Each tree is carefully uprooted, awaiting transportation to the Pokémon Valley for replanting. As evening falls, the Pokémon, having battled throughout the day, jovially push spherical beast meatballs towards the valley. Rolling these balls serves as a form of exercise. A few passing beasts glance curiously at the strange creatures pushing the enticingly fragrant orbs. But upon the lead Raikou casting a glance back, the indigenous beasts of the Forbidden Cloud domain retract their heads and scurry away. Even Raikou is an entity they dare not provoke. In the absence of humans, the beasts are not so ferocious. At least they understand the necessity of retreat when confronted with formidable foes. The following day, a Pokémon emerges from the highest spawning layer. It is neither the juvenile deity Giratina nor the gigantic Metapod, but rather the quietly evolving Psyduck. Within the Forbidden Domain, the Metapod can achieve gigantism whenever it resonates with Sulu's thoughts, granting it a significant advantage, yet it has still been outpaced by the Psyduck. Standing on the 34th level platform, Psyduck stood with its hands on its hips, cackling heartily. Suddenly, it realized that its proud demeanor was only visible to Sulu, who stood nearby, rendering it rather meaningless. Consequently, Psyduck waddled over to the spiral corridor, observing the Caterpie and Beedrill on the 33rd level. Engaged in a battle of wits and courage against a fearsome beast, emitting deep, resonant caws. SSSSS. Caterpie angrily spat out silk in response, only to have Psyduck effortlessly intercept it with psychic force. To Psyduck's delight, it began to collect Caterpie's silk, wearing a triumphant expression. Gaga, truly remarkable. Caterpie's silk is exceptionally fine, nearly sufficient to craft a quilt. Chapter 101, The Awakening of Rayquaza, the dragon-shaped nuke launcher. Alright, Psyduck, cease your interference in Caterpie's battle. If you find it too easy, perhaps you should attempt the second round, Sulu remarked, giving Psyduck a gentle pat on the head. Gah? The second round entails starting anew from the first level, yet this time you must contend with two fearsome beasts simultaneously. Psyduck stroked its chin, contemplating the challenge with intrigue. However, it lamented, climbing the tower is quite exhausting. Subsequently, Sulu descended the sky pillar, greeting all the Pokémon that were diligently striving. He had gained a general understanding of the capabilities of the ordinary Pokémon. At that moment, Sulu sensed the evolution of a Pokémon. He and Mutwo swiftly made their way over. It was the evolution of Metapod. The evolution rate of bug-type Pokémon is indeed astonishing, Sulu remarked with a sense of awe. The Iron Shell Cocoon currently stands at level 19. A testament to its accumulated potential after being advised by Sulu to postpone its evolution. Otherwise, it could have evolved at levels 11 or 12. As the radiant glow faded, a Beedrill materialized before Sulu. Well done, Beedrill, he remarked, casually retrieving the information regarding the Pokémon. Remarkably, the Beedrill's potential, which was previously classified as elite, had now ascended to that of a champion, through Sulu's training and the enhancements from evolution. Even ordinary Pokémon like the Horned Caterpillar now harbored the potential to become champion-level creatures. However, realizing this potential would not be a trivial endeavor. While Beedrill is indeed capable of Mega Evolution, Sulu chose not to immediately provide it with a Mega Stone, due to the constraints of Mega Evolution, which permits only one Pokémon to undergo this transformation at a time. Sulu intended to cultivate ordinary Pokémon into dominant forces. In the following 2 days, through battles at the Sky Pillar, the Pokémon significantly elevated their levels and amassed a wealth of battle experience, each brimming with determination. Meanwhile, the activation level of the Sky Pillar reached the 52nd tier. Concurrently, Rayquaza awakened from its slumber. Upon awakening, Rayquaza stretched leisurely and yawned, as sleep was a rarity for it. The moment it opened its eyes, it beheld Sulu standing before it. You have finally awakened, Rayquaza. How do you feel? Sulu inquired with genuine concern. If it were not for the perception of the rising aura of Rayquaza, Sulu could hardly restrain himself from awakening Rayquaza with the power of transcendence. Rayquaza nodded slightly, indicating that it was untroubled. Are the 2 orbs in good condition? Rayquaza responded with a curious sound. Ah? So it is your orbs that you are concerned about. Do you perhaps harbor affection for another dragon? Rayquaza candidly answered Sulu's inquiry. The orbs were indeed unharmed, and this time Rayquaza's slumber was instigated by the activation of the 2 orbs. Although the Adamant Orb and the Lustrous Orb are exclusive artifacts for the temporal and spatial dragons, Rayquaza managed to leverage its formidable strength and draconic energy to manipulate the energies of both orbs, albeit only the draconic energy. Each orb can bestow a 20 enhancement to Rayquaza's dragon-type skills, culminating in a total boost of 40 to the efficacy of its dragon-type abilities. It is worth noting that as Rayquaza's strength has escalated, the effects of the items originally purchased by Sulu have gradually diminished. However, the enhancements provided by the Adamant Orb and the Lustrous Orb remain steadfast. Regardless of how much stronger Rayquaza becomes, the effects will always manifest as intended. A 40 enhancement to dragon-type skills? Shall we test the results? Sulu inquired. Rayquaza nodded in agreement, eager to discover just how powerful it had become with the acquisition of the 2 dragon orbs. Thus, Rayquaza soared eastward with Sulu aboard, eventually reaching the coastline. This will do. We are now in a forbidden zone and will not be detected. Let us first test Dragon Dance. The overall enhancement of 40 to Dragon-type skills naturally includes buff skills as well, meaning the boost conferred by the 2 orbs far surpasses mere data effects. As the Sky Pillar began to dance, its speed surged dramatically. The Dragon Pulse unleashed a brilliant radiance that plunged into the ocean, its power far surpassing that of destructive light. With 2 Dragon Balls sustaining its Dragon-type energy, the Sky Pillar could utilize Dragon Pulse for an extended duration and frequency. Sulu took the opportunity to experiment with other Dragon-type skills, yielding remarkable results. Now it was time for the final move, the Dragon Meteor Shower. Upon hearing the name, the Sky Pillar grew excited. Thus far, its favorite skill had indeed been the Dragon Meteor Shower, which is why it had collaborated with Sulu to develop numerous variant techniques. The Sky Pillar opened its mouth wide, condensing a massive surge of Dragon-type energy. This energy continued to swell, gradually forming a meteorite, an enormous meteorite with a diameter of 200 meters. Was this the Dragon Meteor? The Dragon Meteor was a transitional skill that the Sky Pillar had practiced with Sulu during their initial attempts at the Dragon Meteor Shower, consisting of just a single meteor. Sulu was taken aback by the Sky Pillar's profound obsession with this move. However, it seemed quite promising. The once dispersed energy of the Dragon Meteor Shower was now concentrated into a colossal meteor, which would likely amplify its impact significantly. As Sulu contemplated this, the meteor slowly descended toward the ocean's surface. With a resounding crash, it struck the water. Like a celestial river overflowing, a massive wave accompanied by scalding steam surged outward. Indeed, this coastline was a no-fly zone, undetectable by satellites. However, the shockwave generated by this meteor was registered, and the towering waves rushed fiercely toward the shore. The towering clouds of steam were captured by satellite imagery. Originally, the eastern defensive line had been significantly alleviated by the intervention of the Sky Splitter. Yet suddenly a startling revelation emerged. Upon receiving the news, Suhu initially speculated that an exceedingly formidable beast had surfaced in the eastern waters, prompting him to once again enhance the security measures. The destructive power observed was akin to that of a mushroom cloud. Sulu, riding atop the Sky Splitter, gazed in awe at such lethal capability. It was reminiscent of a dragon-shaped nuclear device. Sulu felt a sense of satisfaction, which was mirrored by the Sky Splitter itself. This particular maneuver could currently only be executed under the auspices of the twin dragon pearls. However, there were no Pokémon available to contend for the 2 pearls at that moment. Following the completion of the experiment and the subsequent eradication of the potential ongoing beast tide, Sulu embarked on his return journey. As the Sky Splitter took flight, a multitude of resentful fish heads surfaced, their eyes filled with a haunting longing. Some were alive, while others were not, yet all fixated intently on the departing figure of the Sky Splitter. After a considerable interval, these fish-headed humanoids, gripped by terror, made a shocking discovery. The dragon had returned. Once more, the Sky Splitter coalesced a meteorite within its maw. Following another explosion comparable to a pristine nuclear detonation, the Sky Splitter departed once again. Sulu advised the Sky Splitter to execute its skills from a greater distance, as the potency of its abilities had begun to affect the surrounding environment. Consequently, the Sky Splitter retreated to the shoreline. Half an hour later, the fish heads resurfaced, engaging in anguished communication and lamenting. Has that dragon gone mad? We implore it to act like a dragon. If this dragon returns a few more times, this forbidden area will be irreparably lost. Ah, it has come again. Let us hasten to make our escape. Chapter 102. Ex Mutuo. After the awakening of Rayquaza, Mutuo felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. Moreover, upon Sulu's return to the Pokémon Valley, he found Mutuo, and with Rayquaza awake, they could finally experiment with Mutuo's Mega Evolution. It was still that familiar beach. Mutuo, are you ready? Sulu inquired with concern. The Mega Evolution of Mutuo was indeed a momentous occasion. Beside them, Rayquaza exhaled, confident that with its presence, even if Mutuo were to go on a rampage, nothing catastrophic would ensue. In fact, a rampage would be quite welcome. Rayquaza had long wished to discern whether this hairless, long-tailed feline was superior or if it itself held the upper hand. After acquiring the 2 orbs, Rayquaza seemed rather inflated with confidence. Mutuo, possessing a more rational demeanor, could vaguely sense Rayquaza's thoughts through its psychic abilities, yet chose to disregard Rayquaza entirely. In truth, since Mutuo had been summoned, it had little interaction with Rayquaza. Or perhaps, Rayquaza regarded all Pokémon, aside from Shaman, with a demeanor that suggested, Sulu is the master, I am the second, the heavens the third, the earth the fourth, and the sea the fifth, and you all are but the sixth. Indeed, a rather irritable temperament. Sulu speculated that Rayquaza was perhaps experiencing a rebellious phase. Nevertheless, he thought little of it. At least in terms of combat prowess, Rayquaza remained a reliable ally. Upon receiving Mutwo's response, Sulu's psychic energy touched the keystone necklace adorning his chest. With the keystone's modulation, Sulu's psychic waves gradually aligned with Mutwo's. This was a transformative evolution brought forth by their minds. If Mutwo's mental prowess were to amplify further, and its conviction were to solidify, it might indeed accomplish mega evolution independently, albeit not at this moment. Mutwo's eyes widened as it sensed an extraordinary power surging within its being. Unlike Rayquaza, which must consume meteorite energy to achieve growth, Mutwo is fundamentally an artificial Pokémon, thus its combat capabilities are inherently at their zenith upon creation. The potential for further enhancement is minimal, with only the elevation from the system and exclusive candies providing slight augmentations. However, these enhancements pale in comparison to the magnitude of power bestowed by Mega Evolution. Mutwo's limbs began to thicken, and the horn on its forehead elongated slightly. The once seemingly frail physique transformed into one of considerable robustness. Mega Mutwo X. Upon achieving X Mega Evolution, Mutwo not only retained its psychic attributes, but also acquired fighting-type abilities. Instinctively, Mutwo mastered numerous fighting and normal-type moves that were previously beyond its grasp. The close combat prowess of Mutwo in its X form was significantly heightened. As Mega Mutwo X opened its eyes, a hint of confusion flickered within, but mere seconds later, its gaze regained clarity. Is this what Mega Evolution entails? Mutwo extended its hand, contemplating its powerful fist. Observing Mutwo's swift return to lucidity, Rayquaza turned away in disappointment. Mutwo, how do you feel? Sulu inquired hesitantly. Assisting Kyurem in achieving its ultimate evolution felt effortless for Sulu. However, it was an entirely different experience for Mutwo. The immense strength of Mutwo's psychic power and its intense mental fluctuations exerted an overwhelming pressure on Sulu. As their psychic frequencies aligned, the sensation was exquisite, unprecedentedly delightful. Mutwo cast its gaze upon the coastline, which had transformed from shallow to deep waters due to several blasts from Rayquaza. Within Mutwo's perception, it detected what seemed to be a peculiar city concealed beneath the waves. Raising its hand, a pale yellow sphere gradually coalesced, swelling in size until it reached an astonishing diameter of 4 to 5 meters. This was the technique acquired after Mutwo's X evolution, the Chi Bomb. The Chi Bomb possessed the capability to shatter the target's elemental defenses. While other fighting-type Pokémon could only conjure a Chi Bomb the size of a human head, in Mutwo's hands, it resembled a spirit bomb. As the Chi Bomb descended into the ocean, it detonated spectacularly. The explosion sent a spray of water soaring approximately 100 meters into the air, prompting Rayquaza to cast a disdainful glance. Ascending into the sky, it unleashed a Draco meteor, heralding another colossal wave. Once the water settled, Rayquaza looked down with a sense of pride at Sulu and Mutwo. Sulu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. These were merely 2 level 1 deities. If there were more, wouldn't the chaos be unimaginable? If the trio from Hoenn were to gather, wouldn't they engage in daily battles until the world was reset? Mutwo shot a sidelong glance at Rayquaza, and then unleashed a continuous barrage of Chi bombs that cascaded forth like a relentless stream. Rayquaza, unwilling to back down, opened its mouth to retaliate, but alas, the recovery time for dragon-type energy was required. Upon contemplating this, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza was filled with an indignant spirit, resolved to intensify its training henceforth, striving for a relentless barrage of meteor strikes. In truth, the damage inflicted by Mutwo's aura spheres is far more substantial than it appears on the surface. These aura spheres possess the capacity to shatter energy, resulting in a marked decline in the energy defenses of the target. Presently, the energies within the underwater forbidden zone have been rendered chaotic by Mutwo's aura spheres. The aquatic creatures of the deep are on the brink of madness. After experimenting with the skills for a while longer, a fatigued Sulu returned, content, with Mutwo now restored to its normal state. Tomorrow, he mused, he would attempt the Y evolution once more. As 2 days elapsed, other regions gradually encountered the beast tide. Although these areas did not possess a presence as formidable as Rayquaza's to exterminate the feral beasts, the borders, having prepared and mobilized personnel, managed to hold their ground with the assistance of advanced weaponry. In stark contrast to other regions, the vicinity of Shirnu City remained remarkably tranquil. Following the sealing of the Sky Pillar, large-scale invasions of ferocious beasts had virtually ceased. However, unbeknownst to Sulu, a group of individuals clad in black robes had infiltrated the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. Their robes appeared unusually voluminous, suggesting they were significantly larger than the average person. The divine descent here had been activated, yet the apostles had yet to make an appearance, prompting everyone to exercise caution. The tallest among the black-robed figures spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. They had concealed themselves within the human realm for an extended period and, through certain clandestine channels, had come to learn that the Tianyun Forbidden Zone seemed to be under the dominion of a quasi-divine dragon deity. If this oppression continues unabated, it is likely that the divine descent in this region will, like in others, be permanently suppressed by the leaders of the Beast Alliance. The defenses in other regions of divine descent are already exceedingly robust and well-established, yet this area seems not to have been entirely claimed by humanity. Thus, in contrast to those heavily fortified locales, there remains a possibility for liberation here. The figures cloaked in black, their hoods shrouding their faces, revealed eyes of a ghastly yellow hue, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. They traversed the forbidden grounds unassailed by the ferocious beasts, allowing for swift advancement. After a day's journey, the six could faintly discern the towering pillar amidst the thick fog. Chapter 103. The Griffin people. Upon sighting the pillar, the six cloaked figures exhibited fervent expressions. They exchanged glances, confirming the activation of the divine descent. Unlike humans, the otherworldly beings were essentially intelligent beasts. Consequently, they distinctly sensed a voice within their minds, fervently calling a name. Let us not act hastily. We should separate to investigate the altar's condition, intoned the tallest among them in a low voice. The remaining five nodded in agreement. They had come with a mission. The beast tide had already surged. Yet there was a lack of decisive combat power. Should they awaken a celestial deity at this juncture, it would significantly alter the tide of battle. And these griffin beings would also be granted the boon of life. The six griffin individuals dispersed. They possessed a unique means of communication through low-frequency sound waves, maintaining vocalizations to ensure that any unforeseen events could be swiftly detected. They had dispersed. Below the Pillar of Heaven, the dream spoke to Sulu. Dispersed? Is there any chance? Sulu inquired. It seems they possess a unique method of remote communication, leaving no opportunity, the dream responded. The arrival of the six otherworldly beings would have gone unnoticed by Sulu had it occurred before the dream's summoning. However, the dream's psychic range extended over a significant portion of the forbidden area. Once the otherworldly beings approached, the dream detected their presence. It even discerned the forms concealed beneath their cloaks, revealing them to be upright griffins. The dream's awareness of the six was partly due to their cloaks. Had they removed them and pretended to be ferocious beasts, the dream might have assumed they were mere creatures escaped from beyond the Forbidden Zone. Additionally, the emergence of beasts from the stone tablet within the Pillar of Heaven had dramatically accelerated. Thus, after once more harnessing the power of the wave, Sulu discovered an immense force of faith approaching the Pillar of Heaven, ultimately pinpointing the location of the six beings. Their identities were thereby confirmed. They were likely emissaries of the Osiris Sky Dragon. It was prudent to observe their intentions. The timing of their arrival, coinciding with the activation of the Pillar of Heaven, suggested they had a specific purpose. The six griffin beings remained oblivious to their exposure. After dispersing, five of the early celestial kings cautiously circled near the Pillar of Heaven. Ultimately, a pentagonal formation was established as they gazed into the distant sky pillar. The griffins, with their keen eyesight, discerned what appeared to be a struggle within the sky pillar. Indeed, suppression had commenced. Compared to Sulu, the griffins possessed a deeper understanding of the sky pillar. Although each griffin's memories were merely fragmented recollections, when pieced together, they formed a slightly more coherent narrative. Each layer of stone tablet within the sky pillar contained a dragon scale from the sky dragon. Through the guidance of these scales, the dragon's kin were summoned to gather the life energy of this world, enabling the sky dragon to manifest a compatible form here. Otherwise, the deity of the skies, who wielded dominion over the celestial laws, would merely exist as a creature of somewhat enhanced strength upon arriving in this realm, unable even to reclaim its own scales. However, the apostles tasked with collecting life energy were impeded by Sulu's Pokémon, who swiftly vanquished them, not only failing to amass life energy, but also depleting their own strength. If this continued, the sky god would be compelled to forcefully descend into this world before the rift in time and space consumed them. A deity stripped of divine authority would find its power significantly diminished. After observing for a while, one griffin scanned its surroundings as if searching for something. Eventually, it precisely located a stone with a diameter of 3 meters amidst the verdant earth. Remarkably, within the psychic perception of Mutuo, the griffin managed to move the stone aside, revealing a rough, hollowed-out cavity. As Sulu observed the scene through the psychic powers of Mutuo, his brow furrowed in surprise. Was there truly a subterranean passage within the celestial forbidden land? How astonishingly adept the other party was. It appeared they had been well prepared. Mutuo's psychic energy extended into the pit, revealing a vast underground realm. Descending over 100 meters, he discovered a cavern approximately 100 meters wide. Within this cavern stood several stone tablets, seemingly unfinished, with a large, flat stone slab at the center, etched with a simple pentagram symbol. Upon seeing the stone tablets, the griffin-like figure that had entered the underground space seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. It retrieved a pale golden crystal from its feathers, and the pentagram appeared to respond with a flicker of light. Meanwhile, within the pillar of the sky, several fierce beasts were summoned forth by the slab. At this moment, Sulu felt an urgent desire to command Mutuo to intervene. However, it seemed that 2 of the 5 underground spaces had already become inactive, prompting Sulu to exercise restraint and continue observing. Failed. It seems repairs are necessary, the griffin pondered, gazing at the divine crystal in its grasp. For this mission, the griffins had exhausted all their resources to exchange for the divine crystals from other races. If they could awaken the celestial deity, their kind would once again return to the protection and guidance of the divine, akin to those supreme races. Yet, the griffin known as Falcon was unaware of how to repair the sacrificial array for the deity. Only the high priest of the sky, who accompanied them, possessed that knowledge. Thus, the griffin opened its mouth, emitting a piercing sound wave, a secret method of communication inherent to its kind. After a brief exchange, the griffin patted its robe, seemingly feeling quite uncomfortable. Had it not been for the black cloak that could obscure energy fluctuations, it would have been reluctant to don it. Once the inspection was complete, the falcon cautiously ascended to the cave's mouth, pricking its ears to attentively scrutinize the surrounding sounds. Only after confirming that all was well did it gently lift the stone and depart. Observing this scene, Sulu's expression turned solemn. It was imperative to comprehend the significance of their actions. I recalled that the griffins had mentioned in a message sent to me after the tumult of Huyun that their communication sound waves seemed to be ever-changing. Although Chao Meng had discerned that the griffins communicated through unique sound waves and could even replicate them, without understanding their meaning, such knowledge was futile. Unless one possessed the ability to delve into the psyche, deciphering the constantly shifting language of these foreign beings would be nearly impossible. Yet, fortuitously, Sulu happened to possess a gift that allowed him to perceive mental messages. Chapter 104. Your minion has already been eliminated by my minion. The griffin sprinted across the grassland, feeling as though it should be soaring through the skies, yet the current heavens did not belong to the deity of the skies. Thus it was forced to conceal itself. This particular griffin remained unaware that a peculiar ability had enveloped it, and it had long since fallen under an illusion. Not far away, Sulu nodded. The connection is established. The telepathic dialogue of transcendent power can indeed be forcibly interrupted by formidable beings. However, a fledgling griffin hardly qualifies as powerful. Sulu subtly concealed his abilities, rendering the other party oblivious to the presence of an additional consciousness intruding upon their mind. He refrained from transmitting any messages, instead quietly attuning himself to the thoughts of the griffin. Any sentient organism, when speaking or acting, inevitably harbors certain thoughts. Language, too, adheres to specific rules. Sulu meticulously recorded the thoughts that accompanied the griffin's vocalizations, relaying them in real time to his companion, Mutuo. After half a day, Sulu rubbed his temples. The good news was that the griffin's linguistic system had been largely deciphered. The bad news was that Sulu could neither hear nor produce the sound waves utilized by the griffin. Fortunately, Mutuo and several sound-sensitive Pokémon were able to perceive them. Mutuo, I entrust the next steps to you. Mutuo nodded in acknowledgement. Falcon, what is happening? Communication was interrupted for a second. In the vast cavern, the Sky Priest sensed an anomaly, the low-frequency sound waves conveying dissatisfaction. I encountered a tyrant-level beast, came a stunned reply from afar. Tyrant level? The Sky Priest's dim, yellow pupils constricted. He had received his heritage revelation 60 years prior, yet despite the assistance of wisdom, he had not ascended to the tyrant level, remaining stuck at the pinnacle of king level. Thus, he understood the oppressive force that a tyrant beast could wield. Be more cautious next time. Do you comprehend the significance of our mission? Those who have not attained enlightenment, regardless of their strength, will inevitably be subjugated by humanity, the Sky Priest scornfully proclaimed. Half an hour later, 6 griffins convened within a vast cavern. Remarkably, this cavern was situated directly beneath the lair of the once dominant beast. Slain by the legendary Mutuo, the Sky Priest cast a discerning glance at the hawk. The feral instincts within did not surge, it was likely not human. And since the communication from the other party had not faltered, the Sky Priest regarded the earlier incident as a mere triviality. Encountering a dominant beast and pausing for a moment was entirely understandable. Thus, the Griffins resumed their endeavors. However, a few Griffins noted that the hawk appeared somewhat agitated. Yet, the others, having learned through the communication that the hawk had encountered the dominant beast, assumed it was merely expressing fear and seeking to alleviate its trepidation. By midnight, the Sky Priest had successfully restored 2 pentagram arrays. The 5 Griffins once again ventured into 5 separate burrows. "It is time for your sacrifice to the Lord of the Sky," the tall figure in the black cloak transmitted from the main altar. Simultaneously, one Griffin produced a bluish-gray stone dagger, poised to plunge it into its abdomen, allowing its blood to flow upon the pentagram array. As the sacrifice commenced, the previously unbroken transmission was abruptly severed. Sensing this interruption, the Sky Priest finally lowered his hood, revealing a visage of madness and satisfaction upon his eagle-like features. At last, the awaited day had arrived. The sacrifice was finally underway. As long as the Sky Deity descends, humanity shall undoubtedly be expelled. The Griffins shall surely possess a realm to call their own in the skies. For this purpose, it has awakened its consciousness for 60 years, diligently nurturing 5 loyal, king-level Griffins as harbingers and offerings for the arrival of the Sky Deity. Once the pentagram is illuminated and energy is offered to the Sky Deity, it will happen soon, very soon. The Sky Priest dances with fervor, wings flapping, seemingly performing an enigmatic ritual. It awaits the illumination of the pentagram. Before the Sky Priest, a colossal altar cradles a crystal, the size of a fist, gently rotating in midair. Simultaneously, the temporal rift above the pillar of heaven appears to quiver. Within the ethereal rift, something seems to be surging. Yet, a minute passes, then 2. The Sky Priest discovers that none of the 5 points of the pentagram have ignited. What could be amiss? The dancing Sky Priest halts its comical movements, whispering messages. However, this time, there is no response from the Griffins, as if all 5 have already been successfully sacrificed. Meanwhile, the celestial beast, resting in the sky garden to absorb energy and regain strength, lifts its head, casting a disdainful gaze at the colossal temporal rift. In its perception, the previously tepid aura behind the rift now seems to have intensified abruptly. Moreover, after acquiring 2 orbs, although the celestial beast cannot wield the powers of space and time, it can vaguely sense the fluctuations of the temporal fabric through the orbs. Now, the disturbances of the temporal rift are exceedingly intense. However, it seems that the other party is reluctant to emerge. Roar? Oh, the Sky Dragon? Is this all there is? Rayquaza is aware that the other understands its intent, for the powers of both dragons are largely akin. It is precisely for this reason that Rayquaza harbors a profound animosity towards the Sky Dragon. One sovereign of the skies is more than sufficient. Roar, oh, poor insect. Trapped and unable to escape? Rayquaza hovers before the rift in space-time, undulating its elongated body like a swaying strand of pasta. Roar, roar, roar. From the rift that had remained silent, a hoarse roar erupted, seemingly accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Yet, Rayquaza continues to sway before the rift. Roar, oh, you can't escape, can you? Indeed, your minions have already been vanquished by mine. Rayquaza defiantly roars at the rift, its voice taking on a melodious and fluctuating quality. Indeed, Sulu is the master. As for those minions, in the sacrificial grounds, the Sky Priest gazes blankly at the 2 humanoid beings that have suddenly appeared. It realizes that its gamble, wagering the resources of its entire clan, has ended in failure. In the next moment, the Sky Priest's form swells dramatically. Its claws, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind, sweep towards Sulu, who is unmistakably human. Alas, a tremendous pressure descends, and the pinnacle of the Sky Priest is instantaneously forced to the ground. The colossal, griffin-like figure, now prostrate, comprehends its utter defeat. The spark of consciousness in its eyes begins to fade as it relinquishes the hard-won awareness it once possessed. But when, it wonders, was it discovered? In his final moment of consciousness, he beheld the drifting fragments of a black robe. It was said that this robe possessed the ability to obscure all forms of energy and mental probing. Damn it, they sold me a counterfeit robe. Humanity is devoid of integrity. Chapter 105. Transcended by Kira, the unusual sand Kira's Sulu withdrew his transcendent power, shaking his head. Now, it had transformed into a ferocious beast. Sulu had not anticipated that this griffin could voluntarily relinquish its wisdom and thoughts. This was a first for him. Could it be that the creature sensed his transcendent power? Fortunately, it was the Dream Eater infiltrating. Had he confronted it directly, he might have only been left with 6 ferocious beasts. The griffin was a member of a foreign race that revered Osiris, the sky dragon. The altar within the Tianyun Forbidden Zone was not constructed by them, but rather integrated into the world as the Forbidden Zone gradually emerged, resembling a pillar of the sky. Years ago, a feeble sky priest departed from its original temporal rift, stealthily infiltrating the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, excavating tunnels leading to underground sacrificial sites. At that time, it was the sole member of its race, lacking resources, and with the sky pillar yet to be activated, it was utterly incapable of awakening the sky dragon. Ultimately, it had to return to the original temporal rift, praying for the awakening of more kin. It was not until the day the sky pillar underwent a transformation that it took decisive action. Su Lu observed the griffin, firmly suppressed by the psychic might of the Dream Eater. Indeed, the griffin's life had been quite inspirational, especially as a devotee. Alas, it did not stand on the side of humanity. What exactly is this ferocious beast? Su Lu let out a sigh, then ascended the five-pointed star altar, grasping the largest golden crystal in his hand. Besides the golden faith crystal, numerous treasures with formidable energy fluctuations were arranged upon the main altar. These two appeared to be offerings, though they were now fortuitously in Su Lu's possession. After he removed all the golden crystals, the previously turbulent space-time rift settled into tranquility, emitting only a reluctant growl. The Pokémon, Rayquaza, donned a disinterested expression. Su Lu had instructed it to guard the most critical space-time rift, and it had hoped that the dragon within would emerge promptly, providing an opportunity for a decisive confrontation. It seemed, however, that they would have to wait a while longer. Rayquaza felt an overwhelming desire to vanquish the opponent immediately, even to the point of annihilation. Once the offerings were resolved, Su Lu took stock of the items brought by the griffin folk, 6 golden crystals in total, 1 large and 5 small. Upon grasping the crystals, Su Lu experienced symptoms reminiscent of his initial encounter with the essence of faith. Indeed, these were condensed cores of faith, undoubtedly precious. However, Su Lu had yet to devise a method for utilizing them, so he opted to store them away for the time being. Additionally, there was a collection of materials brimming with life energy. The vitality contained within them was remarkably robust, and it was unclear how the griffin folk had procured such treasures. In contrast to the faith crystals, whose application remained uncertain, the life-infused materials were readily usable, excluding the ghost-type Pokémon yet to be summoned. Virtually all Pokémon could benefit from these resources. Among the materials, Su Lu had heard of several from Zhu Qin, and if sold, they would fetch at least millions. These resources were specifically prepared for the Sky Dragon, hence their substantial quantity. Su Lu estimated that it would be sufficient to enhance all the Pokémon significantly. Indeed, I am quite pleased with this delivery. I hope there are more exotic species to follow suit. However, the defense forces of the Tianyun Forbidden Land still seem somewhat inadequate. Su Lu pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. On the following day, at the underground altar. All right, Ujira, Iron Dumbbell. You may commence, Su Lu declared. Hands on his hips, addressing the drooling Ujira and the other rock and steel-type Pokémon. This altar could connect to the Sky Dragon hidden behind the space-time rift, so it must not be left unguarded. However, to destroy it outright would be a regrettable waste, as all the materials of the altar were identical to those of the Pillar of Sky, lacking any foundational support, standing tall at 2,000 meters, and comprised of the raw materials of stone tablets, thus brimming with energy. When Ujira first laid eyes on the Pillar of Sky, it drooled profusely, but alas, it could not bite into it, for a single bite would restore it instantly. Yet the altar was undeniably tangible and edible. Upon receiving Su Lu's permission, Ujira swiftly scampered forward, perched upon a stone tablet, and opened its mouth wide to take a hearty bite. The crunching sound elicited a twinge of discomfort in Su Lu's teeth. Among all the Pokémon, Ujira had the largest appetite, capable of devouring anything, even resorting to digging in the ground for a snack when idle. With Ujira leading the charge, the other Pokémon eagerly followed suit. However, Pokémon such as Onix and Geodude possess appetites that pale in comparison to that of Bagon, and their dentition is rather inadequate, forcing them to consume their food in small morsels. While Bagon indulged heartily, Su Lu was still deep in thought, reflecting on the information extracted from the griffin. Suddenly, an intense flash of light interrupted his contemplation. Su Lu turned towards the radiant glow of evolution, only to find that Bagon, perched atop a massive, half-consumed stone tablet, was evolving. Bagon was evolving. In that instant, realization dawned upon Su Lu. Bagon's evolution necessitated the consumption of copious amounts of minerals, and it seemed that Bagon had finally feasted sufficiently. The fully evolved Tyranitar boasted near-legendary combat prowess. Yet, all semi-legendary Pokémon share a common trait. They tend to mature later, evolving at a delayed pace. Sulu had initially anticipated that Bagon's evolution would take at least another 10 days to half a month. To witness it evolve after merely gnawing on a fragment of a stone tablet was astonishing. The efficacy of that stone tablet was remarkable. If Bagon were to consume the entirety of the Pillar of Heaven, would it not be preparing to grapple with Groudon? Under Sulu's watchful gaze, Bagon, previously characterized by its short limbs, now transformed into a chrysalis-like Shelgon. Congratulations, Shelgon. Sulu gently stroked Shelgon's pointed horn. In response, Shelgon turned around. Its piercing gaze fixated once more on the stone tablet that had been devoured halfway, clearly preferring its stony delicacy over Sulu's caress. As Sulu continued to stroke, an unsettling feeling crept over him, as if something were amiss. He squinted in the dim light, struggling to see clearly. Mutwo brightened things up a bit. The star held aloft by Mutwo radiated an even more blinding luminescence. In the illumination, Sulu finally discerned the true nature of Shakira, realizing what was amiss. Logically, Shakira should exhibit a cobalt blue hue. Yet, its shell was inexplicably pale. An unusual coloration? Initially, it was not of such a shade, but following its evolution, it had inexplicably transformed. Could this be attributed to these stones? Chapter 106, Sky Stones. Where are you, old goo? Gazing at the somewhat bleached Shakira, Sulu fell into contemplation. The aberrant color was likely a consequence of these peculiar minerals. Shakira possessed an innate ability to distinguish between various minerals and stones, thus, the stones that so captivated Shakira should pose no significant threat. The pressing question remained. What influence had they imparted upon Shakira? While it was certain that the effect was beneficial, Sulu perceived that certain enhancements might not elevate Shakira's combat prowess. Shakira, come here for a moment. Huh? Shakira, still gnawing on the stone tablet, heard Sulu's call. Though reluctant, it rose from the tablet and, with a light leap, floated gracefully to Sulu's side. Sulu noted Shakira's speed was indeed remarkable, but the levitation seemed somewhat amiss. He crouched down to engage in a thorough communication with Shakira. After more than 10 minutes, Sulu finally comprehended Shakira's current condition. After consuming the stone, Shakira's weight and physical strength remained unchanged, yet it appeared to be acquiring the ability to levitate. What extraordinary material was this? To bestow such traits upon a fierce creature postnatally? What would a flying Shakira entail? The majestic Bangilas possesses remarkable attributes, excelling in both offense and defense. Its sole drawback lies in its considerable weight, rendering it somewhat sluggish. However, should it suddenly acquire the ability to levitate, it would undoubtedly soar in every conceivable sense. With the capability to summon sandstorms, if Bangilas were to take flight, it would transform into a veritable harbinger of calamity. As such thoughts crossed his mind, Sulu gazed fondly at the surrounding white stone tablets and the pentagram sacrificial altar beneath him. These extraordinary materials, seemingly birthed from the influence of the sky dragon, could very well be imbued with the power of levitation. Henceforth, let us refer to them as sky stones. Oh, dear old goo, your future is promising. Hasten forth. Once you can soar, you'll no longer have to endure the disdainful gazes of those two fools. With the newfound knowledge of the sky stone's properties, Sulu's desire for the towering sky pillar, reaching 2,000 meters high, intensified. The quantity of sky stones within the sky pillar rivals that of several hundred sacrificial altars. Nevertheless, as sky stones are indeed stones, only Pokémon capable of digesting such mineral substances may acquire the levitation trait. Otherwise, Sulu would have eagerly fed them to all Pokémon. He even fancied the idea of sampling them himself. He envisioned a tunnel being excavated by the Diglets and Sandshrews, connecting 5 locations to facilitate the arrival of Shaquilas. The subterranean construction leading to the underground caverns of Shinshin City could take a brief respite. He wondered how the Diglets were progressing with their tunneling task. Since the initiation of the underground passage mission, Sulu had yet to assess its progress. After summoning a Pokémon capable of excavation, Sulu returned to City W with various materials seized from the foreign tribes. He meticulously examined each item and discovered their effects. Life Berry, harvested from spatial rifts or forbidden grounds teeming with formidable wood-type beasts, its consumption significantly enhances one's life potential. Rejuvenation Bloodstone, derived from creatures that amalgamate flesh and rock, wearing it over an extended period absorbs their vitality, accelerates wound recovery, and fortifies the body's strength. In total, there were 26 treasures linked to vitality. However, if these were to be amalgamated haphazardly, the differing life forces could intertwine and potentially yield adverse effects. As these vitality-enhancing treasures originated from disparate races, each with nuanced enhancement directions. While other beast tamers would likely be exhilarated to possess such a plethora of life-enhancing treasures and would indiscriminately use them all, Sulu approached the matter with greater caution. Direct utilization was not feasible. A transformation was necessary. He then opened the versatile system store in search of a solution. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon an item priced at 50,000 points. Life Pearl absorbs life force, augmenting the wielder's abilities. Originally intended as a combat item, its effect is inherently tied to life and death. Moreover, the effect is quite remarkable. Sulu had previously drawn one and tested it on various Pokémon, all of which could trigger its effects. By sacrificing 10% of the user's life force, an approximate 30% enhancement could be achieved. Remarkably, even the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, was able to activate its effects. However, a mere fraction of vitality is not merely a game of data, it is a reality. As vitality diminishes, the combat prowess of Pokémon correspondingly declines. Thus, Sulu perceives the life orbs as somewhat superfluous, showing reluctance to exchange them. Yet, should there exist treasures imbued with vitality, these life orbs could be utilized to absorb vitality, transforming it into the purest essence that can be assimilated by Pokémon. Sulu produced a life orb that he had previously drawn. He then summoned the exquisite Beautifly, diligently engaged in transplanting trees in the valley, along with the somewhat slothful Shaymin, who had been brought along. Although Shaymin was timid and had previously clung to Sulu, it had since made friends and was now able to act alongside other Pokémon. "I am not slacking off. I am helping," Shaymin exclaimed, trembling with enthusiasm before Sulu could utter a word. Thus, even Sulu could not withhold candy from Shaymin. "Beautifly, deduct one candy from it," Sulu commanded heartlessly. Beautifly nodded earnestly, fully aware that Shaymin had become quite the lazy creature. Given its ability to absorb gratitude for evolution, Shaymin's lethargy was indeed notable. Upon hearing about the reduction of candy, Shaymin gazed at Sulu with teary eyes. "However, I have a mission. Should you complete it, I shall reward you with candy," Sulu assured them, producing yet another life orb. Observe the flow of life energy within the life pearl. Once the life force has been transformed, the two of you will utilize the parasitic seeds and bouquet seeds to transmute it into primordial vitality. Upon hearing this, Siemi nodded, seemingly finding it quite simple. Sulu's sugar is indeed easy to earn. Given the prolonged nature of the transformation, the parasitic seeds and bouquet seeds must be capable of permanent residence. Siemi. The beautiful flower nodded. The beautiful flower enjoys agriculture, so remaining in one place poses no issue. However, Siemi is a Pokémon that migrates. Although migration is unnecessary since arriving in this world, Siemi still cannot endure staying in one location for too long. This simply won't do. Siemi must devise a method for the bouquet seeds to grow independently. The old salted fish contemplated this with rare seriousness. Accompanied by the two grass-type Pokémon, Sulu ventured to the location where the life energy treasures were stored, uncertain of the outcome. Sulu arranged a circle of life pearls around the treasures. "Siemi, beautiful flower, let us begin." Siemi and the beautiful flower nodded in agreement. Spores were released, settling upon the materials and life pearls, while intertwining vines enveloped everything, forming a colossal plant cocoon. Chapter 107. The thorny flower of life. As the bouquet seeds and parasitic seeds connected the life treasures with the life pearls, the life force within the treasures began to be rapidly absorbed by more than a dozen pearls. Under the influence of the life pearls, the power of the parasitic seeds and bouquet seeds was terrifyingly amplified. The once dormant parasitic seed vines began to flourish exuberantly, growing ever more robust. Suddenly, as Sulu observed the twisting tendrils, he was reminded of the ancient tome who Yunji had entrusted to him. Indeed, Sulu had acquired some knowledge of the method for cultivating grass-type creatures, yet he had never utilized the information regarding the Thorn Legion. However, it seemed that now might be the opportune moment to apply it. "Beautiful flower, do you recall what I mentioned earlier?" he inquired, with a serious nod. Beautiful flower acknowledged him. Subsequently, the parasitic seed vines astonishingly began to sprout tiny thorns. This was the secret art of the Thorn Legion, the Thorn Secret Stab. Through a unique energy transformation, the parasitic seed vines had significantly increased in durability and resilience, making them far less susceptible to destruction. The robust thorns grew wildly, forming a substantial bundle of brambles. "Well done, beautiful flower," Sulu praised, causing beautiful flower to beam with delight. Meanwhile, Siemi felt somewhat overshadowed, yearning for Sulu's commendation as well. Yet, how was one to utilize the Thorn Secret Stab? If Sulu were to inquire about her own lack of progress, it would expose her shortcomings, especially since all grass-type Pokémon had received the ancient tome. "Gigi," beautiful flower whispered to Siemi, prompting her to nod in agreement. With this nudge, Siemi finally recalled the complete Thorn Secret method. Energy began to shift and transform, and slender yet vibrant green thorns emerged from the crevices. Soon, A flurry of life-giving blossoms burst forth in a spectacular display. The thorn blossom seed had been successfully created. The once menacing and fearsome bramble thicket was now entirely enveloped by the beautiful and dense array of flowers. Gazing upon her masterpiece, Xiemi could not help but turn to Su Lu and leap with joy, nearly unable to conceal the urge to boast about her creation. Xiemi had indeed performed admirably. Humph, after all, she is Xiemi. The beautiful flower beside her stifled a giggle. As the blossoms flourished, the pure vitality wafted through the air, mingled with the fragrance of the flowers. Su Lu suddenly felt invigorated. The seeds of Xiemi's bouquet were originally designed to absorb the vitality of their surroundings, thereby healing allies' wounds, a remarkable technique. Now, after a slight enhancement, the focus had shifted from restoration to amplifying life force, which felt splendid. Regardless of the Pokémon, any that lingered near the thorny blossoms would reap the benefits of this vitality. Subsequently, Su Lu meticulously examined the thorny flower patch. Under the influence of the thorny secret arts, as long as there was sufficient energy, the patch could remain ever present. The source of this energy was now the life force, fortified and transformed by the life gem. This meant that as long as no one removed the life force treasure at the center of the patch, it could persist until the energy was completely depleted. Moreover, the thorny flowers could be controlled by Xiemi, as long as she commanded the blossoms to close. The life force could be contained, thus preventing waste. Pokémon with minor injuries would no longer need to seek out Su Lu or return to the cottage for healing. They could simply approach the thorny flowers for restoration. Excellent work, Xiemi and beautiful flower. You were summoned to assemble other grass-type Pokémon to propagate these thorns, ideally encircling the entire Pokémon Valley. There should be a greater abundance of thorns outside the valley, while within, an abundance of flowers should flourish. The thorns need not be excessively sharp. Furthermore, Su Lu articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, beautiful flower's eyes sparkled with excitement. For if Su Lu's vision were to materialize, the entire Pokémon Valley would be adorned with flowers, allowing her to dwell amidst this floral paradise alongside Su Lu and other friends. This was indeed beautiful flower's most cherished aspiration. She nodded fervently. Yet, Xiemi froze in place. Contemplating the enormity of the task, was the entire Pokémon Valley not an overwhelming endeavor? What are you complaining about? I recall that you, Xiemi, also need to sow a flower field. Does this not suit your needs perfectly? Su Lu chuckled. Xiemi, a rare mythical Pokémon known for its migratory nature, tirelessly travels to desolate lands blanketed in winter's chill to plant the gratitude flowers. These blossoms symbolize thankfulness, and once they bloom, they provide a nurturing environment for many Pokémon to thrive amidst adversity, thus bestowing gratitude upon Xiemi, facilitating its growth. This cycle has become ingrained in Xiemi's very essence. However, it seems that Su Lu, in his abundance of gratitude, had momentarily overlooked the necessity of planting flowers. Yet, human gratitude often proves fleeting. It is likely that after some time, Xiemi would receive scant expressions of thanks and would ultimately have to return to the diligent task of flower planting. Oh, indeed. Xiemi must fulfill the obligation of sowing flowers. Suddenly, Xiemi realized that it could no longer remain a mere idle hedgehog. It aspires to become the representative of Xiemi. Plant flowers. Plant flowers. The beautiful floral creature led Xiemi into the thicket, and the two of them set off in search of other Pokémon, embarking on the grand floral project of Bauka Valley. How delightful! Su Lu remarked as he observed the valley gradually transforming into a picturesque haven. Should the Thorny Flower Seed project come to fruition, the safety of Bauka Valley would be significantly enhanced. After all, beyond the vitality flowers, this would serve as a formidable defensive structure. The thorns were, after all, a renowned secret technique of the Huyun army, possessing considerable destructive power. As long as the valley was shrouded in thorns and the vitality treasures were sufficient, the life energy within the valley would flourish, making both farming and training remarkably efficient. However, contemplating this, Su Lu suddenly became anxious about the scarcity of vitality treasures. No, if it were to envelop the entire Bauka Valley, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. Perhaps he could procure some from outside, or even redeem a few from the system shop. Speaking of which, the feathers of the photography chicken should also possess a significant amount of vitality, right? After much deliberation, Su Lu spent 1,000,000 points to exchange for a feather of the Phoenix King from the system shop. He then summoned Xiemi to manipulate the thorns aside and tossed the Phoenix King feather into the pile of materials. The feather ignited like a flame, instantly igniting the heap of vitality treasures, kindling a rainbow-hued fire of life energy. The vitality kindling had been ignited. The flames were firmly ensnared by the thorns, transforming into pure life energy that flowed towards the direction extended by the thorns. Cursed be the cunning alien race that compelled me to invest 1,000,000 points. Sulu chuckled, clapping his hands. May the alien race visit often.